Chapter 2251, Chapter 224. Ah! After defeating the brawny man, Bai Wei cried out in surprise. Clearly, she did not expect herself to become so powerful. How is it? Are you convinced? Jiang Fei asked the brawny man with a smile. I'm not convinced. The brawny man stood up shakily. He rubbed the spot where his chest was injured. Although the palm strike was not light, it did not leave any serious injuries. After taking a few breaths, the brawny man straightened his neck. He was still not convinced. Bai Wei, go beat him up! Beat him up until he's convinced, Jiang Fei said with a laugh. He had recently picked up a problem. He specialized in treating those who were not convinced. Okay. Bai Wei had just obtained a new power. She was about to find someone to experiment on. So she happily accepted the task. Swoosh! In a flash, the little white tiger arrived in front of the brawny man. Roar! This time, the brawny man didn't dare to be negligent. He directly transformed into his original form and started fighting in the form of a huge bear. This was the battle form of the Fierce Beast clan. Paw! Bai Wei's palm struck the huge bear's thigh. Not only did she fail to injure the bear, but she even slapped her little hand until it hurt. Humph! Who doesn't know how to transform? The girl shouted in a delicate voice. Then, with a shake of her body, she transformed back into her white tiger form. Roar! Following a tiger roar, Bai Wei charged forward again. Woo! The giant bear stood up. A pair of bear paws swung towards Bai Wei. However, Bai Wei was extremely fast. In a flash, she dodged the giant bear's attack. At the same time, she circled around to his side. Bang! The giant bear's pair of bear paws landed on the ground. Jiang Fei, who was far away, felt the earth tremble violently. The ground was even cracked open. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this fellow's strength was. Swish! At the same time, Bai Wei, who had dodged the giant bear's attack, also made her move. In her white tiger form, she raised her left claw. The sharp tiger claw pierced into the giant bear's body. As Bai Wei exerted force, the tiger claw pulled on the giant bear's body, leaving 4 deep wounds that could see the bones. Roar! The giant bear let out a cry of pain. It then turned around and struck out with its paw. But Bai Wei easily dodged it. The white tiger that Bai Wei had transformed into was already more agile than the giant bear. In addition, Bai Wei's current strength was above the bear's, so the giant bear could not even touch Bai Wei's fur. It repeatedly let out a furious roar, and its paw smashed the ground until it collapsed. However, it could not do anything to Bai Wei at all. As Bai Wei swam around agilely, she used her claws and teeth to continuously increase the wounds on the giant bear's body. The bloody smell made the little white tiger gradually become excited. Although she was a little wild and cute after transforming, the little white tiger had grown up eating raw meat from a young age. Hunting had become an instinct. A large piece of flesh was torn off the back of the giant bear's neck. The little white tiger did not stand on ceremony and directly swallowed it. Good lord! Seeing the bloody scene, Jiang Fei frowned. The worldview of humans and ferocious beasts was really different. As time passed, the wounds on the bear's body grew more and more. He finally could not hold on anymore and admitted defeat. I lost! I lost! Stop fighting! The bear begged loudly. If he did not admit defeat, he would really die in Bai Wei's hands. Swish! Hearing the bear admit defeat, Bai Wei jumped out of the circle. She stuck out her little tongue and licked the blood on the side of her mouth. It was as if she still had some unfinished business. The bear was so scared that it shrank its neck. How is it? Are you convinced? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. At this time, Bai Wei had returned to her cute girl image. I'm not convinced. The bear had also returned to his brawny form. However, at this time, his face was already bruised and swollen. Oh! Still not convinced? Bai Wei! Jiang Fei turned his head and wanted Bai Wei to continue beating him up. Meanwhile, Bai Wei seemed to be addicted to beating him up. She looked like she was ready to give it a try. Wait! The muscular man waved his hand. He glanced at Bai Wei, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He was really afraid of being beaten up by Bai Wei. What now? Jiang Fei asked. Amused, he was completely treating the muscular man as a joke. What kind of a man are you, if you always let a woman stand up for you? Fight me if you dare! The brawny man thought that Jiang Fei was easy to bully, so he opened his mouth and tried to save his face. Fight me! Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Are you sure? Bai Wei, who was standing at the side, also looked at the brawny man in surprise. She knew the identity of Jiang Fei's dragon race. This brawny man could not even defeat her. Yet he still wanted to challenge a real dragon race master. Wasn't that a death wish? I'm sure. I want to fight him, the burly man said seriously. Alright. I'll play with you. Jiang Fei smiled and walked into the arena. Kid, watch my fist. The burly man did not wait for Jiang Fei to get ready and directly punched him. Brother, you can do it. Beat him up. Bai Wei encouraged Jiang Fei. Alright. Jiang Fei laughed out loud. He did not even make a move. He just released his aura. Due to the existence of the nucleus of will, Jiang Fei could not only hide his aura, but he could also simulate a fake aura. Unless his strength or mental strength was above Jiang Fei's, he would not be able to tell if it was real or fake. Therefore, Jiang Fei usually disguised himself as an ordinary true immortal. This way, it was convenient to walk around and would not attract anyone's attention. That was why the brawny man dared to cause trouble in front of him and then challenged him to a duel. Now that Jiang Fei had unleashed his full power, a terrifying draconic aura swept across the entire mountain forest. For a moment, the entire mountain forest within 1,000 miles became quiet. So, Big Brother is so strong! Bai Wei had never seen Jiang Fei display his full strength before. Back then, Jiang Fei had only revealed a hint of the dragon race's aura. Therefore, today was the first time Bai Wei knew how strong Jiang Fei was. Jiang Fei's display of his strength was just a pleasant surprise to Bai Wei. However, to the brawny man, it was no less than a bolt from the blue. Boom! In an instant, the brawny man's mind went blank. He sat down on the ground with a thud. The punch that he had thrown earlier had already lost its strength. It's over! It's over! I'm going to die today! The brawny man rolled his eyes. He was scared to death. *M. Such a useless person. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and retracted his aura. He did not expect the brawny man to be so cowardly. Ah! Bai Wei was also shocked. Jiang Fei had not made any moves. How did this guy fall? Brother, what happened to him? Bai Wei came to Jiang Fei's side and asked. She thought that Jiang Fei had used some kind of invisible killing move. He fainted from shock. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. At the same time, he raised his eyebrows because he had keenly sensed the strong man's spiritual power. If a person had fainted, his spiritual power would not have any fluctuations. Then, there was only one explanation for the current situation: he was pretending to be unconscious. Chapter 2252, Chapter 2245. The Mirage Dragon. After discovering that the creature was pretending to be unconscious, Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said to Bai Wei, Anyway, this creature is scared to death. Let's not waste it. Bai Wei, let's eat it. Okay. Bai Wei nodded happily. As a ferocious beast, she did not have any psychological burden when hunting other ferocious beasts. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Please, don't eat me. Once he heard that he was going to be eaten, the brawny man could no longer pretend to be unconscious. He turned around and knelt in front of Jiang Fei. In fact, the brawny man had no choice but to pretend to be unconscious. He did not know whether it was because he did not look at the almanac or something else. But everything went wrong. He did not manage to rob anyone in one day. It was not easy to wait until someone passed by. In the end, that girl was even more powerful than him. He originally thought that the man was a gigolo and wanted to take the opportunity to regain some face for him. Who would have thought that the man was even more ruthless? And he even thought that he was a master of the Dragon Clan. He had offended an expert of the Dragon Clan. How great was that? Not only was he going to be finished, but he might even bring disaster to his own clan. In this era, how overbearing was the dragon race? Every year, all the races would offer up young boys and girls as blood food. And none of the races would dare to disobey. If you don't recruit him, he will eat you. Now, Giant Bear was picking a fight. Wasn't that a death wish? Therefore, when he thought of this, Giant Bear really did not know what to do. He could only pretend to be unconscious and pray in his heart that Jiang Fei would not bother with him. However, he did not expect that the dragon race's master had a good appetite. He actually took a liking to a bear race with thick skin like him. This time, the giant bear did not dare to pretend to be unconscious anymore. If he continued to pretend, his claws might turn into roasted bear paws. That was why he got up and knelt down to Jiang Fei to beg for mercy. Generally speaking, the ferocious beasts were quite strong-willed. Ferocious beasts that would rather die than submit often appeared. However, that depended on who they were with. If they were facing a human, the ferocious beasts would rather die than submit. That was because they felt that humans were inferior to them. It would be too embarrassing if they submitted to them. However, if they were facing the dragon race, the ferocious beasts were still quite obedient. That was because they felt that the dragon race was so powerful. Even if they submitted, it would not be embarrassing. Hee hee. Why are you not pretending anymore? Jiang Fei looked at this fellow and found it even more funny. Master, please spare my life. I won't do it again. The man continued to beg for mercy. Brother, are we going to eat him or not? Bai Wei asked innocently. She took Jiang Fei's words seriously and was ready to eat the giant bear for dinner. Master, please spare my life. I have an 8,000-year-old mother and a young child waiting to be fed. Please spare my life. The man cried until his nose was snot and tears were flowing down his face. Bai Wei could not bear to look at him anymore. All right. Stop crying. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He had been wandering the world for so many years and had seen all sorts of begging words. This burly man was not new at all. Oh. The burly man nodded and knelt on the side, not daring to speak. What's your name? Jiang Fei asked with interest. My name is Old Black, the burly man said. When he was in his bear form, he was indeed a giant black bear. Heh, Old Black. Jiang Fei laughed. He thought to himself that this guy's parents were really uncultured. How long have you been in this path of calamity? Jiang Fei asked again. My lord, this is my first time today. Old Black's words were exactly the same as all the prisoners who had been caught. However, through mind reading, Jiang Fei could clearly understand that this guy had been in this path of calamity for almost 100 years. Other than staying here, have you been anywhere else? Jiang Fei asked again. Heh, to be honest with you, I have been to the entire planet Mars, Old Black said proudly. This was indeed the thing that he was most proud of in his life. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Through his mind-reading ability, he knew that Old Black was not lying this time. Brother, do you want him to be our guide? Bai Wei was quite smart. She understood his intention from Jiang Fei's question. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Old Black, how about it? Are you willing? Yes. As long as you don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything. Old Black was happy. He immediately nodded in agreement. However, he had to nod. If he did not say anything, the other party would be grilling bear paws. Then, you can get up. Jiang Fei nodded. Thank you for your grace. Thank you for your grace. Old Black scrambled to his feet. Is there any interesting place around here? Jiang Fei asked after Old Black stood up. There doesn't seem to be anything interesting around here. The only lake with a better scenery is occupied by a mixed-blood draconin. We usually don't dare to go there. Old Black was not a good person either. He had a grudge against the draconin in Redwater Lake. That was why he deliberately revealed the news to Jiang Fei. The dragon race hated mixed-blood draconins very much. They felt that they had tainted the dragon race's bloodline. Once they encountered them, there was a high chance that they would come looking for trouble. Therefore, Old Black deliberately said the words, mixed-blood draconin. His purpose was to kill someone else. Old Black, just because I don't want to kill you doesn't mean that you can use me. Jiang Fei had never cancelled mind reading, so he knew all of Old Black's thoughts. Master, please spare my life. Old Black saw that Jiang Fei's expression was not right, so he immediately knelt down. He was truly afraid. Get up. Just this once. If you do it again, you won't be the only one who dies. Jiang Fei warned. Thank you for your mercy. My lord. Old Black kowtowed several times. He only stood up when his scalp was broken. Let's go to the Redwater Lake. Jiang Fei was angry because Old Black wanted to borrow his knife to kill someone. However, he was still quite interested in the Redwater Lake. After that, the three of them headed to the Redwater Lake under Old Black's lead. As the Redwater Lake was not far from here, Jiang Fei and the others arrived above the Redwater Lake in less than half an hour. The small lake was not very big. It only had a circumference of about 100 miles. However, due to the rich iron element in the nearby mountains, the lake water was crimson red, making it even more beautiful. Who is this mixed-blood draconin? Jiang Fei asked Old Black. I heard that he is the descendant of a dragon and a pheasant. His name is the Oyster Dragon, said Old Black. Is there anything special about him? Jiang Fei asked. He is proficient in all kinds of fire-type spells. Moreover, he has the power of drought. Before he came here, the Redwater Lake was thousands of miles in circumference. However, now, there is only this little bit left, said Old Black. Interesting. Let's go down and take a look. Jiang Fei nodded and then descended. Brother, Wait for me! Bai Wei followed closely behind and also descended. Chapter 2253, Chapter 2246, Blowing Air. Jiang Fei and the rest landed on the shore of the lake. At that moment, the surface of the lake was rippling slightly. The pink surface of the water looked really beautiful. It's so beautiful! Bai Wei ran to the lakeside and stretched out her hands. She felt the cool breeze blowing on the surface of the water and revealed an expression of enjoyment. Yes, it's very beautiful. Jiang Fei was only halfway through his words when he suddenly frowned. Then, Old Black felt his vision blur. Jiang Fei had disappeared. In the next moment, Jiang Fei appeared behind Bai Wei. Then, he grabbed the girl's small waist and pulled her back. The two of them instantly moved tens of meters away from the shore. Splash! At that moment, the lake water where Bai Wei was standing just now suddenly stirred up big waves. From the looks of it, it seemed like it was going to pull Bai Wei into the lake. However, because Jiang Fei's reaction was fast enough, the waves hit nothing. Ah! Bai Wei was shocked. At the same time, she felt that she was being held tightly in Jiang Fei's arms. This made her little face slightly red. Bastard! Who ruined my good deed? A roar came from the Redwater Lake. Hee hee! I didn't come to settle the score with you. You actually came to me! Jiang Fei was angered by this guy. Splash! A young man walked out from the water. This young man had delicate features, white teeth, and red lips. No matter how one looked at him, he did not look like a bad person. However, what he had just done and the way he spoke made it clear that he was not a good person. So it's you! The young man's face darkened when he saw Old Black. Don't look for me. I'm just a guide. Old Black shrugged and retreated to the back. He knew that he was no match for the Mirage Dragon. Moreover, the Mirage Dragon was the one who had provoked Jiang Fei this time. This was not considered as him using someone else to kill him. Humph! I'll settle the score with you later. The Mirage Dragon snorted and turned to look at Jiang Fei. At that moment, Jiang Fei had restrained his aura again, making him look like an ordinary true immortal. Who are you? Although Jiang Fei had hidden his strength, the Mirage Dragon was not stupid. Could an ordinary true immortal save someone from him? Didn't your mother teach you? When you ask someone's name, you have to first tell them your family name. Jiang Fei said calmly. You? The Mirage Dragon's flames flared up. As a mixed-blood Draconid, they had one thing in common. They absolutely could not insult his mother because his dragon father did not even acknowledge him as a child. Moreover, he wanted to kill him. Therefore, his mother became the only person he could rely on in his childhood. Now, Jiang Fei was blaming the Mirage Dragon's mother for not educating him well. This made the Mirage Dragon furious. Brother, can you let go of me? At this time, Bai Wei said in a low voice. Her voice was so soft that it was almost as soft as a mosquito's voice. Oh! Jiang Fei quickly let go of the girl. He really did not mean to take advantage of her just now. Instead, he was so focused on talking to the Mirage Dragon that he forgot that he was still hugging Bai Wei. When the Mirage Dragon saw that Jiang Fei and Bai Wei were talking and laughing, it did not take him seriously at all. Immediately, the rage in its heart grew even more intense. Good! 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 The Mirage Dragon said 3 good words in a row. Its face was red with anger. This made Old Black, who was standing beside it, secretly happy. Now, he was hoping that the Mirage Dragon would take the initiative to attack. Although Jiang Fei's dragon race did not seem to be a bloodthirsty person, if this mixed-race dragon took the initiative to provoke him, perhaps no real dragon would tolerate it. When he thought about how his old enemy was about to die, Old Black was overjoyed. He even began to imagine that when Jiang Fei, the dragon, was tired of playing around and left, he might have a chance to take over the Redwater Lake. All of you, go to hell! As expected, the furious Mirage Dragon finally could not suppress his anger. He had initially seen a beautiful girl sent to his doorstep. He was naturally willing to accept such a fine thing with a smile. In the end, he did not expect that just as he was about to drag this girl into the water, someone else beat him to it and ran away. Therefore, the Shenlong came out with a fire in his body. He wanted to teach the person who ruined his good deed a lesson. However, he did not expect that not only did that person not quickly admit his mistake, he even offered the girl to him. On the contrary, he even insulted his mother. This made the Shenlong even angrier. After that, he was ignored by others. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the Shin Dragon's anger finally erupted. Boom! Following the Shin Dragon's rage, a wave of heat swept out. Although this fellow lived in the water, He was doing it for cultivation. In fact, this fellow specialized in the fire attribute. Following the heat wave, the water surface behind the Shindragon was instantly boiled. The boiling water surface evaporated a large amount of water vapor, and the lake water retreated at a speed visible to the naked eye. So powerful! Bai Wei frowned. The strength of the Shindragon in front of her was similar to hers, and it was also of the fire element. However, the aura that he unleashed was not something that Bai Wei could achieve. After all, Bai Wei had just upgraded her strength, and she did not know how to use it since she had just obtained the dragon bloodline. On the other hand, the Shindragon was a natural-born mixed-blood Draconin. He had inherited the dragon bloodline, and after so many years of cultivation, of course, he was much better at using the dragon bloodline than Bai Wei. Swish! 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 The most unlucky one was Old Black. His strength was the weakest. He could not withstand the heat wave of the Mirage Dragon at all. Therefore, he quickly moved far away. On the other hand, Jiang Fei's face was calm. This little bit of heat was nothing to him. The Mirage Dragon with less than 50 million combat power was not a threat to him at all. Therefore, he just looked at the other party calmly. It was as if he was watching a clown show. Die! The Mirage Dragon roared. Then, it raised both of its hands, and 2 fire dragons charged at Jiang Fei. Puff! Seeing that the fire dragons were right in front of him, Jiang Fei did not make a move. He just opened his mouth and blew gently. What happened next shocked Old Black. The 2 fire dragons were blown out by Jiang Fei just like that. Oh my god! Old Black's eyes almost popped out. He was even more glad that he was still alive. It was not easy at all. If the dragon in front of him was not in a good mood, he would probably only be able to contribute 2 pairs of roasted bear paws. Big brother is so powerful! Bai Wei was also shocked. However, she was even happier in her heart. After all, the stronger the master that she followed, the more promising her future would be. At this moment, the Mirage Dragon opposite Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. Although this move was not his ultimate skill, it was easily destroyed by someone. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? He, the Mirage Dragon, had never even heard of such a powerful person, let alone seen one. At this moment, the Mirage Dragon recalled the father that he had met when he was young. Although the dragon was also very powerful to him, in his impression, even his heartless dragon father did not have such strength. Chapter 2254, Chapter 2247. 2 Fire God's Teeth. You? The Mirage Dragon stared at Jiang Fei with its mouth agape. For a moment, it did not know what to do. What about me? Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Are you a dragon? Or? The Mirage Dragon frowned and asked. He had long noticed the dragon's aura on Jiang Fei. However, he had previously determined that Jiang Fei was a mixed-blood Draconin. However, after witnessing Jiang Fei's strength, he began to doubt his previous judgment. What do you think? Jiang Fei smiled slightly and released his own aura. You? The Mirage Dragon was even more confused. The aura that Jiang Fei released was a pure dragon. However, he clearly felt that Jiang Fei was a mixed-race Draconin just now, as Jiang Fei's bloodline purity had reached 99%. When he concealed his aura was very faint. Therefore, both the dragon race and the mixed-blood dragon race could determine his identity as a mixed-blood dragon race based on the connection between the bloodlines. However, when Jiang Fei fully activated his bloodline, 99% of the purity of his bloodline was enough to confuse the truth. Even the real dragon race could not deny his identity as a dragon race. At most, they would think that he was infected with some kind of disease, or that he had been seriously injured. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that you want to touch my people. Jiang Fei's tone was still neither slow nor slow. At that moment, the Mirage Dragon hoped that Jiang Fei would be furious because this kind of person, who did not show his emotions, was even more difficult to deal with. I'm done for today. Draw a path for me. The Mirage Dragon was also considered a bachelor. He knew that Jiang Fei's strength was far above his. Today, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to, let alone fight. Therefore, he might as well be a bachelor. He would let the other party decide what to do. Hee hee. That's great. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he said to the Mirage Dragon, if it were up to me, it would be easy. You either accept the fight or accept the punishment. What do you mean by accepting the fight? What do you mean by accepting the punishment? The Mirage Dragon asked. It's easy if you accept the fight. It'll beat you to death so that you can eat meat. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. However, the Mirage Dragon had goosebumps all over his body. After all, The dragon race had done this many times. Even though the mixed-blood draconids also had part of the dragon race's bloodline, they could be considered children of the dragon race. However, they would still eat meat. What about admitting defeat? The Mirage Dragon asked. No one would want to die if they could live. Right? It's easy to admit defeat. Use money to buy your life, Jiang Fei said with a smile. When the Mirage Dragon heard Jiang Fei's request, his heart turned cold. After all, the dragon race was not only famous for being lewd, but also for being greedy for money. Although the dragon race's greed for money gave others a chance to buy their lives, the problem was that if one's wealth was not enough to move them, they would eventually die. To a certain extent, a mixed-race dragon like the Mirage Dragon had inherited some of the characteristics of the dragon race, including greed for money. Therefore, although the Mirage Dragon had collected some treasures, if you asked him to hand over all these treasures, it would be the same as taking his life. What? You don't want to? Jiang Fei's face darkened. The Mirage Dragon was so scared that it broke out in cold sweat. No! 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 The Mirage Dragon quickly shook his head. Although he was greedy for money, he cared more about his own life. Then, hurry up and hand them over, Jiang Fei said calmly. Yes! 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 The Mirage Dragon nodded repeatedly. This time, he really gave in. Although his heart ached for the treasures, he was more afraid of angering Jiang Fei. At this moment, he had completely believed in Jiang Fei's identity as a dragon. After all, no one other than the dragon would be so brazen as to extort others. After that, the Mirage Dragon returned to Redwater Lake. Jiang Fei knew that he was going to get the treasure, so he did not stop him. Very soon, the Mirage Dragon returned to the lakeside. This time, he brought back a lot of things. This was because the Mirage Dragon knew that if he only brought 1 or 2 treasures, the dragon in front of him would definitely think that he was being perfunctory. When the time came, they might fall out. Therefore, to be on the safe side, the Mirage Dragon had almost emptied his treasure vault. However, he had secretly kept the most precious treasures. He really could not bear to give those things to Jiang Fei. Crash! The Mirage Dragon piled up the treasures that he had brought with him on the ground. Other than a large number of fire crystals, the rest were mostly fire attribute ferocious beast inner cores, or things like claws and horns. As the art of crafting in this era had yet to take shape, there were almost no finished magical artifacts. However, the materials on these inner cores and beasts were very high grade. They were at least at the true immortal level. When these things were in Jiang Fei's hands, they were all good materials for crafting. As long as he was given time, he could create a set of high-quality weapons and armor for every girl around him. Other than these good materials for crafting weapons, there were 2 other fruits that were also very attractive. Crimson Crystal Fruit. Fire Pear. These things have not gone extinct in this era? Jiang Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Jiang Fei had only seen the Crimson Crystal Fruit and Fire Pear in the Marshall Valiant Hall's collection of ancient books. In his era, these 2 plants had long gone extinct. He did not expect to see the real thing today. You actually know these 2 things? The Mirage Dragon was shocked. He had obtained these 2 things from humans. Normal ferocious beasts or even dragons did not know the use of these things, and no one cared about them. However, humans paid great attention to these 2 things. It was said that humans could refine them into a medicine. After taking it, one's cultivation could be greatly increased for fire attribute cultivators. Don't worry about how I know these 2 fruits. These things are not enough to buy your life. Of course, Jiang Fei would not explain it to the Mirage Dragon. It was his time to rob. At that moment, Jiang Fei discovered another wonderful use of mind reading. When robbing, he was not afraid that the other party would hide the treasure, because the more he did not want to hand it over, the more he thought about it. The more he thought about it, the more Jiang Fei saw, the clearer it was. On the other hand, it was only those things that had been forgotten that could be hidden from Jiang Fei. In this way, Jiang Fei knew all the treasures that the Mirage Dragon had hidden. Sir, please wait a moment. The Mirage Dragon had no choice. In order to save his life, he could only return to Redwater Lake. After a moment, the Mirage Dragon came ashore again. This time, he had 2 more treasures in his hands. My lord, these are the last 2 items in my collection, the Mirage Dragon said sincerely. However, through mind reading, Jiang Fei knew that it was hiding another treasure. Then, the Mirage Dragon showed Jiang Fei the 2 treasures he had brought. One of them was a fire attribute inner core. However, its level was very high. When its master was alive, He was at least at the immortal level. In other words, the killer's combat power was at least 50 million. Naturally, the Mirage Dragon could not kill such a powerful, ferocious beast. It was unknown how the Mirage Dragon obtained this inner core, although the ferocious beast's inner core was precious. What shocked Jiang Fei even more was another treasure, the God of Fire's Tooth. The God of Fire's Tooth was one of the 10 artifacts. It happened to be in Jiang Fei's hands. However, the God of Fire's Tooth in his hand was hundreds of thousands of years old. The Mirage Dragon's Tooth was the God of Fire's Tooth of this era. Chapter 2255, Chapter 224. Could it be possible to have two pieces of the Vulcan's Tooth at the same time? Jiang Fei was very confused. He immediately looked into the spatial ring and found that his original Vulcan's Tooth had disappeared. It seems that there can only be one item in different time and space, Jiang Fei thought to himself. At the same time, he looked carefully and found that it was not only the Vulcan's Tooth. Even the other 10-sided crystal had disappeared without a trace. Sigh. I wonder if those 10-sided crystal will return after I return to my era. Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he kept the tooth of the fire god and the other treasures in his hand. Sir, are you satisfied? The Mirage Dragon asked carefully. Hee. You are not honest. You clearly have the essence of Lee Fire, but you are not willing to use it to buy your life. It seems that in your eyes, this treasure is more important than your life. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Ah! The Mirage Dragon was stunned. He did have the essence of Lee Fire, but he was not willing to take it out because he thought that these things were enough to get rid of Jiang Fei. He did not expect that not only did they know that he had hidden the treasure, but they also gave him their names. The Mirage Dragon thought about it carefully. No one knew that he had obtained the essence of Lee Fire. At that time, the few people who knew about it were all killed by him. This should have happened without anyone knowing. How did the dragon before him know? Actually, the Mirage Dragon did not know. The one who betrayed him was himself. The more he treasured the essence of Lee Fire, the more he wanted it. However, he thought about it. How could Jiang Fei, who had activated mind reading, not know about it? Cut the crap. Hand over the essence of fire, or I'll get it myself, Jiang Fei said as he lowered his face. Although the essence of fire was not a 10-sided crystal, it was even more precious. Although it could not help a cultivator in battle. However, it was a divine weapon that fire elementalists dreamed of cultivating. If a fire elementalist could bring the essence of fire with him when he cultivated, not only would he be able to absorb fire-type spiritual energy twice as fast, but the fire-type spiritual energy that he extracted would also be purer. It was also because of this that the Mirage Dragon's cultivation speed was so fast. When he was cultivating, it would cause a drought in the surroundings, causing the surface of the Redwater Lake to shrink continuously. Having enjoyed this kind of cultivation treatment, the Mirage Dragon was naturally unwilling to give up on the essence of Lee Fire. He even took out one of the 10 crystal artifacts, the Tooth of the God of Fire. He was not willing to give up the essence of Lee Fire. But now, Jiang Fei had asked for it by name. The Mirage Dragon wanted to argue. But from Jiang Fei's expression, it seemed that he had already confirmed that the essence of Lee Fire was in his hands. It might even be for that thing. To be honest, the Mirage Dragon really was not willing to give up the essence of Lee Fire. But the problem was, what could it do? If the other party came because of this thing, would they let it go if he did not call it out? Fine! In the end, the Mirage Dragon gritted its teeth. If it lost its life, what was the use of this treasure? Since the other party already knew, it was obvious that the treasure could not be kept. What? Have you thought it through? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. The Mirage Dragon nodded and then said to Jiang Fei, Sir, I can offer the essence of Lee Fire, but I have a request. Oh! Jiang Fei was slightly surprised. Actually, he already knew where the Mirage Dragon hid the essence of Lee Fire through mind reading. However, he still asked with interest. What request? Tell me. I want to get the approval of the dragon race, the Mirage Dragon said. Actually, this request was the common dream of every mixed-blood dragon, although they hated their dragon father a little. However, if their dragon father was willing to accept them, most of the mixed-race dragon people would be very happy to return to their father's side. This is not up to me. Jiang Fei shook his head. This was not something that would happen in a few 100,000 years. If he was in power, it would only be a matter of words to acknowledge the mixed-race dragon people. However, now that he was not recognized by the dragon race, it was still a matter of words. I know that this matter is not that simple. I only need a chance. A chance to prove myself to the dragon race, the Mirage Dragon suddenly said excitedly. Jiang Fei thought for a moment. He could not bear to reject the Mirage Dragon so easily. So, he said to him, "How about this? You wait here for my news first. If the time is right, I will come and inform you." "All right. It's a deal." The dragon immediately nodded. Although the dragon race had many shortcomings, such as lust and greed, at least one thing was recognized by all the races. That was keeping their word. Therefore, when Jiang Fei said this, the dragon was relieved. No matter how hateful the dragon race was, as long as they agreed to something, they would definitely do it. Then, the Mirage Dragon turned around and jumped into the water again. A moment later, he returned with the essence of Leaf Fire. "Master, this is the essence of Leaf Fire." The Mirage Dragon held a small exquisite brocade box in his hand. At that moment, his eyes were filled with reluctance. However, he still resolutely handed the brocade box to Jiang Fei. "Okay." Jiang Fei took the brocade box and opened the lid. He saw a small flame burning inside the box. The flame was not hot, nor did it have a burning medium. It just burned out of thin air, and it would never go out. "Very good." Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction and put away the essence of fire. "Master, I will wait for you here," the Mirage Dragon said, and returned to the Crimson Water Lake. Now that he did not have the essence of fire, although his cultivation speed would be much slower, the Crimson Water Lake would not be exhausted. "All right, let's go!" Jiang Fei was satisfied with his loot. Of course, he did not want to stay here any longer. "Okay." Bai Wei nodded. Seeing that her master had gotten so many good things, she was really happy. However, Old Black was not so happy. Jiang Fei did not kill the Mirage Dragon. He only extorted a sum of money from him. In that case, the Mirage Dragon would definitely put the blame on him. When Jiang Fei was around, the Mirage Dragon might not do anything to Old Black. However, Jiang Fei was just a passerby. If he left, wouldn't Old Black be the unlucky one? "Sigh, it seems that I can't stay here anymore. I have to find another place to settle down." Old Black made up his mind. In order to prevent the Mirage Dragon from taking revenge on him, he decided to leave Redwater Lake after he served Jiang Fei. "Master, where are we going?" Although Old Black was a guide, Jiang Fei still had to decide where to go. "Other than Redwater Lake, is there any other interesting places here?" Jiang Fei asked. "I heard that there is a very powerful race of ferocious beasts in the mountains to the east. They should have a lot of treasures there." Therefore, Old Black had already determined that Jiang Fei was a dragon who came out to fight. Therefore, he began to lure Jiang Fei to the territory of the relatively wealthy ferocious beasts. Chapter 2256, Chapter 2249 Cheongqi. Air. "All right, let's go then." Jiang Fei could tell that Old Black had misunderstood him. However, he did not intend to correct him. Although he did not intend to turn this trip into a robbery trip, he wanted to take a walk. It would be helpful for him to find his way home. After that, Jiang Fei and the others set off again. They flew straight to the east. About 2 days later, Jiang Fei and the other two arrived at the outside of a small valley. Although they had not entered the valley yet, Jiang Fei could already feel several powerful auras from within the valley. Although these experts were not as strong as him, they were already at the level of a celestial lord. "What kind of race is this?" Jiang Fei asked. "The Cheongqi race lives here," Old Black answered. "Cheongqi?" Jiang Fei was stunned. This name was somewhat familiar to him. It seemed to be recorded in the ancient Earth's literature. "Yes, they are all as strong as mountains," Old Black said, as if he was a little afraid. "Let's go and have a look," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "Yes." Old Black was a little hesitant at first. However, when he thought of Jiang Fei's identity as a dragon, he became calm. If it was only him, Old Black would definitely stay as far away as possible. The Cheongqi clan was not reasonable people. They were brutal and bloodthirsty. If you did not provoke them, they would provoke you. Therefore, no one was willing to approach their territory. This was also the reason why there were no high-level ferocious beasts living within a few thousand miles. After the three of them landed, Old Black did not dare to be the first to walk. However, Bai Wei was not afraid of a tiger. She took the lead and walked forward. Jiang Fei smiled. With him around, Bai Wei would not be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he did not stop them and followed behind Bai Wei. When Old Black saw Jiang Fei and Bai Wei walking in front, he looked around. He was afraid that a Cheongqi would jump out from behind him. Therefore, he quickly followed them. The three of them had not walked for long. Before they reached the entrance of the valley, A powerful aura swept past them. Have we been discovered so quickly? Jiang Fei smiled in his heart. But he did not say anything. They're here. Old Black was shocked. He knew that they had been discovered by the Cheongqi clan. However, because Jiang Fei was a dragon, he was not too afraid. Brother, someone is trying to test us. Isn't he being a little too impolite? Bai Wei pouted and said, it was impolite to use one's spiritual power to skin others. Don't worry. They will show themselves soon. Jiang Fei smiled. He could already feel several experts surrounding them. After a moment, Jiang Fei felt 4 powerful auras hiding behind them. However, there was a large group of people coming from the front. Good heavens! They are going to make dumplings for us! Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. These people were clearly not warning or chasing them away. They were clearly prepared to surround and annihilate them. This habit of killing everyone without a word was really overbearing. After another 10 seconds, dozens of figures appeared not far ahead. They are here! Old Black said. Yes! Jiang Fei stood there calmly. Bai Wei was slightly excited. He had never seen such a big scene before. From the beginning to the end, Bai Wei had never been afraid. After all, with such a dragon master by their side, who would dare to touch them? Master, please be careful. These Cheongqi are all mentally ill. They might not care about your identity. Old Black was a little worried. Although the dragon race ruled over tens of thousands of races and had absolute authority, there were always some foolish green races. They did not care about the dragon race's revenge. If they provoked them, they would kill them without fail. Otherwise, there would not be so many young dragons who went out to train and die halfway. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he did not come here to rob them, he did not mind earning some extra money if someone came to him. Who are you people? Why are you trespassing our territory? The leader of the Cheongqi group was a middle-aged man. From his appearance alone, he was not a good person. This person was more than 10 feet tall, with a strong body and a fierce face. We accidentally passed by this place. Please forgive us if we disturbed you, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Passing by? The man raised his eyebrows, and then looked at Jiang Fei and the other two up and down. Black Bear, you came from the west. Right. The strong man seemed to know Old Black. Yes. Old Black nodded. He had been in the underworld for so many years, so it was not strange that he was recognized by others. Last time I went out to eat a bear paw. I didn't see you. I didn't expect you to come to me today. The brawny man laughed loudly. You? Although Old Black knew that he couldn't beat her, he was still furious after being humiliated by her. Little girl, I didn't see it. You are actually a mixed-blood dragon man? The brawny man ignored Old Black and turned to Bai Wei. So what if I am? Bai Wei said with her hands on her waist. Hee hee. I have never eaten dragon meat in my life. Although it is not easy to find a dragon, it is okay to eat a mixed race, the brawny man said as he licked the corner of his mouth. Alright. This guy is really looking for death. Old Black was relieved. If this Cheongqi only made a little noise and did not anger Jiang Fei, he would at most be like the Mirage Dragon. He would just be extorted for a little while. However, now that this guy actually said that he wanted to eat dragon meat, how could a dragon like Jiang Fei endure it? Therefore, Old Black's original anger instantly subsided. He was now calmly watching the Cheongqi in front of him seeking his own death. Brother! Bai Wei also knew that she could not defeat this guy. Therefore, she turned her head to look at Jiang Fei. That tender-skinned kid. Which race are you from? I don't know if I've eaten it before. The brawny man finally turned his gaze to Jiang Fei. I think you've never eaten it before. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Alright, kid. You're not afraid at all. The brawny man laughed. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? Could it be that you can eat me? Jiang Fei laughed. I'll eat you if I want to eat you. The brawny man suddenly roared and charged at Jiang Fei. Whoosh! Mighty force punched Jiang Fei in the face. At the same time, the brawny man used his other hand to pull out a black tiger's heart. Get down. Jiang Fei attacked at lightning speed. Before the brawny man could see Jiang Fei's actions clearly, he felt his wrist sink. It was obvious that he had been grabbed. Immediately after, he felt half of his body go numb. He could not be controlled anymore. Pa! As soon as Jiang Fei finished speaking, the brawny man was thrown to the ground. Until now, he did not know how he had fallen. Kid, you're courting death. The brawny man was embarrassed in front of so many juniors. He immediately became angry out of humiliation. He transformed back into his original form. It was as big as an ox. Looked like a tiger. and had spikes like hedgehogs all over its back. Moreover, it was a monster with wings. Chapter 2257, Chapter 2251d. Woof. The monster let out a howl. However, it would have been better if it did not bark. This howl almost made Jiang Fei laugh to death, because its bark was no different from a dog's. Perhaps it felt Jiang Fei's ridicule. The monster that was the brawny man became even more embarrassed and angry. It suddenly pounced over and smacked Jiang Fei's face with its tiger claws. Swoosh. Jiang Fei dodged slightly and dodged. After the Qiongqi missed, it lifted its hind legs and kicked Jiang Fei's chest. Hee hee. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. It seemed that this Qiongqi was nothing new. It was just like a tiger. One pounce. One lift. One cut. It was only these 3 moves. However, Jiang Fei did not plan to let the Qiongqi finish these 3 moves. When the Qiongqi's hind legs were lifted, he suddenly jumped up and rode on the Qiongqi's back. Woof. A woof. The Qiongqi was furious. He twisted his body crazily and jumped back and forth, tried to throw Jiang Fei off. The ferocious beast had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. Being ridden on by someone was a great humiliation. Behave yourself. Jiang Fei reached out his left hand and patted the Qiongqi's head. Immediately, the Qiongqi felt a huge force coming from the top of his head. His head buzzed, and he could see stars in front of his eyes. After all, the Qiongqi clan was famous for their immense strength. Now that he had just been slapped by someone, it was as if his head had been hammered. This person's strength was clearly far above his. Damn it! What are you all looking at? Attack together. Kill him. The brawny man knew that he was not a match for Jiang Fei in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, he ungracefully called his subordinates to attack Jiang Fei together. Hee hee. Those little guys should not come up. It will only increase the casualties. It's better for the 4 at the back to attack together. Jiang Fei smiled calmly. Then, he jumped down from the back of the brawny man's monster form and returned to Bai Wei's side. Humph. Kid. So what have you found us? That's right. You're very strong. None of us are your match. However, if the 5 of us join forces, we will definitely kill you today. The 4 people who had previously surrounded Jiang Fei and the others also appeared. These are the Qiongqi 5 brothers. Old Black reminded them. Do you know them? Jiang Fei asked. I've heard of them. Old Black paused for a moment and then continued. These 5 people are not good people. I heard that they have destroyed more than a dozen species of ferocious beasts. So cruel? Jiang Fei frowned. Although ferocious beasts would hunt each other, he had never heard of them being wiped out because of that. These guys are very cruel. Old Black whispered. Kid, it's time for you to die. The brawny man said to Jiang Fei angrily. All right, cut the crap. All of you, attack together. Jiang Fei said with a sneer. He did not want to commit any more murders. But since these guys were so cruel, he did not mind killing them for the people. There was a saying that killing evil was good. Today, Jiang Fei was going to free these Qiongqi. Kid, you are so arrogant. Brothers, attack together. The brawny man called out and was the first to charge forward. Okay. The other 4 Qiongqi also transformed into their original forms and charged forward. Humph. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. A terrifying spiritual power radiated out. The 5 Qiongqi that charged forward instantly seemed to be frozen in place. Woof. Roar. The 5 Qiongqis roared and stopped in front of Jiang Fei. Although they were in beast form, one could still see the pain on their faces. After all, the 5 Qiongqis were all immortal tier masters with combat power of more than 50 million. If Jiang Fei were to fight them head-on, it would really take a lot of effort. However, do not forget, Jiang Fei's greatest reliance had never been on strength. It was his mind power. Therefore, when the 5 Qiongqi pounced on him, Jiang Fei immediately used his mind power hammer and slammed all 5 of them into the ground. Swish! 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 Jiang Fei attacked again. This time, his mind power turned into sharp needles and pierced into the consciousness of the Qiongqi. Arg! The 5 Qiongqi cried out in pain. Then, they fell to the ground and rolled back and forth. Oh no! The ancestors have been defeated. Run! The ancestors have lost. The descendants of the 5 Qiongqi brothers instantly scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, they had all disappeared without a trace. After all, the Qiongqi clan was used to being lawless, with their own powerful strength. When the 5 Qiongqi brothers treated outsiders, they did not leave any room for others to live. Now that they were finished, Would the beasts that had been persecuted take a detour around their descendants? Therefore, when the little Cheongchi brothers saw that their 5 ancestors had been defeated, they immediately packed their things and ran away. At the same time that the little Cheongchi brothers ran away, Old Black was shocked. Although he knew that Jiang Fei was very powerful and was a real dragon, the problem was that a real dragon would not be able to defeat the 5 Cheongchi brothers in a one-on-one fight. Could it be that Jiang Fei was an elder of the dragon race? My brother is really powerful. Bai Wei did not have many thoughts. She had never left the small valley. Although the elders had told her about the dragon race, they usually described the cruelty and lewdness of the dragon race as if they were telling a story. However, they did not describe the strength of the dragon race in detail. Therefore, in Bai Wei's heart, the dragon race should be so powerful. It was natural for Jiang Fei to crush the Cheongchi 5 brothers. However, Old Black was not a little girl like Bai Wei, who had not seen the world before. He was once lucky enough to meet a green-eyed white dragon who had just matured. Although that fellow was powerful, he was only slightly stronger than the Mirage Dragon. He might not even be able to win against one of the Cheongchi 5 brothers, let alone one against 5. Although the green-eyed white dragon clan dominated the entire 5 corners of the world, it did not mean that any ordinary dragon in their clan would be able to defeat the experts of the various clans. For a clan like the Cheongchi, which had extraordinary talent, their strength was even stronger than the average green-eyed white dragon. However, the number of individuals of these clans were usually very small. Moreover, they were not a match for the elders of the dragon clan. Therefore, when Jiang Fei made his move today, Old Black was certain that he was a high-level dragon that was above the elder level. After defeating the 5 Cheongchi brothers, Jiang Fei hesitated. He was considering whether he should kill the 5 of them or keep them. If he killed them, the 5 immortal-level beast corpses, those were top-grade materials for refining the blood alchemy pill. However, if he could recruit them, the benefits would be even greater. Master, are you considering keeping them? Old Black saw through Jiang Fei's thoughts. Yes. Jiang Fei did not hide it. I advise you to give up on that idea, Old Black said. Oh. Why? Jiang Fei asked. Because the Cheongchi clan is very untrustworthy. Even if they are loyal to you, they have no loyalty at all. Even if you sign a blood contract with them, it won't do. They have a talent that allows them to gradually absorb the power of the blood contract in their bodies. It won't be long before you lose control of them, Old Black explained. Chapter 2258, Chapter 2251, Flaming Rhinoceros Horn. Oh! When Jiang Fei heard that, he immediately dismissed the idea of keeping the 5 Cheongchi brothers. Previously, Jiang Fei wanted to keep them because he had the dragon's blood contract as a guarantee. No matter how ferocious these guys were, as long as they were bound by the blood contract, they would have to obey obediently. However, if the Cheongchi clan could cancel the blood contract on their own, then Jiang Fei would not dare to keep these ferocious people by his side. Otherwise, if these people betrayed him, although Jiang Fei was not afraid, Bai Wei would be in danger. Moreover, Jiang Fei had so many secrets. If he let some unreliable people stay by his side, it would still be a risk. Therefore, in the end, Jiang Fei decided to nip all the risks in the bud. Since he could not keep these 5 Cheongchi as his henchmen, it was also a good choice to keep their bodies to refine pills. After making his decision, Jiang Fei immediately made his move. His terrifying, suffocating spiritual power surged out and instantly wiped out the consciousness of the 5 Cheongchis. Only 5 bodies were left in front of him. Swoosh! Jiang Fei opened the inheritance space and put the 5 Cheongki's physical bodies into it. He placed them together with the dragon corpse so that he could refine the blood alchemy pills when he was convenient in the future. When Jiang Fei finished off the 5 Cheongchi brothers, Old Black was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Fei had done it too easily. The 5 Cheongchi brothers, who caused the disaster, did not even put up much of a fight before they were killed. Sir! Sir! Are they all dead? Old Black asked with an expression of disbelief. Yes, Jiang Fei said calmly. Sir, you really have boundless mana. Old Black did not know what to say to compliment Jiang Fei. Alright, let's go in and take a look. Jiang Fei smiled. He had been in a high position for a long time, so he was almost immune to these flattery. Yes. Alright. Old Black nodded repeatedly. At this time, there was no longer any danger in the valley. The 5 Cheongchi brothers had been killed, and their descendants had long run away. Now, there was only an empty valley left in this place. After Jiang Fei and the other 2 entered the valley, They found that there was nothing interesting here. Although these Cheongchi brothers were a source of trouble, they were not a race that liked to enjoy themselves. They lived in some simple caves. They did not have any treasures to decorate their caves. These 5 big caves should be where the 5 brothers live. Right. When they came to the depths of the valley, Jiang Fei and the others found 5 huge caves. These caves were clearly much more spacious than the other caves. It should be. Old Black was not very sure. It was also his first time entering the valley that the Cheongchi had occupied. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Fei took the lead and walked in. Although the little Cheongchi had taken some things with them when they escaped, they did not have the time to search because they were in a hurry. Especially the residents of the 5 Cheongchi brothers. The little Cheongchi did not dare to enter. After walking into one of the larger caves, Jiang Fei felt a pungent stench. Bai Wei pinched her nose and looked at him with disdain. Phew! Jiang Fei waved his hand, and a gust of strong wind blew away the pungent stench. Good guy! Even Old Black could not help but admire them. These Cheongchi really did not like to be clean. They actually ate their prey in their own cave. Moreover, they did not clean up the remains and broken bones. After so many years, the smell was too good to be true. Hee hee! There really is something! Jiang Fei waved his hand, and a true immortal level beast inner core flew into his hand. As the Cheongchi clan did not know how to forge weapons, and with their personality, no one dared to trade with them. Therefore, no one wanted the inner cores after they hunted the beasts. They just threw them among the remains of the bones. As he walked deeper into the cave, Jiang Fei picked up more than a dozen inner cores from the beasts. Some of the inner cores had already lost their essence due to damage. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not want them. Brother, it'll help you. Although Bai Wei hated the smell here, she was happy to help Jiang Fei. After so many days of learning, she was already able to identify many useful materials. Among them, the inner core was the easiest to identify. Sure. Jiang Fei smiled. The reason why he left Bai Wei behind was so that he could slack off. As the 3 of them continued to walk into the inner part of the cave, the stench became stronger and stronger. When they reached the end, Jiang Fei could not blow it out even if he wanted to because the smell was already very strong. The corpses of various ferocious beasts were piled up together. Many of them had already rotted away. I'm impressed. I can't believe that I can sleep in such a place. Jiang Fei really could not understand the living habits of the Cheongchi clan. Brother, there's nothing good about the inner cores here. Bai Wei pouted. Clearly, the smell in this place was very difficult for her to accept. Although Bai Wei had hunted ferocious beasts in the small valley before, she always ate outside the cave abode. After eating, she had to go to the pond to wash up. Only then did she return to the cave abode to rest. Moreover, the cave abode was often cleaned. It was not as messy as these Cheongchi. However, if Bai Wei was as messy as these Cheongchi, Jiang Fei would not be able to focus on refining pills in her cave abode. It's fine if you don't have any. Jiang Fei smiled. In this era, the inner cores of true immortal level ferocious beasts were not very valuable. Brother, let's go! Bai Wei really did not want to stay any longer. Wait! At this moment, Jiang Fei's spiritual power discovered something interesting. Whoosh! Jiang Fei casually swept out a stream of astral energy. This astral energy swept away the rotten meat in front of him, revealing a broken horn inside. Flame Rhino Horn! This thing is not bad. Jiang Fei smiled slightly, and then kept the treasure in his bag. This treasure was used to cure fire poison. If it was injured by an expert, the opponent's spiritual energy would remain in the body. Then, normal healing medicine could not cure it. The only way to cure it was to remove the remaining spiritual energy. However, with the antidote pill made from the Flame Rhino Horn, if it was injured by a fire-type expert, then the fire poison in the body could be cured with the pill. After that, the injury could be healed very quickly. Let's go! After obtaining the Flaming Rhino Horn, Jiang Fei walked out of the cave in satisfaction. After that, Jiang Fei went to the other caves. However, other than the inner core of the ferocious beast, there were not many good harvests. After all, when the Cheongchi was hunting, they did not deliberately choose the type of ferocious beast. Most of the ferocious beasts did not have anything valuable other than fur. Moreover, Jiang Fei was not very interested in the fur of the ferocious beast. After a round of searching, Jiang Fei and the other 2 left the small valley. After all, the smell in the valley was not suitable for overnight stays. Chapter 2259, Chapter 2252, Roasted Bear's Paw. My lord, where do you want to go next? Old Black's attitude had changed. Previously, He was not very willing to be Jiang Fei's guide. Now, he even wanted to follow Jiang Fei, especially after seeing how easily Jiang Fei killed the Qiongqi 5 brothers. Old Black was even more shocked by Jiang Fei's strength. Therefore, he felt that following Jiang Fei might actually be a good choice. I don't have any specific plans. Why don't you go back? We can take a walk around. This time, Jiang Fei did not want Old Black to be his guide. The places where Old Black had brought him were almost all his enemies. Although Jiang Fei had also received a lot of benefits, no one liked the feeling of being used by others. However, on account of the fact that he had gained a lot both times, Jiang Fei planned to let Old Black go and spare his life. After all, killing Old Black would only mean getting a good ferocious beast corpse. In this era, the corpse of a ferocious beast of Old Black's level was not a rare thing. Age? Old Black was a little dumbfounded. He did not expect Jiang Fei to chase him away. Let's go! Jiang Fei's expression did not look too good. This had scared Old Black badly. Master, I know my mistake. I don't dare to. Old Black knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. If Jiang Fei had only chased him away, it would have been fine. However, if he was angered by Jiang Fei's actions, he would not have been able to save his own life. All right, you can go now. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Old Black counted a few times and ran away. Brother, are you going to let him off just like that? Although Bai Wei was a girl, she was born as a ferocious beast. She had been educated since she was young that the strong preyed on the weak. Therefore, she was probably better than Jiang Fei when it came to killing. Forget it. Jiang Fei waved his hand. He did not want to commit too many murders in this era. After all, no one knew who had an important influence on the future generations. If Jiang Fei killed someone, it would have a huge influence on the future generations. It would cause a huge change in the future generations. When that happened, it might cause even greater trouble. Oh! Bai Wei nodded unhappily. She was actually looking forward to the proposal that Jiang Fei had made previously. Alright, don't be unhappy. Let's go somewhere else to play. Jiang Fei smiled and rubbed Bai Wei's little head. He had turned her hair into a small bird's nest. You're so annoying. Bai Wei broke free from Jiang Fei's demonic claws and smoothed her hair. Then, she asked, Brother, where are we going next? Let's just walk around. Why do we need to have a clear purpose? Jiang Fei had also thought it through. The chances of him blindly looking for a way to return was very small. It was so small that it was negligible. Therefore, he might as well open his mind and experience the 5 directions of the world in this era. That might be helpful for his breakthrough in his strength. Alright. Bai Wei nodded. Then, Jiang Fei and Bai Wei rose into the air again and flew in a random direction. Brother, I'm hungry. After flying for a short while, Bai Wei shouted that she was hungry. Oh, what do you want to eat then? Jiang Fei asked as he had a lot of dry rations with him. I want to eat roasted bear paw. Bai Wei had not forgotten about the roasted bear paw until now. Dot! Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Although he had a lot of delicious food, the roasted bear paw was not one of them. Moreover, Bai Wei might not even be interested in the ordinary bear paw. What she wanted to eat was definitely the bear paw of a ferocious beast. But the bear has run away. Where are we going to get bear paws? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. HMM. Bai Wei scratched her little head and thought for a moment. Then, she said, I'll think of a way. Ah? Jiang Fei was stunned. However, at that moment, Bai Wei had already landed. Jiang Fei had no choice but to follow her. When he landed on the ground, Bai Wei had already reverted to her original form. A beautiful white tiger appeared in front of Jiang Fei. However, the fur on its body was curled up like dragon scales. There was a pair of wings on its back. Roar! This time, Jiang Fei knew what a tiger's roar was. Following Bai Wei's roar, the entire forest fell silent. So, there's a bear now? Jiang Fei asked in confusion. Roar! Roar! Roar roar! Within a few seconds of Bai Wei's roar, a large number of roars could be heard from the forest. He! Found it! Bai Wei returned to her human form and rushed in a direction. This girl is quite smart. Jiang Fei finally understood what Bai Wei was doing. This girl had just suppressed her power, so the pressure from her roar was only at the level of a beginner true immortal. In a forest filled with ferocious beasts, a strange and not particularly strong ferocious beast suddenly appeared. She was even roaring and provoking all the ferocious beasts in the forest. How could the local owner not curse? However, when these ferocious beasts responded, Bai Wei noticed that there were no bear-type ferocious beasts among them. This time, she finally found the location of the bear's paw. So, she ran quickly. Jiang Fei was not in a hurry. He slowly followed behind Bai Wei because his spiritual power had already scanned the entire forest. The strongest ferocious beast here was only on par with Bai Wei. The bear-type ferocious beast was much weaker than Bai Wei. It was impossible for it to threaten her. When Jiang Fei arrived at the bear-type ferocious beast's nest, Bai Wei was already licking her blood-stained claws. Meanwhile, a strong brown bear was lying on the side. "Brother, how do you make a roasted bear paw? Do you just put it on the fire and burn it?" Bai Wei returned to her human form and looked at Jiang Fei innocently. Although she was craving for roasted bear paw, she had been eating it raw for her entire life. She really did not know how to make a roasted bear paw. "Sigh. Forget it. I'll grill it. This era is really extravagant." Jiang Fei sighed. Although this brown bear was not very strong, it had the power of a true immortal. In his era, it was considered a powerful force. However, in the end, it was just food for others. Moreover, in Jiang Fei's era, even if someone killed a beast to this level, who would be willing to grill it and eat it? Even if they did not know how to refine the blood alchemy pill, they had to make the best use of it. Who would be willing to waste what was needed to refine pills and weapons? However, hundreds of thousands of years ago, true immortal level ferocious beasts were everywhere. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not so stingy. He decided to join Bai Wei in the luxury. Very soon, the brown bear was stripped of its tendons and skin. Then, Jiang Fei removed its bones and placed it on the grill. At the same time, Jiang Fei had prepared all kinds of seasonings for it. With a snap of Jiang Fei's finger, a raging flame started burning. After a moment, the fragrance of the roasted meat spread out. Chapter 2260, Chapter 2253. The True Dragon Race's Powerhouse. "It smells so good. Is this the roasted bear paw?" Bai Wei was so unreserved that she almost drooled. "Sigh. Such a pretty girl. She really hasn't seen the world." Jiang Fei sighed. The ferocious beasts of this era were really simple. As time passed, the bear paw and bear meat on the grill gradually turned brown. Golden grease flowed down and dripped onto the flame, causing sparks to explode. As the sparks disappeared, the aroma of the roasted meat became even stronger. At that moment, Jiang Fei began to put in all kinds of spices for the roasted meat. As the spices were added, the aroma of the roasted meat became even more alluring. Bai Wei, who was standing beside him, could not help but extend her little claws. "Paw!" Jiang Fei gently pushed away Bai Wei's little claws and said to her, "It's not cooked yet. You won't be able to eat anything good in such a hurry." "Oh." Bai Wei nodded, but she could not help but swallow her saliva. After a while, the roast meat was completely done. Jiang Fei took out a bear paw and handed it to Bai Wei. At the same time, he told her, "Be careful. It's hot." "Okay." Bai Wei nodded and was about to take the roasted bear paw. However, at that moment, a white shadow flashed past. The roasted bear paw in Jiang Fei's hand had disappeared. F***CK! Jiang Fei was shocked. With his strength, he did not even notice that someone was approaching. He could not even see who the other party was. Just how strong was this guy? Jiang Fei did not care about throwing a bear paw. However, if this person had evil intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Friend, can you show yourself?" Jiang Fei said in a loud voice. Dot. After waiting for a moment, Jiang Fei did not receive any response. "Brother, what happened just now?" Bai Wei was confused. She did not even see the white shadow. "Friend, is it not good to come out and meet?" Jiang Fei asked again. Dot. There was still no answer. "Friend." This time, before Jiang Fei could finish his words, the white shadow appeared again. However, Jiang Fei still did not see the person's face clearly. He could only vaguely recognize that the person was a human figure. The white shadow flashed past. The bear meat on the barbecue grill was swept clean. Then, the white shadow disappeared again. "Brother, all of our barbecue meat is gone." Bai Wei was on the verge of tears. She had waited so hard for so long. In the end, before she could even have a bite, all of the barbecue meat was gone. "It's okay. There's still a lot of bear meat." Jiang Fei patted Bai Wei's head. The barbecue bear meat was not a big deal. However, the white shadow was the real problem. Without the barbecue bear meat, Jiang Fei could take the test at any time. The bear's meat weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. Bai Wei and Jiang Fei would never be able to finish it. However, The white shadow was too terrifying. Jiang Fei could not feel at ease until he appeared. Oh! Bai Wei nodded. Then, she cut off a lot of bear meat. At the same time, she did not forget to cut a bear paw for herself and handed it to Jiang Fei. This time, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to grill it. He placed the meat on the grill and waited quietly. Brother, why aren't you grilling it? Bai Wei asked. Yeah, why aren't you grilling it? Before Jiang Fei could say anything, someone on the tree next to him chimed in. Whoosh! Jiang Fei suddenly looked up and saw an old man with a white beard sitting on the branch above him. The old man was holding a big bone club in his hand and eating the meat on it. This roasted bear leg was obviously the one that he had just snatched from the barbecue rack. So powerful! Jiang Fei thought to himself. He could not see through the old man's strength at all. However, his intuition told him that this old man was even more powerful than the hidden dragon boss. Yu Ting. After all, even Yu Ting could not do it right above Jiang Fei's head. He could not even notice it. Senior, since you took my barbecue, why don't you show yourself? Jiang Fei raised his head and asked. Although the old man's strength was extremely terrifying, Jiang Fei had seen it before. Although he was far from being a match for him, on the surface, he still looked calm and collected. Hee, I did not hide myself. You can't blame me for not seeing it, the old man said shamelessly as he chewed on the barbecue. Then I really have wronged you. Senior. Jiang Fei smiled faintly and did not argue with the old man. Young man, you haven't answered my question yet. Why aren't you roasting? The old man asked as he ate. Senior, before I answer, can I ask you something first? Jiang Fei did not answer the old man's question. Instead, he asked the old man. Oh, interesting. Ask away. It was the first time the old man had seen someone dare to talk to him like that. Therefore, his curiosity was piqued. Do you know why I want to grill meat? Jiang Fei asked. Of course. It's to eat. Didn't that little girl also want to eat? The old man answered matter-of-factly. But did we eat it? Jiang Fei asked again. The old man was stunned. Yes. The meat that they had spent a long time roasting had all been snatched away by him alone. They did not even get to eat a single strand of hair. Interesting. Little fellow. How dare you talk to me like that? Although the old man's tone was interrogative, there was a smile on his face. Anyway, you have no intention of killing me. Why should I cower? Jiang Fei asked back. Ha ha ha. Interesting. The old man jumped down from the tree branch and jumped in front of Jiang Fei, until the old man and Jiang Fei were almost face to face. Jiang Fei finally felt a faint trace of dragon's might from the old man. Good lord. Is this the real dragon expert? Jiang Fei was shocked. Although he had confirmed the old man's identity, he could not help but be amazed at the decline of the world of the five directions. In Jiang Fei's era, he was the strongest person other than a hidden boss like Yu Ting. The elders of the dragon race were far from being his match. However, today, the strength of the dragon race in front of him had completely shocked Jiang Fei. It also made him understand why the dragon race was able to rule over all the races. Even if there were true immortal level ferocious beasts everywhere in this era, they would not be able to resist the rule of the dragon race. Little fellow, whose descendant are you? Why are you together with a mixed blood draconin? It seems that she is not your descendant either? The old man asked curiously. You have so many questions. I can't answer them all at once. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? Jiang Fei said to the old man as he lit up the barbecue. Sure. Seeing that Jiang Fei was starting to barbecue again, the old man did not plan to leave. He sat down beside Jiang Fei. Let me talk about her first. She is not someone's descendant. Originally, she was just an ordinary white tiger. I gave her some medicine, and that's how she became like this. Dragon saliva fruit? The old man rolled his eyes. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. What a disgrace. The old man sighed. Things like dragon saliva fruit were just a disgrace. It was not like the dragon's soul grass or the blood alchemy pill that was refined from the dragon's corpse. Therefore, it was not too taboo for the dragon race. What about you? The old man asked again. Chapter 2261, Chapter 2254. Rest assured. Me? Jiang Fei smiled and said to the old man. What do you think? I think. The old man looked at Jiang Fei up and down with interest. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, was busy roasting the bear meat. It seemed that he was not only concerned about the super expert beside him. How is it? Did you see anything? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. You're very strange. The old man frowned. The dragon aura around Jiang Fei was very strong. This was definitely not a purity that a mixed-blood draconid could achieve. Although there was a hint of impurity, this should have been caused by the injury. Therefore, the old man was almost certain that Jiang Fei was a pure-blood draconid. However, he knew all the members of the dragon race, but he had never seen Jiang Fei before. With Jiang Fei's strength, even in the dragon race, he was definitely not a nobody. The old man was certain that if Jiang Fei was really a dragon, it was impossible for him not to have seen him before. However, the pure dragon blood on his body could not be faked. Therefore, this made the old man very surprised. Hee. The meat is ready. Would you like to try it? Jiang Fei handed over a piece of roasted bear meat and said, "MMM." The old man took the roasted bear meat and started eating it. It seemed that he was not afraid of Jiang Fei poisoning him at all. Brother, I want it too. Bai Wei, who was standing at the side, could not wait any longer. Although she had seen the old man, with her strength, she could not see through the old man's background at all. Moreover, Jiang Fei was chatting and laughing with the old man. The old man did not have any hostility, so Bai Wei ignored him. Come! Hey, raise your roasted bear paw. Jiang Fei handed a roasted bear paw to Bai Wei. The little girl had been clamoring for it for a long time. What? Bai Wei took the roasted bear paw and started eating it. The temperature was nothing to a fire-type beast like her. Ha. It's delicious. Come! Give me another piece. The old man had already finished another piece of roasted meat. Then, he reached out his hand again. Moreover, he seemed to have forgotten about Jiang Fei's identity. He just ate the meat one bite at a time. He did not ask Jiang Fei anymore. The old man did not ask anymore. Jiang Fei did not take the initiative to say anything. He just continued to roast the meat. Then, he chatted idly with the old man. Bai Wei, who was at the side, did not understand. However, the old man and Jiang Fei understood in their hearts. Neither of them had forgotten about this. They were just trying to be patient. As the top expert of the dragon race, the old man suddenly saw Jiang Fei, a stranger with pure dragon blood. How could he not find out about Jiang Fei's identity? Jiang Fei knew that the old man would not let the matter rest. Right now, the two of them were just trying to be patient and see who could not hold on first. Burp! Bai Wei was already full after eating a few pieces of bear meat. Jiang Fei's appetite was even smaller. After eating a piece of roasted bear meat, he was full. However, the old man's stomach was like a bottomless pit. Jiang Fei roasted the bear, and he ate it. After half a day, the giant bear that weighed more than 1,000 pounds was almost eaten. However, the old man still did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Senior, this bear meat is almost gone. Why don't I ask Bai Wei to help you get some other prey back? Jiang Fei asked. Sure. Girl, go get some more prey back. I'm still hungry. The old man did not stand on ceremony and actually nodded in agreement. Senior, since you've already eaten, should we talk about business? Jiang Fei was still young after all. In terms of patience, he could not compete with the old man. Ha. You're still young. The old man laughed very happily. Indeed, am not as relaxed as you are. Jiang Fei laughed as well. All right, tell me, Jiang Fei, where are you from? The old man asked. Since you believe it, why do you ask? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Previously, when he was at Year Star, the frog had used mind reading to see through Jiang Fei's background. Then, before he died, he had exposed the news. Although most people did not believe it, and neither did the dragon race. The old man was clearly not among them. When he had just met Jiang Fei, he had already thought of the news that had spread before. After connecting the dots, he was certain that what the frog said was true. Sigh. I never thought that our dragon race would fall to such a state after hundreds of thousands of years. The old man sighed. Jiang Fei's words clearly acknowledged the frog's last words. Therefore, the old man also confirmed that Jiang Fei was the dragon race's sage lord after a few 100,000 years. However, when he saw Jiang Fei's strength, he could not help but sigh in his heart. The dragon race was now at its peak. Although the dragon race with Jiang Fei's strength was also an elder, there were so many of them that they could not even be counted on 2 hands. It seems that you are very disappointed? Jiang Fei asked. What do you think? The old man rolled his eyes. Actually, you don't have to be like this. In my era, the dragon race still ruled the 5 corners of the world. Jiang Fei shrugged and said, his words were not a lie. Although humans would not be under the jurisdiction of the dragon race after hundreds of thousands of years, It was all because of Jiang Fei's orders. Otherwise, with the strength of humans, they would still be massacred by the dragon race. That's even more pathetic. The old man waved his hand. If what Jiang Fei said was true, then tens of thousands of years later, all the races would really wither away. There's nothing we can do about that. The resources of the 5 directions are limited. Now, you can practice as you please. However, as time passes, the spiritual energy will be absorbed and the natural treasures will be collected. In our era, it will naturally be more difficult for everyone to practice. Jiang Fei shrugged and said, "That's true." The old man nodded. "Senior, I'm afraid that you are not an ordinary person in the dragon race." "Right?" Jiang Fei suddenly changed the topic. Hee. What do you think?" the old man asked back. However, there was a hint of arrogance in his words. "Then, do you think that with my identity, I have a place to stay in the dragon race?" Jiang Fei asked the question in his heart. His identity was too awkward. If he was not the dragon race's sage lord, then back in this era, the dragon race could accept him. But because of his status, it was hard to say. "It's hard to say." The old man frowned. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei was also their junior. It was just that he was separated by a little too many generations. He had traveled through time and space to come here. The dragon race should be welcoming him warmly. However, his status as the sage lord was too awkward. How could a dragon race have 2 sage lords at the same time? "Then, do you think it's necessary for me to go to the dragon race to meet the current sage lord?" Jiang Fei asked. "It's obvious. But it's not obvious." The old man frowned and said, "Then, what do you mean?" Jiang Fei asked again. "I mean it's not obvious," the old man said. "Why?" Jiang Fei asked curiously. "Awkward." The old man's words made Jiang Fei relax. If it was just awkward, it meant that the current dragon race sage lord was not a person who liked to be suspicious. Therefore, after he received the news, he probably would not send people to kill Jiang Fei. Chapter 2262, Chapter 2255 Hope of Return. "Senior, I still don't know how to address you," Jiang Fei asked with a smile. "You asked what my name is?" "Gun," the old man said calmly. "Ah?" Jiang Fei was stunned. Then, he frowned and said to the old man, "Senior, you have eaten and drunk. I have always treated you with respect. Now, I ask for your name. It's fine if you don't tell me. But why do you want me to get lost?" "Ha ha ha." The old man laughed out loud after hearing Jiang Fei's words. "Senior, just tell me your name. It is not a problem for me to always call you senior," Jiang Fei asked, unwilling to give up. After all, it was not often that such a strong person was encountered. If he did not even know who he was, it would be a pity. "Gun," the old man said with a strange expression. "Senior, I have always been polite to you. Even if you are strong, you can't just scold people." "Right?" Jiang Fei said unhappily. "I said that my name is Gun." The old man laughed again after he said that. It was as if it was very interesting to tease Jiang Fei like that. "My name is Gun?" Jiang Fei was stunned. At the same time, he could not help but complain in his heart. Such a ridiculous name. I must have been beaten up a lot when I was young. "Little guy, you're very interesting." The old man seemed to be very amused by Jiang Fei. Hee. Jiang Fei laughed awkwardly. Then, he said to Gun, "Senior Gun, you already know about my situation. Then, do you have a way to help me return to my era?" This. Gun frowned. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, "I really can't help you with this. However, my brother might be able to help you." "Your brother?" Jiang Fei was stunned. "Yes. His name is Wei Hao," Gun said. "Wei Hao." Jiang Fei suddenly felt that the name sounded familiar. However, he thought about it again. Wasn't this the current dragon race's sage lord? "Yes. You're right." Gun nodded. "But didn't you just say that it was best for me not to go to the dragon race to meet the sage lord?" Jiang Fei asked. "I mean, if you have nothing to do, don't go. But if you have something to do, I think he can help you," Gun said. "Really? Then he'll have to trouble Senior Gun to introduce me." Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. If he could return to his era, he would have left right away. "It's okay to introduce you. But now is not the time." Gun shook his head. "Do you have any requests?" "Senior?" Jiang Fei asked. "I don't have any requests. However, my brother is currently not in the dragon race. I don't know where he went either," Gun said with a smile. "When will he come back?" Jiang Fei asked. I'm not sure. It might take at least a year or 8 years, Gun said as he shook his head. Ah? Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. However, if Gun could not even find Wei Hao, he would be even more helpless. How about this? I'll give you one of my dragon scales. If Wei Hao returns to the dragon race, he'll contact you, Gun said after thinking for a moment. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Fei took the dragon scale respectfully and bowed to Gun. There's no need to be so polite. I'll just do you a small favor and take it as your meal fee, Gun said with a smile. Although the dragon race had thousands of bad habits, they at least kept their promises and were unwilling to accept favors from others. The dragon race had a very strange temper. If they took a fancy to your item, he could take it away from you. However, if you gave it to him, he would definitely exchange it with something of equal value or even higher. That was how it was today. Although Gun could completely crush Jiang Fei with his strength, not to mention Bai Wei, since he did not choose to snatch it openly, he would definitely not eat Jiang Fei's roasted meat for free. He had to do something to repay this favor. Senior. On the other side, Jiang Fei was about to say something polite, but Gun had already left silently. Even Jiang Fei did not realize when Gun left. Jiang Fei swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After all, Gun had already left. What was the point of saying those polite words? At that moment, Bai Wei also noticed that the white-bearded old man had disappeared. Forget it. Let's go too. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. Although Gun had left without saying goodbye, Jiang Fei's mood was much more relaxed now. Although he had also been sightseeing, the pressure in his heart was great. After all, he had no clue about the matter of returning at that time. But now, Gun had shown him a clear path. As long as he could contact Wei Hao, Jiang Fei could return to his era. Therefore, Jiang Fei was now relaxed. He could open his mind and go sightseeing. Brother, you seem to have changed into a different person. Bai Wei also noticed the difference in Jiang Fei. Hee hee. Where do you want to go? Jiang Fei laughed. I haven't seen the sea yet. I want to see the sea, Bai Wei said as she tilted her little head. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. The fire element was dense on the planet, while the water element was dim. There were many volcanoes here. There were not many lakes that were large. As for the place that could be called the sea, there was only one place called the Mirage Sea. The Mirage Sea was the place with the highest concentration of water element on Mars. However, it was also the most desolate place because almost all of Mars was a fire element cultivator. Even hundreds of thousands of years ago, this place was also a paradise for fire element ferocious beasts. There were very few water element humans and ferocious beasts. Therefore, the Mirage Sea was a desolate place. Probably in that direction. Jiang Fei sensed the direction. Although it was hundreds of thousands of years ago, the approximate location of the Mirage Sea would not change. Let's go! Jiang Fei said to Bai Wei. Okay. Bai Wei followed behind Jiang Fei. The two of them flew into the air and flew in the direction of the Mirage Sea. 2 days later, Jiang Fei and Bai Wei arrived at the shore of the Mirage Sea. Wow! Is this the sea? Bai Wei was very happy to see the sea for the first time. She ran around on the beach barefooted. She was as happy as a little girl. This Mirage Sea is much smaller than hundreds of thousands of years later. Jiang Fei looked at the Mirage Sea in front of him and sighed. In the later generations, due to the gradual decline of the fire element on Mars, the Mirage Sea was also much larger. Splash! At that moment, not far in front of Bai Wei, a wave suddenly appeared on the surface of the water. Then, a figure appeared on the surface of the sea. Who are you people? Why did you trespass into the territory of my water-swallowing beast? That person did not come close. He shouted loudly. We are just passing by this place. My sister has never seen the sea before. That's why we wanted to borrow your precious place to have some fun. Jiang Fei was also very polite. My master is currently hosting a banquet for distinguished guests. The two of you should quickly leave. If you want to have some fun, come back tomorrow. That person did not directly chase Jiang Fei and Bai Wei away. Instead, he suggested that they come back tomorrow. Chapter 2263, Chapter 2256. Playboy. Bai Wei. Let's go! If you want to play, we can come back another day. Jiang Fei was in a good mood at the moment, so he did not want to cause any trouble. Alright. Bai Wei nodded. She was just curious about what the sea was like. Now that she had seen it, she was actually not that curious anymore. Hold on! Just as Jiang Fei and Bai Wei were about to leave, a few more figures appeared on the surface of the sea. Jiang Fei looked back and saw a few people standing on the surface of the sea behind him. The leader was a young man. Behind him was an old man with a red beard. He seemed to be a bodyguard or something. Behind him was a group of minions. Hold on! The young man took a few steps forward and came before Jiang Fei and Bai Wei. Who are you? What can I do for you? Bai Wei asked. Hee. I am Yifang from the Blazing Flame Divine Ape Clan. My father is the leader of the Blazing Flame Divine Ape Clan. The young man said. Then, what can I do for you? Bai Wei saw that Jiang Fei had no intention of talking. So she asked. Hee. Nothing much. I think you want to play around here. Why don't I be your guide? The young man laughed. Brother? Bai Wei turned to look at Jiang Fei. There's no need. We were just about to leave. Jiang Fei said calmly. How dare you? Did our young master speak to you? There's no place for you to interrupt. Before Mi Fang could say anything, his lackeys started shouting. Shut up! What have I taught you? Be polite to others. Apologize to this brother immediately. Mi Fang turned around and berated. Yes, young master. The few underlings agreed and apologized to Jiang Fei one after another. I'm sorry. This brother. It's my fault for being incompetent. Please forgive me. Mi Fang cupped his hands toward Jiang Fei. Hee. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He thought that this kid really had some tricks up his sleeve. He berated his underlings and left a good impression on Bai Wei. At the same time, he hinted at his underlings to warn Jiang Fei. There was really no delay between the two. Although Jiang Fei had seen through Mi Fang's tricks, he did not have a bad impression of this guy. After all, he was only here to strike up a conversation. He did not do anything out of the ordinary. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not have any thoughts about Bai Wei. He was a man and a woman. If the man had feelings for his concubine, why would he be a bad person? Brother? Bai Wei saw that Jiang Fei was non-committal. She wanted to stay here and continue playing for a while. However, she was afraid that Jiang Fei would not agree. Although she called Jiang Fei brother, the relationship between the two was still that of master and servant. Moreover, the other party was an upper-level dragon. It's up to you. I can do it. Jiang Fei smiled. Then, can we stay here and play for a while? Bai Wei asked tentatively. After all, it was her first time at the beach. She was not willing to leave just like that. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. That's great. The two of you. Follow me. Mi Fang's face showed a hint of joy. Young Master Mi, aren't you from the Crimson Flame Peak? Are you in charge of this place as well? Bai Wei asked curiously. Hee. It just so happens that I'm here as a guest. The Water Eater race is related to us by marriage. I can still make the decision to bring people around for fun. Mi Fang laughed. Oh. Bai Wei nodded. Mi Fang brought Jiang Fei and Bai Wei along as they walked on the surface of the water towards the sea. There were many small islands near the shore. Jiang Fei and the others were just about to go over when they were stopped by someone. This time, Mi Fang was leading the way. The members of the Water Eater race did not stop them. May I know your name? Miss? Mi Fang asked as he stood beside Bai Wei. As for Jiang Fei, he did not pay much attention to him. After all, Jiang Fei's current strength was only that of a beginner true immortal. My name is Bai Wei. Is there anything fun at the beach? This is my first time here. Bai Wei was very curious about the beach. The island in front is called Squirrel Island. There are a lot of little squirrels on it. They are very cute, said Mi Fang as he moved closer to Bai Wei. Meanwhile, his underlings had unknowingly come to Jiang Fei's side. They chatted casually with Jiang Fei and gradually separated Jiang Fei and Bai Wei. After all, their master could not let a third wheel follow him when he was courting girls. Really? Bai Wei was curious. She did not notice that the distance between Mi Fang and her was very close. Let's go! I'll show you. As Mi Fang said that, he took Bai Wei's little hand. TSK. If I had the ability to pick up girls like this in the past, I think even the children would have become nobodies. Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, Mi Fang's method of picking up girls was. It was indeed not something a person with his personality could learn. Moreover, although Jiang Fei did not take the initiative to pick up anyone, he had enough peach blossoms around him now. It was too late for him to hide now, let alone learn such a method. Ah! What are you doing? Bai Wei's finger had just touched Mi Fang's big hand when she jumped away. Ah! I'm sorry. I'm so rude. I just wanted to take you to see the squirrels. I was in a hurry. I'm sorry. Mo Fang, who failed to hold hands with Bai Wei, was not in a hurry either, He apologized while keeping a distance from Bai Wei. As an experienced player, Mo Fong knew very well that this girl was still wary of him at the moment. It was still a little early to hold hands with her, but he was not in a hurry. Later, through the game, he would let the girl lower her guard. Then, they would proceed to the next step of physical contact. Soon, the group arrived at Squirrel Island. There were many fruit trees here, and there were juicy fruits hanging on the branches everywhere. Although they were not spirit fruits, they were still sweet and delicious, which attracted many squirrels to settle down here. Look! There's one over there! Mi Fang took the opportunity to let Bai Wei point at the squirrel, and the two of them stood shoulder to shoulder. Bai Wei only looked at the squirrel, so she did not show any dissatisfaction. A smile appeared on Mi Fang's face. It was obvious that the girl in front of him wasn't that wary of him anymore. Let's go! Let's go over there and take a look. Mi Fang put his arm around Bai Wei's shoulder. However, when his hand touched the girl's shoulder, he immediately pulled it back. It looked like he was giving Bai Wei directions. But in fact, he was also testing the girl's bottom line. As they made contact again and again, the girl would gradually relax her vigilance against him and familiarize herself with his physical contact. Okay! Bai Wei nodded. As expected, it was only a lightning-fast contact. Bai Wei did not have any unusual reactions. Brother, what's the point of this stupid squirrel? Come! Let's go drink! Mi Fang's few underlings moved closer to Jiang Fei. They held onto Jiang Fei's shoulder as if they were very familiar with him. However, their goal was indeed to get Jiang Fei out of Bai Wei's sight. Otherwise, how would their master attack him? Chapter 2264, Chapter 2257 Redemption. Let's go! Let's drink! Jiang Fei followed the few lackeys to the side. His spiritual power was enough to cover the entire planet. Therefore, he was not worried that Bai Wei would be in danger. As Jiang Fei left with the few lackeys, Mi Fang nodded in satisfaction. Without a third wheel, it would be easy for him to make a move. Brother, you are not of the same race as that girl. Are you? Why does she call you brother? Mi Fang's lackey asked as he drank with Jiang Fei. We are god brother and sister, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Brother, you are so lucky to have a half-blood Draconid's god sister, another lackey said. Yes, yes, Jiang Fei said to these people. However, there was still a trace of his spiritual power on Bai Wei's side. If that kid was looking for trouble, Jiang Fei would not let Bai Wei suffer. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. However, at that moment, Bai Wei's voice suddenly came from afar. What are you doing? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. The spiritual power that he had been hiding in Bai Wei's body was instantly activated. At that moment, Mi Fang was hugging Bai Wei. The girl wanted to break free, but because she was no match for Mi Fang in terms of strength, she could not break free for the time being. Swoosh! Jiang Fei stood up from the table. Brother, sit down, the red-bearded old man said calmly. Humph! Jiang Fei snorted. The old man's combat power was around 50 million. He had just reached the level of an immortal lord. He felt that he could suppress Jiang Fei. However, he did not realize what kind of god was standing in front of him. Kid, sit down obediently. It's none of your business. A few lackeys stood up and surrounded Jiang Fei. Brother, save me! Bai Wei's voice came from afar. Get lost. Jiang Fei's face darkened. Kid, I said sit down. The red-bearded old man released his own pressure. The terrifying aura enveloped Jiang Fei. Get lost! Jiang Fei roared. As he roared, an overwhelming dragon's pressure instantly swept across the entire island. Buzz! The red-bearded old man felt as if someone had smashed his head with a hammer. He felt as if his vision had gone black. This was not because Jiang Fei had launched a spiritual attack on him, but because he was simply scared. Dragon! 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 Dragon race! The red-bearded old man was so scared that he could not speak. Jiang Fei's draconic aura was so pure that it was definitely the pressure of a superior dragon race. Moreover, his dragon's might was so powerful that even the red-bearded old man felt suffocated. Boom! Jiang Fei exerted force with both of his feet, and his entire body soared into the sky. He rushed straight toward Mi Fang's position. Meanwhile, the Inferno Ape minions that surrounded him were so scared that they were paralyzed on the ground. They could not even move. The dragon race's pressure had a general suppressive effect on the other ferocious beast races. It's over! It's over! Young master is in big trouble, the red-bearded old man muttered to himself. At the same time, Jiang Fei had already arrived in the forest. His body fell from the sky like a cannonball that landed in front of Mi Fong. You? At that moment, Mi Fong was already scared silly by the terrifying dragon's pressure. He even forgot to let go of Bai Wei's hands. Brother! Bai Wei saw that Jiang Fei had come over and revealed an aggrieved expression. Humph! Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Then, he saw Mi Fong as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. His entire body was suddenly sent flying without any warning. Then, he fell to the ground and spat out large mouthfuls of bright red blood. Ah! Bai Wei was shocked. She did not even see Jiang Fei make a move when the powerful Mi Fong was sent flying. Moreover, he was seriously injured and fell to the ground. He could not even get up. Are you okay? Jiang Fei came to Bai Wei's side. I'm fine. He wants to take advantage of me. Bai Wei saw that Jiang Fei had come, so she had someone to rely on. Therefore, she immediately began to complain. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. However, at this moment, the red-bearded old man and the other members of the Blazing Ape clan rushed over. What? Do you want to fight me? Jiang Fei asked coldly. We dare not. We dare not. We dare not offend the dragon god. The red-bearded old man brought the minions and knelt in front of Jiang Fei. Then, why are you here? Jiang Fei asked. We are the young master's henchmen. If anything happens to the young master, we will be punished with death if we go back. We might even implicate our families. Therefore, we ask the dragon god to help us. The red-bearded old man said. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. He understood these henchmen. If Mi Fong died and was executed by the dragon race, his father would not be able to avenge him. If that was the case, all of his anger would be directed at these people. If these people died as well, in order to show that his father sympathized with his subordinates, he might not punish the families of these people. However, if they returned alive, not only would they die, their families would not have a good ending either. Bai Wei, what do you think we should do with these people? Although Jiang Fei had some sympathy for these people, he did not intend to let them off so easily. That person is the worst. Bai Wei pointed at Mi Fong and said. What do you want to do with him? Jiang Fei asked. Bai Wei hesitated for a moment. She originally wanted Jiang Fei to kill Mi Fong. After all, Bai Wei was born as a ferocious beast. Her attributes of mercy were not related to her. However, she was afraid that she would leave a bad impression on Jiang Fei. So she hesitated. Miss, please have mercy on us. If the young master dies, none of us will be able to live. The red-bearded old man seemed to have seen hope. So he cried and pleaded with Bai Wei. Yes. Miss, please have mercy on us. The other lackeys also echoed. Brother, why don't we make him pay for his life as well? Bai Wei said after thinking for a moment. This way, not only would she punish Mi Fong, but she could also help Jiang Fei gain some benefits. Okay, well, do as you say. Jiang Fei nodded and then looked at the red-bearded old man. Thank you for your grace. Thank you for your grace. The red-bearded old man cowed like a chicken running through broken rice. He knew the rules of the dragon race. Although he had to spend a large sum of money, at least Mi Fang's life was saved. Although the few of them would still be punished, they did not deserve to die. What do you plan to use to buy his life? Jiang Fei asked. This. The red-bearded old man hesitated. Although they had a few valuable items on them, they might not be able to enter the eyes of the dragon race. Therefore, he could only say to Jiang Fei, Sir, we are of low status. There is nothing on us that you would be interested in. How about this? You give us a few days. I will send someone to the Crimson Flame Peak and ask the clan leader to bring the treasure to redeem us. Chapter 2265. Chapter 2258. The water-swallowing beast offered its daughter. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Seeing that Jiang Fei had agreed to his suggestion, the red-bearded old man did not dare to return to the Crimson Flame Peak. He only sent one of his lackeys back to report the news. He would stay here and be a hostage with his young master. After one of the lackeys went back to report the news, Jiang Fei and Bai Wei did not deliberately look at these people. However, until Mi Fong woke up, the red-bearded old man and the others did not dare to run away. After all, Jiang Fei was a superior dragon. They could run away from the monk, but not the temple. Even if they were lucky enough to escape from Jiang Fei, what would happen to the Blazing Flame Divine Ape clan in the Crimson Flame Peak? Would they migrate with their entire clan? Brother, I think this is not bad. Bai Wei nudged Jiang Fei lightly. What is not bad? Jiang Fei was stunned by Bai Wei's words. I said that this deal is good. In the future, why don't we do it this way? Brother, You hide your strength. I will go attract those silly boys. Then, brother, you will strike them down and blackmail their treasures. Bai Wei was born as a ferocious beast. Her personality was simple to the best of her words. To put it another way, she was extremely egotistical. She did not have any concept of good or evil. Nor did she have any concept of right or wrong. She simply felt that this way she could reap a large amount of benefits. No! Jiang Fei rejected her flatly. Bai Wei was born as a ferocious beast. She did not have any concept of right or wrong. However, he was different. Bai Wei's idea was like a standard fairy leap in the words of Jiang Fei's hometown. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not accept the deal that Bai Wei was talking about. Oh! Bai Wei pouted and nodded. In her opinion, this was a good idea. There was no risk and money would come quickly. However, since Jiang Fei did not agree, she could only give up. On the other hand, Jiang Fei and Bai Wei stayed on the small island. After all, a round trip to the Crimson Flame Peak was not something that could be done in a short period of time. This round trip would take at least 2 days. In addition to the time taken by the other party, it would not be possible without 3 to 4 days. Once Jiang Fei and Bai Wei stayed on the island, there was someone who was not calm. That person was the owner of this sea area, the Water-Swallowing Beast clan. Originally, the Water-Swallowing Beast clan was not very strong. Otherwise, they would not have used a marriage alliance to form a relationship with the Blazing Flame Divine Ape clan of the Crimson Flame Peak. However, who would have thought that the young master of the Blazing Flame Divine Ape clan was actually kidnapped on their territory? If it was an ordinary person who did it, then the Water-Swallowing Beast clan would spare no effort to rescue the young master of the Blazing Fire Divine Ape clan. Otherwise, the relationship they had just formed would not only be severed. Moreover, the Blazing Fire Divine Ape clan would definitely not spare them. But the problem was that the one who kidnapped the young master of the Blazing Fire Divine Ape clan was a superior dragon clan. Not to mention the weak Water-Swallowing Beast clan. Even the powerful Blazing Fire Divine Ape clan could only pinch their noses and admit defeat. After all, in the 5 directions of the world, no clan dared to challenge the Dragon Clan. Sigh! What should we do? The clan leader of the Water-Swallowing Beast clan rubbed his head as he paced back and forth lure in the mansion. Clan leader, please calm down. There will always be a way, an elder of the Water-Swallowing Beast clan advised. There is no way. This is really sitting at home behind closed doors. Trouble comes from the heavens. Who did I offend? The clan leader of the Water-Swallowing Beast clan, Wu Zheji, complained as he sat down on a chair. He was almost worried to death. Dad, I think you should go up and meet that dragon clan no matter what, a young girl said. She was Wu Zheji's youngest daughter. Wu Rui. This time, Mi Fang came to the territory of the Water-Swallowing Beast clan to go on a blind date with her. In order to deepen the relationship between the Water-Swallowing Beast clan and the Blazing Fire Divine Ape clan, they wanted to betroth the chief's daughter to Mi Fang as a concubine, so that the two families could be closer. However, they didn't expect that the Fire Ape's eldest young master was too flirtatious. On the way to the blind date, he even tried to seduce other people. In the end, he even met with a gun. Age? What should I say when I go? Wu Zhe frowned. Was it fun to meet with the dragon tribe? If this dragon tribe's wild fighting turned hostile, he would become a crow's egg soup tonight. After all, it was common for the dragon tribe to order dishes in various tribes. But father, have you thought about it? The superior dragon clan has come to our territory. It's fine if you don't know his identity, but now he has revealed his dragon power. If you don't go, what if he makes a fuss? Will our Water-Swallowing Beast clan still be alive? Wu Rui analyzed calmly. This. Wu Zheji hesitated. Although he was afraid of death, compared to the life and death of the entire Water-Swallowing Beast clan, his life and death were nothing. Father, don't worry. I will go with you, Wu Rui said. You will go too? Wu Zheji looked at his beautiful daughter and suddenly thought of something. Good, good, good. It's best if you go too, Wu Zheji suddenly said with a smile. Everyone knew that the Dragon Clan was lustful. His daughter was so beautiful. If the Dragon Clan took a fancy to her, then why would he have a ghost marriage with the Blazing Fire Divine Ape? In Wu Zhi's heart, Wu Rui's happiness was never a matter of consideration. Since he could use Wu Rui to marry Mi Fang, he could change his target midway and offer his daughter to the dragon race. As long as he could bring enough benefits to the Water-Swallowing Beast race, then the deal would not be a loss. Therefore, when he thought of this, Wu Zhi's heart brightened. In an instant, He was not afraid to face the dragon race. My dear daughter, go and put on your makeup. We will set off immediately, Wu Ziji urged. Okay. Wu Rui nodded. She had actually accepted it. In any case, she did not have the right to pursue happiness. She was going to be sent out to be someone else's plaything. So why not attach herself to a stronger person? If she could be valued by the dragon race, it would be better than committing herself to a dissolute young master of the blazing fire ape god. Although the dragon race might be more flirtatious. A moment later, Wu Rui, who had dressed herself up meticulously, appeared in front of Wu Ziji. At this moment, Wu Ziji felt that his precious daughter was like a celestial being descending to the mortal world. If he wasn't her biological father, he might even be tempted. With the Dragon Clan's character, I think it's almost certain, Wu Ziji thought to himself. Father, let's set off, Wu Rui said. Okay. Wu Ziji nodded. Then, he took his daughter and left his mansion at the bottom of the sea. They went straight to the surface of the sea. Whoosh! The waves parted, and Wu Ziji brought Wu Rui and her daughter to the surface of the sea near Squirrel Island. They did not bring any attendants with them. The father and daughter went to Squirrel Island. As soon as Wu Ziji and his daughter came out of the water, Jiang Fei noticed them. However, he did not care. After all, the two of them were not very strong. Wu Ziji was stuck at the threshold of the Celestial Lord. He could not cross it. Wu Rui's combat strength was only slightly more than 30 million. She was not even as strong as Bai Wei. Therefore, the arrival of the two did not attract Jiang Fei's attention at all. Chapter 2266, Chapter 225. The leader of the water-devouring beast, Wu Ziji, and his beloved daughter, Wu Rui, request an audience with the dragon god. Wu Ziji shouted as soon as they reached the edge of Squirrel Island. Come here! Jiang Fei's voice came from the island. Thank you, God! Wu Ziji quickly said. Then, he brought Wu Rui to the small island. After they arrived on the island, Wu Ziji and Wu Rui did not dare to fly. The two of them walked along the forest path and arrived in front of Jiang Fei step by step. Greetings, Dragon God. Wu Ziji was really something. He actually lifted his clothes and knelt in front of Jiang Fei. Greetings, Dragon God. Wu Rui also fluttered down. At the same time, her eyebrows and eyes revealed a myriad of emotions. Humph! Bai Wei snorted coldly. She did not know why, but she instinctively felt that the woman in front of her was very annoying. Get up! Jiang Fei waved his hand slightly. Thank you, God! The father and daughter of Wu Zhe stood up and thanked him. What is the matter between the two of you? Jiang Fei asked. I heard that the god has arrived. I have come to pay my respects. You have graced my west coast with your presence, Wu Zhe said. Hee hee. And just walking around. You don't have to mind. Jiang Fei laughed. Although he did not know the purpose of the two's visit, he could guess 70 to 80% of it. After all, this was the territory of the water-eater beasts. After he unleashed his dragon's might, it was impossible for them not to show up. Exalted Goddess, I heard that you encountered some unhappiness here. Although it has nothing to do with the water-eater beast clan, it is still our territory. Therefore, I still have the fruits of my negligence. Please forgive me, said Wu Zhe as he retreated. He apologized first to prevent Jiang Fei from finding fault with him. Moreover, in between the lines, he also made sure that his responsibility was relatively clean. Hee hee. This has nothing to do with you guys. Jiang Fei laughed. He really could not be bothered to argue with Wu Zhe. Brother, aren't they related by marriage to that Mi Fong? Bai Wei's words really scared Wu Zhe. He originally wanted to distance himself from the relationship. However, he did not expect that everyone would know about the marriage between the two races. Humph! Bai Wei snorted coldly. The reason why she said that was to show off her power to Wu Rui. Exalted Goddess, you may not know this, but although our water-swallowing beast clan is considered to be in-laws with the Blazing Fire Ape clan, it was actually the Blazing Fire Ape clan's clan leader who forcefully stole my aunt. Then, they used the order of in-laws to bully our water-swallowing beast clan. We also dared to be angry, but did not dare to say anything. Wu Rui ignored Bai Wei. Instead, she directly complained to Jiang Fei. Her beautiful appearance really made people feel pity for men. Humph! Little girl, you want to fight with me? Wu Rui was secretly pleased. How could a little girl like Bai Wei, who had never seen the world, be a match for her? Moreover, after seeing Bai Wei, Wu Rui had a rough understanding of Jiang Fei's personality. Bai Wei was clearly a mixed-race Draconin. It was difficult to say if she had a relationship with Jiang Fei. Perhaps she was a half-brother and half-sister. Or perhaps she was not. However, no matter what, Jiang Fei allowed a mixed-race Draconid to stay by his side. Moreover, he allowed her to call him brother. This meant that he was different from the average dragon. He valued friendship more. If that was the case, if Wu Rui could be taken in by this dragon, her status would be much better than the other ferocious beast girls, who were doted on by the dragon race. This girl is so scheming! Jiang Fei had unknowingly activated his mind-reading ability. Therefore, he was very clear about the intentions of the father and daughter of the water-eater beast. Alright, I don't blame you guys for this. You guys can leave now. Jiang Fei hated to mess with the peach blossoms. Therefore, he gave the order to drive them away. Age? Wu Zishi was stunned. He had not even said anything serious when he was chased out. Exalted Goddess, please wait. I have another request. Wu Rui knelt down in front of Jiang Fei. Moreover, she was kneeling very close to Jiang Fei. She was almost touching Jiang Fei's knees. Jiang Fei could even smell the fragrance of the girl. Jiang Fei frowned. This distance made him very uncomfortable. If he kicked Wu Rui away at this moment, it would seem a little unmanly. However, if he stepped back, wouldn't that mean that Jiang Fei was a coward? Exalted Goddess. This time, the young master of the blazing fire divine ape came to the territory of the water-swallowing beast. In fact, just like his father, he treated us poor girls as playthings first. I am the sacrificial lamb. Please save me. Exalted Goddess. Wu Rui pounced forward. Her entire body lay on Jiang Fei's knee. Then, she burst into tears. In fact, Wu Rui had put in so much effort to perform. There was nothing she could do. Just now, in order to deal with Bai Wei's difficulties, she had said too much. If Jiang Fei fancied her, then with the support of the dragon race, everything would not be a problem. However, Jiang Fei had directly said that he wanted to send her off. If he had not taken a liking to her at all, the water-swallowing beast race would be in deep trouble. Just now, Wu Rui had slandered the fire ape race in front of the dragon race. Could they be spared? As long as Jiang Fei did not interfere in this matter, the water-swallowing beast race would not be able to survive on the Chaos Planet. Then, what do you want? On the other side, Jiang Fei had seen through Wu Rui's trick, so he did not intend to interfere. However, Bai Wei, who was standing beside him, opened her mouth and asked. After all, this girl was still young. She did not realize that she was giving Wu Rui a message. I am willing to follow the god. I am willing to be his slave and serve the god in his daily life. Wu Rui saw that Jiang Fei did not intend to continue, so she quickly interrupted Bai Wei's words. Although the effect was not as good as Jiang Fei asking in person, it was still better than just sitting there and not being able to continue. No! What Wu Rui did not expect was that before Jiang Fei could say anything, Bai Wei had already rejected him. The reason why Bai Wei had rejected him was very simple. She was doing this job right now. Although she called Jiang Fei brother verbally, she was Jiang Fei's follower, and was responsible for taking care of Jiang Fei's daily life. Now, Wu Rui was clearly trying to steal her job. Exalted Goddess? Wu Rui had just answered Bai Wei's question because she had no choice. Now that Bai Wei had rejected her, she chose to ignore her. Am used to being free. I don't need any followers, Jiang Fei said calmly. Exalted Goddess. Wu Rui is willing to serve you wholeheartedly and unreservedly. Wu Rui had really put in a lot of effort. The meaning of her words was quite obvious. Brother, what does she mean? Bai Wei was stunned. She had grown up in a small valley. How would she know about this? Don't ask. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Then, he said to Wu Rui and her daughter, I don't need anyone to serve me. This place is relatively small. It's crowded. You guys can leave first. Exalted Goddess. Wu Zetz's face was ashen. At this moment, he felt as if he had lost his life. Initially, he thought that after he gave his daughter to the dragon race, the water-swallowing beast race would be able to prosper. He did not expect that the dragon race's exalted goddess would not only not take a fancy to his daughter, they had also completely offended the blazing fire divine ape clan. Chapter 2267, Chapter 2260 Suicide. Father! Let's go! On the other side, Wu Rui was very calm. She stood up and was about to leave. However, when she stood up, she deliberately stepped on her dress. With a ripping sound, Wu Rui's long dress was torn. Then, it slid down from her body. The girl's perfect body was displayed in front of Jiang Fei without holding anything back. Wu Rui's seemingly unintentional step had created a difficult problem for Jiang Fei. If he stared at her, it would be exactly what Wu Rui wanted. She could also take the opportunity to seduce Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei turned his back, it would seem like he was a gentleman. However, on the other hand, it was also a form of retreat. This would be seen as a weakness, and would be targeted by beautiful women in the future. Ah! Wu Rui pretended to be in a panic. In order to let go of her foot that was stepping on the edge of her skirt, she took a step back. However, the pair of voluptuous breasts on her chest were jumping around like frightened rabbits. If it was a foolish boy who was not mentally strong enough, he would have spat out a nosebleed. Swish! Jiang Fei's expression did not change. He waved his hand, and Wu Rui's skirt that had fallen to the ground was blown up by a gust of wind and wrapped around her body. Are you okay? Wu Ziji rushed to his daughter's side. He had his back to Jiang Fei. It looked like he was comforting his daughter. But in fact, his eyes were constantly communicating with Wu Rui. Humph. Jiang Fei sneered. He was using mind reading. He knew exactly what the father and daughter were thinking. I'm fine. It's just... Wu Rui pretended to be pitiful. Then, she sobbed and said, It's just that my daughter's innocent body was seen by a man. I don't have the face to live anymore. As she said that, Wu Rui actually started sobbing. Wu Ziji pretended to be troubled. He looked at Jiang Fei and wanted to say something, but he hesitated. That's fine. It's a pity that the father and daughter are not going to film. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. He did not want to continue this topic. He wanted to see what kind of tricks the two could play. God! Look at my daughter! When Wu Ziji saw that Jiang Fei did not care about them at all, he finally gritted his teeth. At this time, he had to give it his all. If the dragon race really did not care about them, then, once the blazing ape god's revenge came, they would be finished. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and then asked calmly, You mean that I have to take responsibility for this? Although Jiang Fei's tone was not harsh, it scared Wu Ziji so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. The dragon race was famous for being brutal and temperamental. If they were angered, the water-swallowing beast race would not be able to wait for the fire god ape's revenge. The dragon race in front of them would have to exterminate them. Exalted goddess, please calm down. Wu Ziji knelt in front of Jiang Fei with a plop. Then, he cried out with snot and tears in his eyes. I don't dare. I don't dare. However, my daughter is as pure as her life. Now, she has accidentally exposed her body in front of you. If you don't care about her, she will definitely commit suicide when she goes back. As a father, I don't dare to ask for anything from you. Exalted goddess, I only hope that you can take my daughter in. Even if it's just being a maidservant, you can still save her life. Hee hee. After Jiang Fei heard Wu Zetz's words, he almost burst into laughter. This guy was really lying through his teeth. If his daughter really valued her chastity that much, would she really put on a show under her skirt? God! Please save my daughter's life! Wu Ziji cried tears of old tears. However, Jiang Fei, who knew that they were acting, was not moved. Act. Anyway, it's boring waiting for the blazing ape god. I'll just treat it as a show. Jiang Fei did not mind. Since the father and daughter were willing to act, he was happy to be the audience. However, Jiang Fei was willing to watch the show. Bai Wei, who was standing at the side, could not stand it anymore. Hey, both of you. That's enough. Can't you see that my brother is annoyed? Bai Wei frowned and scolded. Actually, Jiang Fei was watching with great interest. He was not annoyed at all. Wu Ziji stopped crying. He turned around and looked at his daughter. Although he was trying to fight for her, he was also afraid that he would really anger Jiang Fei. Therefore, he was a little hesitant at the moment. On the other side, Wu Rui was pretending to be ashamed and angry. However, Bai Wei suddenly came out to stir up trouble. This made her unable to remain indifferent. At the same time, Wu Rui also noticed that Jiang Fei seemed to be unmoved by the crying of the father and daughter. Therefore, she made up her mind. She decided to increase her capital. Swish! Wu Rui took out a dagger from somewhere. She turned the tip of the dagger and pointed it at her own throat. Then, she whimpered and said to Wu Ziji, Father, your daughter is unfilial. I will be an ox and a horse in the next life to repay you for raising me. After Wu Rui said that, she suddenly stabbed the tip of the dagger at her own throat. This time, Wu Rui did not hold back at all. This was not because she really wanted to die, but because she knew that if she pretended to commit suicide, Jiang Fei would definitely see through her. When that happened, not only would it be ineffective, but it would also infuriate the dragon race. Moreover, in her opinion, with Jiang Fei's strength, even if she did not hold back, he would still be able to stop her easily. Therefore, Wu Rui did not hesitate to stab her own throat. A red light flashed. Wu Rui's blade pierced straight into her throat. Jiang Fei did not stop her at all. In an instant, Wu Ziji was dumbfounded. Wu Rui was also dumbfounded. She did not want to die at all. However, who would have thought that the dragon race in front of her did not play by the rules? Didn't they say that the dragon race is the most lascivious? Could it be that the stories are all lies? In an instant, Wu Rui felt that her worldview was about to be overturned. At the same time, she felt that her life force was being drained crazily. Her body was gradually losing strength. Rear! Wu Ziji hugged Wu Rui, who was about to fall. Although he could use his daughter's happiness as a bargaining chip, he still felt a little sorry for his own daughter who had died in front of him. Brother! Bai Wei was also a little dumbfounded. She did not expect this woman to really commit suicide. Hee hee. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He had appeared behind Wu Ziji at some point in time. Then, he reached out and pushed Wu Ziji, taking Wu Rui over. God? Wu Ziji was a little confused. Previously, Wu Rui had tried to seduce this dragon, but she was not moved at all. How did he turn around after his daughter died? Could it be that he had a necrophilia? Jiang Fei reached out and pulled out the dagger that was stuck in Wu Rui's throat. Blood splattered out, but it was blocked by Jiang Fei's spiritual power. It did not touch his body at all. Then, Jiang Fei reached out and wiped. Wu Rui's wound was sealed by the spiritual power. Blood no longer gushed out, but her vitality continued to weaken. If it was just a simple treatment of her wound, at most, Wu Rui would suffer a little longer. In the end, she would still die. Chapter 2268, Chapter 2261 taking in. After sealing up Wu Rui's wound and preventing her from losing any more blood, Jiang Fei took out a small porcelain bottle from his body. Pa! The porcelain bottle was opened. Jiang Fei took out a pill from within. He then pinched Wu Rui's cheeks and threw the pill into her mouth while she was opening her mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth. It instantly turned into a warm current and entered Wu Rui's body. Immediately, Wu Rui felt that her gradually cold body had regained some of its senses. Jiang Fei poured out another pill and crushed it into powder with his palm. Get some clean water, Jiang Fei said to Wu Ziji. Oh! Although Wu Ziji did not know what Jiang Fei was trying to do, he could tell that Jiang Fei was trying to save his daughter. Moreover, even if he was not, he would not dare to disobey the dragon race's orders. In the blink of an eye, Wu Ziji had condensed a ball of pure water. He was a ferocious beast that was proficient in the water element. It was very easy for him to condense the essence of the water element. Moreover, the water that was condensed from the essence of the water element was also the purest. Swish! Jiang Fei extended his hand and pointed. The ball of water in Wu Ziji's palm landed on his palm and mixed with the medicinal powder to form a muddy shape. After mixing the medicinal mud, Jiang Fei applied it on Wu Rui's wound. Instantly, Wu Rui's wound began to heal. After a moment, it was as good as new. There was not even a trace of it left. Not only that, after this period of time, the medicinal pills that Wu Rui had taken had begun to take effect. The medicinal herbs in this era were extremely old, and the medicinal effects were even more prominent. Therefore, even the simplest healing medicinal pills had better effects than the precious medicinal pills of the later generations. Moreover, Wu Rui's injuries were caused by herself, and there was no external influence. Therefore, under the catalysis of the medicinal effects, her injuries healed very quickly, and her powerful vitality was also stimulated. She's alive! She's alive! Seeing his daughter's face gradually turn rosy, Wu Ziji was extremely happy in his heart. At this moment, he had long forgotten his previous goal, and his heart was filled with the joy of his daughter coming back from the dead. There was a saying that only when one lost something would one cherish it. Wu Ziji was like that at that moment. After experiencing his daughter's near death, he finally understood the importance of family. Alright, she's fine now. You can leave now. Jiang Fei returned Wu Rui to Wu Ziji. Although Wu Rui's body was still very weak, she was already fine. She only needed to rest for a period of time. Then, she would be able to recover. Thank you, God! Wu Ziji counted a few times to Jiang Fei. At this moment, he only wanted his daughter to be safe and sound. Everything else could be discussed later. Wait! Father! Wu Rui called out to Wu Ziji. Child! Forget it! Wu Ziji shook his head. He thought that his daughter would still insist. I would like to thank the dragon god. Wurui said to Wuziji. Okay. Okay. Wuziji carried Wurui back. Thank you, God, for saving my life. I am not in a position to bow to you. Wurui's voice was not loud, but it was much more sincere than before. After experiencing death, she suddenly understood many things. Okay. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. God, I have a presumptuous request. Wurui suddenly raised her head and said, What? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Because of his mind-reading ability, he knew that Wurui did not intend to continue sacrificing herself this time. Girl, let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Wuziji did not know how to read minds, so he thought that his daughter was still unwilling. Father! I did not mean to say that. Wurui shook her head at her father. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, Guru, it's all my fault today. I was too calculative. Thank you for not haggling with me and saving my life. Jiang Fei nodded. It seemed that Wurui had figured it out. However, after seeing your miraculous methods, I have a presumptuous request. I would like to learn medical skills from you. Wurui finally voiced her thoughts. Why do you want to learn this? Asked Jiang Fei. Only when you are at the brink of death will you understand the value of life, said Wurui sincerely. Learning medical skills is not something that can be done in a day, said Jiang Fei. Wurui does not wish to be by the side of the exalted goddess. I only hope that you can teach me some superficial knowledge so that I can save as many of my clansmen's lives as possible. That way, before I become the victim of the marriage alliance, I can also do something for the water-swallowing beast clan. I am not destined to be someone else's plaything, said Wurui. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Due to his mind-reading ability, he knew that this was what Wurui was thinking. It seemed that dying could really change a person's thoughts and personality. Before this, although Wurui was not willing to be someone else's plaything, she had already lost her life deep down in her heart. She only wanted to use her beauty to get herself a stronger player. However, it was different now. After experiencing near death, Wurui began to consider her social value. This was not a small improvement. Brother, why don't we bring her along? Since you brought me along. Bai Wei was the first to be moved. Hee. Jiang Fei laughed. But Bai Wei was shocked. Although she called Jiang Fei brother, Bai Wei was still his master and servant. However, because Jiang Fei was an easygoing person, the concept of master and servant slowly faded in Bai Wei's heart. In addition, she had just been moved by Wurui's true feelings. That was why she had asked for mercy. However, Jiang Fei's smile reminded her of her identity. After all, she was not Jiang Fei's sister. It was a little presumptuous of her to say such words. Hee. It's okay. Don't be so restrained. Jiang Fei's mind-reading ability was not switched off. Naturally, he knew what Bai Wei was thinking. When he saw that the girl was so scared that her little face was pale, Jiang Fei felt a little heartache in his heart. Bai Wei, who had initially thought that she would be reprimanded, felt relieved. Then, brother, Bai Wei looked at Wurui and asked, if you really want to learn, you can stay by my side, Jiang Fei said with a smile. If it was still the same Wurui from before, he really did not plan to keep her. However, since she had changed, Jiang Fei did not mind taking in another disciple. Since he was going to teach Bai Wei, it did not matter if there were more people listening in. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not really want the water-swallowing beast clan to be wiped out by the fire god Ape's revenge. There was a saying that it was better to save a life than to build a 7-tiered pagoda, let alone a race. Now that he had this opportunity, he did not mind helping the water-swallowing beast clan to resolve this crisis. Thank you, God! Thank you, God! Wurui was too weak to bow. However, Wuziji kowtowed like a chicken running over rice. Although his plan to sacrifice his daughter had failed, becoming a disciple of the dragon clan was more useful than sacrificing himself. After all, there were many people in the dragon clan who refused to acknowledge others. However, it was rare to see people who did not care about their disciples. Chapter 2269, Chapter 2262. The Time and Space Chip. Jiang Fei had left Wurui behind. Wuziji thanked Jiang Fei profusely. With this relationship, not only would the water eaters not have to worry about the fire ape's revenge, but their status would also increase significantly. After all, once they had a relationship with the dragon race, the other races would give them some face. Exalted goddess, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first, Wuziji said to Jiang Fei. Okay, go. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he had accepted Wurui, There was no use for Wu Zishi to stay. Therefore, if he was willing to leave, Jiang Fei naturally would not ask him to stay. By Wei, take care of her for a while. Her body will be very weak for the next 2 days, Jiang Fei said to Bai Wei after Wu Ziji left. Okay, brother. Bai Wei nodded. Although she did not like Wu Rui at first, she sympathized with her now. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. The members of the Blazing Fire Ape clan had finally arrived at Squirrel Island. Crimson Flame Peak. The Blazing Fire Ape clan's Moz Zhong requests an audience with the Dragon God. A voice came from a red cloud outside Squirrel Island. Come in! Jiang Fei's voice came from inside Squirrel Island. Yes, Moz Zhong replied. Then, he brought the 2 young men down from the red cloud and walked into Squirrel Island. Greetings, Dragon God, said Mu Zhong as he bowed to Jiang Fei. The 2 young men behind him also bowed to Jiang Fei. All right, said Jiang Fei as he nodded. Master, I already know what happened. May I see my son? Said Mu Zhong. Sure. Jiang Fei nodded. Bai Wei then went to bring Mu Fang and the red-bearded old man over. Father! When Mi Fang saw his father, he heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that his life was most likely saved. However, at the same time, he also realized that he had caused a huge disaster. His father would probably skin him alive when he returned home this time. Okay. When Mi Zhong saw that his son was safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although his son was a little lecherous, he was talented and intelligent. His strength had also improved very quickly. He had always been grooming Mi Fang as his heir. Therefore, even if he had to spend a lot of money this time, he still had to save his son. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail. Although Mo Zhong had previously claimed that he already knew everything, it was only a lackey's message after all. He was afraid that something would go wrong. Clan leader, it's all my fault for being negligent. This is what happened. The red-bearded old man first admitted his mistake, and then told Jiang Fei everything that happened. Okay. Mo Zhong nodded. His son did not go too far. After all, this was an era where the strong preyed on the weak. His son was the young master of the Blazing Ape God. It was her honor to have taken a fancy to a girl. However, Mo Fang's fate was not good. He had bumped into the iron plate of the Dragon Clan. Exalted Goddess. This time, it's all my son's fault. I'm willing to compensate you for his actions. Mo Zhong said straightforwardly. Yes. Jiang Fei still nodded lightly. He had been waiting for Mo Zhong to say this. Exalted Goddess. This is a special product of our Crimson Flame Peak. It is called the Crimson Flame Crystal Fruit. It is extremely rare. It only blooms once every few hundred years. It only bears fruit once every 1,000 years. Mo Zhong waved his hand. A young man behind him carried a brocade box and walked forward. The brocade box was covered with red silk. There were 2 fiery red fruits inside. What are the effects of these fruits? Jiang Fei asked. He had never heard of these fruits before because there were no red flame crystal fruits recorded in the records hundreds of thousands of years later. It was unknown if they had died out halfway through. Or did they change their names? These 2 fruits can greatly increase the cultivation of fire elementalists or ferocious beasts. I originally planned to leave them to this useless son of mine. But today, I'm giving them to you as a gift, said Mo Zhong. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. To be honest, from the moment the brocade box was opened, he could feel the terrifying spiritual energy contained within the 2 fruits. Other than that, I also have a treasure that I obtained by chance. Perhaps you would like it. Mo Zhong waved his hand, and another young man behind him walked forward. The young man was also holding a brocade box in his hand. There was an irregular crystal inside. What is this? Jiang Fei asked. I don't know its name, but this thing has a magical effect, said Mo Zhong. What effect? Jiang Fei asked again. By injecting spiritual power into this crystal, you can see the past or the future. Mo Zhong's words immediately attracted Jiang Fei's attention. What? Jiang Fei stood up. If there was one thing that attracted him the most right now, it was a treasure that could change time and space. This was because it was related to his way home. I don't know exactly how it works. However, this thing can indeed see the past or the future. However, the effect is not very good. Perhaps it is because I am weak. Therefore, after I inject my spiritual power, I can only see the past a moment ago or the future in an instant, said Mo Zhong. He did not dare to hide anything. Tell Jiang Fei the truth. If this thing could really see the future, he would not be willing to give it to Jiang Fei. However, it could only see the future 1 or 2 seconds later. That would be useless. Moreover, this thing was not like Sylvie's ability. Although Sylvie could only see the future 1 or 2 seconds later, she did not need to expend much energy. She could use this to gain the upper hand in battle. However, this chip was different. It required a large amount of mental energy. If she used it to fight, it would be a loss. Therefore, in the end, this thing was just a toy. It had no practical use at all. That was why Mi Zizhong had given it to him. However, for Jiang Fei, he needed anything that could affect time and space. Although Gun had previously said that Wei Hao might be able to help Jiang Fei return to his era, the problem was that no one knew if Wei Hao really had the ability to do so. Therefore, when he saw such an item that could affect time and space, Jiang Fei still hoped to obtain it. Moreover, he wanted to study it to decipher some of the mysteries of time and space. I'll take these things. Jiang Fei nodded and said, Sir, these 2 treasures are the guardian treasures of our Crimson Flame Peak. I wonder if I can exchange them for Little Dog's life? Asked Mo Zedong. Jiang Fei frowned. He had wanted to use mind reading to see if Mo Zedong was lying. Unfortunately, this person was very powerful. Not only was his combat power close to 60 million, but his mind power was also very powerful. Jiang Fei's mind reading was unable to see through him. Take him away. Finally, Jiang Fei nodded. He did not want to offend such a powerful blazing ape, although he was still stronger than him. If the 2 of them fought, Bai Wei and Wu Rui would not be able to escape the repercussions. Chapter 2270, Chapter 226. On the other hand, Jiang Fei did not want to completely fall out with Mo Zizhong. It was the same for Mo Zedong. First of all, Mo Zizhong knew that he was no match for Jiang Fei. Although he was confident that he could escape if the 2 fought, he would not be able to escape. When that time came, not only would his son die, even the Crimson Flame Peak might be wiped out by the enraged dragon race. Therefore, the 2 of them quickly came to an agreement. Jiang Fei took the 2 treasures, while Mo Zizhong left Squirrel Island with Mo Fang and the Inferno Ape Race's henchmen. Just as Mo Zizhong brought the Inferno Ape Race to the beach of Squirrel Island and was about to leave, they coincidentally met Wu Rui, who had just returned. Wu Rui had gone home to retrieve something. Now, she had just returned. Rui! Mo Fang shouted. He and Wu Rui were preparing to get engaged. Young Master Mo, please have some self-respect. The current Wu Rui was no longer the same as before. Now, she didn't need to compromise to curry favor with Mo Fang, so she naturally didn't show any emotion towards this dissolute young master. Girl, what are you doing here on Squirrel Island? Mo Zizhong asked with a slight frown. Although he still didn't know that he had been accused by Wu Rui, he instinctively felt that Wu Rui's attitude towards his son wasn't quite right. Clan leader Mo, I have become a disciple of my master. Naturally, I am here to accompany him in his cultivation. Wu Rui's attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. Become a disciple? Who did you become a disciple of? Why don't I know? Mo Zizhong had a bad feeling in his heart. I do not dare to mention my master's name. However, I believe that you must have met him today. Although Wu Rui did not say it explicitly, Mo Zizhong already knew that she had become Jiang Fei's disciple. Rui! On the other side, Mo Fang wanted to say something, but was stopped by Mo Zizhong. Miss Wu, congratulations on becoming a disciple of the Dragon Clan. Since that's the case, please help me pass on the message to your father. The engagement between you and my son has been annulled. Furthermore, it is considered a breach of contract. The previous engagement ceremony is considered an apology. Mo Zizhong's attitude suddenly changed. Mo Zizhong's attitude was no longer as condescending as before. I will. Clan leader Mo. Wu Rui nodded slightly. If that's the case, we will take our leave. Mo Zizhong smiled and led his men to fly away from Squirrel Island. Father! This girl is too presumptuous. In midair, Mo Fang said unhappily. So what? Now that she has found the Dragon Clan to be her backer, we should avoid them from now on. Mo Zizhong said helplessly. Brother, how could you let them off so easily? At the same time, Bai Wei complained to Jiang Fei unwillingly. In her opinion, the blazing flame ape had only taken out 2 crappy fruits. Another crappy stone had been exchanged for Mi Fang. Hee. You don't understand. This fruit is not ordinary. If it is refined into a pill, the effect will definitely be extraordinary, said Jiang Fei. Really? Teacher, are you going to refine pills? Wu Rui, who had just walked over, asked. At that moment, she was extremely obsessed with alchemy. Therefore, When she heard that Jiang Fei was going to refine pills, she immediately came over. Yes. However, this matter cannot be rushed. We have to find the supplementary ingredients first, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Teacher, when are we going to find the supplementary ingredients? Wu Rui asked. You should get well first. We will leave in 2 days, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Okay. Wu Rui nodded. She had recovered quite well in the past 2 days. Although her body was still a little weak, it was not a big deal. She would be fully recovered in 2 days. Oh right. Brother, what is the use of that small stone? Can it really be used to predict the future? Bai Wei had not forgotten about the crystal. Of course, it's impossible to predict the future. If it really has such a magical effect, how could Mi Zizhong be willing to give it to me? Jiang Fei laughed. That's right. If that's really the case, he would rather have his master kill Mi Feng and have a few more children. There's no way he would give up this treasure. Wu Rui nodded as well. Then, brother, why do you want this thing? Bai Wei asked in confusion. That's right. Master, since you know that he is exaggerating, why did you agree to let him use this thing as a ransom? Wu Rui asked in confusion. Although this thing cannot really predict the future, it contains endless mysteries. If I can understand it, perhaps I can fulfill one of my wishes. Jiang Fei laughed. Naturally, his wish was to return to the era he was in. I see. Bai Wei and Wu Rui nodded, both of them seeming to understand something. In the next few days, Wu Rui stayed on Squirrel Island to recuperate while Bai Wei was playing around. Only Jiang Fei found a quiet place and began to study the crystal chip. Jiang Fei placed the irregular crystal chip in his hand and began to carefully inject his spiritual power into it. He was also prepared to cut off his spiritual power at any time to prevent Mi Zizhong from setting him up. As Jiang Fei injected his mind power into the chip, a purple light was projected. The next moment, the illusion that Mi Zizhong mentioned appeared in the purple light. This illusion was not stable. Sometimes, it was Jiang Fei's every move a few seconds ago. And sometimes, it was Jiang Fei's image after 1 or 2 seconds. Moreover, the content of the projection was the past or the future. This was not something that Jiang Fei could control himself. It was a completely random state. As expected, it has no real combat value at all. The battlefield was changing rapidly. If one used this kind of tool, it might not give one a glimpse of the future at the critical moment, but instead, give one a wonderful replay. That would be terrible. Other than injecting his mental strength, Jiang Fei had also injected different types of spiritual energy into the chip. However, other than the reaction of the chip under the catalysis of mental strength, no other types of spiritual energy could cause the chip to react. What exactly is this thing? Jiang Fei frowned. For 2 days, Jiang Fei had been studying the crystal. However, he had not gained anything. In the end, Jiang Fei decided to give up. He planned to wait until he found Wei Hao before studying the secret of the crystal with him. 5 days later, Wu Rui's injuries were completely healed. Jiang Fei also felt that they had stayed here long enough. Therefore, he decided to set off. Wu Rui wanted to leave the western shore of the Fantasy Sea with Jiang Fei. Before that, she naturally had to say goodbye to her father, Wu Zizhi. Although Wu Zizhi was a little reluctant to part with her, he knew that his daughter was going to gain experience points. Moreover, she was following a high-ranking dragon teacher. This was a good opportunity that no one else could get. Therefore, he naturally would not stop her. After Wu Rui said goodbye to her father, Jiang Fei and the other two left Squirrel Island. Master, where do you want to find those ingredients? Wu Rui asked. Do you know where the water-type spiritual energy is the strongest in this Mirage Sea? Jiang Fei asked. Although he was refining a fire-type elixir, as the fire-type ingredients were too violent, he needed a single water-type ingredient to complete the refinement. Chapter 2271, Chapter 2264. The second time-space chip. Is it the place with the strongest water-type spiritual energy? Wu Rui thought for a moment, and then said to Jiang Fei. As far as I know, the place with the strongest spiritual energy in the Mirage Sea is the Spirit Sea area. Spirit Sea area? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Yes. The Spirit Sea area is the center of the Mirage Sea. There are many trenches, and the water-type spiritual energy is strong there. Wu Rui said. Then let's go now, Bai Wei said excitedly. She had not been out much, so she was very curious about new things. Now! Wu Rui was a little hesitant. What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked. This Spirit Sea region has a group of deep-sea sharks. They are very difficult to deal with. Wu Rui said with a frown.
Deep-sea sharks? Are they very powerful aquatic creatures?
Bai Wei asked.
If only they were aquatic creatures.
Wu Rui sighed and then continued.
These deep-sea sharks aren't intelligent creatures. They are just a group of crazy predators. Oh?
Bai Wei was also stunned. If the deep-sea sharks were the ferocious beasts in the sea, then no matter how powerful this species was, they had to give some face to the dragon clan. However, they were a group of powerful ferocious beasts. Without intelligence, they did not care whether the dragon race was a dragon race or not. As long as they entered their territory, they would be their prey.
Are those deep-sea shark very strong?
Jiang Fei asked.
Strong. Very strong.
When Wu Rui spoke, there was even a hint of fear on her face. This was because the deep-sea shark was not limited to living in the Spirit Sea area. They would occasionally go to the outer sea area to fight. Because of this, many people from the water-swallowing beast race would lose their lives every year. Therefore, the water eaters and many mirage sea creatures had an unwritten rule. They would never go out when the deep-sea sharks were out hunting.
How strong is he? Is he stronger than brother?
Bai Wei asked.
Although master is very strong, he is only one person. Meanwhile, the deep-sea sharks are all in groups. Therefore, even master would find it difficult to escape unscathed.
Wu Rui said with a frown.
So strong.
Bai Wei was shocked.
That is indeed not someone to be trifled with.
Jiang Fei nodded. After so many years of experience, Jiang Fei knew very well what kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. That person was a hothead. This group of people did not care about their identity, background, strength, the consequences of winning or losing. All of these were not within their consideration. These people would do anything if they did not agree with each other. They did not care about their gains and losses at all. That was why they were the most difficult to deal with. What was even more difficult to deal with than these hotheads were the powerful beasts. Not only did they not care about the consequences, they would not rest until they were dead, because they could not communicate with each other. Once they were provoked, they would not rest until they were dead. Therefore, even top-tier experts would have a headache when they encountered them.
Then, are we still going?
Bai Wei asked.
Let's go and take a look. But you guys wait for me outside the Spirit Sea. I'll go in alone.
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment.
Brother, let's go together.
Bai Wei said, a little worried.
No need. It's more convenient for me to go alone.
Jiang Fei said. If he brought the two girls with him, he would be distracted instead.
Sister Bai Wei, let's wait outside for master,
said Wu Rui. Although she called Jiang Fei master and Bai Wei brother, they still addressed each other as brother and sister. This might be hard to imagine in the human world. However, the ferocious beasts were not that particular. They all had their own families. Seniority was not valued among the murderers. It was mainly based on individual strength.
All right.
Bai Wei wanted to go together because she was worried about Jiang Fei. However, after Wu Rui said that, she knew that she was a burden. So she did not insist. After Jiang Fei and the other two had discussed it, Wu Rui led the way. Then, the group rushed to the Spirit Awakener Sea. After half a day, Wu Rui pointed at the sea below and said to Jiang Fei,
Master, this is the Spirit Awakener Sea. Are you guys okay up there?
Jiang Fei asked.
We're fine. Those deep-sea sharks are not very intelligent. They won't leave the surface of the water because that would make them feel uneasy. So, as long as we stay high up in the air, there's no danger.
Wu Rui replied.
Okay. You'll go down then.
Jiang Fei nodded and jumped down. Splash. The surface of the water stirred up a wave, and Jiang Fei dived into the water.
As expected, the water-type spiritual energy here is very dense. It's already close to the level of the year star.
Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Based on the density of the water-type spiritual energy here, the chances of him finding the seasoning was very high. Jiang Fei dived all the way to the bottom of the sea. As he gradually dived deeper, the water pressure began to increase. Although this did not affect Jiang Fei much, the number of fish and sea creatures around him was greatly reduced. Moreover, the deep-sea creatures that gradually appeared in Jiang Fei's field of vision began to develop into strange shapes.
Is this because the bottom of the sea is too dark? Anyway, I'm not afraid of being seen by others. So, I don't have to care about my appearance anymore.
Jiang Fei complained to himself. After half an hour, Jiang Fei finally reached the bottom of the sea. Although the surroundings were so dark that he could not see his own fingers. For an expert like him, his perception of his surroundings mainly relied on his spiritual power. Vision was just a support. Therefore, the effect was not very big.
The spiritual energy over there is more concentrated.
Jiang Fei locked onto a direction. Then, he used his water-type spiritual power to shake his back. His entire body was like a torpedo as he charged forward. Jiang Fei moved forward very quickly. Before long, he had arrived at the edge of a trench. The dense spiritual energy was coming up from the bottom of the trench.
Let's go down and take a look.
Jiang Fei was very brave. Therefore, he jumped into the trench. As soon as he entered the trench, Jiang Fei found several powerful auras.
Are these the deep-sea sharks that Uriel had mentioned?
Jiang Fei used his mind power to lock onto the powerful auras. However, he did not show any hostility toward them. As Jiang Fei continued to dive, a faint fluctuation of space-time suddenly appeared in his mind power perception.
What is that?
Jiang Fei's attention was immediately drawn to it. Right now, the thing related to the power of space and time was undoubtedly the most attractive thing to him. Therefore, Jiang Fei swam towards the faint power of space and time. As he continued to get closer, the power of space and time became more and more obvious. Although it was still very weak, Jiang Fei had already locked onto it.
Here!
Jiang Fei came to the entrance of an underwater cave. He used his mind power to probe inside. After confirming that there were no powerhouses lurking inside, he slowly entered the cave.
It's this thing again!
The cave was not deep. Jiang Fei did not walk far before he found the source of the power of time and space. It was another time and space chip. Chapter 2272, Chapter 2265 Deep Sea Sharks. After taking a few steps to the side of the dimensional chip, Jiang Fei put it away. Although he had not figured out the secret of this thing, it was always good to collect more. Just as Jiang Fei put away the dimensional chip, he felt a few powerful auras coming from outside the cave. It was clearly the few guys that he had just discovered.
Have they discovered me?
Jiang Fei was puzzled. To be honest, he did not want to provoke these deep-sea sharks because it was meaningless to tangle with these guys. However, Jiang Fei's luck was not particularly good. The few powerful auras came to the entrance of the cave and did not leave. They kept wandering around. It was obvious that they had discovered Jiang Fei's existence.
How annoying. I hope they can't come in.
Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he stopped in the cave and did not rush out.
Boom!
At that moment, a water dragon rushed in.
Buzz!
An earth shield instantly appeared in front of Jiang Fei. The water dragon crashed into the earth shield and disintegrated. However, the earth shield that Jiang Fei erected was also full of cracks.
So powerful!
Jiang Fei was secretly shocked. Based on the power of this attack, he could determine that the combat power of these deep-sea sharks was definitely not less than 60 million. Although they lacked intelligence, they might not be able to fully display their combat power. However, there were too many of them. From his spiritual sense, Jiang Fei could clearly see that there were 9 deep-sea sharks outside the cave. These guys were good at hunting in a team. Once they were entangled by them, even Jiang Fei would not be able to escape easily. As for destroying these sharks, it was even more impossible. Although Jiang Fei was confident that he could defeat any one of the deep-sea sharks by himself, there were still 9 of them. Moreover, the deep-sea sharks would not fight him alone. These beasts that did not have high intelligence did not have any sense of pride. In their eyes, Jiang Fei was a prey that was rich in energy. That was why they would not give him a chance to fight alone. They immediately went into group hunting mode.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
One after another, water dragons were blasted into the cave. Although they were all dissolved by Jiang Fei. If this continued, even if Jiang Fei could withstand it, the cave would collapse. When that time came, Jiang Fei would still have to face the attacks of these guys head-on.
This is really annoying!
Jiang Fei frowned slightly. However, the next second, an idea flashed through his mind.
These deep-sea sharks are not very intelligent. They can't communicate because they can't speak human language. However, I have a mind-reading ability. Perhaps I can know what they are thinking. That would be easy.
Jiang Fei made up his mind. Then, he activated the mind-reading ability. However, once the mind-reading ability was activated, Jiang Fei regretted it, because what came back to his mind was only some chaotic and bloodthirsty emotions. As for the organized information, it was pitifully few. Moreover, the content was all about how to drive him out of the cave. Then, he began to communicate with the sharks.
What kind of creatures are these?
Jiang Fei frowned, because these deep-sea sharks only had bloodthirsty impulses in their hearts.
Old friend, looks like I'll need you to accompany me today.
Jiang Fei was helpless. He could only summon his Chungying sword. It was impossible to reason with such a group of ferocious beasts that only knew about bloodthirsty. The only thing he could do was to fight his way out.
Boom!
Before he left the cave, Jiang Fei first used his psychic power to strike a deep-sea shark. However, the effect was not obvious. Although the deep-sea shark was hit until it shook its head, it did not seem to be hurt at all.
There's such an advantage to having a low IQ.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. The brain capacity of these deep-sea sharks was very small, although their psychic power was not strong, and they only knew how to kill. However, the advantage of not having a brain was that it was very difficult for spiritual power to deal strong damage to them. This was like a normal person who would become a fool or even a vegetable after being attacked by spiritual power. However, if you use your spiritual power to attack a fool, other than being a little more foolish, it seemed like there was nothing to lose. What if you were to hit a rock? Then, it would be useless. Therefore, although Jiang Fei's spiritual attack on the deep-sea sharks could not be defended against, Jiang Fei did not achieve any practical results.
With this IQ, I guess I won't be beaten away.
At the same time, Jiang Fei gave up on trying to scare these guys away. With their intelligence, it was difficult for them to have such emotions as fear or fear. Whoosh! Jiang Fei suddenly rushed out of the cave. He swung the Chungying sword in his hand and directly stabbed the stunned deep-sea shark. The Chungying sword went straight into the deep-sea shark's head.
Clang!
The sword spirit let out a happy sword cry and began to crazily devour the deep-sea shark's flesh and blood essence. When Jiang Fei's Chungying sword was being refined, it was more like an evil sword than a holy sword. Not only did it devour the enemy's primordial spirit, but it also devoured the enemy's flesh and blood essence. Although the deep-sea shark was not very intelligent, its flesh and blood were indeed rich in energy. Therefore, after it was stabbed into the deep-sea shark's body, the Chungying sword began to absorb it crazily. The deep-sea shark could not make a sound. Therefore, under the intense pain, it could only wriggle around on the bottom of the sea. Even so, it did not retreat. It even looked for an opportunity to bite Jiang Fei. At the same time, the other deep-sea shark also noticed Jiang Fei. They did not care about their companion who was attacked. Instead, they used their usual hunting skills on Jiang Fei. They wanted to kill and eat the high-energy food in front of them. Swish! Jiang Fei drew his Chungying sword and dodged the attack of one of the deep-sea sharks. Although the Chungying sword was a little reluctant. How could Jiang Fei be so stupid as to exchange his life for that of a deep-sea shark? After dodging the attack of the deep-sea shark, 2 more sharks rushed in front of Jiang Fei.
No! I can't fight them! There are too many of them!
Jiang Fei made a prompt decision. He took advantage of the opportunity. When one of the sharks pounced on him, he suddenly jumped up and stomped on the tip of its nose. He continued to speed up. When the sharks saw that Jiang Fei was about to do something, they immediately chased after him. Jiang Fei swung his sword back. The sharp sword aura hit one of the sharks and immediately caused its skin to split open. However, when this kind of ferocious beast was developing, it had used its intelligence to grow its skin and flesh. Therefore, the deep-sea sharks did not suffer any fatal injuries. Instead, they became even crazier under the stimulation of the pain. Moreover, when the other deep-sea sharks smelled the smell of blood, they became even more manic. They chased after Jiang Fei relentlessly. It seemed like they would not stop until Jiang Fei was killed. Chapter 2273, Chapter 2266, Fierce Battle. Swish! Jiang Fei slashed out a sword energy to slightly stop the sharks that were chasing him. Then, he accelerated and swam up to the surface of the sea. As long as he left the surface of the sea and flew high into the air, the deep-sea sharks would not chase him anymore. The deep-sea sharks did not make any sound. However, they had a unique way of communicating with each other. At this time, they had clearly discovered Jiang Fei's intention. They knew that he wanted to escape. Therefore, they left the 2 deep-sea sharks to continue chasing Jiang Fei. The other deep-sea sharks wanted to flank Jiang Fei from both sides, trying to intercept his escape route. Although these deep-sea sharks did not have much intelligence, after millions of years of evolution, they had developed an instinct to hunt. There was no need to think at all. These deep-sea sharks were able to use the most efficient hunting method. The most terrifying hunting method.
Sigh!
Jiang Fei sighed. Once upon a time, in his era, he was almost invincible. However, now, he was being chased by a group of beasts that did not have much intelligence. Swish! 2 teams of deep-sea sharks quickly surpassed Jiang Fei and formed a circle above his head. Although Jiang Fei's swimming speed was very fast through the water element, he was still far from being comparable to these deep-sea sharks. After all, they were elves that lived at the bottom of the sea.
Looks like I won't be able to leave if I don't get serious.
Jiang Fei frowned. Then, he gritted his teeth and projected his own inheritance space. After the inheritance space's projection enveloped the deep-sea sharks, Jiang Fei let out a muffled groan. These guys were too powerful. Therefore, the burden that they had placed on Jiang Fei was also beyond his imagination. However, under the projection of the inheritance space, the deep-sea sharks were frozen in slow motion. Although the projection was not as powerful as the real inheritance space, the burden was relatively smaller. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not put all of the deep-sea sharks into the inheritance space. That was because even though he could trap these beasts, he would at least have to pay a heavy price. Jiang Fei moved to the side of a deep-sea shark. At the same time, the shadow-bearing sword flashed and pierced into the deep-sea shark's brain. After the shadow-bearing sword pierced into the deep-sea shark's body, it began to crazily absorb its flesh and blood essence again. The shark was in so much pain that it wanted to wiggle its body, but it was trapped by the projection of the inheritance space. Therefore, it could only twitch in pain. The other deep-sea sharks wanted to save their companions. However, their current speed was as fast as a snail. They could not stop Jiang Fei from doing anything. Swish! Jiang Fei held the Chungying sword with both hands. Then, he used his strength to slice off the head of the deep-sea shark. Swish! Following the same pattern, Jiang Fei beheaded 5 deep-sea sharks in a row. However, at this moment, Jiang Fei could not hold on any longer. Although the projection did not consume as much energy as the inheritance space, that was only relatively speaking. To imprison so many deep-sea sharks with close to 60 million combat power, the consumption was still very terrifying. Swish! Just as the restriction was released, the deep-sea sharks did not attack Jiang Fei. Instead, they pushed him away from a distance. Although these guys were not very intelligent, they could only watch as their comrades were decapitated in front of him. The deterrence effect was very obvious. Therefore, these beasts that were not very intelligent were also afraid. Whoosh! Jiang Fei took a step forward. In fact, he was only strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Although he had just killed 5 deep-sea sharks as if he was chopping vegetables, his spiritual power was almost exhausted. Moreover, spiritual power was not effective against these guys. Therefore, Jiang Fei was already at the end of his rope. If these deep-sea sharks attacked him, Jiang Fei did not know if he had the ability to escape. Swish! When the deep-sea sharks saw Jiang Fei approaching again, they retreated one after another. Their intelligence was not high. At this time, they were already frightened by Jiang Fei's overwhelming terror. They instinctively felt that Jiang Fei was a natural enemy. They did not dare to go forward at all. Huh? It worked! Jiang Fei saw that he had scared the beasts. He immediately went forward again. This time, the psychological defense of the deep-sea sharks completely collapsed. They turned around and ran. With their super-fast swimming speed, they disappeared in front of Jiang Fei in the blink of an eye. Phew! Jiang Fei was slightly relieved. If these guys had not run away earlier, he would have had to think of a way to escape. Although Jiang Fei, who was at the end of his rope, would definitely not be able to defeat these deep-sea sharks, he still had the defensive ball, which was a player item. With this kind of divine weapon with absolute defense, he was not afraid that these deep-sea sharks would eat him. Swish! Jiang Fei waved his hand, and a blue light flashed. The bodies of the deep-sea sharks were all put away by him. Although these guys were not very intelligent, the energy contained in their flesh and blood was more than that of an ordinary ferocious beast. These were all good treasures for refining the blood alchemy pill. They could not be wasted. Should I go up or down next? After putting away the dead bodies of the sharks, Jiang Fei hesitated. Originally, Jiang Fei had come down to search for water-type ingredients to refine pills. However, as soon as he obtained a space-time crystal, he attracted the attention of the deep-sea sharks. Now, although the remaining deep-sea sharks had been scared away, however, Jiang Fei's condition was also very bad. He was not willing to return to the surface of the water, but he was also afraid that he would be in danger at the bottom of the sea and would not be able to deal with it. Forget it. Anyway, refining pills is not something that can be done in a short period of time. This time, I've already obtained the space-time crystal and the shark's body. There's no need to continue taking risks. In the end, Jiang Fei chose to give up. After all, there were too many unknown dangers underwater. He really did not want to take such unnecessary risks when he was unable to protect himself. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei returned to the surface of the water. Splash! Jiang Fei flipped the water and rushed into the clouds. He quickly met up with Bai Wei and Wu Rui.
Brother, have you found it?
Bai Wei asked.
I didn't find them.
Jiang Fei shrugged.
Master, you're not in a good condition. Are you all right?
Wu Rui was more attentive. She noticed that Jiang Fei's aura was a little unstable.
I'm fine. I met a deep-sea shark. These guys are really hard to deal with.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
Master, you met a deep-sea shark?
Wu Rui was shocked. Before this, she did not know how strong Jiang Fei was. However, now, she had some idea of how strong Jiang Fei was. To be able to escape from the hands of a deep-sea shark. This was not something that an ordinary expert could do.
Hee hee. I did not expect to encounter 9 of them. I almost died here. However, this trip was not for nothing. The corpses of the 5 deep-sea sharks are all treasures.
Jiang Fei laughed.
What? Master, you killed 5 of them?
Wu Rui began to doubt her own ears. They, the water-swallowing beasts, had a deep understanding of the power of the deep-sea sharks. In the end, they did not expect their teacher to kill 5 of them in the shark swarm, and even escape unscathed. Chapter 2274, Chapter 2267. Temperament Differences.
Yeah. The remaining 4 ran away.
Jiang Fei nodded.
This.
Wu Rui was completely dumbfounded. She could not even imagine how powerful this teacher was.
Alright. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's find a place to rest first.
Jiang Fei was really tired. Although he had taken a few pills to recover his spiritual energy. For someone with his strength. He wanted to recover his spiritual energy by taking pills. That was simply a drop in the bucket. Therefore, the most important thing now was to find a place to isolate himself and train. Otherwise, when his spiritual energy recovered naturally, he would have to wait for a long time.
Yes! Yes!
Wu Rui and Bai Wei nodded repeatedly. At this time, they could also see that Jiang Fei's condition was not very good. It was probably because he had consumed a lot of energy during the battle just now. After that, Jiang Fei and the other 2 flew forward for a period of time. They found a small island on the sea and landed on it.
This island is so desolate.
Bai Wei sighed. Not only did this small island not have the aura of a ferocious beast, but there were also very few living creatures. After they landed on the island, the only animals they saw were a few rabbits.
Brother, are these edible?
Bai Wei, who had eaten roasted bear meat once, had finally revealed her gluttony. Therefore, when she saw an animal, she would basically consider whether it was delicious or not. Bai Wei and Wu Rui were both born as ferocious beasts. They usually hunted, so they would never have the thought of eating a rabbit when it was so cute.
Hee hee. This is delicious.
Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. The roasted rabbit meat was much more delicious than the bear meat.
Really? Then I'll go and catch it.
Before Bai Wei could finish her sentence, she had already rushed out.
Master, it'll help you clean up a place. You should rest first.
Wu Rui accompanied Jiang Fei to the middle of the island. As there were not many mountains on the island, it was impossible to dig out a cave. Therefore, Wu Rui had no choice but to clear out a piece of flat land. Then, she cut off some tree trunks and trimmed them into the shape of a round stool to let Jiang Fei rest.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei laughed. Although he had the illusion vine seed on him, since this little disciple of his was so filial, he naturally would not object. Not long after Jiang Fei sat down, Bai Wei came back with more than a dozen wild rabbits. Although these wild rabbits were somewhat powerful, they were at most at the light-up stage. In front of Bai Wei, they were like lying on the ground and taking them out. Therefore, Bai Wei immediately took out a bunch of them.
Brother, what should we do with these things?
Bai Wei asked.
Peel off the skin and remove the internal organs.
As soon as Jiang Fei finished speaking, Bai Wei began to make her move. A sharp little claw popped out from between her fingers. Then, she quickly skinned and gutted the wild rabbits.
Good boy. When it comes to eating, you are really diligent.
Jiang Fei could not help but laugh.
Brother, I have already skewered the rabbits. Prepare the seasoning and start the fire.
Bai Wei urged.
All right.
Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. Then, he added the fire and began to roast the rabbit meat. Bai Wei and Wu Rui were watching carefully from the side. However, their goals were completely different. Bai Wei was simply waiting for something to eat. As she watched, she almost drooled. However, Wu Rui was different. She had memorized Jiang Fei's every move. Occasionally, she would ask Jiang Fei some questions. Her goal was to learn how to roast this kind of food. as the water eater was a race in the water. Wu Rui had most likely eaten her prey raw before. However, the aroma of the roasted meat told her that eating this way was much better than eating it raw. Moreover, there was another reason why the two girls had completely different reactions. Bai Wei had grown up in the valley since she was young. She had not seen much of the world. To put it nicely, she was too simple-minded. To put it bluntly, she was a little simple-minded. She would not consider too many problems. However, Wu Rui was different. Although her personality had changed greatly after experiencing life and death, her thinking pattern would not change much. Although she no longer had any petty thoughts and wanted to seduce Jiang Fei, she knew that being by Jiang Fei's side, in order to show her value, she had to stay by her master's side all day long and have her master serve her. What kind of disciple was this? Therefore, Wu Rui planned to learn how to grill meat. In the future, when such a thing happened again, she would be able to do it for her. Very soon, the rabbit meat had a golden color. The fragrance became even stronger. As Jiang Fei sprinkled the spices, the golden oil dripped onto the flame, causing sparks to fly.
It smells so good.
Wu Rui sighed.
Yes.
Bai Wei nodded repeatedly.
Eat more if it smells good.
Jiang Fei smiled.
MMM.
Bai Wei nodded repeatedly. Soon, the first roasted rabbit was completed. Jiang Fei gave it to Bai Wei and Wu Rui.
It's so good.
Bai Wei took the roasted rabbit meat and ate it happily. Wu Rui took the roasted rabbit meat and tore off a small piece. Then, she gave the rest to Jiang Fei.
Master, you must be exhausted. Please eat first. I'll taste it and try to cook it.
Wu Rui said to Jiang Fei.
Do you want to try it?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes.
Wu Rui nodded very seriously.
Okay, then you can try it.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. He only wanted to try it because he thought it was fun. Very soon, Wu Rui followed Jiang Fei's instructions strictly and began to roast the rabbit. Soon, a rabbit was roasted to a golden color. After the rabbit was done roasting, Wu Rui tore a small piece of meat from the rabbit that she had roasted herself and tasted it. Then, she tried the piece that Jiang Fei had roasted. The taste of the two pieces was almost the same. It was hard to tell which one was better. After all, Jiang Fei was not a professional chef. He had only collected some seasoning for the roasted meat. The roasted meat was delicious because of the ingredients. It really had nothing to do with his skills. Therefore, the meat that Wu Rui roasted was also very good.
Master, please try it.
Wu Rui handed the rabbit that she had roasted to Jiang Fei.
Not bad.
Jiang Fei praised after taking a bite.
Hee. In that case, Master, I will do the cooking for you in the future.
Wu Rui said with a smile.
You will do it?
Jiang Fei was stunned. Previously, he only thought that Wu Rui wanted to try the roast meat because she thought it was fun.
It's my duty to take care of Master's food and living,
Wu Rui said.
Hee. It's good that you have such a heart,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Brother, am I really useless?
Bai Wei was enjoying the food. However, she could not eat anymore. She was innocent, but she was not stupid. Wu Rui knew how to please Jiang Fei later on. However, she kept pestering Jiang Fei to roast meat for her. How was this the job of a follower?
Hee. It's just a small matter. It's okay.
Jiang Fei laughed. He took these things lightly. Moreover, he knew that Bai Wei was not lazy. She did not even think about it. This girl grew up alone in the valley. Her thoughts were a little simple. She was not as capable as Wu Rui. Chapter 2275, Chapter 2268 disrupted the plan. After a delicious meal of roasted rabbit meat, Jiang Fei began to meditate and rest. At this time, his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Although he had taken a few pills to restore his spiritual energy, it was only a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, the water-type spiritual energy here was rich. As long as Jiang Fei adjusted the attribute of the origin power, he could easily absorb the spiritual energy into his body and convert it into spiritual energy. Moreover, this kind of training after exhausting his spiritual energy was much more effective than his usual training. Therefore, although the fierce battle with the deep-sea shark had put Jiang Fei in danger, it was also an opportunity for him.
Wu Rui, what do you think we should do now? Why don't we go and play?
Jiang Fei went into closed-door training. Bai Wei was a little bored. She asked Wu Rui as she pulled the flowers and plants around her.
Master needs to be in closed-door cultivation at this time. We cannot allow outsiders to disturb him. We should stay here and protect Master.
Wu Rui shook her head. She did not want Bai Wei to be so simple-minded. As Bai Wei grew up alone in the valley, She still had the temperament of an immature little girl. However, Wu Rui was different. Although the Water Eater tribe was not very strong, the survival of a small tribe required wisdom. Ever since she was young, she had been exposed to the deceit of others. Wu Rui knew very well the cruelty of this world. Now that she had finally become a disciple of the Dragon tribe, this was a chance for her. It was also a chance for the Water Eater tribe. She would never allow anything to happen to Jiang Fei. Even if she had to sacrifice her life in exchange, she would protect Jiang Fei. As long as this Dragon Master was around, he would be able to ensure the safety of the Water Eater tribe for hundreds of years. Oh! Bai Wei could not think too much about it. However, since Wu Rui did not want to play, there was no point for her to play by herself. Hence, she decided to stay on the island. As Jiang Fei's spiritual power had been exhausted, he had been in closed-door cultivation for almost a month. Wu Rui carefully guarded Jiang Fei's side, and did not dare to leave even half a step. Bai Wei had nothing to do but to catch wild rabbits or go fishing by the sea. His days were pretty good. After so many days of closed-door cultivation, Jiang Fei's spiritual power had recovered by 70 to 80%. He had originally planned to dive into the deep sea to search for the supplementary ingredient after he had fully recovered his strength. However, he did not expect that an accident would disrupt his plan. On this day, Jiang Fei was still in closed-door cultivation. Wu Rui was also dutifully guarding him. However, just after noon, Wu Rui suddenly raised her head and looked towards the west. There were two terrifying auras that made her feel suffocated.
There are masters coming!
Wu Rui had even noticed the presence of the two masters. Naturally, Bai Wei, who was slightly stronger than her, was no exception. Bai Wei was originally catching fish by the beach. Once she felt the two terrifying auras, she immediately threw the fish in her hand away and ran over.
Sister Wu Rui, what should we do?
Bai Wei asked. Although she was stronger, she was really panicking when faced with such a situation.
I don't know. Let's wait and see.
Wu Rui shook her head. The two powerful auras approached from afar at an extremely fast speed. It was impossible for them to dodge. Moreover, Jiang Fei was still in seclusion. They must not be disturbed.
Okay.
Bai Wei nodded. She did not know what to do at the moment. Therefore, when Wu Rui opened her mouth, she was treated as her backbone. After a moment, the two powerful auras arrived in front of them. The powerful pressure that erupted from the sky made the two girls want to crawl on the ground. If Jiang Fei was not in seclusion at the moment, he would be able to see the strength of these two people. Their combat strength was around 60 million. Their weaknesses were limited compared to Jiang Fei. At this moment, their auras were fully unleashed. Naturally, Bai Wei and Wu Rui would not be able to withstand it. These two did not look like friends. Instead, they looked like opponents. As they fought, they flew toward the island where Jiang Fei was. The aftermath of the battle caused the entire sea to boil.
Boom! 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 Boom!
These two guys attacked with their full strength. Streams of terrifying energy spread out, scaring Bai Wei and Wu Rui.
Oh no! If they attack, the aftershocks of the battle will definitely disturb Master.
Wu Rui was very anxious.
Wu Rui, what should we do?
Bai Wei was also very scared, but her fear came more from instinct.
You stay here and watch Master. I'll go stop them.
In the end, Wu Rui gritted her teeth, steeled her heart, and jumped up, flying towards the two experts.
Sister Wu Rui!
Bai Wei called out, but Wu Rui had already rushed out. Because they were facing each other, Wu Rui had already gotten close to the two experts in less than a minute. If she got any closer, she was afraid that she would be injured by the aftershocks of the battle.
Please stop!
Wu Rui mustered up her strength and used her spiritual power to send her voice out. The two of them also discovered Wu Rui's existence in the battle capital. However, her strength was not enough to pose a threat to the two of them. So the two of them ignored Wu Rui.
You two. My master is a superior dragon. He is resting on the small island in front of us. I hope you two will not disturb my master.
Wu Rui shouted loudly again. Swoosh swoosh. As soon as Wu Rui said this, the two people in the battle retreated and jumped out of the battle. The reputation of the dragon race was not to be trifled with. Therefore, Bai Wei's words were effective.
Who are you?
One of the middle-aged men asked.
I am Wu Rui from the water-swallowing beast clan on the west coast of the Fantasy Sea. I was lucky enough to become a disciple of the dragon race. Now, my master is resting. I hope the two of you can move and fight again.
Wu Rui's words were neither servile nor overbearing. Moreover, she was polite and well-mannered. The elderly man nodded secretly.
You said that we have to move because you want us to move? Who do you think you are?
The middle-aged man did not seem to fall for this trick, because he did not feel the powerful dragon's might nearby. At this time, Jiang Fei was in closed-door cultivation. In order to not cause trouble, he hid his aura. Therefore, it was normal for this guy to not notice him.
You?
Wu Rui was anxious. If Jiang Fei was in good condition, she would not believe that the person in front of her would dare to speak to a superior dragon in such a manner. However, Jiang Fei was still in closed-door cultivation. If that person forcefully barged in, she would not be able to stop him.
Young lady, don't be anxious. Leave this fellow to me. I will not let him disturb your master.
The old man rolled his eyes. Although Wu Rui wasn't very strong, she wasn't weak either. Moreover, from her words and actions, it could be seen that she wasn't an impulsive idiot, taking the initiative to meet 2 middle-level immortal lords. She must have something to rely on. Therefore, the old man made a prompt decision and decided to help Wu Rui. Maybe he could even sell her to the Dragon Clan.
Why not?
Chapter 2276, Chapter 2269 Self-Destruction of Cultivation.
Old man, you are quite good at flattery. However, you can't even protect yourself today. How dare you try to curry favor with the Dragon Clan?
The middle-aged man cursed angrily. Then, he waved his hands and rushed over.
Miss, you should go back first. It's dangerous here.
The old man turned around and sent Wu Rui more than 10 miles away with a gentle force. Then, he fought with the middle-aged man. This time, the old man didn't run away. He fought with the middle-aged man head-on.
Little girl, don't lie to me. Otherwise, I will be buried here,
the old man said in his heart as he fought. The old man and the middle-aged man were equal in strength. The two of them fought each other. However, the old man knew clearly in his heart that he was too old and weak. Although he could fight with the other party in a short time, the world would drag on for a long time. When his strength was exhausted, it would be the time for the other party to kill him. Therefore, the old man had placed all his bets on Wu Rui. If there was really a Dragon Clan resting nearby, then he only needed to hold on for a period of time. Once the Dragon Clan had rested, they would definitely lend a hand. Although the reputation of the Dragon Clan among the 10,000 clans was not very good, they were overbearing, lustful, and greedy. Some of the outstanding qualities of the Dragon Clan were also recognized by the 10,000 clans. For example, the Dragon Clan kept their word. Also, they absolutely did not owe anyone a favor. Now that the old man had blocked the middle-aged man, the Dragon Clan below could rest in peace. Then, when he was done resting, he would return the favor, even if the Dragon Clan was not very strong. As long as he was willing to intervene, the middle-aged man would definitely retreat. After all, not everyone was like the Cheongqi clan, who were not stingy. The middle-aged man had his clan. Even if he did not think for himself, he had to think for the clan. Offending the Dragon Clan was definitely not a good thing for their clan. The old man and the middle-aged man fought for 2 days. During this time, there was no sign of the Dragon Clan's aura. This made the old man somewhat anxious. At this moment, his spirit energy and physical strength were severely exhausted. The battle had also gone from being evenly matched at the beginning to now being dominated by the middle-aged man.
Old man, are you regretting now? Even if you want to run now, you can't escape,
the middle-aged man said proudly.
Humph! When the Lord of the Dragon Clan comes out of seclusion, you will be dead.
Although the old man was regretful in his heart, he couldn't admit it. After all, he chose the path himself, so he had to finish it even if he had to kneel down.
Ha ha! Dragon Clan? If there is a Dragon Clan here, I will kill them all.
The middle-aged man was also delirious with pride. He usually didn't dare to say such words. If it were to reach the ears of the Dragon Clan, it would bring disaster to his own clan. But today, the middle-aged man was too proud. After 2 days of fierce battle, he didn't find any traces of the Dragon Clan. He was already sure that there was no Dragon Clan around, so he dared to say such nonsense.
Oh, you want to kill me too?
At this moment, a soft voice said faintly from behind the middle-aged man.
Aye.
The middle-aged man felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his entire body went numb. Just when the middle-aged man was almost scared out of his wits, the old man who was fighting with him was overjoyed.
I really did not make the wrong bet. Ha ha ha. Kid, you deserve this fate.
The old man was ecstatic, because he had already seen Jiang Fei standing behind the middle-aged man.
You? Aye.
The middle-aged man turned around with difficulty. He could already feel the dragon's aura around Jiang Fei's body, although the aura was not strong. It was extremely pure. Clearly, the opponent was a superior dragon who had suppressed his strength. For a moment, the middle-aged man did not know what to say. At that moment, he wanted to slap himself. If there was any medicine for regret in this world, he would definitely buy a basket and eat it all in one go. Originally, fighting with the old man was at most a crime of disturbing the rest of the dragon clan. But now, he was so full of himself that he insisted on saying that he would kill the dragon clan as well. That was really courting death.
Ha! The sins of the heaven can be forgiven, but the sins of the self cannot be lived.
Of course, the old man was happy in his heart. Previously, he had only thought of enduring until the dragon clan appeared. When that time came, he would rely on the dragon clan to get rid of this middle-aged man. But he did not expect that. Happiness came so suddenly. Not only was the dragon race extremely powerful, but the middle-aged man was also seeking his own death.
Exalted goddess, I was just in a moment of confusion, so I spoke nonsense.
The middle-aged man had no choice but to lower his head and admit his mistake. Speaking of which, the middle-aged man's strength was not bad. He thought that even if he could not defeat Jiang Fei, he could still escape. However, the problem was that he could run away from the monk. But he could not run away from the temple. If he ran away, he would implicate the entire clan. If Jiang Fei was just a weak little dragon, the middle-aged man might still be able to put up a desperate fight. He hoped that he could kill Jiang Fei and the old man so that he would not leave any loose ends. However, now that he could not even defeat Jiang Fei, there was no need to talk about killing him. Therefore, in order not to implicate the clan, he did not even have the heart to resist or run away.
That's not what you said just now.
Jiang Fei's tone was still calm. However, the more he acted like this, the greater the pressure on the middle-aged man.
Exalted God, I admit my mistake. I only hope that you will not implicate my clan. I am willing to cripple my cultivation for 500 years.
The middle-aged man finally made up his mind.
What do you think?
Jiang Fei looked at the old man. If it was not for the fact that the old man was holding out against him, he would not have been able to cultivate in peace until he had fully recovered.
It's all up to the Almighty.
The old man was very tactful. Although Jiang Fei had asked him, he did not dare to say anything.
All right. That's it then. I want to ask about the cause of the grudge between the two of you. However, with me, the grudge between the two of you ends here.
After Jiang Fei said that, he signaled the middle-aged man to attack.
Thank you, Almighty.
The middle-aged man nodded. He looked at Jiang Fei with a slightly grateful look. Although he had to cripple his own cultivation for 500 years, Jiang Fei's words had undoubtedly saved his life. Without Jiang Fei's words, even if Jiang Fei did not kill him, after the middle-aged man crippled his own cultivation for 500 years, the old man would not have spared him. Although the old man had consumed a lot of energy. However, if the middle-aged man crippled his own cultivation for 500 years, the old man would definitely have the ability to kill him. However, because of Jiang Fei's words, the old man could no longer chase after the middle-aged man. Otherwise, he would not give face to the dragon race. Therefore, the middle-aged man had a chance to escape. With a muffled groan, the middle-aged man reversed his chi in blood, crippling his 500 years of cultivation. After his cultivation was crippled, the middle-aged man's face turned pale. He bowed to Jiang Fei and left in a hurry. He needed to find a place to heal himself first. Otherwise, he might lose even more of his cultivation.
Thank you, God, for your help.
Due to Jiang Fei's words, the old man did not chase after him. Chapter 2277, Chapter 2270 Invitation from the Red-Tailed Fox.
Hee. This is also your own choice,
Jiang Fei said calmly. If the old man had not blocked his enemies for him and stayed here for 2 days, Jiang Fei would not have helped him.
No matter what, it is all thanks to you, God. I was lucky enough to survive. So, I have to thank you,
the old man said.
Hee. What's your name?
Jiang Fei asked.
My name is Gu Zhong. I am the Grand Elder of the Crimson-Tailed Fox clan of the Mysterious Wind Mountain.
The old man introduced himself.
Mysterious Wind Mountain? Where is it?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
It's not far from here. It's about 200 miles to the west,
Gu Zhong said.
Who was that person just now?
Jiang Fei asked.
His name is Wei Bin. He is the clan leader of the Floating Cave Flamingos,
Gu Zhong said.
Then, what did the two of you fight over?
Jiang Fei asked.
There was no grudge between the two of us. It was all because of one of our clan's great treasures,
Gu Zhong said after a moment of hesitation.
Oh,
Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and asked,
What great treasure! The sacred flame token.
This time, Gu Zhong did not hesitate and said it directly. This sacred flame token was another fire attribute 10-sided clear artifact besides the tooth of the fire god. In the ancient times, when the path of artifact refining had yet to take shape, the value of this 10-sided clear artifact was higher. So it was fought over by various races. Initially, when Gu Zhong mentioned it, he was still a little hesitant, because if the Dragon Clan knew about this treasure, it would basically be gone. However, after much deliberation, Gu Zhong still decided to say it. This was because Wei Bin already knew about the sacred flame token. Although he had crippled his own cultivation for 500 years, he was no longer Gu Zhong's match. However, the Fire Crane clan was much stronger than the Red-tailed Fox clan. If they suffered a loss this time, they would definitely make a comeback. Moreover, even if the Red-tailed Fox clan managed to stop the Fire Crane's attack, Wei Bin would definitely spread the news of the sacred flame token among the Red-tailed Fox clan. At that time, all the fire-attributed ferocious beasts in the 5 directions would come and snatch it. The problem that the red-tailed foxes would face was not just losing the treasure. There was a risk of extinction. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Gu Zhong decided to give the treasure to the dragon race in exchange for the protection of the dragon race. In this way, not to mention the small flamingos, even the stronger dire beasts would not dare to underestimate the red-tailed foxes. They would not dare to underestimate the red-tailed foxes anymore.
It's the Sacred Flame Order.
Jiang Fei nodded when he heard the news. The Sacred Flame Order was originally in his hands. Unfortunately, after hundreds of thousands of years, the 10 directional artifacts in his hands had all disappeared.
God! On behalf of the red-tailed fox race, I am willing to offer the Sacred Flame Order to God. I only hope that you can protect the red-tailed fox race from other fierce beasts.
Gu Zhong said while the iron was hot. All the beasts knew that once the Dragon Clan heard about a certain treasure, they would definitely snatch it. Therefore, in order to avoid any mishaps, they had to take the initiative to offer the treasure before they took action. If that was the case, the Dragon Clan would either exchange the treasure with an equivalent value or provide some protection to the clan. In short, they would not accept the benefits for free. Therefore, when Gu Zhong told Jiang Fei about the Sacred Flame Order, he took the initiative to offer the treasure to Jiang Fei so that Gu Zhong would not snatch it from him. If that was the case, the red-tailed fox race would be at a disadvantage.
Protection, huh?
Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. He really wanted the Sacred Flame Order. If it was an ordinary treasure, he might give it up if he felt that it would be troublesome. However, the Sacred Flame Order was a 10-directional clear artifact. These treasures were the only ones.
All right.
In the end, Jiang Fei still could not resist the temptation of the Sacred Flame token.
Then, please follow me to the Dark Wind Mountain. I can also do my part as a host on behalf of the Red-tailed Fox clan.
Gu Zhong took the opportunity to invite Jiang Fei.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Gu Zhong,
I still have 2 little friends down there. When I call them over, we will set off. I will follow your orders.
Gu Zhong said humbly.
It's all right now. Come over.
Jiang Fei sent out a stream of spiritual power, and informed Bai Wei and Wu Rui. Soon, the 2 girls flew up.
Master! Brother!
The 2 girls came to Jiang Fei's side.
Let's go to the Dark Wind Mountain and have some fun,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
All right.
The 2 girls nodded. As long as they followed Jiang Fei, it did not matter where they went.
Then, let's set off,
Jiang Fei said to Gu Zhong.
All right. I'll lead the way for the exalted goddess.
Gu Zhong Fei led the way for Jiang Fei and the other 2. Jiang Fei nodded slightly and followed closely behind. Bai Wei and Wu Rui followed closely behind. A distance of more than 200 miles was nothing to experts like them. After flying for a moment, Jiang Fei and the other 2 arrived at the Dark Wind Mountain.
That is the territory of our Red-tailed Fox clan.
Gu Zhong pointed at a small valley and said,
Let's go down.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Okay.
Gu Zhong took the lead and flew down. Jiang Fei and the others followed behind and landed.
Greetings, Supreme Elder, Ancestor. You're back. Greetings, Ancestor.
When Gu Zhong returned, the little foxes came forward and bowed. As Jiang Fei had hidden his aura, he did not attract their attention. Instead, the little foxes looked at Bai Wei and Wu Rui a few more times. After all, these 2 girls were not that old, but their strength was very shocking.
Guru, please follow me.
Gu Zhong waved his hand and signaled the little foxes to leave. He did not introduce Jiang Fei or ask the little foxes to bow because Jiang Fei's status was too high. The little foxes did not even have the right to come forward and greet him.
Who is that person? Why is the ancestor so polite? I don't know. He must be some big shot. Right. He must be.
Although Jiu Zhong did not introduce Jiang Fei, the little foxes had already guessed that Jiang Fei's identity was not ordinary. Therefore, they hid far away and discussed among themselves. On the other hand, Jiang Fei followed Gu Zhong to the depths of the valley. There were many wooden buildings here. It could be seen that these were all learned from humans. Moreover, they were not bad. There were all kinds of pavilions and pavilions. Moreover, there were many decorations and carvings on them.
Hee hee. You guys have done well here.
Jiang Fei laughed. This was because in this era, the ferocious beasts usually lived in caves. It was rare for ferocious beasts to build their own houses.
God, you are flattering me. When I was young, I had a good relationship with a human. I learned all this from the humans.
Gu Zhong said.
Humans? Where are they?
Jiang Fei asked curiously. He really wanted to see what the humans were like hundreds of thousands of years ago.
They should be over at the Raging Flame Plains. Right.
Gu Zhong had not contacted the humans for many years. After all, the humans of this era were still very weak. It could be seen from where they lived at any famous mountains or rivers. They did not even have a share of the good forests. Only those plains that had no danger to defend were not worth the attention of the ferocious beasts. So it was the human turn to live there. Chapter 2278, Chapter 2271. Gu Fengjiu.
Blazing Plains.
Jiang Fei silently memorized the name of the place. He planned to visit it when he was free.
Please. God.
Gu Zhong led Jiang Fei to a large hall.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and walked in.
Please take a seat.
Gu Zhong said to Jiang Fei.
Hee hee. You are the master here. It is not suitable for me to be the host. I will sit here.
Jiang Fei smiled and sat down on the guest seat.
God. Please wait a moment. I'll get someone to serve the tea.
Gu Zhong said as he walked to the door. There were people standing there with their hands hanging down.
Go and prepare the fragrant tea fruit.
Gu Zhong ordered.
Yes. Ancestor.
The person nodded.
Go and get Jiao.
Gu Zhong said to the other person.
Yes.
The person was about to turn around and go to work.
Wait.
Gu Zhong stopped him.
Ancestor, do you have any other orders?
That person asked.
Tell Jiao that the dragon god is here.
Gu Zhong said.
Yes. I understand. Ancestor, do you have any other orders?
That person asked.
No. Jiao knows what to do.
Gu Zhong said.
Yes.
That person also turned around and left.
Hee hee. Guru. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Gu Zhong returned to Jiang Fei's side and began to chat with him. A moment later, the little fox, who had prepared the fragrant tea and fruits, returned. He placed the tea and snacks in front of Jiang Fei and then carefully left.
Guru, please try it. This is a kind of celestial tea that is unique to our Dark Wind Mountain.
Gu Zhong said proudly.
Okay.
Jiang Fei took a sip. He was not afraid that the old fox would harm him. Moreover, the old fox had no reason to harm him. After a sip of the fragrant tea, Jiang Fei indeed felt that his lips and teeth were still fragrant. Moreover, he felt refreshed.
Good tea.
Jiang Fei sighed from the bottom of his heart.
If you think it is good, I will prepare some for you later.
Gu Zhong immediately said.
Okay. I will accept this gift.
Jiang Fei nodded. The tea was indeed delicious.
Thank you. God.
Even though Jiang Fei had accepted Gu Zhong's gift, he still had to thank him. At that moment, the sound of rings ringing could be heard from outside the hall. At the same time, a faint fragrance drifted in through the door.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei smiled faintly. The reputation of the dragon race's lecherous nature was really impressive. He could almost run into a beauty trap wherever he went. He was really impressed by this. In fact, Jiang Fei had already noticed the person from afar. This woman's strength was not bad. She was even stronger than Bai Wei, who had the dragon race's bloodline. Her combat power was over 50 million. She had already crossed the threshold of a celestial lord.
Ancestor, are you looking for me?
A woman entered the door. She looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. She was really charming. The corners of her eyes and brows were filled with countless types of charm.
Quickly come and greet the dragon god.
Gu Zhong led the woman to Jiang Fei.
My daughter, Gu Fengjiu, greets the dragon god.
The woman bowed gracefully. Her every move was charming.
God! Jiaoer is the current leader of our Red-Tailed Fox clan.
Gu Zhong introduced.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded slightly. Although Gu Fengju was very charming, she was still far from being comparable to the Phoenix Spirit, who was the female beast queen.
Your grace has graced us with your presence,
Gu Fengju said to Jiang Fei, although she did not do anything on purpose. Her every move was as charming as a woman's. There was no need to explain her intentions.
Gu Zhong, where's the sacred flame token you were talking about?
Jiang Fei ignored Gu Fengju. He had never provoked a woman with such a strong intention.
Jia Jiao, I have promised to offer the sacred flame token to the god. Go and get it,
Gu Zhong said to Gu Fengju.
Ah?
Gu Fengju was stunned. The sacred flame token was their clan's most precious treasure.
Go!
Gu Zhong pulled Gu Fengju to the entrance of the hall. Then, he lowered his voice and said to her,
Is everything done? Don't worry. Old ancestor. How could I make a mistake?
Gu Fengju said proudly.
In! Then hurry up and get the sacred flame token. Don't make the exalted goddess wait too long,
Gu Zhong said.
All right.
Gu Fengju nodded. She knew that the sacred flame token could not be kept. If the dragon race did not know, it would be fine. But if they knew the whereabouts of such a treasure, then there was no way they would not get it. The only difference was that if you offered it in exchange for benefits, or if you waited for others to come and snatch it from you. Just as Gu Fengju was about to get the sacred flame token, Gu Zhong whispered again.
It would be best if you can be valued by the gods. If you can't, don't force it. Don't lose your temper and lose our entire clan. Yes, ancestor, I understand.
Gu Fengju nodded repeatedly. She was enlightened by Gu Zhong's words. Gu Fengju was indeed seducing Jiang Fei just now. Moreover, when she realized that Jiang Fei was not interested in her, Gu Fengju acted as if she was in a fit of pique. She went even further to display her charm. She wanted Jiang Fei to fall for her. The more beautiful a woman was, the more obsessed she would be with her own beauty. They believed that every man would fall for her. Once they realized that someone was not interested in them, it would instead stimulate their desire to conquer. However, Gu Zhong's words reminded Gu Fengjiao that the person in front of her was not an ordinary person. He was a superior dragon. If she deliberately flirted with him, it would be fine if she could make him her guest of honor. However, if she angered him, the Red-Tailed Fox clan would be crippled. Therefore, Gu Zhong's words woke Gu Fengjiu up in time, so that she could stop before Jiang Fei got bored. After Gu Fengjiu left, Gu Zhong came before Jiang Fei. He knew that the conversation between him and Gu Fengjiu could not be hidden from Jiang Fei. Therefore, he simply apologized and said,
Exalted goddess, Jiaoer is young and insensible. Please do not argue with her. It's okay.
Jiang Fei smiled. He was not the kind of person to be stingy. However, he had heard Gu Zhong and Gu Fengjiu's charade.
Oh right. What did you say just now?
Jiang Fei suddenly asked. Gu Zhong was stunned for a moment and then said,
It's about welcoming you. God! Welcoming me?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Yes. Our Red-Tailed Fox clan has a special ceremony when our honored guest arrives,
Gu Zhong said. Although he did not lie, such a grand ceremony was not often used. He had hinted to Gu Fengjiu to create this ceremony today so that all the surrounding ferocious beasts would know that the Dragon Clan had come to visit the Red-Tailed Fox clan. Gu Zhong wanted to let all the fierce beasts in the vicinity know that the Red-Tailed Fox clan had hooked up with the dragon race, so that they would have some scruples in the future. They would not continue to bully the Red-Tailed Fox like before. Now, they had someone to protect them. Chapter 2279, Chapter 2272. The Welcoming Ceremony. After a while, Gu Fengjiu returned with a sacred flame token.
Exalted goddess, this is the sacred flame token, the ultimate treasure of the Red-Tailed Fox clan.
Gu Fengjiu bowed and stood in front of Jiang Fei. She was holding a brocade box with both hands. Inside was the sacred flame token. However, because she was bending over, Gu Fengjiu, who was wearing a low-cut dress, was showing off.
I'll take this.
Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. He did not expect this woman to not give up. After he took over the life, he ignored Gu Fengjiu. Instead, he said to Gu Zhong,
I'll take the sacred flame order. I'll do what I promised you. Thank you, exalted goddess.
Gu Zhong bowed deeply to Jiang Fei.
Go and gather everyone from the other clans in the vicinity.
Jiang Fei instructed Gu Zhong.
Yes, exalted goddess.
Gu Zhong nodded and went out to prepare.
Exalted goddess, the welcoming ceremony is almost ready. Please step forward,
Gu Fengjiu said to Jiang Fei at this time.
Let's go! Let's go and take a look,
Jiang Fei said to Bai Wei and Wu Rui.
Okay.
The two girls nodded and followed Jiang Fei out.
Master, you'd better be careful of Gu Fengjiao,
Wu Rui whispered into Jiang Fei's ear.
Oh.
Jiang Fei smiled faintly.
She has a purpose for you,
Wu Rui said bluntly.
Is it the same as you were back then?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
Wu
Rui was stunned for a moment. That's right. When she first met Jiang Fei, didn't she have the same purpose as Gu Fengjiu?
Hee. I'm just kidding. You're not the same person anymore.
Jiang Fei smiled and patted Wu Rui's head.
It's all thanks to Master's reminder. Otherwise, I might have continued to be obsessed and eventually become a woman like Gu Fengjiao,
Wu Rui said.
That's not your fault. The environment makes the world. Sometimes, it's not up to you to do whatever you want.
Jiang Fei suddenly sighed.
That's right.
Wu Rui nodded. Previously, she had been trying to seduce Jiang Fei. Wasn't her goal to find a slightly better home for herself? No matter what, her fate was not in her hands. She was destined to be someone else's plaything from the moment she was born. She had to find a stubborn person that she was satisfied with. Right? However, fortunately, Wu Rui met Jiang Fei and rescued her from her fate. Thinking of this, when Wu Rui looked at Gu Fengjiu again, she could not help but feel sorry for this woman. Jiang Fei and the other two followed Gu Fengjiu to the small square outside. At this time, the place was already filled with people. Moreover, the entire Red-tailed Fox clan settlement was decorated with lights and decorations. It was especially beautiful.
Exalted goddess, please follow me.
Gu Fengjiu led Jiang Fei to the center of the square.
Bang! 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 Bang!
As soon as Jiang Fei stepped into the square, the sound of salutes could be heard. Following that, a large number of Red-tailed Fox clan members wearing red formal clothes ran out. They surrounded Jiang Fei and sang and danced. It was a scene of celebration.
Hee. It's quite lively.
Jiang Fei laughed.
The Mountain Bear clan leader is here to visit. Clan leader Flaming Tiger is here. The Grand Elder of the Blood Wolf clan is here.
At this moment, the clan leaders and powerful figures around the Red-tailed Fox had also arrived. Gu Zhong had just gone to deliver the message. This was a summon from the Dragon Clan. How could they not come?
As expected of the Dragon Clan's supreme god. It has been a long time since our Darkwind Mountain has been so lively.
The clan leader of the Flaming Tiger clan sighed.
Humph. Only this bunch of foxes will cause trouble.
The Grand Elder of the Blood Wolf clan said disdainfully. In his opinion, the Red-tailed Fox clan did not deserve to live in Mystic Wind Mountain. These fellows knew nothing except to flatter others. They were simply embarrassing the Fierce Beasts clan, because they looked down on the Red-tailed Fox clan. The Blood Wolf clan bullied them the most ruthlessly. However, because the Red-tailed Fox clan had a good relationship with the Raging Flame Tiger clan, the Blood Wolf clan did not exterminate the Red-tailed Fox clan.
Old friend, you better restrain yourself today. That old fox Gu Zhong called us over. It's 80% likely that he is already hooked up with the Dragon Clan. Don't push yourself.
Regretful Mountain Bear's clan leader had a good relationship with the Supreme Elder of the Blood Wolf clan. Hence, he spoke out to remind him.
I know. If that old fox did not find a backer, how dare he come to our territory?
The Supreme Elder of the Blood Wolf clan sneered. However, he also restrained his aura. Although he looked down on the Red-tailed Fox clan, he still had to give face to the Dragon Clan.
Toba, clan leader of the Regretful Mountain Bear clan, greets the Dragon God.
When the few of them came before Jiang Fei, the clan leader of the Regretful Mountain Bear clan was the first to step forward and bow. From this, it could be seen that he had the highest status among these people.
Miao Fengshen, clan leader of the Raging Flame Tiger clan, greets the Dragon God.
The clan leader of the Raging Flame Tiger clan was the second to bow and greet.
The Blood Wolf clan's Grand Elder Ha Tong greets the god.
Finally, it was the Blood Wolf clan's Grand Elder.
Okay.
Jiang Fei waved his hand lightly. He had been in a high position for a long time, so he was used to this kind of situation. After a few big shots of the ferocious beasts greeted Jiang Fei, they stood aside, because the welcoming ceremony had reached its climax. A group of little foxes danced a dance that was unique to the Red-tailed Fox clan. They surrounded Gu Fengjiu and came before Jiang Fei. At that moment, Gu Fengjiu had unknowingly changed into a new set. She was covered in heavy makeup, coupled with her seductive dance moves. The few big bosses around her felt their blood pumping.
As expected of the foxes, Their ability to seduce men is really amazing.
Wu Rui whispered from the side.
How disgusting.
Bai Wei nodded in agreement.
Hee hee. Every clan has their own means of survival. The red-tailed fox clan is not very strong. If they want to survive in an environment where they are surrounded by powerful enemies, they can only rely on the beauties of their clan.
Jiang Fei sighed. Actually, he could understand the red-tailed fox clan. Any man with a little bit of courage would not be willing to let his clan sisters use their bodies to protect the lives of their clan members, as long as they had other ways. Jiang Fei believed that the red-tailed fox clan would not make such a choice. Unfortunately, the surrounding ferocious beasts, whether it was the flame tiger, regretful mountain bear, or the blood wolf, every clan could destroy them. Just by relying on their courage, the red-tailed fox clan would have long been destroyed. They had to compromise so much. Otherwise, that clan would have designed such a charming welcoming ceremony. To put it bluntly, wasn't it just gathering all the beauties in the clan and displaying them in front of the powerhouses? Then, everyone would choose one.
Exalted goddess. Just tell me which one you like. Including Jiao. They are still virgins.
Gu Zhong came to Jiang Fei's side and said.
No need. I don't need.
Jiang Fei waved his hand.
This.
Gu Zhong was a little embarrassed. The welcoming ceremony of the red-tailed fox clan was very popular. None of the powerhouses who came to visit had ever rejected it. He did not expect that the dragon clan, who was famous for being lustful, would not be interested in it. Chapter 2280, Chapter 2273. Jiang Fei's method. Jiang Fei turned around and returned to the living room. However, the three big beasts were not polite.
The three of you. Since the guru is not interested, you can choose for yourselves. However, Jiao is not one of them.
Gu Zhong said to the three big beasts.
Ha ha. Okay. I'll choose first.
The Tuoba clan leader of the regretful mountain bear clan was the first to stand out. Then, he chose a little fox girl. After choosing this girl, they could take her with them. Moreover, after they took her back, they would keep her as a concubine. The red-tailed fox tribe did not care whether she was a subordinate or a reward. They would not question her even if she died. From this, it could be seen that these red-tailed fox girls were actually quite pitiful. Miao Feng of the raging flame tiger tribe and Ha Tong of the blood wolf tribe also chose a little fox girl. However, they were the same as Tuoba. They did not have the intention to touch Gu Fengjiu because they also knew that Gu Fengjiu was the current clan leader of the red-tailed fox clan. Gu Zhong could offer her to the dragon clan, but he would never hand her over to them.
Alright, everyone. I will get someone to send the woman you have chosen back to you. Now, follow me in and talk to the god.
Gu Zhong said to the three of them.
Yes. Lead the way.
Tuoba and the other two nodded. Although they had chosen a little fox girl who was as beautiful as a flower and had just been excited by the welcoming ceremony, they were not brainless fools to be able to make it this far. Although they were anxious to go back and enjoy the little fox girl, they did not dare to neglect the dragon race. Therefore, the three of them followed Gu Zhong to the living room. At this time, Jiang Fei was still sitting on the guest seat. This time, the three big bosses of the ferocious beasts were in an awkward position. If Jiang Fei was sitting on the main seat, they would be able to sit on the guest seat after saluting. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei was sitting on the guest seat. Where should they sit? Should they sit on the floor or on the doorsill?
God! You should sit on the main seat.
Gu Zhong also saw the awkwardness of the three of them. Therefore, he said carefully. In fact, he was also afraid of angering Jiang Fei. After all, the dragon race's temperamental mood was also famous.
It's okay. I'll just sit here. It's pretty good. You're the owner of this place, so you should take the main seat.
Jiang Fei was really taking money from others. Now that he had taken the red-tailed fox clan's sacred flame token, he had to teach the other three clans a lesson. Although Jiang Fei said that, Gu Zhong did not dare to sit on the main seat. He had no choice but to stand by Jiang Fei's side with his hands down. This time, the three big bosses of the ferocious beasts were even more embarrassed. They could not even stand. They could not even sit. They could not even sit anywhere in the huge living room.
It's like this.
Jiang Fei saw that he had achieved what he wanted. So, he said,
I have made a deal with the red-tailed fox clan. This deal is more complicated. How should I put it? I have promised to help them destroy a race when necessary.
When Jiang Fei spoke, he had a smile on his face. However, the three big bosses were so scared that they almost sat on the ground. When the big bosses saw Jiang Fei, they had estimated Jiang Fei's approximate power. although it was not much more than the three of them. With the Dragon Clan's bloodline martial skill, it was estimated that in a one-on-one situation, it would not be a problem to take them down. However, with Jiang Fei's strength alone, it would be a lie to say that he could wipe out their race. After all, there were more than one Immortal Lord level master in their race. If they were to really go all out, it would be difficult to say. However, the bad thing was that Jiang Fei was a dragon. If they could not defeat Jiang Fei, and even knew to call for help, would he not? When the dragon race's army came, it would be a matter of minutes before the entire race was wiped out. Therefore, when Jiang Fei said that, the three big bosses' vision went black. Their three races had exploited the red-tailed fox race many times. Just now, the three of them had even taken away 3 girls from the red-tailed fox race. Although these girls were sent by the red-tailed fox race on their own accord. Weren't the girls sent by the red-tailed fox race to ensure their safety? Otherwise, who would be so free that they would give their own sisters to others as playthings?
Don't worry too much. I will only help him destroy one clan.
Jiang Fei smiled casually. However, the problem was that the 3 big bosses of the ferocious beasts could not be laughed at. Yes, that was right. Jiang Fei only agreed to help the red-tailed fox destroy one clan. The remaining 2 clans could continue to bully the red-tailed fox. When that time came, the Dragon Clan and the red-tailed fox clan's deal would be over. They definitely could not meddle in other people's business. However, the problem was, who was willing to be the unlucky one? The bear, tiger, wolf, and wolf clans were also competitors. There were endless friction between them. Only when it came to bullying the red-tailed fox clan, the 3 clans had something in common. Therefore, no one was willing to take the hit for the other 2 clans.
Brother Gu Zhong, look at this matter. I was just joking with you just now. That girl is indeed quite my favorite. However, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to acknowledge her as my goddaughter. Later, I will ask my old lady to give her some greeting gifts and send them back.
The Blood Wolf clan's Ha Tong was really quick-witted. He instantly understood the relationship between them. Jiang Fei had already made it very clear. He had promised Gu Zhong that he would wipe out the entire clan. However, Gu Zhong was the one who had the final say in who he would wipe out. Although Jiang Fei was now a high and mighty dragon, to the other 3 clans, he was merely an assassin who would take money from others to wipe out a disaster. Only Gu Zhong, who had hired the assassin, would be the key to solving the problem. Therefore, Ha Tong, who looked down on the red-tailed fox race the most, was the first to show his goodwill to Gu Zhong. He did not want to be the scapegoat. When Gu Zhong asked the dragon to do something, the red-tailed fox race, who had no backing, would be able to do whatever they wanted?
That's right. That's right. I think so too.
Although Toba of the regretful mountain bear race looked simple-minded, he was also very smart. As soon as Ha Tong said that, he understood.
You too.
Miao Feng's reaction was a little slow. However, he was not a fool. Of course, he knew what the 2 were planning. Therefore, he immediately expressed his goodwill to Gu Zhong.
This god is really high.
Gu Zhong thought to himself. He understood it better than the 3 big bosses of the ferocious beasts. That's right. Jiang Fei had said that he would help him destroy the entire clan. However, did he dare to say anything? After he really destroyed the entire race, the red-tailed fox would be the one to be destroyed the next day. The old fox was able to fight for space for the red-tailed fox race in the middle of the 3 races. That was definitely not because of his strength. It was because of his brain. Therefore, he instantly understood Jiang Fei's intention. As long as he did not say which race he wanted to destroy, the 3 races would have to fight to please him. However, once he made up his mind to destroy the entire race, the death of the red-tailed fox race would come. Therefore, Jiang Fei's intention was very clear. He did not really want to be a fighter for the red-tailed fox race. He just wanted to use this name to restrict the 3 races so that he could fulfill his promise to protect the red-tailed fox race. Of course, even if the 3 races finally figured out Jiang Fei's true intention, what could they do? At most, they would not be able to please the red-tailed fox race. Would they still dare to bully the red-tailed fox race? In case the other party cornered. Want to fight with you, what to do? Chapter 2281, Take a Day Off. Recently, I was a little annoyed because the employees at Womiandian registered their members under my name when they registered for membership. I also opened WeChat to make a secret payment, so they directly swiped my money when they bought things. I looked for Womiandian and Womiandian, but not only did they not give me a solution, but their attitude was also rude and unreasonable. Therefore, the author decided to fight to the death. Today, He only went to work on the lawsuit and did not have the time to update it. I hope everyone can understand. He'll make up for it in 2 days. Chapter 2282. I still have to take a day off. I stayed at the lawyer's office for a whole day today. And there were all kinds of messy matters. I didn't have time to update them. So I still have to take a day off. Tomorrow is the 4th watch. So I hope everyone can forgive me. This time, I want McSteamed Buns to fight for my reputation. He'll even admit to losing money and going to court. He'll definitely fight to the death with Wumiai. Chapter 2283. Chapter 2274. The Blazing Plains. Under Jiang Fei's plan. Regardless of whether the 3 races had figured out the secret behind it or not, they did not dare to bully the red-tailed fox race anymore. After resolving this problem, Jiang Fei put away the sacred flame token with a peace of mind. The deal between the 2 parties was finally completed.
Alright. Everything here has been settled. It's time for us to leave. If you have decided which one to kill, then crush this dragon scale,
Jiang Fei said. At the same time, he placed a small scale on the table. However, this scale was not from his dragon form. Instead, it was something that Jiang Fei had taken away when he was stealing the dragon's corpse.
Thank you, God!
Gu Zhong was naturally grateful. He did not expect Jiang Fei to really leave behind a scale.
Alright, let's go!
Jiang Fei said to Bai Wei and Wu Rui who were beside him.
Okay.
The 2 girls nodded.
Guru, don't you want to stay a little longer? I have already asked someone to prepare a banquet,
Gu Zhong said.
No need.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. He did not like the red-tailed fox race. Although the red-tailed fox race had no choice but to use their girls to exchange for a living space. Jiang Fei could understand. However, that did not mean that he would agree to it. In Jiang Fei's heart, men still had to be brave. If you could not beat them, you could choose to die in battle. If you had to say that you wanted to preserve the survival of your race, then you could choose to migrate. However, you could use the bodies of your sisters in the race to exchange for the men's lives. This made Jiang Fei look down on them. Therefore, after the transaction was completed, Jiang Fei did not plan to stay in the red-tailed fox race any longer.
Greetings, God!
On the other side, Gu Zhong was unwilling to accept this. However, the big shots of the bear, tiger, and wolf clans quickly stood up to send him off. Although they had not completely come into contact with the danger yet. The earlier they sent this death god away, the better everyone would be able to live in peace. On the other side, Jiang Fei did not care about Gu Zhong's request to stay. He directly took Bai Wei and Wu Rui and left. Gu Fengjiao, who had just finished changing her clothes, did not have the time to see Jiang Fei again. She could only watch Jiang Fei's back as he left.
God!
Gu Fengji was unwilling to give up. She knew what her future would be like. Although she was known as the leader of the Red-Tailed Fox clan, the title was just to increase her status. The one who held the real power in the clan was still Gu Zhong. To put it bluntly, her position as the clan leader was a high-level gift. Sooner or later, she would have to give it to a foreign powerhouse as a plaything. Therefore, Gu Fengjiao naturally hoped to be able to rely on a dragon. Although the dragon race was famous for pulling up their pants and refusing to admit their debt, it was still much better than being played with by a powerhouse from another race before giving it to their subordinates. Many girls in the red-tailed fox race had experienced many changes after being picked by a foreign powerhouse. In the end, all of them died miserably. After all, a girl was considered a gift by her own family. Then, who would treat her as a human when they were in the foreign clan?
Forget it. Jia Jiao, stop chasing!
Gu Zhong stopped Gu Fengjiu. He did not want Gu Fengjiu to chase after Jiang Fei and anger him. After all, the dragon god had clearly stated that he was not interested in the girls of the Fox clan at all. If Gu Fengjiu insisted on chasing after them, not only would she not be able to please the other party, she might even cause trouble. The Red-Tailed Fox clan could not afford to offend the Dragon clan. But Gu Fengjiu was a little unwilling. However, she had to bow down to Gu Zhong's authority. Therefore, she could only stand there in a daze and watch as Jiang Fei and the rest disappeared into the horizon.
Brother, are you not going to care about the Red-Tailed Fox clan's matters?
Bai Wei asked Jiang Fei.
There are too many things that are unfair in the world. Weak races are always oppressed. Although I have some ability, I cannot be the savior. I cannot help anyone. If you do not want to submit to fate, you can only rely on yourself.
Jiang Fei's voice was not loud. However, it traveled far. It even reached Gu Fengjiu's ears clearly.
Can I only rely on myself?
Gu Fengjiu nodded thoughtfully. Then, She turned to Gu Zhong with a smile.
Old ancestor, let's go back. There are still leaders of the 3 races to receive. Yes. Yes.
Gu Zhong did not hear Jiang Fei's special voice transmission. Therefore, he was surprised that Gu Fengju had adjusted her mood so quickly. On the other hand, Gu Fengju and Gu Zhong went back to socialize with the big shots of the bear, tiger, and wolf clans. Jiang Fei and the other 2 had already flown far away. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei also sympathized with Gu Fengju. However, just as he said, he could not even take care of himself in this era. How could he be the savior to save others? Therefore, leaving a message to remind Gu Fengjiao that he had already done his best. As for what would happen to Gu Fengju in the end, that was not something that he had to worry about.
Master is right. There are too many things that are unfair in this world. No one is the savior. If you don't want to obey fate, you can only rely on yourself to fight.
Wu Rui said in agreement. Now, she had completely understood.
Then, brother, where are we going next?
Bai Wei asked. Her thoughts were relatively simple. At this point, the matter with the Red-Tailed Fox clan was already over for her.
We're going to the Raging Flame Plains,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. Previously, after listening to Gu Zhong, he had wanted to see how the humans were doing.
All right, Raging Flame Plains. Are we going to see the humans?
Bai Wei's memory was not bad, so she also remembered that the place was where the humans lived.
Master, why are you so interested in humans?
Wu Rui asked curiously.
Because humans will eventually become the rulers of this world,
Jiang Fei whispered. However, Wu Rui heard him clearly.
What? Humans will eventually become the rulers of this world? How is that possible?
Wu Rui was shocked. In her opinion, humans were so weak that they could not even be compared to the Red-Tailed Fox clan, let alone the Water-Swallowing Beast clan. Wu Rui was very surprised that such a weak human would be valued so highly by the Dragon clan's teacher.
Why is that impossible?
Jiang Fei smiled and said to Wu Rui.
Look, the world is now under the control of the Dragon clan. Other than the Dragon clan, there are other races of ferocious beasts. Humans can be said to be the lowest level of existence. That's right.
Wu Rui nodded.
But have you noticed? Regardless of whether it is the dragon race or the other races of ferocious beasts, the reason why they are so powerful is because of their own talent. It is because of the heavens that gave them a strong physique and innate strength. As for humans, what are they born with?
Jiang Fei asked.
It is because they do not have any bloodline power. That is why they are so weak.
Wu Rui said.
No, it's not that humans don't have bloodline power. It's just that their bloodline power is not directly reflected,
said Jiang Fei with a smile. Chapter 2284, Chapter 2275. Jiang Fei's bluff.
Not directly? What does that mean?
Wu Rui asked in confusion.
The most powerful bloodline characteristic of humans is not some extraordinary power, but their ability to think and innovate,
Jiang Fei said as he looked at the 2 women. He saw that the 2 women's eyes were filled with confusion. Then, he explained further.
I don't know if you have noticed, but whether it's the dragon race or the other ferocious beast race, in this long history, everyone's lifestyle and the strength of each race have not changed much. That's not true. The blood wolf race's strength has expanded a lot,
said Wu Rui.
Their expansion is not because their strength has improved, but because the race has slowly expanded as it reproduces. To put it bluntly, it's because there are more people, so their strength has become stronger. The strength of a single blood wolf has not changed much for tens of thousands of years, said Jiang Fei. Individual strength? Isn't that limited by the race's talent? How can they become stronger? Could the blood wolf be stronger than the dragon race?
Wu Rui asked curiously.
That is the problem.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the 2 women,
the strength of each race is limited by their own race's talent. They have almost reached the ceiling in their development. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to advance even an inch. The only way to increase the strength of the race is to reproduce as many people as possible.
As Jiang Fei said this, he sighed. Even for a race as powerful as the dragon race, after hundreds of thousands of years, they had no choice but to retire because of the sharp decline in population. Finally, they had to hide on a small hidden satellite.
Aren't humans?
Bai Wei interrupted and asked.
I don't know if humans have a racial upper limit, but at least they have been developing. There has never been a bottleneck,
Jiang Fei said. Although after hundreds of thousands of years, humans had dominated almost the entire world of the 5 directions. In terms of individual strength, they were far from being a match for the ferocious beasts, let alone the dragon race. However, this was mainly because the difference between humans, ferocious beasts, and the dragon race was too great. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, humans were even used as food for the dragon race. People did not even look at them. The ones who offered blood as food were some ferocious beast race. Even ferocious beasts disdained to eat humans, because the energy level they contained was too low. In the eyes of the dragons and ferocious beasts, humans were just a group of intelligent, ordinary beasts. Not only were they not a threat, they were not even qualified to be food. However, the power of humans had always been developing. It had never stopped. On the other hand, the ferocious beasts and dragons had been stagnant for tens of thousands of years. In the next hundreds of thousands of years, their power had remained stagnant. Although it was in Jiang Fei's era, the individual strength of humans had not surpassed that of the dire beasts. However, Jiang Fei knew that as long as humans were given enough time, perhaps tens of thousands of years, or perhaps millions of years, as long as humans continued to improve, no matter how slow, sooner or later, they would surpass the dire beasts, or even the dragons.
Then, should we destroy the humans to get rid of the future trouble?
Wu Rui's words really gave Jiang Fei a scare.
Don't!
Jiang Fei quickly stopped Wu Rui's thoughts.
Then, when they develop in the future, won't they threaten our survival?
Wu Rui asked back. Jiang Fei treated himself as a human, so he would protect the humans of this era. However, Wu Rui was different. She was a ferocious beast. Who would be willing to raise a tiger as a threat?
It might be a good thing if there's a threat.
Jiang Fei quickly found an excuse for himself. While he explained to Wu Rui, he would also need to use this phrase in the future. After all, once the news of the continuous evolution of humans spread, it was likely that more than one or two ferocious beast races would want to destroy them. Even the dragon race might not be able to tolerate the existence of such a continuously evolving race. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to prepare a speech in advance. At the same time, he had to convince the other races to give humanity a space to develop and become stronger. After all, humans were still too weak. Even the weakest dire beast race could easily destroy them.
Good thing?
Wu Rui did not quite understand what Jiang Fei meant.
I think that the class relationship between the dragon race and the ferocious beasts has solidified. That's why all the races have lost the motivation to develop.
Jiang Fei said.
Age? Master, didn't you just say that all the races have bottlenecks? Why did you bring up the motivation again?
Wu Rui was stunned.
The bottleneck is just my guess. However, it's also true that the dragon race and the ferocious beasts have not made any progress for tens of thousands of years.
Jiang Fei said. He paused for a moment and then looked at Wu Rui and Bai Wei's reactions.
Then, he continued, the dragon race has dominated the world for a long time. Each race has been unable to shake the position of the dragon race. Meanwhile, the dire beasts have basically solidified their position among themselves. Therefore, everyone has lost the desire to make progress. Humans are different. Any race is stronger than them. If they do not make progress, they will only be destroyed. That is why they continue to develop and create. What do you mean?
Asked Wu Rui.
I think that when the development of the human race threatens the bottom-ranked dire beast race, they will feel the danger and take the initiative to work hard. When that happens, the rigid relationship between the races will be broken. All the races will work hard to become stronger. In the end, the dragon race will also feel the pressure, said Jiang Fei. If there is pressure, there is motivation. If the red-tailed fox clan is being oppressed, why don't they work hard? Asked Bai Wei. They wanted to work hard, but they could not see any hope. In the end, they just gave up, said Jiang Fei. That makes sense. Against the bear, tiger, and wolf clans, the red-tailed fox clan has no chance at all. No matter how hard they tried, they could not resist the oppression of the three clans. Therefore, they eventually became numb to it. However, if a clan that was not as strong as them caught up, the pressure would definitely stimulate them and make them work hard to cultivate.
Wu Rui seemed to understand Jiang Fei's half-serious and half-made theory.
It's so complicated.
Bai Wei shook her little head.
Alright. Don't think about it if you don't understand.
Jiang Fei rubbed Bai Wei's head and smiled.
Master, we're almost at the Raging Flame Plains,
Wu Rui suddenly said. Jiang Fei and the other two chatted as they flew. At this time, they were almost at the Raging Flame Plains.
It's really a panoramic view.
Jiang Fei sighed. This kind of place was indeed not suitable for ferocious beasts to live in. That was why it was left to humans. However, on the other hand, this place was indeed a treasure land for humans. The Raging Flame Plains was very wide. There was no danger to defend against. At the same time, the spiritual energy was not too dense. Therefore, the ferocious beast race did not look at this place. Even the smallest ferocious beast race occupied the mountain forest because the spiritual energy there was denser. It was easier to defend against an attack. Chapter 2285, Chapter 2276, by way with a strong sense of justice. To humans, the blazing plains, which was looked down upon by all races, was not entirely a weakness. At the very least, it was suitable for farming. A flat and fertile land could be used to grow crops, which made it very weak. Humans who could not rely on hunting fierce beasts to obtain food had a guarantee of survival. Although the lack of danger made the blazing plains seem very dangerous, humans were too weak. They were so weak that fierce beasts did not even bother to treat them as food. In this way, no one would have the time to attack humans. Therefore, even if they settled down on an open land, the humans did not suffer a fatal blow. Of course, they could not avoid being harassed. After all, although the ferocious beasts did not treat humans as food, there were always some weak ferocious beasts who were used to being bullied by others who came to vent their anger on the humans. Although they did not cause a destructive blow to the humans, it made it even more difficult for the humans who were already struggling to survive.
Brother, what's going on over there?
Bai Wei suddenly pointed at a stream in the distance. Jiang Fei looked in the direction that Bai Wei was pointing at. There was a group of people surrounding two people.
Let's go over and take a look.
Bai Wei was the one who liked to watch the show.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the three of them flew over without landing.
Kid, you've messed up my stream. What do you think we should do?
A red-haired kid pointed at a youth who was surrounded on the spot and asked.
You're just looking for trouble. Why are you saying so many excuses? What do you want? Just say it.
Although the youth was surrounded by a group of people, he did not show any signs of weakness.
Fifth brother.
There was a girl hiding behind the young man. She seemed to be scared out of her wits. Her small face was a little pale. However, it was still unable to hide her delicate face, although she was only 16 or 17 years old. However, Jiang Fei could not deny that this girl had become a little beauty.
Don't be afraid. I'm here. Second uncle, and the others will be here soon.
The young man gently patted the girl's arm, indicating that she should not be afraid.
In.
The girl didn't know whether she trusted the young man in front of her, or the second uncle that the young man said was trustworthy. But her flustered little face finally calmed down a little.
Kid, you're quite arrogant. You still want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress?
The red-haired kid shouted.
The ones who are looking for trouble are obviously you guys. Yet you call me arrogant. Hee hee. You guys are really shameless.
The young man sneered.
So what? You lowly humans.
The red-haired boy was a little angry from embarrassment.
Seventh young master. Why are you wasting your time with these weak humans? If we help you get rid of this kid, that chick will belong to you.
One of the red-haired boy's underlings laughed loudly.
Yes. Yes. Seventh young master. Don't waste your time with him. Wasting your time with a human. Wouldn't that be lowering your status?
The other underlings also joined in to jeer.
Ha ha. Good. Minions, get rid of this guy. When young master has had enough fun, this chick will make you all happy.
The red-haired boy laughed loudly.
Yes.
The minions agreed and then swarmed forward, wanting to kill that youth.
Sister Ling, you go first. I'll block them.
The youth pushed the girl behind him and then went up to meet those minions. This young man was not very strong. He was only at the leaving aperture stage, and his combat strength was about 10 million. On the other hand, those minions were all at the distraction stage and above. They could even crush this young man in a one-on-one fight, not to mention charging forward together. As for that red-haired young man, he had the strength of the profound void stage. His combat strength was over 15 million. It was not something that these two human youths could fight against. Therefore, when facing such an enemy, the youth knew that he would die today. All he wanted was to protect the girl as much as possible, using his own life to delay until second uncle felt that perhaps the girl could be saved.
Pa!
In just a single exchange, the youth was sent flying. Those lackeys were one level higher than him, so this palm had caused him to vomit blood and be heavily injured.
Sister Ling, quickly leave.
The youth gritted his teeth and stood up, but his body was a little shaky, although his will to protect the girl was firm. But the difference in strength between the two sides was too great.
Kid, die in peace. This little beauty will take care of you. Not only me, but my brothers will also take care of her for you.
The red-haired boy said with a lewd smile.
You're courting death.
The youth's eyes instantly turned red. He rushed towards the red-haired kid like a madman. But unfortunately, he didn't even have the right to approach him. He hadn't even taken 2 steps forward when he was sent flying by a lackey.
Little beauty. Come on!
The youth was being beaten up while the red-haired kid slowly walked towards the girl.
Get away from me! Don't come any closer!
The girl was clearly terrified. She kept backing away. But she was also a little worried about the boy. So she did not run away. Of course, even if she ran, how could she run away?
These guys are too evil.
Bai Wei, who had grown up in the mountains, still retained her kind nature. Once she arrived at the scene, she could not stand it anymore. She did not even greet Jiang Fei and directly rushed down.
Boom!
Just the momentum alone was enough to send the minions flying. Moreover, due to the anger in her heart, Bai Wei's attack was not light. Therefore, the minions were all lying on the ground, unable to get up.
Little beauty.
The red-haired boy did not have time to react. He was still rushing towards the girl when Bai Wei appeared behind him.
Pa!
Bai Wei placed her small hand on the red-haired boy's shoulder.
Who is it? Get lost!
The red-haired boy thought that it was his lackey, so he turned around impatiently and scolded.
Ka ba!
Bai Wei exerted force with her hand, and the boy's shoulder blade was instantly crushed.
Ew!
The red-haired boy cried out in pain on the spot. Bai Wei, who was smiling angrily, did not stop. She grabbed the red-haired boy's shattered shoulder, and like picking up a torn pocket, she lifted the red-haired boy up and threw him heavily to the ground. Just like how the 2 human youths were bullied, the red-haired boy now understood what it meant to be helpless. Although it was fine for them to bully humans, they were only at the profound void stage, facing Bai Wei, a super expert who was close to the Immortal Lord level. Even if their clan's elders came, they would still be bullied, let alone them. One had to know that the truly powerful fierce beast race disdained to bully humans. Only those weak fierce beasts would bully humans for fun. Therefore, among their races, there were actually no experts. Just with Bai Wei's strength, she could wipe out 8 out of 10 of their races. And this red-haired kid, who was still the young master, could do nothing but be tortured. Chapter 2286, Chapter 2277 was not strong, but it was a beast that tasted good.
Damn woman! You dare to treat me like this? Just you wait. I will definitely make you wish you were dead.
The red-haired boy cursed continuously. Because the blazing plains was the territory of humans, the concentration of spiritual energy here was very low. Any beast species that were slightly stronger would not settle down in this area. Therefore, the red-haired boy's family could be considered powerful in this area, with a powerful backing, coupled with the fact that there were no experts coming to this god-forsaken place. The red-haired boy was used to being arrogant. Now that he was suddenly being abused, he did not use his brain to think about who was abusing him. He subconsciously cursed. This time, it was really lively for Bai Wei. The angry girl grabbed the red-haired boy's collar and opened her mouth as if she was giving him free money. A moment later, the boy's face became swollen like a pig's head.
I understand.
At this time, the red-haired boy was already unable to speak clearly. However, he was still stubborn.
Young master.
The minions who were sent flying in the distance also got up. However, when they saw how powerful Bai Wei was, they did not dare to go forward. However, there was one kid who was smarter. He quietly climbed very far away. Then, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. It was obvious that he had gone to deliver the letter. Jiang Fei and Wu Rui both noticed the guy who had escaped. However, neither of them stopped him, since there were no experts in the vicinity. They just let Bai Wei play. Moreover, Jiang Fei could not stand the way these garbage beasts bullied humans. Bai Wei had helped him to vent his anger.
Brother, can we kill this guy?
Bai Wei turned around and asked after she was tired of fighting.
Age?
The red-haired boy panicked. It was okay to be beaten up, but if he was beaten to death, even if the elders of his family came looking for trouble, he would not be able to come back to life.
Do as you see fit.
Jiang Fei shrugged indifferently.
Humph. Scum like you only deserve to be beaten to death and eat meat.
After Bai Wei received Jiang Fei's approval, she immediately slapped the red-haired boy to death. Once the red-haired boy died, he naturally revealed his true form. Immediately, a half-meter-long crayfish appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the others.
Yo! It's a treasure.
Jiang Fei's eyes lit up.
Brother, why is he a treasure?
Bai Wei asked in confusion. Not only Bai Wei, but Wu Rui also had a confused look on her face.
Hey! You guys don't know that this is delicious.
Jiang Fei said with a laugh. Back on Earth, Jiang Fei had always liked to eat small bites.
Oh, big brother. Is he delicious?
Bai Wei was excited when she heard that.
Of course,
Jiang Fei said with certainty.
that's great. Big brother, quickly teach us how to make it.
Bai Wei seemed to be a little impatient. Ever since Jiang Fei had seduced her, she could no longer resist the temptation of delicious food.
There's no rush. We'll fight the younger ones and fight the older ones. We'll talk about food after we finish them together.
Jiang Fei laughed. In the beginning, Jiang Fei was very resistant to eating other intelligent creatures because it gave him the feeling of eating people. However, after spending a lot of time with Bai Wei and the others, Jiang Fei had gotten used to it. The most important thing was that after these transformed ferocious beasts were killed, they would return to their original forms. This made Jiang Fei feel much less burdened.
Oh,
Bai Wei pouted. It was obvious that she could not eat delicious food immediately. This made her a little unhappy.
you're here.
At that moment, Wu Rui said to Jiang Fei.
Yes, I know.
Jiang Fei had actually noticed the newcomer earlier. This was a true immortal level expert. However, he was only a beginner true immortal. His combat power was only slightly over 20 million. This guy could not be ranked in the 5 directions of heaven and earth. However, near the blazing plains, he was already a top-tier expert. After all, in this remote place, the truly powerful ferocious beasts would not come. There was also a group of small fries behind him. Their strength was most likely between the distraction stage and the Mahayana stage. It was obvious that they were here to cause trouble for the red-haired boy.
How dare you? Who dares to touch my son?
That person could only shout loudly as soon as he arrived.
Clan leader, 7th young master. He.
A few of the small fries that were left on the spot pointed at the red-haired boy who had already died. They were unable to speak.
What's wrong with my son?
That person roared as he saw the crayfish on the ground.
Son!
As he cried out in grief, the man's eyes turned red.
Who did this?
He shouted loudly.
Me.
Bai Wei stood up.
Go to H.L.
This man was as rash as his son. When he heard that Bai Wei was the one who killed his son, he immediately rushed forward.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed. Although this man was eager to protect his son and his actions were understandable, understanding could not change the outcome.
Gabba.
In just one exchange, this guy's head was twisted off by Bai Wei. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. Bai Wei's combat power was worth 40 million, which was close to the Immortal Lord. However, this guy was only a beginner true immortal. Therefore, when Bai Wei started to fight seriously, he could not even make it past one exchange.
The clan leader has been killed. Run! Oh no! The clan leader has been killed.
The crayfish minions wanted to disperse in one go. However, was that possible? If Bai Wei did not know that they were delicious, then it should not be a problem for these guys to run away. However, now that Bai Wei's greed had been lured out, how could these guys still have a chance to escape? In the blink of an eye, the area in front of Jiang Fei was filled with extremely large crayfish. At that moment, the two human children were scared silly. They were only 16 or 17 years old. They had never seen this before. The powerful tidal crawfish clan was easily exterminated by a little girl. Who would believe this? It was not their fault that the two human children had not seen the world before. At that moment, humans were indeed weak. Even powerful ferocious beasts looked down on them. Therefore, they had never seen a true powerhouse. The tide-beckoning prawn race, which only had one low-level true immortal, was already very powerful in their eyes, and they had bullied them many times in the past. But today, the powerful tide-beckoning prawn race had actually been exterminated just like that. Thus, the two human children were completely stupefied, unable to understand what was happening before their eyes.
Hey! Wake up!
Bai Wei came before the youth.
Age?
The young man was stunned at first. Then, he knelt in front of Bai Wei with a thud. Then, he said,
Thank you, big sister, for saving my life today. Sister Ling and I are extremely grateful. Hee hee. You really know how to talk.
Jiang Fei laughed in his heart.
Little girl, are you okay?
Bai Wei came in front of the girl again. She was only a little scared. She was not hurt.
Brother, can you give me a pill?
Bai Wei saw that there was still blood at the corner of the young man's mouth. So she ran to Jiang Fei's side.
Hee hee. Here.
Jiang Fei smiled and took out the lowest level healing pill. This pill was called a pill, but it was more like a medicinal dregs. In fact, it was just a side effect of Jiang Fei's alchemy. However, it was enough for this human youth to take. If he was given a real pill, His body would not be able to take it, and would suffer a backlash. Chapter 2287, Chapter 2278, Small Human City.
Here! Eat it!
Bai Wei ran to the human youth and handed him the pill.
What's this?
The human youth looked at the pill in his hand in confusion. Actually, his confusion didn't only come from the pill, but also from the people in front of him. In the eyes of this human youth, the tide-beckoning crayfish was already a very powerful existence. However, the three people in front of him had completely overturned his understanding. The other two people didn't make a move. Just a girl who did not seem to be older than him had already exterminated the tide shrimps.
Just who are these people?
The youth was shocked in his heart.
Don't worry about it. Eat it. It's good for you,
Bai Wei said with a smile.
Oh!
The youth saw that Bai Wei and the others did not seem to have any intention of harming him. Of course, there was no need for them to go through so much trouble if they wanted to harm him. So he raised his head and swallowed the pill. Once the pill entered his stomach, the young man felt a warm current flow through his entire body. That kind of comfort was not even worth mentioning. Moreover, the injuries on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A moment later, the young man's injuries that had just been beaten up completely healed.
The
young man was shocked once again. Although humans in this era already had the technology to refine pills, that was only the embryonic form. Most of the pills that humans were currently refining were powder medicine and some simple pills. There was still a long way to go before they could refine medicine.
Alright. You should be fine now,
Bai Wei said as she hopped back to Jiang Fei's side.
Sisterling, are you alright?
The young man came to the girl's side.
Fifth brother. I'm fine.
The girl was only shocked.
Thank you for saving my life.
The young man knelt down in front of Jiang Fei and the others.
Get up. What's your name?
Jiang Fei raised his hand, and the young man could not help but stand up.
My lord. My name is Qigong,
the young man said.
What about you?
Jiang Fei asked the girl.
Fifth brother.
The girl was a little afraid and hid behind Qigong.
She's my sister. Her name is Xueling.
Qigong answered on behalf of the girl.
Are all of you humans?
Bai Wei suddenly interrupted.
Yes.
Although Qigong did not know what these people's intentions were, he did not dare to lie.
Great. We've finally found the right place.
Bai Wei smiled happily.
Is your tribe nearby?
Jiang Fei asked.
Master, is there something you need?
The young man immediately became alert. He had just seen Bai Wei destroy the Tide Prawn tribe alone. If these people came to his tribe, once they fell out with him, wouldn't his tribe be finished?
Don't worry. We don't have any bad intentions,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
But?
Qigong was still a little hesitant.
If we have bad intentions, as long as we fly into the sky, wouldn't it be easy to find your tribe?
Wu Rui said coldly. There were no dangerous places to defend in the raging flame plains. There was nothing to hide. Therefore, it was not difficult to find the various human tribes.
All right.
Qigong thought about it and agreed. If these people really wanted to harm the humans, with their strength, the humans would not be able to resist at all. The humans did not need to spend so much effort.
Hee. Don't worry. Bring me to meet your clan leader. Perhaps it will be a surprise for you.
Jiang Fei laughed. He saw that the humans were living in such a miserable state, so he decided to give them some simple help.
Then, please follow me.
Qigong pulled Xueling and walked in front to lead the way for Jiang Fei and the others. The group did not walk too far. It was only 20 to 30 miles away. A small fortress appeared in front of them. This fortress occupied an area of about 10 miles. On top of the rammed earth surrounding the fortress, there were a few scattered stone walls.
It's really simple and crude.
Jiang Fei could not help but sigh. The humans of this era could not be compared to the later humans. The humans of today had not completely mastered alchemy and crafting skills. They could not fight against extremely talented ferocious beasts with only their own training, let alone the dragon race. Therefore, they could only let the other races bully them.
Sir, we're here,
Qigong said.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Qigong, where did you take Xueling to play again?
Someone on the city wall saw Qigong and asked loudly, although there was a hint of reproach in his voice. Jiang Fei could hear the person's fondness for Qigong.
Second uncle, we're going to the river,
Qigong replied.
Don't go there if you have nothing to do. The tide shrimps are not good people. Don't provoke them,
second uncle warned.
Tide shrimps. No one can provoke them now.
Qigong laughed softly. That powerful race had been destroyed by the girl behind him right under his nose. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Qigong would not have believed it.
She gone. Who are those people behind you?
Second uncle had also noticed Jiang Fei and the others.
We encountered tide shrimps. They saved us,
Qigong said.
What?
Second uncle immediately jumped down from the city wall after hearing that. He took a few steps to Qigong and Zhuoling's side and looked them up and down.
Are you guys hurt?
Second uncle asked.
No,
Qigong said.
Sai, I told you not to provoke them, but you didn't listen. Now, you're in trouble. The tide shrimps will never let this go.
Second uncle sighed. Then, he turned to Jiang Fei, cupped his fists, and said,
Thank you for your help. The tide shrimps are very protective of their own. They will definitely not let this go. You'd better leave so that you won't be implicated. Hee hee. They won't. The tide shrimps will not cause you any trouble,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. At that moment, the small lobsters had all entered his ring space. He was just waiting for his free time to make a pot of small hemp.
Sai, brother, you don't understand them. These guys are completely unreasonable,
Second uncle said with a worried face.
Second uncle, don't worry. The tide shrimps will not come,
Qigong also advised.
What do you know? Sai, it's all your fault,
said second uncle when he saw that Jiang Fei and the others were not willing to leave. Therefore, he said,
If you don't mind, please come to our small town first. As for the tide shrimps, we will discuss it later. All right.
Jiang Fei shrugged and followed second uncle into the small town.
Second uncle.
On the way, Qigong wanted to explain about the tidal crawfish, but he was interrupted by his second uncle.
Shut up. You're always causing trouble. It'll lock you up later.
After his second uncle scolded Qigong, he turned around and said to Jiang Fei and the others,
We're a little shabby here. Please bear with us.
Chapter 2288, Chapter 2279 Solving the Problem. After entering the small city, Jiang Fei realized that the humans of this era were indeed very backward. They lived in houses made of adobe. Most of them were still in the state of farming. Only a few people could practice. Moreover, the conditions for practicing were very poor. After all, the spiritual energy in the raging flame plains was thin. It was really difficult to develop in such an environment.
Sigh. Humans are really a race with many disasters.
Jiang Fei sighed.
Yes.
Second uncle nodded in agreement. Then, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and asked Jiang Fei,
Are you guys also humans? TSK. We are not humans.
Wu Rui's words clearly revealed her disdain for humans.
Neither am I.
Bai Wei shrugged. She had grown up in the mountains, so she did not know much about humans. Naturally, she did not discriminate against them.
I see.
Second uncle was shocked. If these three were not humans, what was their purpose in coming here? Why would these transformed beasts be so polite to the weak humans? What were they planning? A series of questions flashed across second uncle's mind. However, he did not dare to show it on his face. It could not be helped. Humans were too weak to fight against any of the beast races. Therefore, even if a child of the beast race came, they had to receive them carefully. They were afraid that they would bring trouble to their own tribe.
Since you are not humans, it is understandable that you are not afraid of the tidal turtle prawn tribe's revenge. I was too talkative just now,
second uncle said to Jiang Fei and the others.
Second uncle, the tide shrimps have been wiped out.
Qigong could not stand it anymore.
What? Who did it?
Sure enough, second uncle was shocked by the news. However, after a moment, he came back to his senses and looked at Jiang Fei and the others with a shocked expression. The weakest ones around were humans. However, the other ferocious beast races were not that strong. Although they could oppress humans as they pleased, they did not have the power to destroy each other. Now that the tide shrimps had been wiped out, then, it must have been an external force that had intervened. The most obvious external force was Jiang Fei and the other two.
That's right. Those guys were all killed by me.
Bai Wei stood out with her little chest puffed out. Second uncle was speechless. With his Mahayana stage strength, he could not see through Jiang Fei and the other two. However, from her appearance, Bai Wei was undoubtedly the youngest one. Jiang Fei looked like a young man in his 20s. Wu Rui also looked like she was in her late teens. Only Bai Wei looked like she was in her late teens. Therefore, second uncle naturally thought that Bai Wei was the weakest among the three. If this weakest girl could destroy the tidal crawfish clan by herself, then how powerful were these three? Second uncle was the strongest person in the human clan. He was only at the Mahayana stage. Therefore, he could not imagine how powerful Jiang Fei and the other two were.
Don't be afraid. We are not against humans. We are here to help you.
Jiang Fei knew what second uncle was thinking through mind reading.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Second uncle nodded. He did not know what else to do.
By the way, is there only one small city nearby?
Jiang Fei asked.
Our Clear Sky Stronghold is a relatively small tribe. There are 3 other human tribes nearby. However, they are not large in scale. The large human cities are all deep in the blazing plains.
Second uncle said.
Sigh. They are already so weak. Yet they are still so divided. It's only right to be bullied.
Wu Rui sighed and said.
Master, you're wrong about us.
Second uncle continued with a sad look on his face.
Why wouldn't we want to live together?
However, we're so weak that we can't withstand the attacks of any of the ferocious beasts. Even if we were to gather together, it would still be the same. If we were to split up, if a tribe were to be attacked, it would only be the destruction of one tribe. The rest of the humans could still survive. However, if we were to gather together, we might be wiped out one day.
Sigh. Jiang Fei shook his head. The humans of this era were too weak. The ferocious beasts did not attack them to snatch resources or hunt for food. They often attacked the humans because they were frustrated and came here to vent their anger. The humans had no choice but to live in different places.
Other than that, there is another reason. We are too weak. We cannot survive by hunting. Therefore, we can only plant some crops. Unfortunately, the weather is unpredictable. The crops that grow in the fields are often few and far between. We can only farm as much as possible to ensure a full stomach. If we lived together, the land would not be enough to be distributed.
However, Jiang Fei could understand. In this era, humans were not only backward in cultivation-related things, but they were also backward in farming techniques. They relied almost entirely on the heavens to survive. The yield of grain per unit was very low. In order to fill their stomachs, the per capita land had to be large enough. Therefore, they could only be divided into a few tribes and spread across the vast land.
I might be able to help with this,
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. Although his purpose for coming here was to help the humans, he did not want to change too much of the course of history. Jiang Fei definitely could not pass on his alchemy skills to the current humans, nor could he pass on the perfect cultivation method to them. That was because if that happened, the humans would quickly rise up and attract the attention of the murderers and the dragon race. When that happened, they might even be wiped out by them. The humans were able to rise up in the end because of luck. The dragon race retired, and the ferocious beasts fought until their vitality was greatly damaged. Only then did the humans have the chance to rise up. If they rose up ahead of time, the dragon race would be victorious. The ferocious beasts had not lost any of their strength, so the humans had no chance at all. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Fei decided to teach the humans of this era some simple wood-type spells so that they could catalyze the growth of food. This way, although the humans were still not very strong, at least, no one would freeze and starve to death because of the food problem.
Sir, are you willing to help us?
Second uncle asked excitedly. If there were powerful beast races supporting the humans, their lives would be much better in the future.
I can't help you too much. If you want to get rid of the shackles of fate, you'll have to rely more on yourself.
Jiang Fei said.
Yes, I understand. Sir,
second uncle nodded.
Go and gather as many human tribe leaders as you can. I'll teach you some wood-type spells first. With these spells, you'll at least have enough food.
Jiang Fei said his thoughts.
Really? Sir, if that's the case, I'm really grateful.
Second uncle immediately knelt down in front of Jiang Fei. Nowadays, humans still relied on the weather to survive. If there was a drought or a flood, there would be a large number of crops that would not be harvested. As a result, countless humans would die of hunger. If what Jiang Fei said was true, that would solve the greatest problem of humanity. Chapter 2289, Chapter 2280. Gathering the tribes.
Yes. I did not come all the way here to lie to you.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Then, please stay in my house for a few days. I will get someone to contact the leaders of the various tribes,
said second uncle.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and then settled down in the small city.
Brother, it's so boring here.
After only staying for one day, Bai Wei could not stay any longer. The human population was really lacking in resources. Everyone was even rationing their food, not to mention entertainment.
Sai, why don't you go and have some fun with Qigong and the others?
Jiang Fei sighed and said, in this era, humans were still working hard to survive and survive. Therefore, Living here was naturally boring.
Alright.
Bai Wei nodded and went to look for Qi and Zhuo Ling.
Aren't you going?
Jiang Fei looked at Wu Rui behind him.
Sister Bai Wei has already gone to play. If I leave as well. Master, you won't even have anyone to serve you.
Wu Rui said.
Hee. Master doesn't have that much to do. You can go and play.
Jiang Fei smiled. He was not the kind of person who needed people to serve him. Therefore, he did not mind Wu Rui going to play as well.
There's no need. I'm willing to stay by your side. Master.
Wu Rui bowed and said,
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Since Wu Rui was willing to stay by his side, he would let her be. Since he had nothing to do anyway, Jiang Fei decided to start teaching Wu Rui some simple alchemy skills. He casually made a small alchemy furnace in the room and gave it to Wu Rui.
Thank you. Master.
Wu Rui was overjoyed when she received the alchemy furnace. This meant that Jiang Fei had officially accepted her as his disciple and had begun to teach her alchemy skills. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Jiang Fei taught Wu Rui some simple healing pills while Bai Wei played with Qi and the others all day long. Although she was far stronger than a human child, her temperament was similar to theirs. Therefore, they had a lot of fun together. One day, Jiang Fei was teaching Wu Rui how to refine spiritual pills when his second uncle suddenly came to visit.
Master, the leaders of the various tribes are almost all here,
said his second uncle as he bowed outside the door.
Okay. I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded and said to his second uncle,
Tell them to wait for me in the main hall. I will be there soon.
Yes. Second uncle nodded and went down.
You make a furnace of spiritual energy pills first. It'll go out for a while.
Jiang Fei said to Wu Rui.
Master, don't you need me to serve you?
Wu Rui asked.
No worries. You make the pills.
Jiang Fei said.
Yes.
Wu Rui nodded. Jiang Fei walked out of his residence and went to the main hall. The main hall was already filled to the brim. There were more than 100 human tribes of various sizes. Now, 90% of them had come. The rest were too far away. Only the largest Xiaohao tribe had not come.
Master, the Xiaohao tribe does not trust my messenger, so they did not come,
said second uncle in Jiang Fei's ear.
It's okay.
Jiang Fei smiled. He did not want to unify the human race. He just wanted to help them live a better life. Since there were people who did not want to come, he would not force them.
Master Jiang Fei is here.
As soon as Jiang Fei reached the door, a waiter shouted loudly.
Swoosh.
The people who were sitting in the hall all stood up.
TSK. Such a little brat. Damn it. Is Zhu Hong tired of living? How dare he lie to us? Zhu Hong is really bold. How dare he lie to me? When I return, I will send troops to destroy his tribe. I told you. How could there be such a divine skill? Zhu Hong is really courting death.
The moment they saw Jiang Fei, the tribal leaders exploded. Because Jiang Fei had hidden his strength, they could not see through him at all. However, judging from his age, Jiang Fei did not look like a super expert. Therefore, these people all felt that they had been deceived. Humph. Jiang Fei only snorted coldly. An overwhelming draconic aura swept across the entire hall.
Swish.
The entire hall suddenly fell silent. The leaders of the human tribes immediately felt cold sweat dripping down their backs. At that moment, the leaders of the human tribes in the hall were all silent. Everyone, including second uncle Zhu Hong, was scared silly. Although Zhu Hong knew that Jiang Fei was not an ordinary person, he did not expect Jiang Fei to be a powerful dragon. Jiang Fei looked at everyone present. The strength of the human race was indeed pathetic. There were only about 10 true immortal level experts in the entire hall. Moreover, most of them were beginner true immortals. There were only 2 intermediate true immortals. After all, these were the leaders of more than 100 human tribes. There were only a few true immortal level experts. With this little strength, it would be a miracle if they were not bullied by the ferocious beasts.
Sit down,
Jiang Fei said after he took the main seat. The leaders of the human tribes looked at each other. None of them knew what to do.
I told you to sit down. Didn't you hear me?
Jiang Fei's voice sank, scaring the leaders of the human tribes into sitting down.
This time, I asked Zhu Hong to call you here because I saw how pitiful you are. So, I plan to teach you some wood-type spells so that you can grow crops more easily.
Jiang Fei told them his purpose again.
Thank you, Dragon God.
All the tribal leaders fell to their knees. This time, they did not doubt him at all. Although the dragon race had many bad things, They were the most trustworthy. Since Jiang Fei had said such words, then it must be true.
Have you brought anyone with wood-type talent?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes, we have.
A portion of the tribal leaders replied. However, most of these people were leaders of small tribes. The larger tribes did not trust Zhu Hong very much. They came here to interrogate him. Therefore, they did not bring anyone with wood-type talent.
Master God, can you allow us a few days?
A leader of a large tribe asked tentatively.
3 days. I will only wait for 3 days. If your people do not arrive, I will not wait anymore.
Jiang Fei said.
Thank you, Master God. Thank you, Master God.
The leaders of the large tribes expressed their gratitude one after another.
If there is anything else, let's talk about it in 3 days.
Jiang Fei waved his hand and walked out of the hall.
Greetings, God.
The tribal leaders in the hall stood up to send him off. After Jiang Fei left, these people almost immediately rushed out of the hall and flew in the direction of their own tribe. After all, no one wanted to miss this opportunity. If they learned the wood element spell, their own tribe would no longer suffer from famine. There would no longer be children who would starve to death. The tribe would grow stronger. Therefore, no one wanted to miss this opportunity. Chapter 2290, Chapter 2281, Bai Wei was captured. After the leaders of the large tribes left, Jiang Fei went back to instruct Wu Rui on alchemy. Initially, Jiang Fei thought that the 3 days would pass quietly. However, he was clearly wrong.
Second uncle. Not good. Not good.
The next afternoon, Qigong ran back like a madman.
What's wrong? Did you cause trouble again?
Zhu Hong asked.
No. It's not me.
Qigong panted heavily as he said intermittently.
It's Sister Bai Wei. She was injured by someone.
What? Zhu Hong was shocked. At the same time, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Bai Wei was brought here by Jiang Fei.
A superior dragon. Now that something had happened to her, no matter who was responsible, as the landlord, he could not escape responsibility.
What exactly happened?
Zhu Hong asked.
It's like this. We were originally going to the stream in the north to play. In the end, we met a group of strangers. They were teasing Sister Ling and Sister Bai Wei. Then, Sister Bai Wei beat them up. Initially, we thought that everything would be fine. In the end, those people called for people. In the end, Sister Bai Wei was injured,
said Qigong.
I've told you 100 times. Don't go to the stream. You only know how to cause trouble for me.
Zhu Hong glared at Qigong and asked.
Where is Bai Wei? He and Sister Ling were taken away,
Qigong said.
How did you come back?
Zhu Hong asked.
They asked me to deliver the letter. They claimed to be from the winged fire snake race and asked us to bring the ransom money to the territory of the red python to ransom them,
Qigong said.
Winged fire snake? What kind of tribe is that?
Zhu Hong was stunned. He had never heard of this tribe before. But this was normal. Those who interacted with humans were all very weak fierce beast tribes. They had almost no recollection of those powerful tribes.
Second uncle, what should we do? You have to save Sister Ling,
said Qigong anxiously.
I can't handle this matter.
Zhu Hong thought for a moment, then pulled Qigong and left.
Second uncle, where are we going?
Qigong asked.
To find the dragon god,
Zhu Hong said. If Shuoling was the only one who was kidnapped today, then he could only admit that Shuoling was dead, because his tribe was too weak. There was no way to save Shuoling. However, things were different now. The other party had injured Bai Wei and taken her away. Then, Jiang Fei, a superior dragon, would definitely not sit idly by. If he was willing to help, then Shuoling might also be saved. Soon, Zhu Hong brought Qigong to Jiang Fei's residence.
Exalted Goddess, Zhu Hong requests to see you,
Zhu Hong said from outside the door.
Come in,
Jiang Fei said.
Exalted Goddess, something bad has happened,
Zhu Hong said in a flustered tone.
What's wrong?
Jiang Fei asked.
Someone injured and took Miss Bai Wei away,
Zhu Hong said truthfully.
What?
Jiang Fei's face fell. At the same time, a terrifying pressure descended, making Zhu Hong and Qigong unable to breathe.
Exalted Goddess, it's like this.
Qigong recounted what had happened.
You? How dare you touch my people?
Jiang Fei let out a long sigh. Then, he asked,
where does the Crimson Python clan live? Just upstream of the northern stream,
Zhu Hong replied.
Okay.
Jiang Fei closed his eyes slightly. At the same time, He released his spiritual power like a tidal wave. Very soon, Jiang Fei found Bai Wei and Zhuo Ling who had been captured. At that moment, both of their spiritual power had been sealed. Then, they were tied up and thrown into a cave.
It's good that both of them are still alive.
Jiang Fei nodded and opened his eyes.
Wu Rui, stop concocting pills. Come with me.
Jiang Fei did not show any expression on his face. However, Wu Rui knew that her teacher was really angry this time.
Yes.
Wu Rui immediately put down the alchemy furnace and the medicinal herbs in her hands.
Swoosh.
Jiang Fei's power enveloped Wu Rui. The two instantly disappeared in front of Zhu Hong.
Second uncle, did the exalted goddess and the others leave?
Shigan asked.
They should have gone to save them.
Zhu Hong could not understand it, because the difference in strength between him and Jiang Fei was equally huge.
If only one day, I could be as strong as the exalted goddess,
Shigan said.
Hee hee. Don't even think about it. Kid, they are superior dragons. With our human talent. Hee hee.
Zhu Hong shook his head. With a flash of light, Jiang Fei and Wu Rui arrived at the territory of the Crimson Python clan. In front of them was the cave where Bai Wei and Zhuo Ling were imprisoned.
Ha ha!
Little beauty.
Didn't you beat me up? Now!
Beat me up. When my brother comes, all of you will die. Ha ha ha. Who does your brother think he is? Now that the adults of the Winged Fire Serpent clan are in our clan, your brother will be sending himself to his death.
Bah!
Uh-huh. I like girls like you who have character. Only when you are hot will you taste good. Get lost. It's not up to you now. I'm here to pamper you.
As soon as Jiang Fei arrived, he heard lewd words coming from inside the cave.
You're courting death.
Jiang Fei frowned. His anger surged up in an instant. In the next second, he appeared inside the cave.
Little girl. You?
A boy had just taken off his shirt and wanted to hug Bai Wei. At that moment, Bai Wei's strength was sealed. Her body was still tied up, and she could not fight back. She looked a little panicked. However, the moment Jiang Fei appeared, Bai Wei smiled. She knew that her brother was here. She was safe.
Bang!
Jiang Fei grabbed the boy's shoulder.
Who the F asterisk CK?
The kid subconsciously opened his mouth to curse. However, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Jiang Fei's mental attack. Boom! The kid felt as if his head had been smashed by a heavy hammer. In an instant, he did not know anything. At that moment, from an outsider's point of view, the kid was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Although he was still alive, his consciousness had been shattered. He could only be considered a vegetable.
Brother.
Bai Wei called out happily.
Hee hee. I'm coming. Don't be afraid.
With a thought, the energy shackles that had bound Bai Wei and Zhuo Ling were broken. At the same time, in the gathering hall of the Crimson Python clan, an old man frowned.
Exalted goddess. Did something happen?
Asked Chang Bozhong, the leader of the Crimson Python clan.
Someone has broken my energy shackles. It seems that someone has come to save the 2 girls.
The old man said.
How is that possible? Humans are so weak. How can they break your energy shackles?
Chang Bozhong asked in confusion.
I'm not sure either. Let's go and take a look.
The old man stood up as he spoke and walked towards the cave where Bai Wei and the others were imprisoned. The members of the Crimson Python tribe followed closely behind. Chapter 2291, Chapter 2282 The Evil Sun Misled Me. On the other side, Jiang Fei had just saved Bai Wei and the other 2. Before they could walk out of the cave, they saw a group of people rushing towards them from afar. Following the sound of dense footsteps, the group of people arrived in front of Jiang Fei and the other 2. Then, they spread out in the shape of fans and blocked Jiang Fei and the others near the entrance of the cave. Jiang Fei looked at these people from top to bottom. These people were all dressed in uniform. Each of them was wearing green soap and holding simple weapons in their hands. These weapons were all forged using the most basic techniques. They were far inferior to the magical weapons that were produced under the art of smithing in the future. Swish. These lackeys moved to the sides and 3 people walked out. On the left was a middle-aged man. His red face was particularly eye-catching. In the middle was a white-bearded old man. It seemed that he was the leader of the 3. He was surrounded by everyone in the middle. On the right was a young man. His face was slightly red. He looked somewhat similar to the middle-aged man on the left.
Hey! Who are you? How dare you trespass into the territory of the Crimson Python clan?
The young man stepped forward and shouted.
You kidnapped my people, and still want to know why I'm here?
Jiang Fei said calmly. However, Bai Wei, who was familiar with him, knew very well that Jiang Fei was on the verge of exploding.
Humph. That woman injured my brother. She deserves to be punished for being captured by us.
The red-faced young man said.
Oh. In the end, the truth is that the fist is bigger than the fist.
Right? Jiang Fei spoke very slowly, as if he was not paying attention. However,
his heart was already filled with killing intent. Originally, Jiang Fei did not want to commit any more crimes. After he had beaten the young man into a vegetable, he had planned to stop there. However, these people were not going to let him go. It was no wonder that he was so ruthless.
Young man, where is my son?
The red-faced middle-aged man on the left asked. He had just heard from the servants that his youngest son had run into the cave. However, the two prisoners had been rescued by this young man. His youngest son had gone missing. Therefore, he was a little worried.
He is sleeping inside,
Jiang Fei said with a faint smile.
Let's go in and take a look.
The middle-aged man immediately called over two attendants and let them enter the cave to take a look at the situation.
Master, the young master is still alive, but he's unconscious.
The two people shouted from inside the cave.
Phew!
The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. At least his youngest son's life was saved.
Young man, were you the one who broke my seal just now?
As soon as the white-bearded old man opened his mouth, the red-faced father and son left.
Yes.
Jiang Fei was still as calm as ever.
You have guts. It's been a long time since someone could speak so confidently in front of me,
the old man said, as if he was looking at a junior.
Same here,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Young man, didn't your master tell you not to be too arrogant when traveling in the Jianghu?
The old man said with some displeasure. He was a respected senior in the Winged Fire Snake clan. Not only was he powerful, but his seniority was also very high. Even the leader of the Winged Serpent clan had to be polite to him. Who would dare to talk to him like that?
I really don't have that,
Jiang Fei said with a faint smile. Before he came to this era, he was the dragon race's sage lord. Who would dare to talk to him if he was the only one who talked to others?
Humph. How arrogant. Kid, I know you're not a human, but regardless of which race you are, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders today.
The white-bearded old man was enraged.
Really? Don't regret it.
Jiang Fei was still as indifferent as ever. Everyone present was so angry that their teeth were itching.
Kid, you're so arrogant.
The old man could not stand it anymore. He released his own aura and raised his combat power to the highest level. His goal was to suppress Jiang Fei. Speaking of which, the old man was also very cautious. He did not attack rashly. Of course, this was not because he was afraid of not being able to defeat Jiang Fei. It was because he was afraid of hurting Jiang Fei and offending a powerful race. In his heart, the old man had never thought that Jiang Fei, who was so young, would be his opponent. Therefore, he only increased his aura in order to let Jiang Fei know that there was always someone better out there. This way, he could order Jiang Fei to retreat. He could protect his face in the Crimson Python race. But at the same time, he could not offend the race behind Jiang Fei. However, the old man thought well. However, he had made a mistake. He had underestimated Jiang Fei's strength. Although his combat strength had exceeded 55 million, and he was already a relatively senior immortal lord, compared to Jiang Fei, he was still far from Jiang Fei.
That's it?
Jiang Fei smiled. Then, his aura burst out.
Boom!
An overwhelming dragon's aura swept out and instantly enveloped the entire Crimson Python's territory. Speaking of which, species like pythons were the closest to the dragon race. Therefore, they were also the most sensitive to dragon's aura. When Jiang Fei's aura burst out, these people could not help but kneel on the ground. The terrifying dragon's might made them almost unable to breathe. Dragon. Dragon. The white-bearded old man was also dumbfounded. From the dragon's might that Jiang Fei released, it was undoubtedly a superior dragon race. Moreover, the other party's strength was far above his own. Thinking about what he had said just now, when he looked at this dragon race expert in front of him, the white-bearded old man wanted to slap his own face. He had originally come to the red python race to ask for something. Why would he help them out when he had nothing better to do? It would be better to just take the thing and leave obediently. He would not be able to find his way after being complimented by others. Now, he had offended the expert in front of him. It did not matter. At most, he would be punished. However, if he offended the dragon clan, that would implicate the entire Winged Fire Serpent clan. When he thought of this, the white-bearded old man regretted it to death. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Since things had already come to this, he could only do his best to remedy the situation.
I did not know that the exalted god was here. I have offended you. The right protector of the winged fire serpents, Luo Haolin, is willing to be punished.
The old man knelt in front of Jiang Fei and said, normally, with the old man's strength, he would not kneel to Jiang Fei. If he could not beat Jiang Fei, he would not be able to beat him. However, he still had the ability to run away. It was a pity that he could run away, but he could not run away from the temple. The dragon race in this era was too powerful. Even the powerful winged fire serpents had to pay tribute to a boy and a girl every 50 years. As for their use, everyone knew that it was blood tribute to the dragon race. They had already endured the humiliation of giving their children to others to eat. How would they dare to go against the dragon race? Therefore, although Luo Haolin had the ability to escape from Jiang Fei, he did not dare to leave. He could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Luo Haolin had already knelt down. The red python father and son, who were pressed to the ground by Jiang Fei, could not move at all. Their faces were ashen. When they recalled what the lackeys had reported to them, they knew very well. It was their own unlucky child who had molested the lady and caused all of this. Initially, molesting a human girl was not a big deal. However, that damn child was blind as well. He had actually molested a mixed-blood Draconin. Now that they thought about it, that mixed-blood Draconin chick was not the exclusive property of this upper-level dragon race, or her illegitimate daughter.
Unfilial son wronged me.
At this moment, the red-haired middle-aged man had the heart to die. Chapter 2292, Chapter 228.
Exalted God, I know that I have sinned greatly. I do not ask for your forgiveness. I only ask that you spare my clansmen.
The red-faced middle-aged man pleaded. He knew that his son had committed such a crime, and he was not the only one who had to die. As a father, he also had the responsibility of not disciplining him strictly, so he could not live either. Therefore, he could only plead with the Dragon Clan to show mercy and spare the Red Python Clan, and not exterminate them completely. In fact, a few minutes ago, the red-faced middle-aged man did not think that his youngest son had done anything wrong. All he did was to flirt with a few girls. Was that even a problem? Back then, he had played with countless human girls to death. He had never seen the humans make a fart. This world was where the strong preyed on the weak. If there was one thing that the silk pants of the Crimson Python tribe had done wrong, it was that he had not opened his eyes and offended someone that he should not have offended.
By the way, what do you think?
Jiang Fei asked.
These guys are too despicable. When they were captured, Shualing told me that every year, many girls were snatched by them. These guys are extremely cruel. Not only did they spoil the human girls that were snatched, they would eventually get tired of them and eat them up.
Bai Wei's eyes were filled with anger. She had been hanging out with Qi Gon and Shualing for the past 2 days. She had already established a good friendship with them. Therefore, when she heard Shualing's words, Bai Wei was a little angry. In addition, the young master of the Crimson Python clan had actually molested her. This made her even angrier.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the white-bearded old man,
Today, I exterminated the Crimson Python clan. Other than avenging my people, I also wanted to remind the other races that I have taken care of the humans. Bullying them is not giving me face. Yes. Yes. Yes.
The white-bearded old man nodded repeatedly. He did not have a deep relationship with the Crimson Python clan. Therefore, Jiang Fei's extermination of the Immortal Clan had little to do with him.
As for you,
Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. After all, this old man had already become an immortal lord. It would be a pity to kill him just like that. Therefore, he thought for a moment and said,
You can leave after crippling your cultivation for 100 years. Thank you, God!
When the white-bearded old man heard Jiang Fei's words, he felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. In order not to bring disaster to the winged fire serpents, he would not dare to fight back even if Jiang Fei let him die. Now, he had only destroyed his cultivation for 100 years. This was completely acceptable to him. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, the old man destroyed his cultivation on the spot. In an instant, his combat power dropped from 55 million to just over 50 million. Although it would still increase a little after his injuries recovered. However, he was only at the beginner level of the Celestial Lord.
Exalted God, I shall take my leave now.
The white-bearded old man did not dare to stay any longer. He was afraid that he would anger Jiang Fei again. So he quickly took his leave.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Thank you, exalted God.
The old man bowed to Jiang Fei once again. turned around, and flew away. Once the old man left, only the red pythons were left on the scene.
Father, what should we do? He said that he wants to exterminate our clan.
The red-faced young man asked anxiously.
What can we do?
The red-faced middle-aged man's face was ashen. Based on the dragon's might just now, he knew that his clan had no chance of escaping.
Then, I can't care about that anymore. We're going to die anyway. Let's fight it out.
The red-faced young man jumped up and shouted loudly.
Clansmen! Run! Run separately! Run one at a time!
After shouting, the young man did not run far away. Instead, he rushed towards Jiang Fei. He knew that he and his father were the culprits. The dragon race would not let them off easily. Therefore, even if they ran, they would not stand a chance. In that case, they might as well take the initiative to attack. Although they could not hurt the dragon race, they could buy some time to give the tribesmen a chance to escape.
Bang!
Before the red-faced young man could reach Jiang Fei, he exploded into a pile of meat paste. This was not Jiang Fei's attack, but Bai Wei's palm strike. The reason why Bai Wei was captured was because of the white-bearded old man's existence. Otherwise, a mere crimson python would not be a match for Bai Wei. The strongest among them only had around 40 million combat power. However, the red-faced young man's actions were not ineffective. The Crimson Python tribe members fled in all directions. They knew that the Crimson Python tribe was finished. Now, they had to flee as fast as they could.
Sigh!
Jiang Fei sighed. He did not want to commit any more murders. However, for the sake of the human tribe, he could only sacrifice the Crimson Python tribe. Although exterminating the tribe was a bad thing, it could serve as a warning to the others. It would allow the surrounding ferocious beasts to restrain themselves. Swish! Jiang Fei released his spiritual power. No matter how fast the Crimson Python race ran, they could not be as fast as Jiang Fei's spiritual power. In just an instant, Jiang Fei's spiritual power had covered all of them.
Bang!
After a spiritual shock, the scattered Crimson Python race members fell to the ground one after another. Each and every one of them was bleeding from their 7 orifices. Although their physical bodies were still alive, their consciousness had been destroyed. They had all become living dead.
This,
Zhuo Ling, who was at the side, was scared silly. She had never seen such an expert. He had destroyed the powerful Red Python clan without even raising his hand. Compared to the tide-beckoning crayfish that Bai Wei had destroyed previously, the Red Python clan was much stronger. There were more than 10 true immortal experts in their clan. Even if the various human clans were to join forces, they wouldn't be a match for them. However, such a powerful Crimson Python clan was easily destroyed. This was the first time that Zhuo Ling realized what a true powerhouse was.
Let's go!
Jiang Fei said to the 2 girls.
Okay.
Bai Wei and Zhuo Ling nodded. Then, Jiang Fei brought them back to the small city of the human clan. Before they went back, Jiang Fei's spiritual power spread rapidly and covered all the areas near the blazing plains. His spiritual power sent a message to all the clans that the human clan was now under his protection. If anyone dared to bully the human race again, they would end up like the Crimson Python race. Jiang Fei's spiritual power spread out, and many experts from all the races rushed over to investigate. These people were shocked to find that the entire Crimson Python race had become vegetative. Of course, these people did not waste any of it. They transported the Crimson Python's bodies back to their own races. After all, these Crimson Pythons were good food. The ferocious beasts and races hunted each other. These red pythons that had lost their consciousness had clearly become free food. Although they had picked up some food for free, the various races around the human race also remembered this lesson. From then on, they never set foot on the blazing plains again. Exalted Goddess, you're back? When Jiang Fei brought Bai Wei and Zhuo Ling back to the small city, they met Zhu Hong, who was anxiously waiting for them. Chapter 2293, Chapter 2284. The Heart of a Villain.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Sister Ling, are you okay?
Qi shouted from the side.
Brother 5.
Zhuo Ling immediately threw herself into Qi Gan's arms. Her previous grievance and fear had all burst out.
Thank you, God, for saving Ling Air.
Zhu Hong bowed to Jiang Fei.
It was nothing.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. His main purpose was to save Bai Wei. Zhuo Ling had only saved her with her hands. After exchanging some pleasantries, Jiang Fei brought Bai Wei and Wu Rui back to his residence. Zhu Hong, who was left behind, began to ask Zhuo Ling about the situation when she was saved.
Linger, what happened when the Exalted Goddess went to save you?
Zhu Hong asked.
I don't know.
Ling was at a loss. The difference in strength between her and Jiang Fei was too great. She had no idea how Jiang Fei attacked.
You don't know?
Gon was confused.
I don't know what the Exalted Goddess did either. But I know that the Crimson Python clan is all dead.
Ling said.
What?
Zhu Hong was shocked. Although he had expected that Jiang Fei would kill some of the Crimson Pythons when he saved them, he did not expect that he would actually destroy the Crimson Python clan.
Isn't this dragon race's Exalted Goddess a little too murderous?
Zhu Hong thought to himself. Previously, Bai Wei had destroyed the Tide Killer Prawn clan without a word. Now, Jiang Fei had personally destroyed the Crimson Python clan. Although he was helping the human race, such a cruel act made Zhu Hong very uneasy.
No matter what, Sister Ling, it's good that you're alright. Let's pick some wild fruits to thank the god and the others later tonight.
Gon said.
Okay.
Ling nodded.
It's better for the two of you to not go to the god's place if you're alright.
Zhu Hong said after thinking for a moment.
Why?
Gon was very confused. They had been playing well with Bai Wei for the past few days. Moreover, Jiang Fei had saved Ling today. This was even more of a favor to them. However, why did second uncle not let the two of them go to the Exalted Goddess place?
Sigh.
Although he is helping us now, no one knows what he is trying to do. We humans are too weak. It's better to be cautious when dealing with a powerful race like the dragon race. If we offend them in any way, we won't even know how we died.
Zhu Hong said with a sigh.
But I think Sister Bai Wei is a very nice person.
Ling said.
Yes. The Exalted Goddess is also very kind.
Gon also said.
The dragon race is fickle. Look at what happened just now. They destroyed the Crimson Python race just because they did not agree with each other. If we anger them, I'm afraid that our end would not be much better than the Crimson Python race.
Zhu Hong said.
Is that so?
Gon and Ling looked at each other. They did not believe that Jiang Fei and Bai Wei would be such people. However, their second uncle would not lie to them. Therefore, they were at a loss. If Jiang Fei had heard Zhu Hong's words, he would have lamented that his good intentions had been taken for granted. He had destroyed the Crimson Python clan in order to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. He had given the humans a space to develop in peace. In the end, not only did the humans not feel grateful, they were even scared to death. It was as if Jiang Fei was going to exterminate them at any moment. However, the humans were also like that. The higher the status of the humans, the more suspicious they would be. Children like Gon and Ling were more naive. If you treated them well, they would be good friends. If you treated them badly, they would be enemies. However, as the leader of a tribe, Zhu Hong thought that things could not be that simple. Humans were too weak. He had to be cautious. Jiang Fei's identity was that of a dragon. He was a powerful dragon. He had suddenly appeared to help the humans. This made Zhu Hong suspicious. However, humans were too poor. There was nothing that the dragon tribe could take a fancy to. Therefore, Zhu Hong was even more worried. The more he did not know what Jiang Fei wanted, the more suspicious he became. At the same time, he was really afraid that Gon and Ling would accidentally anger Jiang Fei and bring death to the tribe. Therefore, he told them to avoid dealing with Jiang Fei and the others. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this period of time, Jiang Fei did not do anything else. He stayed in his room all day to teach Bai Wei and Wu Rui how to refine pills.
Brother, why haven't Gon and the others come to play with me these 2 days?
Bai Wei pouted and muttered. She had been cooped up in her room to learn alchemy for the past 2 days. She had been holding it in for a long time.
Perhaps Ling has just been kidnapped. She has not recovered yet.
Wu Rui guessed.
How fragile. I have been kidnapped too. Why am I fine?
Bai Wei pouted and said,
Do you think everyone is as crazy as you?
Jiang Fei laughed.
How boring.
Bai Wei said unhappily.
All the leaders of the human tribe should be here today. If you don't want to refine pills, you can come with me to take a look.
Jiang Fei said to Bai Wei.
Okay.
Bai Wei immediately nodded. At first, he did want to learn alchemy and crafting from Jiang Fei. However, over the past few days, Bai Wei realized that refining pills and crafting weapons were too difficult. She did not have Wu Rui's perseverance. Therefore, she was already in a half-give-up state.
Wu Rui, what about you?
Jiang Fei asked.
Master, I want to stay and refine pills. I seem to have understood something in the past 2 days.
Wu Rui said.
That's good too.
Jiang Fei nodded. There was finally one of the 2 girls who was eager to learn. This made him feel rather gratified.
After leaving Wu Rui to refine pills by herself, Jiang Fei brought Bai Wei out of the residence. As soon as they exited the door of the small courtyard, Jiang Fei saw Zhu Hong walking towards them.
Exalted goddess, all the leaders of the various tribes have arrived. They have also brought wood elementalists.
Zhu Hong bowed to Jiang Fei and said,
Where are they?
Jiang Fei asked.
They are already waiting in the hall,
Zhu Hong said.
Then, let's go.
Jiang Fei nodded and walked towards the hall. This time, as soon as Jiang Fei arrived at the entrance of the hall, the leaders of the human tribes stood up to welcome him. This time, there were many more tribal leaders in the hall than before. There were also many more true immortal level powerhouses. It seemed that the leaders of the large tribes had rushed over after they received the news.
I won't say any more nonsense. Previously, I had already exterminated the Crimson Python tribe. I also left a message for the nearby fierce beast races to warn them not to bully humans anymore. I think that these fierce beast races will not disturb you for a period of time,
Jiang Fei said directly.
Thank you, God.
The leaders of the tribes bowed one after another.
Secondly, I asked you to bring wood elementalists here. Have you all brought them?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes, God. I have brought them all.
The leaders of the tribes replied one after another. These people had brought at least 3 to 4 wood elementalists. Some of the larger tribes had even brought more than 10 people.
Very good. My time is limited. I can't stay here forever. Now, let the wood elementalists follow me,
Jiang Fei said.
As you wish.
The tribal leaders ordered their wood elementalists to follow Jiang Fei out of the hall. Chapter 2294, Chapter 2285. Treasure Pavilion. After leading the wood elementalists to a small empty square, Jiang Fei asked the tribal leaders to leave first. He wanted to pass on his spells to these people. To Jiang Fei, passing on his spells was not a complicated matter. As a master of spiritual power, he could easily transfer his knowledge into the minds of others. However, he could only transfer the memories of hundreds of people at once. This was really Jiang Fei's first time.
Everyone, sit cross-legged and relax. Do not resist,
Jiang Fei said to the wood elementalists.
Yes, exalted God.
The wood elementalists naturally did not dare to disobey Jiang Fei's orders. They all sat cross-legged on the ground. At the same time, they emptied their minds and waited for Jiang Fei to impart skills. When everyone was ready, Jiang Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes slightly and spread out his spiritual power, enveloping the wood elementalists within. Swoosh! Jiang Fei's spiritual power was channeled into the sea of consciousness of the wood elementalists. Then, he opened it and recorded the knowledge in their memories. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Fei had finished transmitting. However, the wood elementalists still had their eyes closed. They still needed to digest the knowledge. In fact, Jiang Fei did not teach them any high-level techniques. He only taught them some simple wood-type spells. Therefore, these people could understand it very quickly. Although these wood-type spells were very simple, they were precious. Until now, humans had yet to invent such spells. With these spells, when humans were planting crops, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Not only would it greatly shorten the planting time, but it would also greatly increase the yield. Everyone would be able to eat their fill.
Brother, are you done?
Bai Wei asked with a confused look. She saw Jiang Fei meditating with these people for a while. He did not even say a word. How did he finish imparting the skill?
Yes, I'm done.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly.
Oh.
Bai Wei nodded and did not ask further. Her thoughts were simpler. Jiang Fei wanted to pass on the wood-type technique to these people. She was a fire type. This technique was useless to her. Therefore, she was too lazy to ask.
Let's go!
Jiang Fei stood up and led Bai Wei to the hall.
Okay.
Bai Wei looked at the human cultivators, who were still meditating. Then, she followed Jiang Fei and left.
All right. When they wake up, you can go back,
Jiang Fei said to the tribal leaders after he returned to the hall.
Thank you, God.
These people were very grateful to Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei had solved a big problem for them. At least this winter, there would not be any women and children who would die of cold and hunger.
All right. You guys go ahead. I'll go back first,
Jiang Fei said as he walked out. Originally, Jiang Fei lived in the small courtyard on the east side of the hall. However, this time, he did not go back directly. Instead, he brought Bai Wei and circled around.
Brother, where are we going?
Bai Wei asked.
We're just walking around. Wu Rui is currently comprehending something. Let's not disturb her.
Jiang Fei said to Bai Wei.
All right.
Bai Wei nodded and followed Jiang Fei around. However, just as Jiang Fei and Bai Wei were strolling around, Jiang Fei suddenly stopped.
Brother, what's wrong?
Bai Wei asked curiously.
There's something,
Jiang Fei said.
What is it?
Bai Wei asked.
Let's go.
Jiang Fei did not answer. He pulled Bai Wei and walked to the left. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a small building.
Brother, what are we doing here?
Bai Wei asked.
There's something I want in here,
Jiang Fei said.
Brother, then go in and get it,
Bai Wei said matter-of-factly.
Okay.
Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although it was unjustifiable to barge into someone else's place and take the treasure, he was determined to get it.
She gone. Why are you running away from me? Come here.
Just as Jiang Fei was about to enter the small building, Bai Wei suddenly shouted, Jiang Fei turned his head and saw Qigong hiding in a small alley. In the end, Bai Wei caught him.
Sister Bai Wei.
Qigong had no choice but to walk over.
Qigong, what is this place?
Jiang Fei pointed at the small building and asked Qigong.
Oh, this is my second uncle's treasure pavilion,
Qigong replied.
Call your second uncle over.
Jiang Fei thought for a moment. Since this was Zhu Hong's treasure pavilion, he did not have to force his way in. He could just call Zhu Hong over and ask for it directly.
Okay.
Qigong agreed and turned around to leave. It was as if he was hiding from Jiang Fei and Bai Wei.
Brother, I'll go with him.
Bai Wei greeted Jiang Fei and followed him.
Hey, why are you hiding from me?
Bai Wei caught up with Qigong in a few steps.
No.
Qigong shook his head repeatedly.
Are you looking for a beating?
Bai Wei shook her small fist.
Don't hit me. I'll tell you.
Qigong was so scared that he shrunk his neck. Although Bai Wei usually played with them, she was the one who had destroyed the tide shrimps. Qigong did not want to taste her fist.
Tell me.
Bai Wei nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the power of her fist was not bad.
Second uncle told us not to play with you. He was afraid that we would accidentally anger you and bring disaster to the tribe,
Qigong said honestly.
Humph! Zhu Hong really thinks of a gentleman as a villain. My brother helped you out of kindness, but he still did this,
Bai Wei said with her mouth covered.
Sister Bai Wei, please don't tell second uncle, or I'll beat me up,
Qigong pleaded.
Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who talks big,
Bai Wei said.
That's good. I'm going to look for second uncle. Are you coming?
Qigong asked.
You go alone.
Bai Wei turned around and walked towards Jiang Fei.
Oh.
Qigong nodded and ran towards the hall.
Brother, did you know? Zhu Hong actually suspected you.
Bai Wei told Jiang Fei everything that Qigong had said.
Hee. No wonder.
Jiang Fei nodded. However, he did not take it to heart. He had only come to help the humans because he felt a sense of agreement deep in his heart. He was not doing it for the humans. Therefore, he was ready to leave after this matter was over. He did not plan to have anything to do with the humans in the future. A moment later, Zhu Hong rushed over in a hurry.
Guru, are you looking for me?
Zhu Hong came to Jiang Fei and bowed.
Yes. Is this your treasure pavilion?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes.
Zhu Hong was very calm. Although this place was known as the treasure pavilion, there was really nothing good here. Therefore, he was not afraid that Jiang Fei would think about it.
There is something in there that I want. Can you give it to me?
Jiang Fei asked.
As long as the god likes it. You can take it all,
Zhu Hong said. Chapter 2295, Chapter 2286 was an unexpected discovery.
Let's go in then.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Please, God.
After Zhu Hong had removed the restrictions in the treasure pavilion, he gestured for Jiang Fei to go in. Actually, the restrictions that Zhu Hong had set were no different from fakes to Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei wanted to go in, the restrictions would not be able to stop him at all. However, since he was a guest, Jiang Fei had to give Zhu Hong some face. Therefore, he patiently waited for Zhu Hong to come into contact with the restrictions that Jiang Fei thought were insignificant. After entering the treasure pavilion, Jiang Fei followed the aura to look for it. Soon, he came to a bookshelf. In one of the boxes, there was a small tray. Inside was the thing that Jiang Fei was looking for.
I want this.
Jiang Fei picked up the irregular small stone and said,
Exalted Goddess, do you want this?
Zhu Hong asked in surprise. Although the things he had here were not very precious to the dragons, The one that Jiang Fei picked up was indeed the most inconspicuous.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded. The thing in his hand was nothing else but a space-time chip.
If you like it, exalted goddess, then you can take it,
Zhu Hong said with a smile. This thing was something that he had obtained by accident. Although there was some strange power emanating from it, he was unable to crack it. Therefore, he decided to throw it here in the end.
Good. This item can be considered as you returning my favor,
Jiang Fei said to Zhu Hong. Since this fellow was so wary of him, there was no need for Jiang Fei to have anything to do with them.
God, this is just a piece of rock. How can it be worth the favor you have done for us?
Zhu Hong was eager to settle the score with Jiang Fei, the dragon race. However, he still said it politely.
All right. You don't have to say any more. This matter is over. We will leave tomorrow and the day after tomorrow.
The reason why Jiang Fei did not set a time was because he did not know how long it would take for Wu Rui to comprehend the knowledge of pills.
Exalted goddess, aren't you going to stay for a few more days?
Zhu Hong said against his will. Even if Jiang Fei had not activated his mind-reading skill, he could still feel the hypocrisy.
No.
Jiang Fei waved his hand and left with Bai Wei. On the other hand, Zhu Hong could also feel Jiang Fei's coldness. However, this was not a bad thing for him. As the saying goes, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. What's more, there was a dragon beside him. Therefore, Zhu Hong could not wait for Jiang Fei to leave. Although his arrival had brought sufficient food to the human race and shocked the surrounding ferocious beast races, in Zhu Hong's opinion, Jiang Fei was indeed a more dangerous existence. He was like an explosive barrel. No one knew when it would be ignited. Moreover, once it exploded, it would be an even more terrifying disaster for the human race. On the other hand, Jiang Fei took Bai Wei for a stroll before returning to his own residence. At this time, Wu Rui was still in deep thought. It seemed that she had really mastered the path of alchemy.
Let's not disturb her anymore.
Jiang Fei took Bai Wei to another room. Since he had nothing better to do, Jiang Fei taught Bai Wei some knowledge about identifying materials. Since Bai Wei did not like to study alchemy and crafting, he would let her help him. As the sky darkened, Jiang Fei sent Bai Wei to the next room to rest. He also entered a meditative state. The night passed without a word. At noon the next day, Jiang Fei found that Wu Rui had woken up from her meditation.
How is it? Have you figured it out?
Jiang Fei walked into Wu Rui's alchemy room.
Yes. I've gained some insights.
Wu Rui nodded.
Hee hee. It seems like you're very talented.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Master, what are we going to do next?
Wu Rui asked.
We should go. The matter here is over,
Jiang Fei said.
All right.
Wu Rui nodded. She never doubted Jiang Fei's decision. Soon, Jiang Fei and the other two packed their things. Jiang Fei did not even bother to greet Zhu Hong. The three of them flew into the air and flew into the distance.
These guys really don't know what's good for them,
Bai Wei complained.
What's wrong?
Wu Rui was too engrossed in alchemy to know about these things.
Humph. That Zhu Hong is really heartless.
Bai Wei then told Wu Rui about what had happened.
Sigh.
Wu Rui sighed. She could actually understand Zhu Hong. On the fire-type planet Mars, even the water-type dire beasts were having a hard time. Therefore, she could understand Zhu Hong's cautious personality. If not, it would be difficult for them to survive in such a strong environment.
All right. Don't think too much about it.
Jiang Fei smiled. He did not care what Zhu Hong thought. After all, in his eyes, Zhu Hong was just a small fry. He was only helping the humans out of sympathy for his fellow countrymen.
Brother, where are we going next?
Bai Wei quickly adjusted her mood. She had grown up in the deep mountains all year round, so her temperament was similar to that of a child. She had forgotten about the unhappy things in the blink of an eye.
Wherever we go, we'll be fine.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
Oh.
The two girls nodded. Anyway, they had followed Jiang Fei out to gain experience and learn things. It did not matter where they went. The three of them were very fast. In the afternoon, they left the blazing plains and entered a large mountain.
There's a small waterfall ahead. Let's rest near it tonight,
Jiang Fei said.
Sure. I want to eat grilled fish,
Bai Wei cried out.
All right. I'll grill the fish for you if you catch it.
Jiang Fei patted Bai Wei's little head lovingly. Then, the three of them descended. The vicinity of the small waterfall was very quiet. There was no strong beast aura here. Moreover, this place was not very far from the raging flame plains. The spiritual energy here was not very rich either. Therefore, It seemed that the beasts had not chosen this place to settle down. Not long after they landed, Bai Wei caught a few big, fat fish. After all, with her strength, catching ordinary fish was a piece of cake.
Master, let me grill the fish.
Wu Rui took the initiative to accept the task of roasting the fish. In her opinion, she was a disciple. If she had anything to do, she had to do it before her master. This was her duty as a disciple.
All right.
Jiang Fei passed the seasoning to Wu Rui. Then, he fiddled with the few dimensional fragments that he had obtained.
How strange.
At the same time, he placed the few dimensional fragments together. Jiang Fei realized that there was a connection between these small things. These dimensional fragments were like magnets. They were attracted to each other in a certain direction and repelled each other in a certain direction.
Let's try again.
This time, Jiang Fei channeled his spiritual power into one of the space-time fragments. However, this time, he did not pay attention to the illusion projected by the fragment. Instead, he paid attention to the fragment itself. After careful observation, Jiang Fei noticed that the small fragment actually showed faint patterns after injecting his spiritual power into it. However, the patterns were very faint. Without careful observation, one would not notice it at all. Chapter 2296, Chapter 2287. The Encyclopedia of Beasts.
There's actually a pattern.
Jiang Fei was shocked. He had never noticed this before. When Jiang Fei withdrew his spiritual power, the pattern disappeared. It seemed that it would only appear when he injected his spiritual power.
Is it a coincidence or both?
Jiang Fei picked up another space-time fragment and began to inject his spiritual power. This time, Jiang Fei did not pay attention to the projection of the space-time fragment after it was activated. Instead, he focused on looking at the patterns on the fragment.
These patterns do not seem to be random. They seem to be in order.
Jiang Fei quickly found a clue. Then, he activated the last piece of space-time fragment.
Wait!
After the last piece of space-time fragment's pattern appeared, Jiang Fei used his amazing memory to discover that this piece of space-time fragment was very similar to the first piece of space-time fragment's pattern. There seemed to be some kind of connection between the two pieces. Then, Jiang Fei activated the first and third pieces of the dimensional fragment at the same time. The patterns on the two pieces of the dimensional fragment were indeed related, but they could not be directly linked together.
There should be one piece missing between the two pieces. Could it be that these dimensional fragments came from a complete thing? If I gather all these things, could I put them back together?
Jiang Fei guessed. The more Jiang Fei thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. It was as if there was a voice telling him that once he gathered all the space-time fragments, he would be able to go home. With this thought in mind, Jiang Fei suddenly had motivation. He suddenly became cheerful. After all, compared to the illusory Wei Hao, Jiang Fei believed in him even more.
Master, the fish is ready.
Wu Rui shouted at this time. Jiang Fei smiled and put away the three-dimensional fragments.
Brother, what were you doing just now?
Bai Wei also noticed that Jiang Fei was different. He seemed to be much happier than before.
Hee, I figured something out.
Jiang Fei laughed.
What is it?
Bai Wei asked curiously.
You won't understand even if I tell you. Come,
eat the grilled fish. Jiang Fei laughed.
Oh.
Bai Wei nodded. Since Jiang Fei did not want to talk about it, she did not ask. The three of them happily finished the grilled fish. Then, Jiang Fei casually blasted a hole in the cliff wall. After a little modification, this was where they would spend the night. The next morning, Jiang Fei asked Wu Rui,
on this planet, is there any place for the various races to communicate? Are you talking about the gathering of beasts?
Wu Rui asked.
The gathering of beasts? What kind of place is that?
Bai Wei asked curiously.
That is a place for the various races to communicate with each other. It was opened under the supervision of the dragon race. Therefore, the various races would do their fair share of trade there to exchange for things that their own races did not have.
Wu Rui said.
That's great. This is the kind of place I'm looking for.
Jiang Fei was delighted. He wanted to collect the dimensional fragments. The 10,000 Beasts gathering was clearly the best place. Otherwise, if he were to search the entire Five Directions world, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Master, aren't you a dragon? Why don't you know about the 10,000 Beasts gathering?
Wu Rui asked in surprise. It was understandable that Bai Wei did not know. After all, she had grown up in the mountains and had never seen the world. However, Jiang Fei was a dragon. The world of beasts was hosted by the dragon race. Moreover, There was a world of beasts on every planet in the 5 directions. It was impossible that he did not know about it.
I have been in closed-door cultivation all year round. I rarely ask about these things.
Jiang Fei casually found an excuse to deal with her.
Oh.
Wu Rui did not ask further. After all, Jiang Fei was her master.
Brother, are we going to the 10,000 Beasts gathering today?
Bai Wei asked with a little excitement. She did not care why Jiang Fei was going. Anyway, she was very happy to be able to go to a fun place.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Wu Rui,
do you know where the 10,000 Beasts gathering is? Yes.
Wu Rui replied.
All right then. We will set off after breakfast.
Jiang Fei smiled. Half an hour later, the 3 of them left the small waterfall and flew in the direction of the 10,000 Beasts gathering. The 10,000 Beasts gathering was used to allow the various races of ferocious beasts to communicate with each other. Therefore, it was natural for them to choose a place that was convenient for the various races of ferocious beasts to travel to. Meanwhile, the Blazing Plains was located in a very remote location. Basically, it belonged to the wilderness. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others were still quite far away from the 10,000 Beasts gathering. After a day and a half, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the mangrove forest where the 10,000 Beasts gathering was located.
Master, we're here.
Wu Rui pointed at a dense forest in the distance and said,
let's go over.
Bai Wei said as she wanted to speed up.
Wait.
Wu Rui stopped Bai Wei.
What's wrong?
Bai Wei asked curiously.
There are rules in the 10,000 Beasts gathering. No one is allowed to fly through the mangrove forest. Once you reach here, you must walk on the ground. Otherwise, the dragon race will punish you.
Wu Rui said as she looked at Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei was a dragon. Perhaps they could not be restricted by this rule.
All right then. Let's go down.
Jiang Fei shrugged. Although he was also considered a dragon, the dragon race in this era might not recognize him. Therefore, in order to not cause trouble, Jiang Fei chose to land on the ground. Like the other species of ferocious beasts, he walked into the mangrove forest. After landing, Jiang Fei found that there were people coming and going here. It was really lively.
Wow! So many people!
Bai Wei was very happy. She grew up in the mountains and rarely came to such a lively place.
Let's go in and take a look,
Jiang Fei said as he walked forward.
Wait a minute.
Just as Jiang Fei was about to enter the mangrove forest, a guy with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks blocked their way.
What's wrong?
Asked Jiang Fei.
Hey!
The guy rubbed his fingers in front of Jiang Fei. It was obvious that he was asking for money.
What do you mean?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
You don't buy tickets to enter the 10,000 Beasts market. Kid, you're really unreasonable.
The guy did not say anything else. He put on a hat and decided Jiang Fei's personality. As expected, as soon as the man said that, a few burly men came out from behind. These people were tall and sturdy, and their faces were fierce. It was obvious that they were not good people.
Wu Rui, does the 1,000 Beasts market still need a ticket?
Jiang Fei turned around and asked.
I don't know. I didn't want it in the past.
Wu Rui frowned and said. She had come here with Wu Ziji once, and no one had taken a ticket that time.
Our lord has changed the rules,
the guy with the pointy mouth and monkey cheeks said as he curled his lips. He looked like a lackey.
Change the rules?
Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and asked.
Do we have to hand over anyone? Of course. Our lord is a recognized mixed-race dragon,
the person said proudly. The recognized mixed-race dragons were actually the lucky ones among the mixed-race dragon people. They were quite talented. In addition, his father might have some conscience and refused to admit his debt until he pulled up his pants. So he kept them by his side. However, they were only doing the work of servants. Although these recognized mixed-race dragons had no status in the dragon clan, in the eyes of the fierce beasts, they were all imperial envoys and illegitimate children of the dragon clan. Who would dare to provoke them? That was why this pointy-faced, monkey-faced guy was so arrogant when he had such a master. Chapter 2297, Chapter 2288, Fighting Without a Word.
A mere half-blood draconic dares to be so arrogant?
Jiang Fei laughed coldly.
How dare you? How dare you? Men, take him down.
When Jiang Fei said those words, the monkey-faced boy and his lackeys behind him exploded. This person in front of him actually dared to insult their backer. If they did not teach him a lesson, then the boss behind them would blame them for not having good eyesight?
Hula!
All of a sudden, these people surrounded Jiang Fei. Many people came out of nowhere to watch the show.
How dare you? How dare you be rude to my brother?
It was not like Jiang Fei did not have any followers. Although Bai Wei called him brother, and did not care much about the difference between master and servant, Bai Wei had never forgotten her identity. Therefore, now that these people dared to be so rude to Jiang Fei, she could not just stand by and watch.
Master! Leave these people to us!
Wu Rui also stood up. She was a determined disciple who believed in serving others. Therefore, she also asked for a fight.
All right,
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. He did not want to be too ostentatious previously. However, it was different now. His goal was to collect the dimensional fragments. If he were to collect them himself, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, if Jiang Fei became a celebrity, it would be much easier for others to know that he wanted this thing.
Brat, do you still dare to resist?
The monkey-faced brat continued to use his backer to pressure others. They were now the underlings of the mixed-blood dragon race. The mixed-blood dragon race was the imperial envoy of the dragon race. Therefore, they were always successful in resisting this flag. Even those who were stronger than them did not dare to resist. However, this time, the monkey-faced kid had clearly chosen the wrong opponent. He had wanted to use the dragon race to oppress them. But he hadn't expected that the person standing in front of him was a dragon.
Go!
The kids exchanged a glance, then swarmed forward. On the other side, Bai Wei and Wu Rui also attacked. These two girls looked weak, but they were both high-level true immortals. Especially Bai Wei, who had acquired the dragon race's bloodline. Her combat power was already close to the 50 million mark. As long as she broke through, she would be an immortal lord level expert. Although Wu Rui was relatively weak, her combat power was above 30 million. She was considered pretty good among ordinary true immortal level experts. While those kids on the other side were basically just beginning to become true immortals. After all, how powerful could a group of gatekeepers be? Thus, when Bai Wei and Wu Rui attacked, these people were instantly beaten to the ground. Wu Rui had thought a lot, so she still had a sense of propriety in her attacks. Although she beat these guys until they ran away, she didn't hurt them. However, Bai Wei was different. This little girl was so stupid. Her small palm had either broken bones or broken tendons. A moment later, these guys were lying on the ground, unable to get up.
Brat! Just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson.
The monkey-faced kid with a sharp mouth was lying on the ground. But he was still cursing relentlessly.
If you scold me again, I'll tear your mouth apart.
Wu Rui couldn't stand someone insulting her master.
Impudent.
At this moment, a figure appeared on the spot. It was a middle-aged man. His appearance was very ordinary, but the dragon pattern on his forehead was very obvious. This was a mark that only the mixed-blood dragon men who were recognized by the dragon clan had.
Who are you people? How dare you be impudent here?
The middle-aged man said with a displeased expression. As the saying went, when beating a dog, one had to look at its owner. Although these kids weren't good, they were all his subordinates. Now that they were beaten up like this, his face was also disgraced.
Who are you?
Bai Wei asked.
I am Fan Nan of the Mixed Blood Dragon Clan. I am under the orders of the Dragon Clan to guard the Wansho gathering.
The middle-aged man replied.
Fan Nan? Troubled? What a strange name.
Bai Wei muttered.
Shut up.
Fan Nan's face was a little embarrassed. His name had been teased since he was young, but he had no choice. His father had originally only wanted to have a one-night stand, but he did not expect to have him. Moreover, his father still had some humanity. He did not want to abandon him. However, if he brought him back to the Dragon Clan, he would be laughed at by his own kind. Just when he was in a dilemma, his mother asked the child what his name should be. His father simply gave him such a name.
Why did you guys hit my people?
Fan Nan asked after taking a deep breath to calm himself down. In fact, he had wanted to attack them directly. However, he could feel the powerful aura from Bai Wei's body. That was why he gave up on the idea of using force. Instead, he wanted to use his identity to pressure them. Because dragons had a unique connection with each other. Fan Nan had already sensed the dragon aura from Bai Wei and Jiang Fei. Therefore, he immediately knew that these two people were also half-blood draconids. However, there was no dragon mark between the brows of these two people. Therefore, they were definitely not recognized by the dragon race. In this way, the identities of both parties were separated, due to being recognized by the dragon clan. Although Fan Nan was also a mixed blood, he could call himself a dragon. However, Bai Wei and the others could only be called dragon people, although there was only a one-word difference. However, The positions of both parties were thousands of miles apart. After all, this was related to whether or not the Dragon Clan was supporting them from behind.
These people speak insolently. We will teach them a lesson for you,
Bai Wei said.
Humph. You lowly draconids. This is the 10,000 beasts gathering set up by the dragon race. You have no right to behave atrociously.
Fan Nan began to use the reputation of the dragon race to suppress others.
Brother?
Bai Wei turned to look at Jiang Fei. This kid had brought up the dragon race. Therefore, it was not easy for Bai Wei to make a decision.
Beat him up,
Jiang Fei said casually.
Okay,
Bai Wei agreed happily. Then, she waved her small fist and charged forward. Because Fan Nan's combat strength had also exceeded 40 million. He was much stronger than Wu Rui. Therefore, Wu Rui obediently retreated to Jiang Fei's side this time.
You?
Fan Nan did not expect to meet such a hothead. This girl did not care at all. She did not care about the reputation of the dragon race. She actually charged forward directly. However, at this time, it was useless to say anything else. He could only fight first.
Boom!
Fan Nan's fist and Bai Wei's fist collided. However, Bai Wei's strength was much stronger than his. Hence, after the collision, Bai Wei did not move at all. However, Fan Nan retreated 3 to 4 steps in a row.
So strong!
Although Fan Nan knew from his aura that Bai Wei was not easy to deal with. After this exchange, he was even more aware of the gap between him and that girl.
What should I do? I definitely can't win in a fight. But if I admit defeat, I will be completely defeated. How will I be able to gain a foothold in the 1,000 beasts gathering in the future?
Fan Nan was extremely anxious. But at this moment, Bai Wei did not give him time to think. The little girl rushed up again. Following that, the two of them exchanged blows. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 exchanges had passed. Bai Wei was becoming more and more courageous as she fought. But Fan Nan, who was relatively weaker, was sweating profusely. Chapter 2298, Chapter 2289. Even if the Dragon Clan came, they could still act pretentious.
Hey!
As Bai Wei shouted, the girl suddenly appeared behind Fan Nan. Then, she used Jiang Fei's Dragon Blood martial skill and directly hit Fan Nan's back.
Boom!
Fan Nan was sent flying on the spot. He spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground. He could not get up for a long time.
You guys are ruthless.
Fan Nan took out a dragon scale from his body and crushed it with force.
Buzz!
A teleportation door appeared and a deep voice came from inside.
Nanner! What's wrong? Your Excellency. Someone came to the Wansho market to cause trouble.
Although he was facing his father, as a mixed-blood draconid, Fan Nan did not have the right to call him father. So he could only address him as Your Excellency.
Who dares to cause trouble in the territory of the dragon race?
When the people inside heard Fan Nan's words, they immediately became angry. The dragon race had ruled over the 10,000 races for hundreds of thousands of years. Which race was not obedient? Today, someone actually dared to cause trouble in his territory. Wasn't this giving him a taste of his own medicine? As they spoke, the dragon race stepped through the portal and arrived in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Jiang Fei looked at the new dragon from head to toe. His human form was somewhat similar to Fan Nan's, but he looked younger. In terms of strength, this guy was not bad either. His combat strength had exceeded 50 million. He was already a celestial lord.
Nanner, who is causing trouble in our dragon territory?
The person asked Fan Nan as soon as he appeared.
It's them.
Fan Nan pointed at Jiang Fei and the others.
How dare you?
The new dragon roared. He had sensed the strength of Bai Wei and the others. However, Jiang Fei was only a beginner true immortal. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to him.
You're not very brave. As long as you have enough. That's good.
Jiang Fei could not watch anymore. This dragon was already an immortal. If he let Bai Wei stand in front of him, this girl would definitely be hurt.
Kid, get lost. You have no right to speak here.
The dragon saw that Jiang Fei was only a true immortal level mixed blood draconid. He immediately said in disgust. He could not even be bothered to kill Jiang Fei. He felt that it would be dirty to his own hands.
No right for me to speak.
Jiang Fei walked forward step by step. As he walked, the aura that he released became stronger and stronger. When Jiang Fei walked in front of the dragon, his aura had already been fully unleashed. The terrifying dragon's aura reverberated at the entrance of the 1,000 beasts gathering. The ferocious beasts were so scared that they all turned into their original forms and crawled on the ground, not daring to move at all.
Oh my god! If I had known earlier, I would not have watched this scene. Immortals fighting mortals will suffer. My mother. Why are there still fights between the dragon race? They would kill us to silence us. Right.
The ferocious beasts were also very nervous. After all, none of them had seen such a scene before. Of course, the one who was most nervous was Fan Nan. Although he was a mixed-blood dragon that was recognized by the dragon race. In the eyes of the real dragon race, he was just a lowly servant. However, he had just offended a superior dragon. This was simply courting death.
You? Who are you?
The new dragon frowned. Jiang Fei's aura was much stronger than his. Although there was a little bit of dragon's might. There were many dragons who had become like this after being injured.
You don't need to know who I am. But you actually allowed the servant to set up a private checkpoint here and charge the fees of the various races. Are you so poor that you can't afford to eat?
Jiang Fei asked in a stern voice. Jiang Fei, who had many years of experience pretending to be 13, did not show any fear when dealing with such a situation.
Collect fees?
The dragon looked confused. He clearly did not know about this matter.
Your Honor, I know my mistake.
When Fan Nan saw that the matter had been exposed, he quickly knelt down and begged for mercy.
I'll deal with you later.
The dragon frowned and cursed himself in his heart. Wasn't this tarnishing his reputation? If this were to get out, wouldn't he become the laughing stock of the dragon race? Although the dragon race had done a lot of robbing, they still cared about their reputation. These people were like a bunch of princes and princesses. No one would care if you did some evil things. However, if you were to go crazy and do something like extorting 80 cents, no one in the dragon race would look up to you, because you would bring shame to the dragon race. Even though he was extremely angry at his own unlucky child, he still had to maintain the situation. Therefore, the dragon race had seized Jiang Fei's identity and insisted on asking him who he was. Although the dragon race was still very prosperous in this era, there were not many of them. Almost everyone knew each other. However, in the memories of the dragon race, there was clearly no one like Jiang Fei.
Who am I? You can ask Gun.
Jiang Fei said coldly.
Gun? Senior Gun?
The dragon race reacted for a long time before he remembered who Jiang Fei was talking about. Although Gun was not as powerful as Wei Hao, he was still a mysterious person. Although there were many legends about him in the dragon race, there were not many people who saw him often.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded lightly.
You're not lying to me. Right.
The dragon race clearly did not believe him. Although he had met Gun a few times, the difference in status between the two was too big. The dragon race had never paid him any attention. Therefore, it was almost impossible for him to go to Gun and ask about Jiang Fei's identity. It was almost impossible.
Lying to you? Take a look at this?
Jiang Fei said, as he threw the dragon scale that Gun had left behind.
This.
The dragon immediately felt the powerful and hidden aura coming from Gun's body from the dragon scale.
Could this guy be one of Gun's sons?
The dragon guessed in his heart. Leaving the reverse scale for emergency communication was a common tactic of the dragon race. However, this thing was the reverse scale. How could it be given to someone else for no reason? That was clearly something that only very important people could obtain. Thinking of this, the dragon race member could not help but look up to Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei's dragon race aura was very pure. Moreover, his strength was extremely powerful. It was far from what he could compare to. In addition, the dragon scale in Gun's hand. This made the new dragon race member almost certain that Jiang Fei was Gun's biological son.
Senior, please forgive me for offending you just now.
The dragon held Gun's dragon scale in both hands and brought it to Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei was Gun's son, his seniority would be several levels higher than his.
What's your name?
Jiang Fei, the veteran forklift player, had a full mastery of smooth climbing skills. Therefore, as soon as the dragon softened, Jiang Fei put on his airs.
My name is Fan Yao,
said the dragon clan member.
You have to control these servants in the future. It's too embarrassing.
Jiang Fei reprimanded him in the tone of a senior.
Yes. Senior is right. When I go back, I will give this useless thing a good scolding.
Fan Yao nodded repeatedly. Chapter 2299, Chapter 2290 Illusion Stone.
Alright. This matter is over.
Jiang Fei waved his hand generously. After all, he was pretending to be a senior. If he was petty, wouldn't he be exposed?
Thank you. Senior.
Fan Yao bowed and said.
Are you in charge of the 10,000 beasts gathering?
Jiang Fei asked faintly.
Yes. I am indeed in charge of the 10,000 beasts gathering.
Fan Yao nodded and said. Being in charge of the 1,000 beasts gathering was a lucrative job. However, among the dragon race, the ones who managed the 1,000 beasts gathering were the dragon race that did not have a high status. This was because the dragon race would not hesitate to deal with the ferocious beasts directly.
Then, let's go in and take a look,
Jiang Fei said.
No problem. This is your home now. Take whatever you want. It's all on me,
Fan Yao said. He was the emperor of the entire planet. No one dared to disobey him.
Ha! Then I want stand on ceremony.
Jiang Fei smiled and walked into the beast gathering.
Please, Senior.
Fan Yao smiled and accompanied him personally. The beasts on both sides retreated into the distance. The two dragons did not want to cause any trouble. After Jiang Fei and Fan Yao entered the market of beasts, two lackeys helped Fan Nan up.
Ouch! It hurts so much.
Fan Nan groaned in pain. However, the lackeys also looked embarrassed. They did not know what to say. If it was in the past, they would definitely start cursing the people who dared to hurt their master. However, this time, the ones who hurt Fan Nan were real dragons. Even if they had a few guts, they would not dare to insult the dragons.
Senior, is there anything that you want from the 10,000 beasts gathering?
Fan Yao asked as he accompanied Jiang Fei to stroll around.
Yes. I have been collecting some things recently,
Jiang Fei said calmly. He had indeed put on a good show.
Senior, can you tell me about it? Perhaps I can help you,
Fan Yao asked.
That's good too. I'm collecting this kind of thing,
said Jiang Fei as he took out a space-time fragment.
Illusion stone?
Fan Yao cried out when he saw the space-time fragment.
Why? Do you know this thing?
Jiang Fei remembered the name in his heart. Although he had always called this thing a space-time fragment, it was not called this in this era. If he really told others that he wanted a space-time fragment, they might not even know what it was. Now, Jiang Fei could rest assured and tell others that he wanted an illusion stone.
There are quite a lot of these things. Basically, they are distributed on every planet.
Fan Yao's words made Jiang Fei's heart sink. He knew very well that these illusion stones were all fragments from the same treasure. However, if this thing was distributed so widely, it would break so badly that it would take a lot of effort to collect it.
I have been studying this recently, so I have to collect some. Do you have any good ideas?
Jiang Fei asked.
Sigh. Isn't that just a matter of a sentence?
Fan Yao did not care. In the eyes of the dragon race, this illusion stone was not a precious thing. There were too many of it everywhere. Moreover, it did not have any practical use. It could only project some illusions, although it was a prophecy or the past. However, the span of the world was too short. It was meaningless.
What do you mean?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Perhaps you have been in seclusion for too long and do not understand the attitude of the various races towards us. As long as we, the dragon race, say the word, not only will they have to hand over all the illusion stones in their hands, they will also have to think of a way to find the illusion stones to pay tribute,
Fan Yao said proudly. Jiang Fei smiled and did not say anything. However, Fan Yao's words reminded him of an ancient emperor on Earth. In the Mingxian sect, this master was fond of fighting crickets. Therefore, in order to curry favor with him, the officials would go around collecting crickets to pay tribute. This resulted in the common people paying heavy taxes or paying crickets. Therefore, in order to survive, many people had no choice but to give up their livelihood to catch crickets. Although many people had made a fortune because of this, more people had to bear a heavier burden for the crickets. At this time, the status of the dragon race was no different from that of the emperor. They did not even need to ask the various races to hand over the illusion stones. As long as there was a dragon lord who liked the illusion stones, the various races would fight to collect them. This was to win the favor and even appreciation of the dragon race. As for whether the various races would fight each other over this, or whether they would waste money and labor, that was not a matter for the dragon race to consider.
Senior, what do you think?
Fan Yao asked.
It's up to you.
Jiang Fei nodded. After experiencing so much, Jiang Fei now had the mentality of a superior. As the saying goes, the world is heartless and treats all things as dogs. The leader's love for the people was just a trick in the book to deceive the people. Their essence was to stabilize their position and then exploit the people below.
Don't worry. I can't say for sure if there are more. It shouldn't be a problem to collect a dozen or 20 pieces in a month.
Fan Yao laughed.
All right.
Jiang Fei laughed bitterly. From what Fan Yao said, this illusion stone was too worthless. This thing was practically everywhere on the streets.
Fan Nan!
Fan Yao turned around and shouted. His voice was not loud, But Fan Nan, who was far away, rolled and crawled over.
Your Excellency, what orders do you have?
Fan Nan knelt on the ground and asked.
Go! Tell the various clans that a senior of our dragon clan likes illusionary stones. Let them do as they see fit.
Fan Yao said faintly.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Fan Nan nodded, then turned around and left. In less than half a day, the entire Wansho Bazaar spread the news that a superior dragon clan liked to collect illusionary stones. This caused a sensation throughout the entire planet. Although fantasy stones were considered precious, they were not of much practical value compared to other treasures. Therefore, many races who owned fantasy stones were very willing to give them up. Giving this thing to the dragon race would not weaken their own strength. Moreover, if they could gain the favor of the dragon race, they would be considered rich. Therefore, on the day the Jiang Fei arrived at the gathering of beasts, the ferocious beast races that had the illusion stone immediately set off to escort the illusion stone. They all hoped that they would be the first to deliver the illusion stone to the dragon race. Meanwhile, the races that did not have the illusion stone began to have their own thoughts. The weaker races began to search for the illusion stone. Meanwhile, the stronger races set up an ambush at the outer perimeter of the gathering of beasts. They were ready to ambush the party that was escorting the illusion stones. For a moment, the entire planet was bustling with activity. As the initiator, Jiang Fei brought the two girls and wandered around the beast gathering. After his identity was exposed, Jiang Fei walked around the beast gathering. No one dared to disturb him. Even if Fan Yao was not by his side, no one would be stupid enough to provoke a superior dragon unless he was tired of living. He also wanted to take revenge on his own race. Chapter 2300, Chapter 2291. Encouragement. Jiang Fei, who had had enough of wandering around, decided to stay at the Thousand Beasts gathering that very day. It was very late at night. Jiang Fei could see the bloody scene outside the Thousand Beasts gathering. All the races were fighting and bleeding for the illusion stone. One by one, the fierce beast masters were buried outside the Thousand Beasts gathering. It was not until dawn the next day that peace returned to the Thousand Beasts gathering.
Senior, some fierce beasts have come to offer the illusion stone.
Early the next morning, Fan Yao arrived at Jiang Fei's residence with a smile.
Yes, let them in.
Jiang Fei nodded. The night before, the beasts had fought over the illusion stone. Many of the races had lost their masters.
Yes, sir.
Fan Yao nodded. Then, he waved his hand, and 5 beast masters walked in. The first one to enter was a middle-aged man. Although he was also a fox, the 9-tailed fox was not on the same level as the red-tailed fox. They were one of the strongest races on planet Mars. The red-tailed fox could not be compared to this cousin of his. The second person to enter was an old man. He looked somewhat similar to the old man from the winged fire snake race that Jiang Fei had let go. However, the old man did not show any strange expression when he saw Jiang Fei. Clearly, he did not know that his own people had once sinned against Jiang Fei. Immediately after the 2 people, 3 more people entered. However, the strength of these 3 people was much weaker than the previous 2, so Jiang Fei did not care too much.
Exalted God, I heard that you are collecting illusion stones. My 9-tailed fox clan was lucky enough to obtain a few. Now, hand them over.
Su Tu walked forward. He held a brocade box in his hand. There were actually 5 illusion stones in it.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. There were many 9-tailed fox clan members who participated in the fun last night. Among the 5 fantasy stones, 4 of them were snatched by them last night. However, to Jiang Fei, it did not matter how these fantasy stones came about. What he cared about was whether or not these things would end up in his hands. Therefore, when Su Tu offered the fantasy stones, Jiang Fei gladly accepted it. After that, Chang Wanli and the others also offered the illusion stones. Among them, the person who offered the most offered 3, and the person who offered the least offered 1.
You guys are very thoughtful.
Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. In just one day, they had already obtained more than 10 illusion stones. This was much easier than searching for a needle in a haystack.
Guru, we have already instructed our clansmen to do their best to help you collect them. As soon as we find them, we will immediately send them to you.
Su Tu said.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and then said to Su Tu.
You stay here. The rest can go back. Yes. Exalted Goddess.
Chang Wanli and the others saw that Su Tu had been left behind. Of course, they knew that this kid was lucky. He would definitely receive a reward from the dragon race. Although these people were a little jealous, they could not do anything about it. After all, The dragon race had attacked the most mirage stones. After everyone had left, only Jiang Fei, Su Tu, and Fan Yao were left in the room.
Eat this.
Jiang Fei flicked a small porcelain bottle with his finger. There was a pill inside.
This.
Su Tu took the porcelain bottle. He hesitated for a moment. He did not know what the pill was for. However, in the end, he was forced by the dragon race's pressure. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the pill.
Boom!
Instantly, a wave of heat swept through Su Tu's entire body.
Ah!
Su Tu felt as if he was about to explode. He did not know why the dragon race would treat him like this. He was clearly the one who had offered the most illusion stones. Even if he did not receive a reward, he should not be punished. Right?
Don't panic. Focus and calm your mind. Absorb the medicinal power.
Jiang Fei's voice carried his mental strength and directly entered Su Tu's sea of consciousness.
Swish!
Su Tu's originally chaotic mind instantly cleared up. When he heard Jiang Fei's words, no matter how foolish Su Tu was, he knew that this was a tonic. Therefore, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to absorb the medicinal power. Actually, Jiang Fei had given Su Tu not anything else but a dragon saliva pill.
Chirp chirp.
Su Tu finally could not withstand the medicinal power and transformed into his original form. It was a nine-tailed mystic fox. However, this nine-tailed mystic fox was no longer the same as before. Its fur began to spin and grow like dragon scales, and a pair of small horns grew out of its head.
This is dragon blood?
Su Tu didn't know how to describe it in his heart. This kind of ecstasy made him almost go crazy. One had to know that for a fierce beast to be able to obtain the dragon bloodline, that was something that they could only wish for. Although the mixed blood dragon people seemed to be dissatisfied. In fact, the ferocious beast races were still somewhat envious of them.
Senior. This.
Fan Yao was also a little dumbfounded.
I have developed a new medicine. How is it?
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
This way. It can give the ferocious beast dragon's blood?
Fan Yao was dumbfounded. He had never heard of this kind of medicine.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Senior. Isn't this a little too hasty?
Fan Yao was a little hesitant. He knew that he should not have spoken against this senior. However, the draconic race placed great importance on their own bloodline. Otherwise, they would not have treated the mixed blood draconids like that. However, Jiang Fei had actually used a pill to turn an ordinary ferocious beast into a mixed blood draconid. This was something that the ordinary dragon race seemed to be unable to accept.
Sigh. All of you have always stuck to your bloodline and thought that mixed blood draconids were lowly. But don't you think that there are too few people in our dragon race? We need someone to assist us. And who is the most trustworthy person? Of course, it's someone who has the same bloodline as us.
Jiang Fei said.
But,
as a traditional dragon race, Fan Yao still could not accept it.
Alright. I'm just trying out a medicine. It's not worth it.
Jiang Fei waved his hand.
Alright.
Since Jiang Fei had already said that, Fan Yao naturally could not say anything more. After a while, Su Tu stood up from the ground. He walked in front of Jiang Fei in a few steps. Then, he knelt down and said to Jiang Fei,
Thank you, God, for remaking me. Alright. Get up. You deserve it.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
God, I would like to ask you to take us in as your followers. From now on, I am willing to do anything for you to repay your kindness.
Su Tu knelt on the ground and said,
Really? These guys are so eager to be recognized after obtaining the dragon bloodline?
Fan Yao thought in surprise. Although he didn't think much of the ferocious beast's strength, it was probably a good way to gain their loyalty so easily. Although the dragon race ruled over tens of thousands of races, each race was unwilling to submit on the surface. They were only willing to submit because of the dragon race's strength. However, there were many small actions in private, and although the dragon race knew, however, as the dragon race was too small, they could not closely monitor the races. If they could subdue some of the races as their vassals, the situation might be improved. At this moment, Fan Yao began to admire Jiang Fei's great talent and strategy. However, he did not know that Jiang Fei was doing this to encourage the races to be more active in helping him find the illusion stone. Chapter 2301, Chapter 229.
Are you willing to follow me?
Jiang Fei asked as he looked at Su Tu with interest.
Yes. Guru, I am willing to follow you,
Su Tu said. Originally, he did not have such a plan. However, now that the opportunity had come, Jiang Fei had given him the dragon bloodline. How could he not seize this opportunity? Another point was that the conversation between Fan Yao and Jiang Fei was not hidden from Su Tuesday. As far as they were concerned, Su Tu was nothing to be afraid of. Even if they were discussing how to deal with Su Tu, there was no need to hide it from him. In any case, he could neither run nor fight back. However, these words were heard by Su Tuesday. How could he not seek the advantage and avoid the disadvantage? Although Jiang Fei was using him to test the medicine, he did not plan to kill him after the test was over. However, judging from Fan Yao's words, the dragon race would probably not allow someone like him, who had obtained the dragon bloodline, to exist. Therefore, Su Tu only had one choice now. He could either follow Jiang Fei and obtain his protection, or he could die. Although Fan Yao had promised Jiang Fei not to kill him, who knew if he would go back on his word after he got out? Would Fan Yao go back on his word? When that time came, without Jiang Fei's protection. Although he was not afraid of Fan Yao, if Fan Yao brought the dragon race's experts to surround and kill him, he would definitely die. Therefore, in order to save his life and pursue a better future, Su Tu made a prompt decision and chose to join Jiang Fei. Although he would lose some freedom, there was no shame in becoming a vassal of the dragon clan. Jiang Fei thought about it. Of course, he also noticed Fan Yao's intentions. If he did not accept Su Tu, Fan Yao might really secretly kill him. If that happened, Jiang Fei's motivation to the beasts would become a threat. Who would dare to bring the illusion stone to him? Therefore, in order to let more beasts attack the illusion stone, Jiang Fei had to protect Su Tuesday. Therefore, he hesitated for a moment and said,
Alright. Since you are willing to follow me, I will accept you. Thank you, my lord.
Su Tu immediately changed the way he addressed Jiang Fei.
However, since you have chosen to follow me, what about your clan?
Jiang Fei asked.
My lord, I am willing to serve you on behalf of the entire Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Please accept me.
Su Tu was truly blessed. He did not say that he intended to leave the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Instead, he wanted the entire clan to rely on Jiang Fei.
How cunning! You actually want to climb up the ranks of the entire clan.
Fan Yao laughed coldly. Then, he looked at Jiang Fei to see how he would deal with this matter.
Oh, can you make the decision?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
My lord, I can.
Su Tu said very confidently. It seemed that he had a very strong control over the Nine-Tailed Fox clan.
Alright, you can make the arrangements then.
Jiang Fei thought for a moment. He was now alone. He had to do everything himself. Although he had taken in Bai Wei and Wu Rui, the three of them were still a little weak. If he could subdue the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, at least someone would do the chores.
Thank you, master.
Su Tu was overjoyed. This way, not only would his future be bright, but the status of the entire Nine-Tailed Fox clan would also soar.
Alright, you can leave now,
Jiang Fei said to Su Tu.
Yes, my lord.
Su Tu nodded and left.
Senior, do you really intend to take in these lowly beasts?
Fan Yao asked after Su Tu left. Although he admired Jiang Fei's idea, asking him to take in a group of ferocious beast subordinates, he could not bring himself to do so.
Why not? As long as they can be used by me. So what if they are lowly beasts?
Jiang Fei said as if he was an expert. In fact, he was secretly disdainful in his heart. You lecherous dragons do not even mind taking off your pants. Is it embarrassing for me to take in a retainer?
Senior, you are right.
Although Fan Yao nodded repeatedly on the surface, he still did not mind it in his heart. In his opinion, Jiang Fei had been in seclusion for too long. His brain was not smart enough. When he was ridiculed by the dragons of the same generation, he would regret it. On the other side, Jiang Fei and Fan Yao were chatting casually. On the other side, when Su Tu came out of the hall, he was surrounded by the leaders of the other races.
Old Su, how is it? Did you get any rewards? Yes. Yes. What treasure? Show it to us. Old Su, don't be so stingy. Show it to us.
Those ferocious beast leaders were all chattering. They were very curious about what Jiang Fei had given Su Tuesday. After all, they had also given Su Tu the illusion stone. It was just that they had given Su Tu a lot.
I don't have a treasure.
Su Tu deliberately kept them in suspense. He had obtained such a huge benefit. If he did not show off a little, he would be letting himself down. Moreover, Su Tu also wanted to show off the reward that he had received. The dragon race gave him the dragon race's bloodline. This was not something that those mixed blood draconids could compare to. At most, what they did was just an accident. Moreover, the dragon race might not even acknowledge them. However, Su Tu was different. He was the dragon race's bloodline that Jiang Fei had personally given him. Moreover, he had even taken him in as a retainer. In fact, the entire nine-tailed fox race could be considered as Jiang Fei's faction in the future. Then, who would dare to provoke the other ferocious beasts and races? To put it bluntly, let alone the ferocious beasts and clans, even the real dragons would have to consider Jiang Fei's feelings if they wanted to touch the nine-tailed fox clan. Right? After all, it was still up to the master to beat the dog. Therefore, Su Tu was extremely happy. He could not wait for these old friends to come over and ask him about it.
Old Su, don't be too stingy. If you say that you don't have any treasures, can we believe you?
Chang Wanli had a good relationship with Su Tu, so he patted him on the shoulder and asked.
Hee hee. It's true. I don't have any treasures. But look at this.
Su Tu suddenly burst out with his aura.
Huh? Old Su, how did you suddenly become so strong?
Chang Wanli was shocked. Su Tu's strength was similar to his before. Both were beginner-level immortal lords, and their combat strength was around 53 to 4 million. However, at this moment, Su Tu's combat strength suddenly soared to nearly 60 million, and his aura skyrocketed. Most importantly, there was a hint of dragon's might in his aura.
Old Su, why do you have the aura of a dragon?
The others were also dumbfounded. Mixed blood draconids were all born with it. No one had ever seen it transformed after birth, although one could obtain the dragon bloodline by consuming the dragon saliva fruit. That thing was too rare, and most people didn't think about it.
This is the dragon's blood that my master has personally bestowed upon me,
Su Tu said smugly. Moreover, he had inadvertently revealed another piece of information. That was that he had taken advantage of Jiang Fei.
What?
As expected, the eyes of the other beast leaders were wide open. Initially, they had thought that they would be rewarded with some treasures by offering the illusion stone to Jiang Fei. However, they did not expect that Jiang Fei would be so ruthless as to reward them with the dragon's blood. Moreover, he had even taken Su Tu as his retainer. Chapter 2302, Chapter 2293 Fantasy Stone Disc. The beast leaders surrounding Su Tu exchanged a glance before turning around to leave. After they left the Thousand Beast Gathering, they immediately soared into the air and headed straight for their own tribes. The power of a role model was not to be underestimated. Su Tu had received such a generous reward. How could the other tribe leaders not be envious? Especially Chang Wanli. The amount of fantasy stones he had handed over was not much less than Su Tu's. But the other party had made a fortune. If he did not get anything, how could he not think about it? Therefore, they immediately returned home and mobilized all their manpower to start collecting mirage stones.
I wonder if the person who handed over the most mirage stones each time will receive a reward, or if he only needs to gather 5 pieces to receive a reward.
Chang Wanli pondered in his heart as he hurried to the gathering place of the race. The other beast leaders were basically thinking the same as Chang Wanli. They returned to their own clans one after another and mobilized almost the entire clan. For a time, the entire planet was digging 3 feet deep in search of mirage stones. Of course, the weaker races were unlikely to personally go to the Thousand Beast Gathering to offer mirage stones, because even if they obtained mirage stones, they wouldn't have the ability to send them to the Thousand Beast Gathering. They would definitely be intercepted and killed along the way. However, these weaker races had also obtained their own share of the benefits from this massive movement. This was because those large races were too eager to obtain the illusion stone. After all, the allure of the dragon race's bloodline was limitless. Moreover, they could even become the dragon race's retainers. This kind of treatment was something that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. Hence, under this kind of situation, the small races were able to benefit from both sides. The large races even used threatening methods in the beginning, ordering the small races that obtained the illusion stone to hand over their treasures. However, these small races immediately turned around and sought protection from the other large races. They would use the illusion stones to exchange for benefits. For the larger clans, it was not difficult for them to destroy the smaller clans. However, they could also give the illusion stones to others. Therefore, in order to obtain the illusion stones, the larger clans had to change their strategy and still try to lure the smaller clans. For a time, there was only one theme on the entire planet: illusion stones. In just a short week, Jiang Fei had more than 50 illusion stones in his pocket. He activated the tiny chips one by one and then looked through the patterns to find the parts that could be spliced together. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. Jiang Fei found many fragments that could be linked together among the more than 50 mirage stones. The patterns on their bodies were very compatible. It was as if they were made from a broken item.
It seems that my guess was right.
Jiang Fei was secretly happy. Although there were too many fragments of the Mirage Stones. If he wanted to collect them, he would need hundreds of them. However, what he did not lack was time. If Jiang Fei did not collect these things, he would have to spend hundreds of thousands of years to return to his era. Compared to hundreds of thousands of years, collecting hundreds of illusion stones did not seem to be that difficult. 2 weeks later, Jiang Fei had a total of 86 illusion stones. At this time, he had not seen any leader of the ferocious beasts for 3 days. Clearly, the illusion stones on the Chaos Planet had been mostly looted. The remaining ones might be hidden in some corner. It would not be so easy to find them again. For these illusion stones, Jiang Fei paid a few more dragon saliva pills. However, this time, Jiang Fei did not give them the original version. Instead, he mixed them with water. He divided each pill into a few portions. Then, he mixed some nourishing herbs into the pills and refined them into pills. This way, the medicinal effects of the dragon saliva pills would be greatly reduced. Although it could also give the berserk beast some dragon bloodline, it was very weak. Even so, the ferocious beasts were still flocking to the pills. These dragon saliva pills were not only an increase in their strength, but also a recognition of their status. Even though Jiang Fei did not take them as his retainers. However, with this trace of draconic bloodlines, they could be considered to be closely connected to Jiang Fei. Moreover, they had become natural allies. Jiang Fei did not care too much about these ferocious beasts. The only reason he accepted Su Tu and the nine-tailed fox was because he lacked some helpers. Later on, Jiang Fei thought that the ferocious beasts were just a simple transaction. At this moment, Jiang Fei's attention was completely focused on the illusion stones.
It seems like there is a pattern.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he looked at the illusion stones in his hands. The illusion stone fragments in his hands could almost be pieced together, although there was a little space in the middle. However, Jiang Fei guessed that the Mirage Stones were also hidden on the planet Mars.
If I'm not wrong, the Mirage Stones scattered in the 5 directions should belong to the 5 fragments. That item should have been the first to break into 5 pieces and scattered on a planet. During the process of scattering, they broke into the shape again.
Jiang Fei guessed. The main thing was that the illusion stone in his hand had already been pieced together. It was in the shape of a disc. After it was activated, there were strange patterns carved on it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Jiang Fei counted briefly. The fragment in his hand was still short of 4 pieces. However, the remaining 4 pieces were more difficult to find.
A total of 90 pieces. So, are the other 4 planets also like this?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself.
Brother, what are you doing?
Bai Wei's arrival interrupted Jiang Fei's train of thought.
I'm studying something.
Jiang Fei put away the illusion stones.
Studying what? Can I help?
Bai Wei asked. As Jiang Fei had been obsessed with the illusion stones for the past few days, he did not have the time to bother with her. After browsing through the 1,000 beasts gathering, Bai Wei was a little bored.
I'm done here. Go and see what Wu Rui is busy with. If there's nothing else, we're going to set off.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Set off? Where are we going?
Bai Wei was instantly excited. She was already bored here. She wanted to go to a new place to play.
We're going to the Year Star,
Jiang Fei said. He had almost collected all the illusion stones on the planet. The remaining few were either taken out of the planet by someone or were hidden very deep. It would not be easy to find them. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to let the beasts find the Mirage Stones first, while he went to other planets to collect the Mirage Stones.
Go to other planets? Yes,
Bai Wei cried out. She had grown up in the mountains and had never been to other planets. Therefore, she was extremely happy.
Then, you should go and check on Wu Rui first. If she is fine, we are ready to set off,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay.
Bai Wei nodded and ran out. Jiang Fei packed up and went to look for Su Tuesday. As Jiang Fei's retainer, he lived next door to Jiang Fei's small courtyard. Chapter 2303, Chapter 2294, forming a group to go to Year Star.
My lord, what are your orders?
As soon as Jiang Fei walked over, Su Tu quickly came forward to welcome him.
I do have something to tell you.
Jiang Fei nodded.
My lord, please feel free to give me your orders.
Su Tu bowed and said,
I am preparing to go to Year Star. Find a few smart and capable people to go with me.
Jiang Fei said.
Master, do these people have any requirements in terms of strength?
Asked Su Tu.
They don't have to be too strong. It's about enough. But they have to be smart.
said Jiang Fei.
Okay. No problem. Master, when are you leaving?
Su Tu nodded. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was a large clan. It was not difficult to find some smart and capable people.
The sooner the better,
Jiang Fei said.
Master, I will go back now. I will bring the people over to you in 3 days,
Su Tu said. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was still quite far from the 1,000 beasts gathering. Therefore, the 3 days were basically the time needed for the journey.
Oh right. Spread the news. Although I have temporarily gone to another planet, I still need this illusion stone. If anyone finds it, hand it over to your clan. Wait for me to return and I will reward you.
Jiang Fei called out to Su Tu, who was about to turn around and leave.
Yes, Master. I will remember it.
Su Tu nodded and said,
All right. There's nothing else. You can go on with your work.
Jiang Fei waved his hand.
Yes.
Su Tu nodded. Then, he did not pack his things and walked straight out of the small courtyard. Once he was out of the 10,000 beasts gathering, he immediately rose into the air and headed straight for the Nine-Tailed Fox's hometown. After sending Su Tu away, Jiang Fei went to see Fan Yao. Initially, Fan Yao did not live in the 10,000 beasts gathering. However, Jiang Fei, this senior, had not left. How could he have the nerve to leave first? Therefore, he could only stay here.
Senior, how have you been collecting these past few days?
Fan Yao asked with a smile. The entire planet was in an uproar these past few days. Almost everyone was busy with the illusion stones. In the beginning, there were even a few small clans that were wiped out because of it. Therefore, this matter was quite big.
It's not bad.
Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. More than 80 illusion stones had entered his account, allowing him to see the way home clearly.
Congratulations, Senior. Although I do not know what you are collecting this for, I think it should be something good.
Fan Yao smiled.
It is indeed a good thing. When I understand it, I might be able to make something good for you to play with.
Jiang Fei smiled.
Then, I thank you in advance. Senior.
Fan Yao smiled. As the dragon race did not have a large population, and they enjoyed the resources of the entire world of the 5 directions, their internal competition was not fierce. If there was anything good, they would often share it. This way, even if Fan Yao felt that the illusion stone might not be simple, he did not have the slightest intention to fight for it. In his opinion, as long as Jiang Fei understood it, he would naturally share it with the dragon race. Jiang Fei was able to collect so many illusion stones so easily because of this factor. The dragon race was too lazy to compete with him. The other races did not dare to hoard the illusion stones, and they did not dare to ask Jiang Fei for an exorbitant price. In addition, Jiang Fei had offered a price that they were all excited about. That was why these people flocked to search for illusion stones and deliver them to Jiang Fei.
There's no rush. After all, I want to be able to figure this out in a short period of time.
Jiang Fei smiled and then said to Fan Yao,
You must be tired of staying here with me these days. Right. Senior, look at what you're saying. It's my duty to guard the 10,000 beasts gathering.
Fan Yao waved his hand and said,
All right. Why are you saying such polite words to me? You guys said that you're guarding the 10,000 beasts gathering, but none of you have stayed at your posts for more than a month.
We're all sensible people,
so don't lie to us.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said,
Hee hee. Anyway, those beasts don't dare to act rashly. Just get a few draconids to watch over them.
Fan Yao said with an embarrassed smile. He knew that Jiang Fei would not blame him for this, because the dragon race's internal members were quite tolerant, especially the elders towards the juniors. It could be said that they were quite doting on them.
All right. I can't collect any illusion stones here on planet Mars anymore. So, I plan to go somewhere else to take a look. You don't have to continue pretending here. Go do what you need to do.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
Hee hee. I was just thinking of going out for a walk.
Fan Yao rubbed the back of his head and laughed.
If you want to play, go ahead and play. But wipe your ass clean. Don't embarrass yourself too much.
At this time, Jiang Fei had already entered his character. He was like an elder. At the same time, he allowed his juniors to go out and mess around. At the same time, he had to give them a few words of advice.
Hee hee. Don't worry. Senior, I know what I'm doing.
Fan Yao showed a look of understanding. As soon as Jiang Fei left Fan Yao's place, he felt an aura rushing away. It was obvious that Fan Yao had left the 10,000 beasts gathering after getting the approval.
Sigh. I wonder which race's girls are going to be harmed again.
Jiang Fei shrugged. However, this was the dragon race in this era. He could not change anything. When he returned to his own small courtyard, Jiang Fei found that Bai Wei was already waiting for him.
Brother, Wu Rui said that she still needs 2 more days.
Bai Wei seemed a little unhappy. She could not wait to leave immediately.
That's good. I have to wait for Su Tu to come back too. Then, let's leave in 3 days.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
Oh.
Bai Wei nodded. Although she wanted to go out and play now, she did not dare to go against Jiang Fei's decision. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. To a cultivator, this was only a short period of meditation. At this time, Wu Rui had already packed her luggage. Bai Wei was already impatient.
Master, I'm back.
Su Tu appeared in Jiang Fei's small courtyard. Behind him were 5 men, 5 women, and 10 tribesmen.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded. This nine-tailed fox clan was indeed worthy of being a fox clan. After transforming, they were really handsome men and beautiful women. These 10 tribesmen were all clean and neat. Not only were they good-looking, moreover, there was a hint of cleverness in their eyes.
Master, do you think these people are okay?
Su Tu asked.
Very good. Let's go with them.
Jiang Fei nodded. The 10 nine-tailed fox clan members were all pretty good. They were all above the true immortal level. 2 of them even had combat strength of more than 30 million. The 2 of them should be the small leaders of the 2 groups of men and women.
Master, do you need me to go with you?
Su Tu asked. Logically speaking, as Jiang Fei's retainer, he had to go with him. However, the nine-tailed fox clan had not completed the transaction at this time. The new clan leader had not been chosen yet. Therefore, Su Tu was temporarily unable to leave.
It's all right. You can stay here first. When you're done, you can look for us at Old Star. If things are troublesome, you can wait for us to come back.
When Jiang Fei heard Su Tu's question, he knew that this fellow had something to do. Therefore, he took the initiative to say that.
Thank you, my lord, for your grace.
Su Tu was very grateful. At the same time, he thought to himself that he had found a good master who cared about his subordinates. Chapter 2304, Chapter 2295. War of Ice and Fire. After sending Su Tu back to the nine-tailed fox clan to deal with the aftermath, Jiang Fei led everyone out of the 10,000 beasts gathering. Fan Nan was the happiest when Jiang Fei left. Previously, because of Jiang Fei's arrival, not only did Fan Nan make a fool of himself, he was also beaten up. The worst part was that he left a bad impression on Fan Yao. He was severely reprimanded by Fan Yao. However, because of Jiang Fei's identity, Fan Nan did not dare to hold a grudge. After all, even his own father, Fan Yao, had to bow down and call him senior. How could a mixed-blood draconid like him, who had the least status, take revenge? However, now that Jiang Fei had left, Fan Yao had also left. This time, he was the biggest in the entire 1,000 beasts gathering. It was time for him to act arrogantly again. Actually, Jiang Fei did not expect that this kid would actually be unable to change his mind. After they left, this kid not only continued to collect tickets, but also went even further to exploit the ferocious beasts. However, this was not something that Jiang Fei had to worry about anymore. At this time, he had already brought a group of people to the teleportation portal.
Guru, where are you going?
The 2 draconids who were guarding the teleportation portal asked. Because Jiang Fei had revealed a hint of the dragon race's pressure, the 2 kids did not dare to ask for money.
To the Year Star,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay. Guru, please wait a moment.
The 2 draconids invited Jiang Fei and the others to stand on the teleportation portal and began to busy themselves. It would take a lot of fire crystals for so many people to teleport together. However, they did not dare to speak to Jiang Fei, so they had to pay for it themselves. However, they would eventually extort the money from the beasts that had no background. As a white light flashed, Jiang Fei and the rest returned to Year Star.
We're finally back.
Jiang Fei nodded to himself. He had been teleported here in the beginning. However, he went to Mars to dig up the Dragon Clan's grave.
Brother, where are we going?
Bai Wei asked.
We're going to wander around first. Then, we're going to the 10,000 beasts gathering on the Year Star.
As soon as Jiang Fei said that, a 9-tailed fox clan boy behind him quietly retreated and left the party. After a moment, the boy returned.
Master, I've already asked around. The most lively place near the teleportation portal is the Ice Herring Clan's territory. The most beautiful scenery is the Whitehead Mountain in the south.
The Fox Clan boy said to Jiang Fei.
Hee hee. Good boy. You have good eyesight.
Jiang Fei nodded to himself. These guys were indeed smart and capable people who had jumped out of Sue Tuesday. He had just mentioned it, and he had already asked around.
Thank you for your praise, my lord.
The boy quickly bowed and said.
What's your name?
Jiang Fei asked.
My name is Su Bing.
The boy replied. He was also the leader of the male nine-tailed fox.
Puff pastry. Ha ha. Your name is so interesting.
Bai Wei laughed.
Hee hee. Miss Bai Wei, please forgive me. I am the third son in my family. My eldest brother is Su Jia. My second brother is Su Yi. And I am Su Bing.
Su Bing explained.
Ha ha. That is also very fun.
Bai Wei laughed and said.
Alright. Bai Wei, stop making fun of me.
Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. Then, he said to Wu Rui.
Where do you think we should go? Master, your goal is to collect mirage stones. Therefore, I think it is better to go to the Ice Heron's territory. It would be helpful for you to subdue a local force first.
Wu Rui said.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. This was exactly what he had thought. The reason why he did not ask Bai Wei was that the girl was only interested in fun. She was most likely going to the Whitehead Mountain.
Su Bing, where is the Ice Heron's territory? How far is it from here?
Jiang Fei asked.
My lord, the Ice Heron's territory is in the east. It's more than 200 miles away from here.
Su Bing replied.
Alright, let's go there.
Jiang Fei nodded and flew up. The others followed closely behind. They also flew towards the Ice Heron's territory. A distance of more than 200 kilometers was nothing to a group of experts who could fly. After more than half an hour, Jiang Fei and the others arrived in the sky above the Ice Heron's territory. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few figures flew into the sky and stood in front of Jiang Fei and the others.
Stop! This is the Ice Heron's territory. You have crossed the line.
The leader of the Ice Heron was a young girl. She saw that Jiang Fei and the others had the advantage in numbers. So she did not attack directly. Instead, she opened her mouth to warn them. The Ice Heron race was a matriarchal society. All the power in the race was in the hands of the women. Therefore, the leader of the patrol team was also a woman. Jiang Fei looked at the people in front of him from top to bottom. The leader of the girls did not look very old. She had just become an adult. Her combat power had just exceeded 30 million. There were a few patrol team members behind her. Most of their strength was at the level of a beginner true immortal.
Hey! Why aren't you saying anything?
The girl frowned and said. Although Jiang Fei had only revealed his strength as a beginner true immortal, he was clearly the leader of these people, since he was surrounded by a group of experts.
Shut up! You don't have the right to be presumptuous in front of the master.
Jiang Fei had yet to speak. Su Xian stood out. She was the leader of the female nine-tailed fox. This girl looked to be about the same age as the Ice Heron girl. The strength of the two of them was also very similar.
He.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. It was indeed impressive to bring a group of underlings with him.
How dare you! You intruded into the territory of the Ice Heron race, and still dared to be so presumptuous. Do you not want to live anymore?
The Ice Heron girl was not a good person either. Within a radius of several thousand miles, the Ice Heron race was the strongest. No one had ever dared to speak to them in such a manner. Therefore, when she saw the other party being so rude today, the Ice Heron girl was also angry.
Good lord! Why is this ice race so angry?
Jiang Fei laughed to himself.
My lord! How do I deal with this girl who dares to contradict you?
Su Xian asked.
Go and spar with her.
Jiang Fei appeared to be fine. The two girls were ice and fire. Their strengths were about the same. Therefore, he decided to watch the show.
Yes, my lord.
Su Xian nodded and left the party. Then, she pointed at the Ice Heron girl and said,
"The asterisk TCH, come out and face your death. Which, you are so arrogant."
The Ice Heron girl was not a pushover. She also left the party and fought with Su Xian. The two girls, one ice and one fire, fought in the air. Because their strength was equal, there was no winner. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with flames and ice. The scene was indeed very beautiful.
Brother, who do you think will win?
Bai Wei asked as she watched.
Wu Rui, what do you think?
Jiang Fei kicked the ball to Wu Rui.
Master, I think that the Ice Heron girl will win in the end.
Wu Rui said.
What's the reason?
Jiang Fei asked.
Although the two of them are similar in strength, the Ice Heron girl has all the advantages. She has no reason to lose.
Wu Rui said.
Jiang
Fei nodded in satisfaction. This was the year star, where the water element spiritual energy was dense. The Ice Herring clan was located in an extremely cold place. Therefore, the advantages were all on her side. Moreover, she was attacking on her own territory, with the support of the entire clan behind her. The Ice Herring girl indeed had the advantage. Chapter 2305, Chapter 2296 entered the Ice Herring clan. As expected, as time passed, the balance of the battle between Su Xian and the Ice Herring girl began to lose its balance. Because this was the year star, the water element spiritual energy was rich. The Ice Herring girl could easily replenish the energy that she had consumed. Although absorbing the spiritual energy in the battle was not as fast as when she cultivated, it was still much better than Su Xian. As a fire fox, it was too difficult for Su Xian to absorb the pitiful amount of fire element spiritual energy from the year star. Therefore, as the battle continued, the amount of spiritual energy she used became less and less. Slowly, she could not hold on any longer.
Alright, Su Xian, come back.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. A gentle force swept Su Xian back to the party. The Ice Herring girl was unwilling to give up and wanted to chase after her. However, she was pushed away by a huge but not hostile force.
Thank you, my lord, for trying to save me.
Su Xian bowed to Jiang Fei. Although she had lost this battle, she felt a little wronged. Su Xian believed that if the two of them fought on Mars, she would definitely win.
Hee, it's okay. It was just a competition to begin with.
Jiang Fei smiled. He did not care who won or lost. It was just a show.
Who are you people?
The Ice Herring girl frowned. Although the power just now was not hostile, it was so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. Therefore, she was not so strong this time.
We are traveling people. We passed by here.
After receiving Jiang Fei's color, Wu Rui came out and said, among the people around Jiang Fei, Wu Rui was the most suitable to speak for him. Although the nine-tailed fox race people were smart, their status was not high enough. Although Bai Wei was closer to Jiang Fei, this girl was not very smart. It was easy to lose face when talking outside. Only Wu Rui was Jiang Fei's disciple. She was smart and had a certain amount of experience in dealing with people. Therefore, it was most appropriate for her to appear.
Are we just passing by?
The Ice Herring girl asked with a frown.
This place has beautiful scenery and outstanding people. Since we are passing by this place, we naturally have to bother you,
Wu Rui said with a smile.
The
Ice Herring girl hesitated for a moment. These people in front of her were very powerful. Moreover, their purpose was unknown. She did not dare to let them in easily. However, if she refused them directly, she might offend them. It would also inevitably cause trouble for the Ice Herring clan.
Ling Yar, since they are here, they are our guests. Since they think highly of us, you can bring them in,
said a stream of spiritual power from the Ice Herring clan's territory.
Yes, master,
the Ice Herring girl answered. Then, she said to Jiang Fei and the others,
since everyone wants to visit, please follow me. Brother, why did she let us in again?
Bai Wei asked curiously. After all, she was using her spiritual power to communicate. She did not have the ability to eavesdrop.
Hee, she has thought it through.
Jiang Fei laughed. Although the Ice Herring race expert's spiritual power could be hidden from Bai Wei, it could not be hidden from Jiang Fei, who was a master in spiritual power. He said that intentionally just to tease Bai Wei. After that, Jiang Fei and the others followed the Ice Herring girl and landed. The territory of the Ice Herring clan was at the edge of an endless ice field. Their residence was built on an ice cliff. Countless ice holes were dug out on the ice cliff for the Ice Herring clan to live in. The large ice field in front of the ice cliff was the hunting ground of the Ice Herring tribe. They hunted, cultivated, and lived here.
What a beautiful ice field!
Bai Wei exclaimed. She was a typical country bumpkin. She grew up in the mountains since she was young, so everything she saw was fresh. In fact, Bai Wei was not the only one who was fresh. Even Wu Rui and the nine-tailed fire fox tribe members had never seen such an endless ice field. After all, the fire elemental spiritual essence on Mars was rich. The temperature was basically above 30 degrees Celsius. The ice field was almost non-existent. However, the year star was different. It was only around 10 to 20 degrees Celsius near the equator. The further one went to the poles, the colder it became. For example, the temperature in the Ice Herring's territory was always around 10 degrees Celsius. Therefore, the masters from the planet were not very used to it. Although they had trained to this point, they were already immune to the cold and heat. However, the unfamiliar environment still made them feel uncomfortable. This was especially so when they were replenishing their spiritual energy. They wanted to absorb the spiritual energy here. It was really exhausting.
This way, please.
The ice heron girl led Jiang Fei and the others to the bottom of the ice cliff. At the bottom of the ice cliff, there was a huge ice cave. There were tables and chairs made of ice sculptures inside. This should be the Ice Heron clan's meeting room.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and walked in. Once he entered the meeting room, that was made entirely of ice. Jiang Fei found that it was really lively inside. Almost all of the Ice Heron clan's experts had arrived. There were already 3 Immortal Lord level experts, although 2 of them were beginner level Immortal level experts with combat strength of 50 million. The fact that they had such strength showed that the Ice Heron clan's status in Sui Xing was extraordinary. It was very obvious that the other party's experts had come together to show Jiang Fei and the others that the Ice Heron clan was not to be trifled with.
A mixed blood Draconin?
As soon as Jiang Fei and the others entered, the leading Ice Heron old woman noticed the dragon's aura on Bai Wei's body. However, Jiang Fei's aura was hidden more deeply, and his strength was much higher than hers. Therefore, he was not discovered.
So what if I am?
Bai Wei was indeed a hothead. Every time she opened her mouth, there was a thorn in her side.
Hee hee. I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just curious.
The Ice Heron old woman smiled and tried to mediate the situation. When she saw that the leader, Jiang Fei, did not say anything. Therefore, she took the initiative to ask.
I am the leader of the Ice Heron clan. Yan Yujun. May I ask who you are? My name is Jiang Fei. You should have heard of me.
Jiang Fei said with a faint smile. Back then, the frog had told the entire Year Star about him. Therefore, there should be very few people who did not know about him.
You are that Jiang Fei?
Yan Yujun was shocked. She did not expect that the person in front of her was the Jiang Fei who had spread the rumors. When the news had spread, the Dragon Clan had been alarmed. They had sent many people to Year Star to find Jiang Fei's whereabouts. However, for some reason, these people had left. Moreover, they did not mention anything about Jiang Fei. In fact, Jiang Fei had to thank Gun. Initially, when the dragon race received the news, they were divided into 2 factions. The old guys thought that it was a trivial matter and was not worth the trouble. However, the young people did not agree with this. They thought that although the frog was spreading rumors, it was also an insult to the dragon race. Therefore, they wanted to find Jiang Fei and kill him to wash away the dragon race's shame. However, Gun ran into Jiang Fei later and confirmed that he was indeed the dragon race's sage lord from hundreds of thousands of years later. In Gun's opinion, Jiang Fei was a pure-blooded dragon. It was just that his blood was a little mottled due to his injury. Therefore, when he returned, he suppressed the young dragon faction. This was also the reason why the dragon race suddenly stopped hunting Jiang Fei. Chapter 2306, Chapter 2297 Bargaining.
That's right.
Jiang Fei nodded and smiled. When she heard that Jiang Fei had admitted his identity, Yan Yujun's expression changed slightly. She really did not know how to deal with this suspected future dragon sage.
Then, may I know why you have come to my Ice Heron clan?
Yan Yujun quickly calmed down. She wanted to know why Jiang Fei had come here, and then decide how to treat him.
I was just passing by. I saw that the scenery here is not bad, so I came to take a look,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Even so, I will have Ling Er accompany you around. If you need anything, please feel free to tell her,
said Yan Yujun. She was a little confused about the relationship between Jiang Fei and the Dragon Clan. If what the frog said was true, the Dragon Clan should not have let Jiang Fei off so easily. Therefore, Yan Yujun determined that Jiang Fei must be related to the Dragon Clan. Therefore, she did not dare to treat him too lightly.
That's good.
Jiang Fei nodded. He was not in a hurry to reveal his purpose. After coming out of the ice cave, Yin Linger appeared beside Jiang Fei and the others. She was unhappy. This girl had just fought with Su Xian. Now, she was asked to entertain Jiang Fei and the others. Of course, she was unhappy.
Tell me, where are you guys going to play?
Yin Linger asked with a sullen face.
Little sister, be happy. If you sulk all day long, you'll age easily.
Jiang Fei could not help but tease her.
None of your business.
Yin Linger rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei.
How dare you? How dare you speak to your master like that?
Su Xian stood up again.
I'm talking to your master. Do I need a servant like you to pick a fight with me?
Yin Linger was not a good person either. She immediately rejected him.
You?
Su Xian's strength was depleted. He wanted to fight with Yin Linger again. but his condition did not allow it. So he could not get out of there.
Little girl, don't try to take advantage of the geographical advantage. There are many people who can deal with you.
Wu Rui pulled Su Xian behind her.
Humph. Who is the one who wants to take advantage? You intruded into the territory of my Ice Heron clan. And now you're blaming me? Am I the one who went to your house to cause trouble? Are you still being unreasonable?
Yanling Yar's words were really unreasonable.
Little girl, it seems that you still don't understand the evil in this world. What is reasonable? Only a big fist is reasonable.
Wu Rui arrived in front of Yanlinger as she spoke. That powerful momentum forced Yanling Yar to take 2 steps back. Although she didn't eat the dragon saliva pill, her combat strength was already 30 million. It was not a problem for her to suppress Yanling Yar.
You guys!
Yanlinger knew that Wu Rui was powerful. If she attacked rashly, she might be at a disadvantage. Therefore, she did not dare to shout anymore.
Alright. Wu Rui, don't argue with a child.
Jiang Fei smiled. He suddenly felt that he should also give Wu Rui a dragon saliva pill to eat. Otherwise, this girl's strength would be a little lacking. There was no absolute pressure to deal with Yanling Air. The only thing he could do was to force her back. After calling Wu Rui back, Jiang Fei walked forward. He did not need Yanling Yar to lead the way. As long as he spread his spiritual power, the Ice Heron's territory would be no different from their backyard.
Interesting. Looks like this trip was not in vain.
As soon as Jiang Fei spread his spiritual power, he found 2 illusion stones.
Little girl, what is that ice cave over there?
Jiang Fei pointed at a small ice cave and asked.
That is the forbidden area of my clan. You guys should not go over there.
Yanlinger said coldly.
Alright.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he pointed in a direction and asked.
What about over there? It's also a forbidden area.
Yanlinger said coldly.
Could it be the same here?
Jiang Fei was a little unhappy.
Yes. The entire Ice Heron race is a forbidden area. You guys should not have come.
Yanlinger glared at Jiang Fei and the others and said.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei smiled. The little girl in front of him was clearly unhappy. However, Jiang Fei did not have the obligation to coax her. Therefore, he directly said,
Yan Yukuan, come out!
Jiang Fei's voice was not loud, but it was carried by his spiritual power. It was as if he was shouting in the ears of others.
Whoosh!
A figure appeared in front of Jiang Fei. It was the Ice Heron clan's Yan Yujun.
Is there something the matter? Sir?
Yan Yujun looked at Jiang Fei and then looked at Yanling Air. She saw her precious disciple looking at Jiang Fei and the others with an indignant expression. She knew that Yanlinger had fallen out with these people.
Sigh.
Yan Yujun sighed in her heart. As Yanlinger was her last disciple, she doted on her the most. She had grown up in a greenhouse. She did not know how to be tactful and worldly. She would say whatever she felt in her heart. Now, she must have offended these people.
There's no one. It's a fight between children. Don't take it to heart.
Jiang Fei laughed and made the matter go away.
You?
Yan Yujun heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they did not fall out, it was fine.
Then, what did you call me for?
Yan Yujun asked.
I want 2 things from you.
Jiang Fei said directly.
Humph. You've exposed yourself.
Yanlinger said from the side.
Linger, don't interrupt an adult's matters.
Yan Yujun glared at Yanling Air. However, she was actually protecting Yanling. She was afraid that Jiang Fei would blame her precious disciple.
Hee hee. It's nothing. A child's words have no meaning.
Jiang Fei waved his hand.
Then, what do you want? Sir?
Yan Yujun asked.
Illusion stones.
Jiang Fei said.
This.
Yan Yujun hesitated for a moment. Since Jiang Fei had said that there were 2 illusion stones, it meant that he had a clear understanding of it. Saying that there were no illusion stones at this time was equivalent to turning hostile. Moreover, 2 illusion stones were indeed not important. However, Yan Yujun was not willing to give them away for no reason.
Well, I want to take them for free. This bottle of pills is considered an exchange,
said Jiang Fei as he took out a small bottle of healing pills. He now had such hard currency in his hands.
What is this?
Yan Yujun asked with a confused look. In this era, alchemy had not yet taken shape, so there were not many pills that he could recognize.
Healing medicine. After consuming it, you can quickly heal your injuries. However, it can only remove the spiritual energy remnants of ordinary true immortals.
Jiang Fei did not exaggerate the effect. The medicinal herbs in this era were very old. Therefore, the medicinal effects were much stronger than the pills that Jiang Fei had refined in his previous era.
Are you serious?
Yen Yujin's heart skipped a beat. Although this kind of pill was not very useful to powerful people like her. If she gave some to her disciples, when they fought with the enemy, the casualties on her side would be greatly reduced. Moreover, it was still the same saying. Illusion stones were really not something valuable. It was already good enough to exchange for this kind of pill. However, people were all greedy. Although Yen Yujun was already very satisfied. Who would not want to reap more benefits? Therefore, she pretended to be silent for a moment and said to Jiang Fei,
"This kind of pill can only heal the injuries caused by ordinary true immortals. It is not very useful."
Chapter 2307, Chapter 2298 The Dragon Race's Way of Solving Problems.
"Oh, if that's the case, forget it then."
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he turned around and said to Bai Wei and Wu Rui,
"You've seen it too. We've played it too. Since they don't welcome us, let's go."
"Go?" This time, it was not just Bai Wei. Even Wu Rui was stunned. In her heart, Jiang Fei was not someone who would give up so easily.
"Okay."
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he leaped up and flew out of the Ice Heron territory.
"Let's go too."
Wu Rui and Bai Wei looked at each other. Then, the two of them followed.
Sigh. Aye.
Yen Yujun was a little dumbfounded. She originally wanted to bargain and get more benefits. She never thought that the other party would not be that interested in the illusion stone. Before she could ask for more, the other party turned around and left.
"Master, if they leave, so be it. We don't care for such evil guests."
Yen Linger comforted her master. However, she did not know that Yen Yujun's heart was bleeding. Although the illusion stone was considered valuable, it was useless. At most, it was just a toy. However, the pills in Jiang Fei's hand were real. Although they were ineffective against immortal lords. Other than the dragon race, there were only a few immortal lords from other races. A race with 3 to 4 immortal level people could dominate an entire planet. Therefore, most battles were still carried out at the true immortal level. However, at this level, the pills that Jiang Fei provided were a lifesaver. As she watched Jiang Fei's back gradually disappear, Yen Yujun felt as if she had missed out on hundreds of millions of dollars.
Sigh.
Yen Yujun sighed. Since Jiang Fei had already left, there was no point in her chasing him anymore. Therefore, she could only turn around and return. On the other side, Jiang Fei had already left the Ice Heron's territory with Wu Rui and Bai Wei.
"Master, why did you give up just like that?"
Wu Rui asked curiously.
"Give up? Who gave up?"
Jiang Fei asked with a smile. He was determined to obtain the illusion stone. However, since the Ice Heron was not willing to make a fair deal, he could not be blamed. Although Jiang Fei did not quite agree with some of the dragon style of doing things, he had to admit that sometimes, the simple and crude ways of the dragons were just that efficient. Speaking of which, when the dragon race discovered a treasure, what were they most afraid of? It was not that they were hiding it, or that they would fight to the death and refuse to hand it over. Instead, they were afraid that once they came, they would take the initiative to offer the treasure. This way, the dragon race would have no choice but to offer something more valuable than the treasure to compensate for their pride. However, if you refuse to offer the treasure, the dragon race would be very happy. This way, they would be able to obtain the treasure in their favorite way, snatch. Today, Yen Yujun had rejected Jiang Fei's proposal. Therefore, as a dragon, Jiang Fei did not mind using the dragon race's method to obtain the 2 illusion stones.
"Then, brother, what do you plan to do?"
Bai Wei asked curiously.
"Let's eat something first."
Jiang Fei smiled and landed at the foot of a small hill. This place was relatively leeward and was suitable for picnics.
"I'll go catch the prey."
Bai Wei was the most enthusiastic about such things. A moment later, she came back with a few snow rabbits.
"I'll grill it."
Wu Rui took the initiative to take over the cooking. Soon, the 3 of them ate the steaming hot grilled meat. The golden grilled meat gave off an alluring aroma. It was tempting to look at. After eating and drinking, Jiang Fei stood up and said to the 2 women,
"You 2 rest first. I'll be right back." "Brother, what are you going to do?"
Bai Wei asked.
"I'm going for a stroll."
Jiang Fei did not explain in detail. However, not long after he flew away, Bai Wei and Wu Rui felt a powerful draconic aura burst out from afar. That terrifying aura swept across the land. Even if it was very far away, Bai Wei and Wu Rui were still terrified. At this time, Jiang Fei was in his dragon form, ruling over the Ice Heron clan's territory. He did not say a word, and went straight to the Ice Heron clan's treasure house.
Boom!
The dragon clan did not need a key to open the door. Instead, they used brute force to dismantle it. Following the explosion of the dragon's blood martial skill, the Ice Herring clan's treasure trove's door was shattered.
What's going on? What happened?
At that moment, the Ice Herring clan was in chaos. Although the Ice Herring clan's people, led by Yin Yujun, could sense that the dragon clan was near the treasure trove, no one dared to go near it. One reason was that Jiang Fei was too powerful. The dragon's might that he emitted in his dragon form made Yin Yujun tremble. Not to mention the others. Another reason was that the dragon race was infamous. The Ice Heron race was also a matriarchal society. They were famous for giving birth to beautiful women. When they thought of the infamous reputation of the dragon race, who would dare to send themselves to their door?
Sigh. I'll trade you for the pills. If you don't agree, they're all mine now.
After Jiang Fei blasted open the door to the treasure trove, he immediately took all the treasures inside. Not only did he take the illusion stone, but even the ice crystals, precious herbs, and beast pills inside all belonged to Jiang Fei. After making a fortune, Jiang Fei left.
TSK. I have to admit that the dragons are living a very comfortable life.
Jiang Fei smacked his lips. Although he did not want to admit it, this kind of life of robbery was indeed enjoyable. After leaving the Ice Heron's territory, Jiang Fei returned to his human form and restrained his aura. After that, he returned to Bai Wei and Wu Rui's side.
Master, you're back.
Wu Rui looked at Jiang Fei. Both of them knew what Jiang Fei was doing. However, as a disciple, they could not ask.
Master, did you rob someone?
However, Bai Wei did not have any scruples. The moment she opened her mouth, she asked,
Brother, was that you just now? What do you think?
Jiang Fei smiled noncommittally.
I said it was you?
Bai Wei pouted and said,
Humph. You actually didn't bring me along for such a fun thing.
In Bai Wei's opinion, there was no distinction between good and evil. She only cared about fun and whether it was beneficial to herself. This was the nature of beasts. The few families were happy while the others were sad. On one side, Jiang Fei and the others were happily chatting. On the other side, the Ice Heron race was about to cry. The treasures that they had treasured for thousands of years had been looted. Moreover, they did not even have the chance to take revenge. The dragon tribe had done it. How could they take revenge? Would they come looking for them? Was there any difference in courting death?
Forget it. Don't be sad. It's good that she's fine.
Yin Yujin's words were both comforting to her tribe members and herself. After all, many of the treasures were her personal treasures. At that moment, Yin Yujin felt her heart bleeding.
Master, do you think it was that person who did it?
Yin Linger suddenly asked.
It better not be. Don't mention it again.
Yin Yujin's face suddenly turned pale. If what Yin Linger said was true, they would not only lose some money, but also offend the Dragon Clan. Was this a joke? Chapter 2308, Chapter 2299. This mountain is mine. In Yin Yujin's heart, Jiang Fei was not a member of the dragon race. Before the frog died, he had said that he was a mixed-blood Draconin. Moreover, the dragon race had specially sent people to track him down, although the matter was eventually settled. However, if Jiang Fei was a member of the dragon race, why would they still want to track him down? However, Yin Yujin herself did not believe that Jiang Fei had nothing to do with the dragon race. After all, Jiang Fei had just said that he wanted to make a deal with her. In the end, because of her concern, Jiang Fei left. In the end, within the time it took for a meal, a dragon race came to loot their treasure. Even Yin Yujin herself did not believe that Jiang Fei had nothing to do with it. Jiang Fei could not care less about the Ice Heron race's fearful guesses. He had earned a lot of money, and was very happy.
Master, the Ice Heron race probably does not welcome us anymore. Where should we go next?
Wu Rui asked.
Let's go directly to the Thousand Beasts gathering.
Jiang Fei could not be bothered to wander around here anymore. This year's star was different from other planets. Almost everyone knew him. Therefore, it might be difficult to pretend to be a senior of the dragon race. Therefore, he might as well go to the Thousand Beasts gathering and put up a bounty.
Master, the Thousand Beasts gathering is 2,500 miles south of here,
Su Bing said.
Wow, it's quite far.
Jiang Fei nodded and led the group away. On the way, Jiang Fei and the others were not in a hurry to travel. As they walked, they toured the mountains and rivers. Their lives were quite carefree. Jiang Fei and the others were all experts at true immortal level and above. Moreover, The strength that Bai Wei revealed was close to that of a celestial lord. Therefore, no one dared to disturb them along the way. However, today, Jiang Fei and the others finally met someone who was blind.
Stop! This mountain was opened by me. And this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass by, leave the girls here.
In a small hill, a group of burly men surrounded Jiang Fei and the others.
Hee.
Jiang Fei was amused by these people. These guys seemed to be rather strong. The two people in the lead had a combat power of more than 40 million. The other 10 or so guys were also true immortals or above. However, they did not have the strength to do so. They did not dare to stop Jiang Fei and the others. Although Jiang Fei did not reveal his strength. With these people around him, no ordinary person would dare to touch him.
Get lost! I'm so annoyed!
Bai Wei said angrily. For the past 2 days, the places they had passed were all desolate. They did not even see a rabbit. Naturally, Bai Wei, who could not eat meat, was unhappy.
Yo! Little girl, you're pretty spicy. I like it.
One of the leading brawny men laughed. Then, he said to his bald companion beside him.
Brother, this is mine. Don't snatch it from me. Ha ha. I'm not snatching it. I'm not snatching it. I want that foxy woman.
The bald leader pointed at Su Xian and said,
You guys are courting death.
Because Su Xian's strength had not recovered yet, fire attribute people were always at a disadvantage in Sui Xing. And replenishing spiritual energy was too strenuous. She did not say anything. However, Bai Wei was not going to let them be. The little girl roared angrily and rushed out.
Ha ha. Come! 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 I will play with you.
The brawny man laughed loudly and went up to meet her. Following that, Bai Wei and the brawny man exchanged blows. When the two of them exchanged blows, the brawny man's heart skipped a beat. Not only was Bai Wei's strength not inferior to his, but she was also faintly suppressing him. Although Bai Wei had just obtained her new strength, she had more or less experienced some battles. In addition to the dragon blood martial skill that Jiang Fei had taught her, her combat strength was also not to be underestimated.
Damn it! If you don't use your true strength, I really won't be able to hold you down.
The brawny man suddenly retreated. Then, he transformed into his original form. After all, when a ferocious beast was anxious, it would still fight in its original form. This way, their combat strength could be maximized. In human form, although they could enjoy life better, their strength and defense would be greatly reduced.
What a big rhinoceros!
Jiang Fei said in surprise. The rhinoceros that the brawny man had transformed into was like a few houses. In comparison, Bai Wei could barely see it.
Boom!
Bai Wei's punch landed on the rhinoceros' stomach, but it did not even leave a white mark. The thick rhinoceros skin provided the ferocious beast with too much defense.
Roar!
The enraged Bai Wei also transformed into her vicious beast form.
Ayo!
The gigantic rhino roared as it charged towards the white tiger that Bai Wei had transformed into. However, Bai Wei's speed was too fast. The rhino monster didn't even see what was going on before Bai Wei dodged it. After Bai Wei dodged the rhino monster's attack, she directly came to his abdomen. Although she had also transformed into her original form, the white tiger that Bai Wei had transformed into was still a tiny dot in front of the gigantic rhino. She could completely pass through the rhinoceros monster's recommendation.
Chi-la!
The white tiger's sharp claws slashed across the rhinoceros monster's abdomen. Bai Wei's sharp claws directly tore through the rhinoceros monster's thick skin, leaving a few bloody marks on its abdomen. It must be known that Bai Wei was currently a dragon-whiskered tiger that possessed the dragon race's bloodline. Although the rhinoceros monster's defense was astonishing, it was still unable to withstand her sharp claws.
Roar!
The rhinoceros monster cried out in pain, but Bai Wei had already started to chase after it. In the blink of an eye, Bai Wei's dragon-whiskered tiger jumped up and landed on the rhinoceros monster's back. Then, she waved her sharp claws, and in an instant, the rhinoceros monster's back was scratched with blood. Fresh blood flowed down his back.
Roar!
The rhinoceros monster roared as it twisted and jumped crazily, trying to throw Bai Wei off its back. However, Bai Wei used her claws to firmly fix her body on the rhinoceros monster's back. She opened her mouth wide and began to bite the rhinoceros monster's wound.
Rip!
A rhinoceros skin was torn off, revealing the bright red tender flesh inside.
Swish!
The dragon-whiskered tiger licked its tongue. One had to know that the tiger's tongue was densely covered with barbs. This lick was not a big deal. A piece of flesh was instantly lifted up and swallowed by Bai Wei.
Big brother! Save me!
The rhinoceros cried out in pain and then began to ask his companion for help. He felt the threat of death. If this continued, he would definitely be eaten by the little white tiger.
I'll help you.
The bald man jumped up. He knew that Bai Wei was powerful. So he transformed in midair and fought with Bai Wei in his strongest beast form. After transforming, the bald man turned into a huge vulture. Just the spread of its wings was close to 10 meters.
Chirp!
With a sharp cry, the vulture swooped down, and a pair of sharp claws went straight for the skull of the dragon-whiskered tiger.
Whoosh!
Bai Wei knew that something was wrong. So she immediately let go of the front claw that was grabbing the rhinoceros monster and jumped down from the rhinoceros monster's back.
Phew!
At this moment, the rhinoceros monster let out a sigh of relief. For a moment just now, it really thought that it had been bitten to death. Chapter 2309, Chapter 2300 Antidotes. The rhinoceros monster heaved a sigh of relief. But Bai Wei didn't want to do it anymore.
Wow! You two are fighting against one.
Although Bai Wei was still in her dragon-whiskered tiger form, she spoke in human language.
Brother, are you alright?
Vulture ignored Bai Wei and looked at the rhinoceros monster.
Brother, you're tough,
the rhinoceros monster said. Although he was slightly injured, it was only a superficial injury and wasn't a big deal.
It's okay. The remaining people are nothing to be afraid of. We just need to get rid of this girl,
said Vulture with a gloomy face, because Jiang Fei had hidden his strength. The strongest among them was Bai Wei. The remaining people, Wu Rui, Su Bing, and Su Xian, all had more than 30 million combat power. There was no need to mention the rest of them. They were just ordinary true immortals with a little more than 20 million combat power. Therefore, Vulture felt that as long as he and the rhinoceros monster worked together to kill Bai Wei, the remaining people would not be a threat.
That's fine too.
Although the rhinoceros monster had taken a liking to Bai Wei in the beginning, he now knew that this girl was not easy to deal with. Therefore, he could only agree to work together with Vulture to kill Bai Wei first. After all, there were so many beautiful women around them. It was enough for them to play with one another.
Bai Wei!
At that moment, Jiang Fei opened his mouth.
Brother, what's wrong?
Bai Wei turned around and asked.
Bring this with you.
Jiang Fei threw a ball over.
Okay.
Bai Wei opened her mouth and put it between her thumb and index finger.
I bit the tip of my tongue,
Jiang Fei said.
Age?
Oh. Although Bai Wei did not understand, she still did it. Once a faint light flashed in Bai Wei's tiger's mouth. The ball had clearly completed the process of blood identification. Jiang Fei threw it over. It was an absolute defense item that was commonly used by players, a defense ball.
Go!
The vulture and the rhinoceros monster looked at each other. Then, they rushed toward Bai Wei at the same time. The rhinoceros monster transformed again on the way to charge.
Whoosh!
Bai Wei also jumped up and rushed towards the two of them. She swept her tiger tail towards Vulture, who was in the air, and at the same time, her tiger claws went straight for the rhinoceros monster's eyes. Seeing that the situation was not good, the rhinoceros monster hurriedly lowered its head. Bai Wei jumped over its head and landed on its back again. Then, Bai Wei's tiger claws were like steel, leaving several bloody marks on the rhinoceros monster's back. However, the clumsy rhinoceros monster was easy to deal with. However, the vulture in the air was different. Seeing Bai Wei's tiger tail coming at him, it hurriedly changed its direction in the air. While dodging the tiger tail, it used one of its wings to slash at Bai Wei. The wings of most birds were quite fragile. However, the edges of the vulture's wings were as sharp as blades. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast. Under the situation where Bai Wei was fighting 1 against 2, she did not have time to dodge.
Ding!
A golden light flashed past. Bai Wei, who was prepared to take the attack, did not feel any pain. She turned around and saw the vulture's wings hitting a golden light membrane. The sharp wings actually did not leave a single mark on the light membrane. Moreover, the vulture's fatal attack was blocked. He was also stunned for a moment. In this era, there was no refining technique. Fierce beasts relied solely on their physical bodies to withstand the damage. Therefore, he had never seen this before. It was inevitable that he would be stunned for a moment. However, the exchange between experts was just a hair's breadth away. It didn't matter that he was stunned for a moment. Bai Wei had seized the opportunity. Roar! Accompanied by a tiger's roar, Bai Wei's dragon-whiskered tiger leaped up and pounced directly on the stunned vulture in the air. It was unknown whether everyone had seen a cat pouncing on a pigeon, but it was basically the same routine. Bai Wei leaped up and bit on Vulture's choking throat. Don't look at this vulture's strength as being above that of a rhinoceros monster. However, His specialty was his speed and strong attack. If one were to talk about defense, the vulture was not on the same level as the rhinoceros.
Crack!
Jiang Fei could even hear the sound of his neck being bitten off. It was a pity that the vulture did not even use 30% of his strength and died in such a cowardly manner.
Brother!
When the rhinoceros monster saw that its companion was dead, its eyes immediately turned red. It roared and rushed toward Bai Wei.
Bah!
Bai Wei threw the vulture's dead body to the side and pounced on the rhinoceros monster. The rhinoceros monster was not Bai Wei's match. Now that it was blinded by anger, it was being beaten up by Bai Wei. With its agility advantage, Bai Wei continued to add wounds on the rhinoceros monster's body. Although the rhinoceros monster had thick skin and high HP, it could not withstand the endless consumption. As the battle continued, the rhinoceros monster lost a lot of health points. Its stamina became weaker and weaker. In the end, it even collapsed on the ground. It seemed that it had given up on resisting.
Brother, can this thing be eaten?
Bai Wei turned around and asked Jiang Fei. This was the question that the girl was most concerned about.
It should be edible.
Jiang Fei was not too sure. However, this guy's rhinoceros horn was a good thing. If it was refined into a pill, it could detoxify 100 poisons.
Humph! Since it can be eaten, then you're out of luck.
Bai Wei sneered. If it could not be eaten, the rhinoceros monster might still have a chance of survival. However, its meat could be eaten. This was the end of him.
Crack!
Bai Wei bit off the rhinoceros monster's throat and completely ended its life.
Brother, how did those guys?
Bai Wei turned around and wanted to ask the minions how to deal with him. However, when she turned around, the minions had already run away. After all, the two bosses had been killed by them. Moreover, from what she had said, they wanted to grill the second bandit chief for meat. What were they waiting for? Were they going to serve as a side dish for the second bandit chief? Since the minions had run away, Jiang Fei and the others could not be bothered to chase after them. Next, Bai Wei led the male nine-tailed foxes to take the meat from the rhinoceros monster. Wu Rui led the female nine-tailed foxes to grill the meat. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei strolled to the front of the rhinoceros monster's head. He pointed his fingers into a sword, and a ray of light shot out from his fingers. This ray of light, which was formed by the metal elemental origin energy, was incomparably sharp. It swept across the rhinoceros monster's horn. The horn fell to the ground.
Pa!
Jiang Fei held the rhinoceros horn in his hand. The price of this thing was much higher than a meal of roasted meat.
I haven't eaten anything good for a few days. Today, I have to eat to my heart's content.
Bai Wei was extremely happy today, although she had not been mistreated along the way. How could a normal wild beast compare to this top-tier ferocious beast? Of course, it was still better to eat such a ferocious beast. Not only was the meat better, but it could also nourish the body. Soon, the fragrance of the meat spread out. At that moment, Wu Rui not only inherited Jiang Fei's culinary skills, but she was even better than him. Even Jiang Fei could not help but praise her cooking.
It smells so good. It smells so good. What kind of delicious food is this?
At that moment, a figure came out from behind the small valley. Chapter 2310, Chapter 2301. The man who was about to die.
You've been watching for a long time. Are you hungry?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile. He had long noticed this person. It was just that one of them had ignored him. He did not expect this guy to actually walk out on his own.
Hee hee. Can you give me some?
The man walked over with a smile. He was not very tall. He was only about 1.23 meters. His strength was not very strong either. He was about the same as Su Bing and the others. Both of them had a combat power of over 30 million.
Wu Rui, get him a piece,
Jiang Fei said. The rhinoceros monster was like a small mountain. It was impossible for them to eat all of it.
Okay.
Wu Rui nodded. Then, she cut a piece of meat that weighed about 2.3 kilograms and handed it to him.
Thank you. Thank you.
The short man took the piece of meat and thanked Jiang Fei profusely.
Who are you?
Jiang Fei asked curiously. He could feel a trace of dragon bloodline from the dwarf. However, this dragon bloodline was very thin. Although it was not as thin as Jiang Fei's dragon's descendant back then. It was only about 1% pure.
Hee hee. You don't know me, but I know you.
The dwarf laughed.
You know me?
Jiang Fei asked, puzzled.
Yes. I saw it when you killed Songda.
The short man said slowly.
What?
Jiang Fei was shocked. When he killed Songda, he was in the underwater world. At that time, he was still involved with the dragon people of the Light of Revenge. Moreover, When he killed Sonda, he was very sure that there was no one around. How could he be seen by this kid?
Don't be surprised. I'm not that capable. I can hide my tracks in front of you. However, the undersea world is special. There are ores that hinder spiritual power everywhere. The place where you killed Sonda happened to be above my secret room,
said the short man.
Oh. Then, aren't you afraid that I will kill you to silence you by telling me all this?
Jiang Fei asked curiously. When the short man saw such a secret, he neither told Jiang Fei about it nor ran away. Instead, he came to Jiang Fei and told him about it. Was he really not afraid of death?
Sigh. I don't have long to live anyway. It doesn't matter if I die sooner or later. It's better to have a good meal before I die,
the short man said casually.
Oh.
Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows and opened the Eye of Violet. Under the Eye of the Violet, the dwarf's body instantly turned invisible. In Jiang Fei's view, he had completely turned into a substance formed by energy strings.
As expected?
Through his observation of the energy strings, Jiang Fei discovered that there were a large number of strange fluctuations in the dwarf's body. These energy strings were pulsating at an extremely abnormal frequency. Clearly, this was the poison that destroyed the dwarf's vitality.
Although I do not know what kind of ability you have, I think you should have understood it. Right.
The dwarf noticed the purple light in Jiang Fei's eyes. But he did not care. Just as he said, he was already a person on the verge of death. Therefore, he did not care about anything else.
The poison in your body is indeed quite powerful.
Jiang Fei put away the violet eye.
Right. I also feel that there is no hope. Fortunately, I was able to eat such delicious food before I died.
The short man laughed.
However, you are indeed lucky today,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Sir, please don't joke around. I was poisoned by a strange poison called innuendo. This thing is incurable.
The short man sighed and said, if a person could live, no one would want to die. He was so free and easy. He was also certain that he was incurable.
Why else would you say that you were lucky? Not only did you meet me, but you also met this unlucky guy. Without one, you would not have survived today.
Jiang Fei laughed. This short man had been poisoned by a mysterious poison. Logically speaking, he would definitely die. However, Jiang Fei had just obtained the rhinoceros horn. He was preparing to refine a cauldron of detoxification pills. This short man could be used to test the medicine. If the medicine was successful, he would be able to live. Of course, Jiang Fei could also change the vibration frequency of the energy string to fundamentally remove the poison in the dwarf's body. However, this was a big project. One by one, the vibration frequency of the energy string would be changed. This was not something that could be solved in a short period of time. Moreover, it also consumed a lot of Jiang Fei's mental strength. The current Jiang Fei was no longer the person who had to help an old lady cross the street when she was walking on the street. Although the current Jiang Fei was still willing to help others, it had to be done in a way that did not affect his own interests. Moreover, it was only when he was helping others. If Jiang Fei had to suffer a great loss of vitality or take 10 days to half a month to detoxify the short man, then he would be sorry. Jiang Fei was not a professional philanthropist.
Really?
When the short man heard that he could be saved, he immediately stopped eating the barbecue. He knelt in front of Jiang Fei with a thud. Then, he propped his head on the ground and pleaded.
Please save me! Sir! All right. Wait here for a while.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Su Bing.
Bring 2 men to accompany him. Yes, my lord.
Su Bing nodded. Although Jiang Fei said that he was accompanying him, everyone knew that he was supposed to bring people to watch over the dwarf. Then, Jiang Fei said to Bai Wei and Wu Rui,
the 2 of you, follow me.
Under Jiang Fei's lead, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the valley. Jiang Fei casually blasted a big hole in the wall of the mountain. After the dust had cleared, he walked in.
Bai Wei, help me protect my Dharma.
Jiang Fei said to Bai Wei first.
Okay, brother.
Bai Wei nodded.
Wu Rui, look carefully. I will only refine this pill once.
Jiang Fei said as he sat cross-legged. Then, he lit up the flame of will in his palm.
Okay.
Wu Rui looked at Jiang Fei's every move carefully. Although she did not have the flame of will to help her, she could still make pills through the alchemy furnace. However, her efficiency and success rate were not as good as Jiang Fei's. Then, one by one, the supplementary ingredients melted in Jiang Fei's palm. Wu Rui carefully memorized the temperature of the various ingredients in her heart. Finally, Jiang Fei summoned the rhino horn that he had just obtained and used the flame of his will to refine it. Bai Wei stood guard at the entrance of the cave. She was bored as she grabbed a leaf from a tree branch. After an unknown amount of time, a strange fragrance drifted out from the cave. The fragrance made people feel refreshed and refreshed.
Brother! Is it done?
Bai Wei rushed into the cave.
Shoo!
Wu Rui made a hand gesture to Bai Wei to keep quiet. At this time, Jiang Fei was in the critical stage of alchemy. The pills were almost ready. He was just short of collecting the broken pills. After all, it would be a waste if he only refined one detoxification pill for such a precious rhino horn. After all, this was only an detoxification pill, not a great tonic pill. It would be useless if he ate too many of them. Therefore, Jiang Fei needed to add the supplementary ingredients to increase the size of the pill. Then, it shattered into dozens of small pills.
Pa!
Following a soft sound, the orange-sized pill shattered into dozens of pills the size of soybeans. Then, Jiang Fei took out a porcelain bottle and stored all of the pills inside. Chapter 23:11, Chapter 23:02 Lost Interest.
Do you understand everything?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
Yes, but I don't really understand it,
said Wu Rui.
Then, you should stay here and think about it,
said Jiang Fei as he walked out of the cave, leaving Wu Rui behind to comprehend the alchemy method.
Brother, are you done?
Bai Wei saw that Jiang Fei had come out and immediately came up to him.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he asked,
Where is the shorty? He's still eating meat.
Bai Wei pouted and said,
That guy is really shameless. We helped him refine medicine, but this guy is still eating. He's a person who's about to die.
Jiang Fei smiled. Although he claimed that he could save the shorty, this kind of insinuation poison was almost a well-known poison in Sui Xing. Therefore, in the shorty's knowledge, being poisoned by this kind of poison was a certain death. Therefore, in the mood of eating one meal at a time, he naturally ate as much as he could.
TSK! If you ask me, he's just a good for nothing,
Bai Wei said discontentedly. However, Jiang Fei smiled. He did not care how much meat the dwarf ate. He was not interested in the dwarf at all. The reason why he kept him was just to let him test the medicine.
You're in a good mood.
Jiang Fei walked up to the short man and smiled.
Hey! I just ate a mouthful before I died.
The short man smiled. At that moment, he was no longer as excited as before. When Jiang Fei said that he could save him, he was indeed very happy. However, after this period of calmness, he began to doubt Jiang Fei again. After all, this insinuation was not an ordinary lethal poison. This lethal poison was produced by a kind of deep-sea strange beast. This kind of strange beast usually lived at the bottom of the sea. However, when they were hunting, they came to the beach. They hid in the sand and buried themselves under the sand. They quietly waited for their prey to pass by. Once a prey appeared, they would spray the sand that was filled with poison into their prey. This kind of poisonous sand would not only spray onto the prey. Even if it only sprayed onto the shadow of the prey would be poisoned to death. Then, it would become their meal. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this kind of poisonous sand was. If one wanted to obtain the innuendo, one had to capture this strange beast, cut open its stomach, take out the poison sac, and refine the poisonous liquid inside for 77 to 49 days. Only then could one obtain this kind of strange poison called innuendo. Most importantly, this kind of poison could only be cured by fresh strange beast blood. However, even an immortal lord level expert could only suppress the poison for 7 days. If one wanted to find a living strange beast, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This dwarf's strength was not bad. He was almost close to an immortal master. However, after 3 days, he had used all his strength to suppress the poison. Although he was still barely alive, his strength had already declined to the same level as Su Bing and the others. It was also because he had personally experienced the terror of this poison that the dwarf did not believe that Jiang Fei could cure him.
Here! Eat this!
Jiang Fei threw over an antidote pill.
What is this?
The dwarf asked curiously.
What do you care? You're going to die anyway. What are you afraid of?
Jiang Fei shrugged and said,
That's true.
The dwarf nodded and then swallowed the pill. Once the pill was in his stomach, the dwarf felt a clear current in his stomach. This clear current continuously washed through his body. He could almost feel that the poison in his body was being removed.
This poison is really powerful.
Jiang Fei could clearly see the process of the pill removing the poison. However, the shorty had been poisoned for a long time. The poison had already seeped into his blood vessels. Therefore, Just one detoxification pill was not enough to remove the poison.
One more.
Jiang Fei flicked his finger, and another pill flew toward the shorty.
Okay.
The dwarf took the pill and swallowed it. After feeling the effects of the pill, the dwarf saw hope for survival. If this dying man saw the light of hope that he could survive, they would stop at nothing to catch him.
Plop!
The dwarf immediately knelt in front of Jiang Fei and said,
My lord, it's my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. I have offended you a lot just now. However, as long as you are willing to save me, I will do anything, even as a slave.
The dwarf's words were already very sincere. He did not know that Jiang Fei was a true dragon. He thought that he was only a mixed-race dragon. Therefore, he was able to say that he would be Jiang Fei's servant. This showed that he was willing to do anything to survive.
TSK! There are many people who want to be my brother's servant,
Bai Wei said disdainfully. After all, Jiang Fei was a superior dragon. As long as he waved his hand, those ferocious beasts, who were willing to be followers and servants, would line up to the edge of the sky.
Sir, please save me!
The short man cowed like a chicken running through broken rice. Due to his survival instinct, he had completely given up his dignity. Although most of the ferocious beasts or draconids were very strong-willed, there were always some people who were exceptions. Moreover, it was indeed not easy for the short man. If he could not defeat his opponent in a fight and was killed on the spot, he might have just raised his neck and died heroically. However, after being poisoned, even though he knew that he would definitely die, he still endured the pain for so many days. It was not easy for him to see through life and death. With a carefree expression, he was about to face the rest of his life. In the end, he saw the hope of survival again. The joy and sorrow in his heart finally caused the short man to collapse. Only after experiencing the despair of waiting for death could he truly understand the value of life. Therefore, in his eyes, as long as he could survive, everything else was not important.
Sigh!
Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he flicked out 2 detoxification pills. Based on the observation of the violet eye, Jiang Fei could already confirm that these 2 pills were enough to dispel the remaining poison in the short man's body. However, Jiang Fei had also lost interest in the short man. At first, Jiang Fei treated the short man so well because he wanted him to try the medicine. On the other hand, he admired the short man's ease in seeing through life and death. However, now, the dwarf was actually kneeling at his feet and wagging his tail. This made Jiang Fei lose interest in the dwarf.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
The dwarf immediately swallowed the pill. A moment later, the poison in his body was completely cleared. However, due to the corrosion of the poison in his body, his current condition was still not very good. If he wanted to return to his peak strength, he would probably have to go into seclusion for a few years.
The poison in your body has been cured. You can leave now.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. At this moment, he was no longer interested in the short man.
Sir! Sir! I am willing to follow you,
the short man said.
No need. I already have a lot of people around me,
Jiang Fei said calmly.
The
short man looked at Jiang Fei. In the end, he did not say anything more. He knelt on the ground and cowed out 3 more times to Jiang Fei. Then, he said,
My lord, I will remember your great kindness today. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you with my death.
Chapter 2312, Chapter 2303, A thief is hard to guard against.
All right, you can go now.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. He did not even ask the dwarf what his name was. He did not care if he would leak any information. The dwarf actually did not know much about Jiang Fei's secret. When the frog shouted about the mixed-blood draconin, the entire solar star knew about it. Moreover, Jiang Fei had Gun as his guarantor. Therefore, as long as the dragon race did not believe that he was a mixed blood, he was a pure dragon race. As for the matter of killing Songda, Jiang Fei did not care, because the dwarf did not know that Songda was a spy sent by the dragon race. He could not go to the dragon race to inform them. As for the light of vengeance, Jiang Fei actually did not care much about the attitude of the mixed-blood draconids. Even if the dragon race knew that Songda died at Jiang Fei's hands, he could completely push the blame to be manslaughter. Since Songda was already dead, there was no way to prove it. Moreover, the dragon race might not turn against Jiang Fei just because of a mixed-blood draconid. At most, it would just be a reprimand. After the dwarf thanked Jiang Fei repeatedly, he left. Jiang Fei and the rest rested for a moment before leaving the small valley. They went straight to the 10,000 beasts gathering in the Year Star. Although Jiang Fei and the rest were traveling around. It would only take them a few days to travel a few thousand miles. Soon, they arrived at the Sky Valley where the 10,000 Beasts gathering was located. Although the Sky Valley was called a valley, there were no mountains around it. To be precise, it was actually a basin. Moreover, it was located near the equator of the Time Star. This could be said to be the best place in the entire Time Star. It was also the most unpopular place. These words sounded very contradictory, but it was true. The Year Star cultivators and fierce beasts were mainly of the water attribute. They were mostly concentrated near the year mark. Because the water attribute's spiritual energy there was the densest. And although the place near the equator had a pleasant scenery and a comfortable climate, the spiritual energy was thin. So there were no fierce beasts gathered here. Nor were there any human tribes. In the end, the dragon race chose this place to establish the 10,000 Beasts gathering. It would allow the various races to communicate with each other. At the same time, they could also enjoy the good things that the various races offered.
Let's go down!
Jiang Fei nodded to the people around him and took the lead to land. Once they reached the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts gathering, the person in charge of the 10,000 Beasts gathering here was also a mixed-race Draconid. As for the dragon race, who was in charge of this place, they should be the same as Fan Yao. They should be able to fish in 3 days, and fish in 2 days. When Jiang Fei and the others entered the market, the mixed-race Draconid glanced at them and ignored them. To her, as long as no one caused trouble, it did not matter who came to the market.
Sigh! I told you that Fan Yao did not raise his son well.
Jiang Fei smacked his lips. They were all dragon race members who were in charge of the market. Moreover, they were all managing the market through the mixed-race Draconids. However, Sui Xing did not do anything. On the other hand, Fan Nam was collecting protection fees on the Chaos Planet. This made Jiang Fei feel embarrassed for Fan Yao. Could a dragon not rob when they had no money? To actually do such a despicable thing, asking for a few crystals at a time, was it not amusing? After entering the 1,000 Beasts market, Jiang Fei and the others walked around. Bai Wei was curious about everything that was new. After all, there were many special products from the Time Star. She had never seen any of them. On the other hand, Jiang Fei was paying attention to the aura of the illusion stone. There were quite a lot of people in the market of beasts. They were selling, buying, and selling. There was a huge crowd. It could even be described as shoulder to shoulder. Suddenly, Su Bing shouted,
"How dare you? What are you doing?"
Jiang Fei looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw a young man was about to pull his sleeve. But Su Bing stopped him. Jiang Fei knew this young man. He was the walking dragon who had led him to the light of vengeance.
Big brother Jiang Fei, is that you?
The walking dragon asked in disbelief. He had only thought that Jiang Fei looked familiar. After all, Jiang Fei was very poor back then. No matter where he went, he would always be alone. However, now, not only did he have a group of powerful servants with him, but he also had beautiful women surrounding him. No matter how he looked at it, he did not look like the fallen dragon man from back then.
Hee hee. What a coincidence. I did not expect to meet you here.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Big brother, can I talk to you for a moment?
The walking dragon looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Bai Wei and the others,
You guys take a look around. I'll be right back. Master, please be careful.
Su Bing reminded him.
Don't worry. This is the 10,000 Beasts gathering,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. Then, he followed the walking dragon to a remote corner.
Big brother Jiang Fei, did you join the dragon race?
The walking dragon looked around to see that there was no one around. Then, he looked at Jiang Fei and asked with a serious expression.
Why do you say that?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
You were so down and out that you did not even have a single ice crystal. But now, you?
The walking dragon's hatred for the dragon race was engraved in his heart. He really could not accept Jiang Fei's betrayal and the light of revenge. That was why he took a huge risk to question Jiang Fei.
Hee hee. Don't worry. I did not join the dragon race. I have the ability to make money.
Jiang Fei smiled. He was a dragon himself. Of course, there was no need for him to join the dragon race.
You scared me to death.
The WRM let out a long sigh. On one hand, he could not accept the possibility of Jiang Fei joining the dragon race. On the other hand, he was afraid that his identity would be exposed. After all, the dragon race had zero tolerance for the light of vengeance.
Why are you here?
Jiang Fei asked.
Oh, My sister is the manager here,
said the WRM.
Oh?
Jiang Fei was stunned. Because of his mind-reading ability, he knew that the WRM's hatred towards the dragon race could not be faked. However, he never expected that this kid's sister was actually the Draconid who was guarding the 10,000 beasts gathering. If that was the case, the walking dragon's sister should have joined the dragon race. Then, why would he secretly join the Light of Vengeance? Could it be that the family was divided into two camps?
My sister is stubborn, but our cause is great,
said the walking dragon.
Silly kid. Have you been brainwashed by someone using hatred?
Jiang Fei thought to himself.
Oh right. Big brother Jiang Fei. What are you doing in the 1,000 beasts gathering?
Asked the walking dragon.
I'm looking for something small,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
What are you looking for? Can you tell me about it? I might be able to get my sister to help.
The walking dragon was quite friendly towards Jiang Fei, who is also a member of the Light of Vengeance.
I'm collecting illusion stones.
Jiang Fei did not hide anything. After all, this thing was useless to other people.
Illusion stones? Why do you need these?
The walking dragon asked in confusion.
I'm studying something,
Jiang Fei said.
Oh, I see. My sister seems to have a few. I'll get them for you later.
The walking dragon was really enthusiastic. As soon as Jiang Fei opened his mouth, he was ready to become a thief and steal from his sister. Chapter 2313, Chapter 2304. Chicken Thief.
It's fine if you want to steal it, but you can tell your sister that I'm willing to trade something with her,
said Jiang Fei.
Oh, that works too. I'll introduce you to her later.
The walking dragon nodded.
Okay.
Jiang Fei smiled.
By the way, brother Jiang Fei, do those people know your identity?
The walking dragon suddenly asked.
No,
Jiang Fei replied. He knew that the walking dragon was talking about him joining the Light of Vengeance.
That's for the best. Our business has just started. It's better to be cautious,
the walking dragon said.
Hee hee. Let's go. Let's go to your sister's place first.
Jiang Fei smiled. He did not care about the Light of Vengeance at all. In comparison, he cared more about the illusion stone.
All right.
The walking dragon nodded. Then, he led Jiang Fei to the entrance of the 1,000 beasts gathering.
Sister, what are you doing?
The walking dragon shouted from afar.
I'm just staying here,
said the draconic girl who was watching over the 1,000 beasts gathering.
Come. I'll introduce you to a friend.
The walking dragon pulled Jiang Fei to the girl and then introduced.
This is my good friend, Big brother Jiang Fei.
Then, the walking dragon pointed at his sister and said,
This is my sister, Mo Lin. Hello.
Jiang Fei greeted with a smile.
Kid, you don't do anything important all day long. Are you trying to drive me mad?
Mo Lin ignored Jiang Fei and pointed at the walking dragon. In her opinion, there was nothing to know about the walking dragon's friends.
Sister, in front of brother Jiang Fei, please leave me some face,
said the walking dragon embarrassedly.
Tell me, why are you looking for me?
Said Mo Lin in a bad mood. She, Jiang Fei, had asked the walking dragon to look for her because she wanted to use a backdoor.
I heard from the walking dragon that you have a few illusion stones. So, I wanted to see if you could part with them,
said Jiang Fei straightforwardly.
No.
Mo Lin immediately refused. He thought that Jiang Fei was here for nothing. Although the illusion stones were not good, they were still precious.
I did not take it for nothing. I will pay you accordingly,
Jiang Fei said with a smile, as he had activated mind reading. He knew everything that Mo Lin was thinking.
Oh, what price can you offer?
When Jiang Fei said that, Mo Lin's interest was piqued. Although the illusion stone was precious, it was really useless. If she could sell it for money, she would be happy.
1 illusion stone. I will offer 20 ice crystals,
Jiang Fei said.
No, 50 ice crystals.
Mo Lin was really asking for too much. He immediately doubled Jiang Fei's price.
Sister, it's already dark here.
The walking dragon could not stand it anymore.
Yes, 50 ice crystals is a little too expensive.
Jiang Fei nodded and said. He did not really think that it was too expensive. If it was possible, he would buy it even if it was 1,000 ice crystals and 1 illusion stone. However, the problem was that he could not let the ink Qilin think that the illusion stone was a rare commodity. Otherwise, this smart girl would definitely take the opportunity to ask for a higher price. Moreover, it would not be so easy for Jiang Fei to buy the illusion stone in the future, as Time Star was a special place. Jiang Fei did not want to expose his identity as a dragon. That was because if he did that, The Light of Vengeance's half-blood draconids, who hated dragons like the WYRM, would definitely vent their anger on Jiang Fei. When that happened, not only would they not hand over the illusion stones in their hands, they might even cause trouble for Jiang Fei, preventing him from collecting the illusion stones normally.
45. I can't go any lower.
Emolin gave way slightly.
22. I don't want any more.
Jiang Fei was not willing to give in too much.
40. That's my final offer.
Emolin said firmly.
23.
Jiang Fei's expression was calm.
Hey! I've already given you so much. And you only want one more? Are you sincere or not?
Emolin could not take it anymore.
I'm already very sincere. For the sake of the walking dragon, I gave you a very high price right away. You're asking for too much,
Jiang Fei said.
All right.
30. I can't take any less.
In fact, Emolin did not know how much this illusion stone should be sold for. This thing was really useless. Everyone collected it as a toy. Usually, no one would deliberately collect it. Therefore, there was no way to sell it. She had no way to refer to it.
25. I don't want another penny.
Jiang Fei used mind reading to negotiate. Naturally, he was successful.
All right. You're a man. You're so stingy,
Emolin said unhappily. She had 4 mirage stones. With this, she could sell 100 ice crystals. This was her salary of guarding the 10,000 beasts gathering for half a year. Even so, Emolin's job was considered a lucrative one. After all, she was only here to watch. There was no need for her to do anything. After all, no one would really dare to cause trouble in the dragon's territory. It was already a good income to be able to get close to 100 ice crystals for half a year. Previously, when Jiang Fei was in the underwater world, those guys who worked hard for half a day could only get 1 or 2 ice crystals. Moreover, there were not many jobs.
This price is already very high. If it was not for the walking dragon, I would have bought it for 15 ice crystals each.
Jiang Fei said.
Go and get the item. You know where it is, right?
Emolin said to the walking dragon.
I know.
The walking dragon happily went to Emolin's residence to get the item. He had stolen many things from his sister. Therefore, he was very clear about the location of his sister's things. A moment later, the WYRM returned with 4 illusion stones. Jiang Fei also handed over 100 ice crystals to Emolin. Although Jiang Fei was very poor previously, he did not forget that when he returned to Your Star. Jiang Fei had made a big deal. He had looted the Ice Heron clan's treasure vault, including a large amount of ice crystals.
Oh right. If you have time, help me spread the word. Tell them that I want to collect ice crystals. Of course, I will not let you work for nothing. As long as I receive 1, I will give you 2 ice crystals as a reward.
Jiang Fei said to Ink Lin before he left.
Really?
Ink Lin's eyes lit up. This was a good thing to get money for nothing. Although the Mirage Stone sounded precious, there were still a lot of them. If he could purchase 50 to 60 of them, he would earn more than 100 ice crystals. This was a windfall for Ink Lin, who was struggling to make a living.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded.
All right. Leave it to me.
Ink Lin nodded. However, she was careful. She did not help Jiang Fei advertise directly. Instead, she bought the Mirage Stones in her own name. If she could receive the Mirage Stones for less than 23 ice crystals, then she would earn more than 2 ice crystals.
This woman is really sneaky.
As Jiang Fei had activated mind reading, he knew what Ink Lin was thinking. However, he did not care. If he could quickly collect the illusion stones scattered around the Year Star, he would not mind spending a few hundred more ice crystals. Chapter 23:14, Chapter 23:05 Evolution of Wu Rui. After returning from Missouri Lin's place, Jiang Fei met up with Bai Wei and the rest. Then, he continued to stroll around the Thousand Beasts market. During this time, he bought a few more Mirage Stones and left a message that he was planning to buy them in the long term. After he had completely explored the Thousand Beasts market, Jiang Fei and the rest found a place to stay. Jiang Fei was not short of money now. Therefore, he was the most popular VIP wherever he went. Even if he did not reveal his dragon race identity, he would still be able to enjoy the treatment of being the center of attention.
Brother, how long do you plan to stay here?
Bai Wei asked after settling down.
It's hard to say. At the very least, he'll have to collect most of the illusion stones first.
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment.
Then, can I go out and play?
Bai Wei asked. As she had already toured the entire market,
She wanted to go out and play.
How about this? I'll get Su Xian to bring a few people to follow you.
Jiang Fei said with some worry, although Bai Wei's strength was not bad. This girl was too rash and did not understand the ways of the world. Letting her go out alone would easily cause trouble.
Big brother is the best,
Bai Wei said as she arched her little nose.
Su Xian, keep an eye on her. Don't let her cause trouble. If she comes across something that she can't handle, crush it,
Jiang Fei said as he handed over a dragon scale. This was the reverse scale of his dragon form. After crushing it, he could form a small teleportation circle that would allow him to arrive quickly.
Yes, I understand. My lord.
Su Xian nodded.
Brother, let's go then.
Bai Wei, who was used to being wild, did not want to stay any longer. She took Su Xian and the others and ran away.
Su Bing, you guys go back and rest first. I have nothing to do here. Also, you guys can go to the market and have a look. If you have anything that you like, you can buy it,
Jiang Fei said as he handed Su Bing some ice crystals.
Thank you, my lord.
Su Bing quickly thanked Jiang Fei after he received the ice crystals.
All right, you guys go on with your work.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. Su Bing led his men and left. Only Wu Rui and Jiang Fei were left in the room.
How was it? How much did you learn last time?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
There should be no problem with the rough flow. What we lack now is practice,
Wu Rui replied.
That's true.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Wu Rui,
I actually planned to give this to you before. I never thought of it. Now, eat it.
Jiang Fei took out a small porcelain bottle. As soon as the bottle cap was opened, a strange fragrance wafted out.
Master, what is this?
Wu Rui asked.
Dragon's breath pill.
Jiang Fei smiled and continued.
Bai Wei was just an ordinary little white tiger before. It was because of this pill that she became a dragon whisker tiger with the dragon race's bloodline. Master, are you giving it to me?
Wu Rui looked at the pill in the porcelain bottle. She was so excited that she could not speak.
Of course. Why else would I take it out?
Jiang Fei smiled. The last time he refined the dragon's breath pill, he had achieved great results. Other than leaving it for his girls, there were still a lot of surplus.
Thank you for your guidance. Master!
Wu Rui knelt in front of Jiang Fei and said, Master, there was only one word difference. However, in terms of feelings, it was completely different.
All right, take the pill. The process might be a little more painful, but I will protect you,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Okay.
Wu Rui nodded and then took the dragon saliva pill. The pill immediately turned into a stream of heat that rushed into Wu Rui's body.
Transform!
Jiang Fei shouted sternly.
Master, I can't transform on land.
Wu Rui was a little troubled. She was born in the aquatic race. Although the environment of the time star was very suitable for her, transforming on land would still be very harmful to her.
Follow me!
Jiang Fei walked into the courtyard. Then, he extended his hand and pointed. A stream of astral energy swept across the ground. The ground instantly cracked and formed a 5-meter square deep pit.
Rise!
Jiang Fei raised his hand and pointed. Dense water-type spiritual energy gushed out from his fingertip. Then, it turned into a stream of clear water and poured into the deep pit. After a moment, the deep pit was filled with the purest water. Clear water mixed with spiritual energy.
Transform!
Jiang Fei said.
Yes!
At that moment, Wu Rui was about to lose control of the medicinal power in her body. Therefore, she leaped up and jumped into the pool. Splash! The surface of the water flipped, and Wu Rui transformed into her original form. The original form of the water-swallowing beasts was actually a super giant squid, although their appearance did not conform to human aesthetic standards. Not all of the water-swallowing beasts were mermaids. After Wu Rui transformed, her body length was more than 3 meters. Although she could swim in the 5-meter pool, there was not much space. At this moment, the medicinal effects of the dragon saliva pill had begun to take effect. Wu Rui's body was twisting back and forth. And at the same time, it was also changing. The most obvious thing was that a pair of dragon horns had grown out of her head. At the same time, Wu Rui's combat power had also skyrocketed. In an instant, her combat power had increased from a little over 30 million to around 45 million.
It's not bad.
Jiang Fei nodded. As an aquatic creature, Wu Rui's combat power was not very stable. When she was on land, her combat power was greatly reduced because she could not transform. However, when she was fighting in the water. Although this girl's combat power was only 45 million. It was impossible for any land creature below a mortal lord to be her opponent. Seeing that Wu Rui had passed the critical moment, Jiang Fei turned around and went back to the room to refine pills. He had obtained a lot of good materials from the ice herons, so he planned to use the time to refine pills. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Rui returned to her human form and walked into the room.
Master!
Wu Rui bowed and greeted Jiang Fei.
How do you feel?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
Good. Very good.
Wu Rui replied.
You should get used to your current strength first. I will teach you a few dragon race bloodline martial skills later.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. As his master, if he did not teach him a few ultimate skills, would he not be letting her down by his side all day long? Speaking of which, Wu Rui's performance during this period of time was really good. She was in charge of Jiang Fei's daily life. Even when the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's followers arrived, Wu Rui did not let them suffer. However, when it came to Jiang Fei, she did everything herself. It could be said that she had done everything that a disciple should do. Jiang Fei had seen all of this. Therefore, when he was free, he did not mind teaching Wu Rui a few more things. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Bai Wei had gone off somewhere to play. However, Jiang Fei's reverse scale had not been crushed. This meant that they should be fine. During this period of time, besides teaching Wu Rui some of the dragon race's bloodline martial skills, Jiang Fei had also taught her how to refine pills. This was because he had obtained a lot of materials from the ice heron race. Therefore, Wu Rui also had a lot of opportunities to practice her skills. Chapter 2315, Chapter 2306. Price reduction. On the 5th day after Jiang Fei arrived at the 10,000 Beasts gathering, Mo Lin came looking for him.
Here, the illusion stones that you want. It's still the same old rules.
Mo Lin threw a bag to Jiang Fei. There were more than 10 illusion stones in it.
No problem.
Jiang Fei agreed readily. Then, he paid Mo Lin enough ice crystals at a price of 125.
That's great.
Mo Lin laughed. She had earned quite a lot from these illusion stones. With her connections, the price of these illusion stones did not exceed 15 ice crystals. However, when they were sold to Jiang Fei, they were all sold for 25 ice crystals. Therefore, each illusion stone Mo Lin earned at least 10 ice crystals. After all, this was her salary for guarding the 1,000 Beasts gathering for a month.
TSK. It's easy to earn money when you meet a rich man.
Mo Lin thought to himself.
Damn it! I'm trying to save time. I'm actually being treated as a rich man.
Jiang Fei was not happy. As soon as Mo Lin arrived, he activated mind reading. He did not expect that his generosity would be treated as a rich man in the eyes of others.
How is it? Do you still want to accept these phantom stones?
Mo Lin asked.
Yes, but I did not expect there to be so many of them. So, I can't afford 25 of them. I'll only offer 20 of them.
Jiang Fei immediately lowered the price by 20%.
Hey! We can't do business like this.
Mo Lin could not take it anymore.
That's right. Since we're doing business, we have to consider my purchasing power. If you think that 20 ice crystals are too low, you don't have to sell them.
Jiang Fei pretended to be indifferent.
This.
Mo Lin hesitated. Although this illusion stone bar was still considered rare, it was truly useless. In this cultivation world, there was no practical use for it. It was just a simple and rare item. Its price could not be as high as the price of luxury goods on Earth. Moreover, there was another point. Mo Lin did not need to pay too much for these illusion stones. Moreover, even if it was the price of 20 ice crystals, she would still have a profit of more than 5 ice crystals per ice crystal. Therefore, this business could still be done.
Alright. If I have them, we'll talk about it later.
Mo Lin gave Jiang Fei a non-committal answer. However, through mind reading, Jiang Fei knew that she was still willing to continue buying illusion stones. After all, even if Jiang Fei lowered the price, it was still a considerable profit. Soon, 5 days passed. This time, the one who came to look for Jiang Fei was not Mo Lin, but the walking dragon.
Big brother Jiang Fei, are you really going to take the illusion stones?
The walking dragon asked directly. Unlike his sister, he was not that narrow-minded.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
25 ice crystals per stone?
The walking dragon asked.
It's 20 now.
Jiang Fei said. Actually, it was not a big deal for him to buy the illusion stones from the walking dragon at the price of 25. However, Jiang Fei was afraid that the walking dragon would tell his sister about it. If Mullen knew that he was still buying the illusion stones from the walking dragon for 25 stones, that cunning woman would definitely do something.
20 stones is not a small amount.
As expected, the walking dragon was not a businessman. He was too easy to satisfy.
Why? Do you have one too?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Hee. I don't have one. However, I went back to the headquarters of the Light of Vengeance and asked everyone to find some.
The walking dragon smiled embarrassedly. In his opinion, the members of the Light of Vengeance were comrades with great ideals. They should help each other find a few useless illusion stones for Jiang Fei. They should not ask for money. However, the problem was that these illusion stones did not belong to him. Therefore, he could not take the initiative to give all of the illusion stones to Jiang Fei.
How many have you collected?
Jiang Fei asked.
22.
The walking dragon opened his mouth and gave Jiang Fei a surprise. He did not expect the Light of Vengeance to have such a large amount of energy. In such a short time, he had obtained more than 20 illusion stones.
Do you want all of them?
The walking dragon asked tentatively. If Jiang Fei did not want all of them, their efforts would have been in vain.
Yes. How many? How many? I want more,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. At that moment, he really loved the cute comrade of the walking dragon.
That's great.
The walking dragon was overjoyed. Then, it directly handed the 22 illusion stones to Jiang Fei.
Here. These are your ice crystals.
Jiang Fei took out a bag. There were 440 ice crystals in it. After the walking dragon put them away, he took out a small bag. There were 10 ice crystals in it.
Here. Don't let me let you run errands for free,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Brother Jiang Fei, I can't take this,
the walking dragon said evasively. Although he was not rich, this child had been brainwashed by the people from the Light of Vengeance. He felt that they were all comrades. How could he ask for money for a favor?
Take it if I tell you to. There's no need to pay for the travel expenses.
Jiang Fei directly stuffed the bag into the hands of the walking dragon. The walking dragon could not refuse, so it had no choice but to accept it. After that, Jiang Fei chatted with the walking dragon for a while. Through the walking dragon, he knew that the people of the Light of Vengeance had not been doing well recently. The dragon race had received some news. Recently, they had launched a few raids on the solar star. This caused the people of the Light of Vengeance to suffer heavy losses on the solar star. Many of them had thought of ways to go to other planets. Those who stayed on the solar star were having a hard time. Therefore, the 400 or so ice crystals that Jiang Fei had paid for this time was a relief to the people of the Light of Vengeance. After all, regardless of whether it was to pull some strings to save people or to carry out secret activities, it required financial support. Therefore, the brainwashed walking dragon was very grateful to Jiang Fei. After chatting for a while, Jiang Fei had just sent the walking dragon away when his sister, Mo Lin, came to visit him.
20 ice crystals per stone. Right.
Mo Lin first confirmed the price.
That's right.
Jiang Fei smiled.
Hey! 15!
Mo Lin threw out a bag. Recently, it was not easy to buy illusion stones because it seemed like someone was competing with her. Originally, 12 or 13 illusion stones that could be bought without ice crystals could only be bought with 15 or 16. This greatly reduced Mo Lin's profit margin. In fact, Mo Lin did not know that the person who was competing with her was none other than his younger brother.
I have almost collected everything. If there are no gains in the past 2 days, I am ready to leave,
Jiang Fei said. Through mind reading, he knew that Mo Lin was greedy, so he deliberately put pressure on her.
All right. I will try my best to find it.
Mo Lin nodded. She had indeed put in a lot of effort recently. She had even threatened and bribed some small clans to hand over the illusion stones. However, it was becoming increasingly difficult to find the illusion stones now. The remaining illusion stones were basically in the hands of the large clans. They were rich and powerful. There was no need for them to sell their belongings for more than a dozen ice crystals. At that moment, Jiang Fei had another 40 to 50 illusion stones in his hands. After sending Mo Lin away, he began to reassemble the pieces again. Compared to the Chaos Star that had broken into 90 pieces, perhaps due to the low temperature, the pieces of the Time Star had shattered even more severely. Jiang Fei's 40 to 50 pieces of illusion stones had not even been able to splice half of the pieces together. Chapter 2316, Chapter 2307. Two-way operation.
I can't. Judging from the looks of it, the Time Star's parts have broken into at least 120 pieces. When will I be able to collect all of them?
Jiang Fei frowned.
Master, what's wrong? Are you worried about something?
At that moment, Wu Rui walked in.
Sigh. This illusion stone is too difficult to collect,
Jiang Fei said.
Didn't you collect it very smoothly when you were in the chaos?
Wu Rui asked.
At that time, I had the identity of a dragon as a guarantor. However, it's different here in Time Star. The members of the Light of Vengeance are very active here. If I collect it as a dragon, they might cause trouble for me,
Jiang Fei said.
Master, it seems that you have missed the main point,
Wu Rui said.
Oh, what do you mean?
Jiang Fei was stunned by Wu Rui's words.
It's easy for you to collect illusion stones on the planet of chaos, although you have a part of the identity of a dragon. The main point is that the price is high enough that those who have illusion stones would not be able to refuse,
Wu Rui said.
That's true.
Jiang Fei was reminded by Wu Rui's words. When he was on the planet of chaos, what price did he offer? Personally giving the dragon race's bloodline and the possibility of becoming the dragon race's vassal. This was a temptation that every ferocious beast race could not resist. Even though the half-blood Draconans of the Light of Vengeance were saying that they wanted to rebel against the dragon race. However, deep in their hearts, they were still acknowledged by the dragon race. If the dragon race was willing to acknowledge their identity and give them a high enough status and wealth, they would only rebel against their own father. All resistance was caused by injustice. Jiang Fei had given them the opportunity to advance one level higher. Therefore, these people would do their best to help Jiang Fei collect illusion stones. This time, although Jiang Fei had offered a high price, ice crystals were only hard currency. Their biggest use was only to help with cultivation. Even hundreds or thousands of ice crystals could not change the social status of a race. Therefore, the people of Age Star were naturally not as motivated as the people of Mars.
Then, should I use my identity as a dragon to publicly purchase it?
Jiang Fei asked.
I think you can be a little more cautious. After all, there are people who have been completely brainwashed. If they deliberately hide the illusion stones, it would be a loss for you,
Wu Rui said.
Tell me what you think,
Jiang Fei asked. Since Wu Rui had said so, she must have a relatively perfect idea.
Yes, Master.
Wu Rui bowed to Jiang Fei. Then, she said,
I think, Master, you can split into two ways to do this. On one hand, you can establish a connection with the Light of Vengeance through the stupid walking dragon. Then, you can use them to collect the illusion stone. On the other hand, you can use your identity as a dragon to pressure a few large clans to find a way to search for the illusion stone. But if both the dragon race and I were collecting illusion stones, wouldn't that arouse suspicion?
Jiang Fei asked.
When you went to the various races to pressure them, you appeared as a dragon and did not reveal yourself. Moreover, you said that the Light of Vengeance was collecting illusion stones. In order to destroy their conspiracy, you went against them,
Wu Rui said with a smile.
Sure.
Jiang Fei nodded when he heard that Wu Rui's words were reasonable. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei left his small courtyard and went straight to the Inky Lin's residence. This was because when the Flood Dragon came to the Thousand Beast Gathering, it usually stayed at his sister's place. After arriving at the Inky Lin's residence, Jiang Fei indeed sensed the aura of the Flood Dragon.
Yo, Mr. Jiang, why are you here?
Mo-Lin greeted him. Now that Jiang Fei was her god of wealth, she would naturally give Jiang Fei some face.
Hee. I have nothing better to do. I'm here to play with the walking dragon,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
I see.
Mo-Lin smiled. She knew Jiang Fei. He was introduced to her by the walking dragon. Therefore, she was not surprised that the walking dragon was on good terms with Jiang Fei.
Sis, who is it?
The walking dragon also walked out of the room.
It's Mr. Jiang who is looking for you.
After Mo-Lin let the walking dragon out, she went back. She did not care about how her brother and his friends would play.
Big brother Jiang Fei, what's the matter?
The walking dragon smiled and came in front of Jiang Fei.
Let's go out and have some fun.
Jiang Fei smiled.
Sure.
The WYRM agreed immediately. After that, Jiang Fei and the WYRM left the 10,000 Beasts Gathering and flew towards the Endless Sea. Both of them understood each other's intentions. They both knew that the other party wanted to return to the Time Star headquarters of the Light of Revenge.
Big brother Jiang Fei, is there something on your mind?
The WYRM was still young after all. He did not have such a shrewd mind. So in the end, he could not hold it in anymore.
Yes. There are some things that I did not want to say at the beginning. But,
when Jiang Fei spoke, he deliberately appeared hesitant.
Big brother Jiang Fei, We are comrades. What can we say?
The walking dragon asked.
All right.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath and then said to the walking dragon.
Do you know why I want to collect illusion stones? Big brother, didn't you say that you wanted to study something?
The walking dragon asked curiously.
That's right. Because I found a power in the illusion stones that is strong enough to fight against the dragon race.
Jiang Fei pretended to be excited.
What? The power to fight against the dragon race?
The walking dragon was shocked. His biggest dream right now was to defeat the dragon race. However, the dragon race was so powerful that he could not see any hope. However, now, Jiang Fei actually claimed that he could find a power to fight against the dragon race. How could he not be shocked?
That's right. If I can succeed, we can definitely overthrow the dragon race's rule,
Jiang Fei said excitedly.
Really?
The walking dragon was also excited.
Therefore, in order to research this power, I need to gather as many illusion stones as possible,
Jiang Fei said.
Big brother Jiang Fei, my brain might not be as good as yours. I'm not very good at researching powers. However, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I, and our comrades from the Light of Vengeance, will do our best to support you,
the walking dragon said excitedly. Unfortunately, he could not represent the entire Light of Vengeance. Moreover, the Light of Vengeance was not filled with brainwashed little fools like him. Even though more people had joined the Light of Vengeance, they all had their own motives. Most of them were seeking personal benefits. Very few people would really sacrifice their own interests for the sake of that illusory thought.
Thank you for your support,
Jiang Fei said to the walking dragon.
Brother Jiang Fei, we should be thanking you. You have shown us hope.
As the walking dragon said that, it grabbed Jiang Fei's hand and sped toward the endless sea. He could not wait to tell the seventh elder the good news. Chapter 23:17. Half of Chapter 23:08 was successful. 2 days later, Jiang Fei and the wandering dragon returned to the underwater world. However, their return was not coincidental. The seventh elder was not here at the moment.
When will the seventh elder return? We have important matters to attend to.
The wandering dragon seemed to be even more anxious than Jiang Fei.
He said that he was going to visit a friend. He will be back in 3 to 5 days. Today is already the 3rd day. He should be back soon,
said a member of the Light of Vengeance.
All right.
The walking dragon nodded. Then, he said to Jiang Fei in embarrassment,
Big brother Jiang Fei, why don't we wait a little longer? All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. What he had the most time for now was time. Because Jiang Fei was not very familiar with the other members of the Light of Vengeance. Although they had met at the last gathering, Jiang Fei had scared many people with his powerful strength and domineering style. Therefore, the only person who could really talk to him in the Light of Vengeance was the walking dragon. Bored, Jiang Fei returned to his secret room to practice. Anyway, the water-type spiritual energy here was extremely dense. It was indeed a good place to practice.
If Wu Rui saw this place, she would be so happy,
Jiang Fei thought to himself. Wu Rui was a serious water-type ferocious beast. Although she had obtained the dragon bloodline, it would not affect her basic attributes. Therefore, the underwater world could be said to be her cultivation paradise. Time flew by quickly during her cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. One day, the walking dragon came knocking on the door.
Big brother Jiang Fei, Elder 7 is back,
the walking dragon shouted from outside the secret room.
Yes, I know.
Jiang Fei opened the secret room and walked out.
Big brother Jiang Fei, Elder 7 has just returned. Let's go find him.
The walking dragon had not gone to his secret room to cultivate in the past few days. He had been waiting for Elder 7 at the teleportation portal. Therefore, when Elder 7 came back, he immediately went to look for Jiang Fei.
Good lord. This kid has been brainwashed. He's actually more attentive than me,
Jiang Fei sighed. At the same time, he had to admit that this brainwashing method that instilled so-called ideals into young people was very effective. Very soon, Jiang Fei was pulled by the WRM to the front of Elder 7.
WRM, why are you looking for me so urgently? Is there something you need?
Asked Elder 7.
It's not me. It's big brother Jiang Fei,
said the wandering dragon.
Oh.
The 7th elder was stunned. Then, he looked at Jiang Fei. The 7th elder had mixed feelings about Jiang Fei. He hoped that Jiang Fei would stay in the Chronostar branch and increase his strength. It would allow him to gain more authority in the Light of Vengeance. On the other hand, he was also afraid of Jiang Fei's strength. After all, Jiang Fei was too powerful. No one in the entire Chronostar branch could stop him.
It's like this. I have recently discovered something interesting. Perhaps it can increase our ability to fight against the dragon race,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Oh!
Seventh Elder was stunned. He did not expect Jiang Fei to bring such an important piece of news. If he could really obtain the power to fight against the dragon race, he might be able to become the leader of the Light of Vengeance.
It's like this. I accidentally found some ideas in the illusion stone. If I can get enough illusion stones, I might be able to understand its principle,
said Jiang Fei.
Can you tell me more about it?
Asked the Seventh Elder.
This is a pill that I made with the illusion stone. After consuming it, I can obtain the dragon race's bloodline.
Jiang Fei was really willing to spend money. He immediately took out a diluted dragon saliva pill.
Really?
The Seventh Elder was stunned. He had only heard that consuming the dragon saliva fruit could allow one to obtain the dragon bloodline. However, he did not expect the illusion stone to have such an effect. If this was true, it would be an amazing discovery. After all, the illusion stone was much easier to find than the dragon saliva fruit.
Of course,
Jiang Fei was definitely not afraid of doing experiments because the effect of the dragon saliva pill was real. The only thing he lied about was the ingredients used to refine the dragon saliva pill. However, in this era, the alchemy cauldron technique had yet to be developed. No one knew the medicinal properties of the various medicinal ingredients. No matter what Jiang Fei said now, others would believe him.
Wait a moment.
Seventh Elder turned around and left. After about 10 minutes, he returned.
Can we go out and experiment?
Seventh Elder asked. Because the underwater world was the secret stronghold of the Light of Vengeance. There were only draconids here. There were no ordinary ferocious beasts.
No problem.
Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he took the WRM and the Seventh Elder out of the underwater world and came to the surface of the Time Star.
This must be it.
The Seventh Elder did not go far. He just randomly caught an aquatic creature near the island. He did not know what kind of race this young man was from. His strength had just reached the fusion stage. In front of the Seventh Elder, he did not have any room to resist. Soon, the young man was forced by Seventh Elder to take the pill that Jiang Fei gave him. Then, a miracle happened. His body still turned into a dragon. He burst out with a strong dragon aura for you. However, because he was too weak, because the young man could not withstand the power of the pill, he exploded during the critical period of his transformation and died.
That's great.
Although the young man died, Seventh Elder did not care. He had already obtained the proof that he wanted. Jiang Fei was not lying. The pill that was refined from this illusion stone could indeed give the ferocious beast dragon bloodline.
How is it? Seventh Elder?
Jiang Fei asked deliberately.
I really did not expect it. I really did not expect it.
The Seventh Elder was so excited that he was incoherent. He grabbed Jiang Fei's shoulder and said to him,
Do you think that as long as I give you the illusion stone, you will be able to refine this pill?
In fact, the Seventh Elder still wanted the method to refine this pill the most in his heart. However, it was a pity that he had not lost his mind while he was excited. The Seventh Elder knew that Jiang Fei was much more powerful than him. If he were to forcefully snatch it, not only would he not get anything, he would even lose his life.
That's true. However, my skills are not mature yet. Right now, I need several illusion stones to make one of these pills. However, I believe that as long as I understand the principle behind it, one illusion stone will be able to make at least a dozen of these pills. Or even stronger pills.
Jiang Fei also showed an excited look. He looked just like those freaks of science who were obsessed with experiments.
No problem. Leave this to me. I will do my best to help you collect it.
Seventh Elder said while patting his chest. He really desired this kind of pill because it could help him strengthen the Age Star branch. As long as the Age Star branch had enough dragon men, he would have more say in the Light of Vengeance. It was not impossible for him to replace the current leader. Suddenly, the Seventh Elder's ambition began to swell. He, looking at the desire in the Seventh Elder's eyes, Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. It seemed that his plan had already succeeded halfway. Chapter 2318, Chapter 2309. Scaring.
Thank you, Elder 7.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
That's fine. As long as you can complete the formula as soon as possible, it will be your greatest contribution to our organization.
Elder 7 said.
I will try my best. However, this requires a large amount of illusion stones as input,
Jiang Fei said, pretending to be troubled.
Leave this to me. You don't have to worry about it.
Elder 7 patted his chest and promised.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the Seventh Elder,
Seventh Elder, my tools and assistants are all in the Thousand Beasts gathering. Therefore, I will not follow you back to the underwater world. If you manage to get the illusion stone, ask the walking dragon to bring it to me. All right.
The seventh elder nodded. Then, he hurriedly took the walking dragon and left. He could not wait to collect the illusion stone and asked Jiang Fei to provide him with that magical pill. Once, he controlled an army of Draconans. His position in the light of vengeance would be even higher. Seeing the seventh elder leave hurriedly, Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. It seemed that Wu Ri's plan was not bad. The ambitious seventh elder quickly took the bait. After the light of vengeance was done, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to return to the myriad beasts gathering. He still had other things to do. Before leaving, Jiang Fei had Su Bing ask around. In the entire Year Star, other than the dragon race, the three strongest races were the ginseng water ape, the dustpan water leopard and the ice heron. Jiang Fei had already been to the ice heron race. He was quite familiar with the place. Therefore, he decided to go to the ice heron's territory as his first stop. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei had already cleaned out all the ice heron race's assets. However, Jiang Fei did not kill them. Their strength was still there. Therefore, it was quite a powerful force to ask them to collect illusion stones. 2 days later, Jiang Fei arrived outside the ice heron race's territory.
Hee hee. Logically speaking, I have already robbed you once. It would be a little too much to come and exploit you again. However, there's nothing I can do about it. Who asked the time star component to shatter so badly? In order to collect these illusion stones, I can only let you suffer.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he transformed into his dragon form.
Roar!
Following a dragon's roar, the entire ice heron clan shuddered. They were too familiar with this aura because this wicked dragon had just come a few days ago and robbed their clan's treasure vault. However, this time, the dragon had come again. Not only did the ice heron clan's experts not dare to resist, they had to line up to welcome it. There was nothing they could do. The dragon clan was powerful. They did not want to be exterminated. Then, they could only let others oppress them.
Yen Yujun of the Ice Heron clan and all the clan members welcome the god.
Although Yen Yujun hated Jiang Fei's green-eyed white dragon, she could only lead her clan members to bow and welcome him.
All of you.
Jiang Fei was about to ask the ice herons to help him collect the illusion stones, when he suddenly noticed a little girl behind Yen Yujun glaring at him angrily. This made his heart skip a beat. He could not help but feel like teasing her. That little girl was none other than Yen Linger, who had previously attacked Jiang Fei and the rest.
I have 2 plans for this trip,
Jiang Fei said slowly.
Please do as you wish. God!
Yen Yujun said humbly.
First, I want an ice heron maiden to sleep with,
Jiang Fei said.
I will follow your orders. God!
Yen Yujun frowned, but did not dare to say no.
I will have her.
Jiang Fei extended his dragon claw and pointed. Yen Linger instantly felt her body lose control. It was as if she was grabbed by someone and lifted into the air.
Exalted goddess, Yen Linger is my beloved disciple and my successor. I hope that you can be merciful.
Yen Yujun kneeled in front of Jiang Fei and pleaded. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Although Yen Yujun had agreed to let Jiang Fei take away an ice heron girl, she could not bear to part with her beloved disciple when it was her turn.
This matter is not negotiable,
Jiang Fei said coldly.
Master, save me! Master, save me!
Yen Linger was really afraid at this moment. Her small face was filled with fear.
God, please show mercy!
Yen Yujun begged with her head on the ground.
The second thing is that you have to hand over 30 illusion stones. Otherwise, you have to hand over 10 pairs of virgin boys and girls as blood food.
Jiang Fei did not bother with Yen Yujun at all. Instead, he directly made the second request.
What?
Yen Yujun was dumbfounded. At this moment, she could not care less about Yen Ling Yar's matter. Although the dragon race had asked for blood food from various races in the past, they only needed one every few hundred years. There was no such thing as 10 pairs. However, facing a superior dragon race, Yen Yujun did not dare to question it. She could only place her hopes on the illusion stones. Although these things were rare, there were quite a number of them. If she went to the surrounding races to think of a way, she should be able to get her hands on them. However, the ice heron race had already gone bankrupt. It was impossible to obtain the illusion stones through peaceful trade. The only thing they could do was to snatch them.
All right, collect them as soon as possible. I'll be back in 10 days.
Jiang Fei said and flew away. Of course, he did not take Yen Linger with him. His purpose was only to scare the little girl. He did not really intend to let her sleep with him. Swish! After Jiang Fei left, Yinling Yar's body felt lighter. The previous restraints had already been lifted for an hour.
Then why didn't the dragon race take Ling away?
Asked an elder of the Ice Heron race.
Could it be that they forgot?
Another elder guessed.
Linger is really lucky. It's hard to say. Maybe they missed a good opportunity. That's right. She was chosen by the dragon race. But she actually fell behind. Hee hee.
The others also whispered among themselves. Yinlinger was usually favored, so there were many people who hated her. There was a saying that 3 women played a game. This Ice Heron race was a matriarchal society. The ones who held power were all women. Therefore, the internal relationships were very messy.
You guys!
Yinling was very embarrassed. Although she was glad that she was not taken away, she was also a little angry that Jiang Fei, who had transformed into a green-eyed white dragon, could actually fall behind a delicate beauty like her. She was really blind. Normally, Yin Yujun would definitely scold those clansmen who were gossiping. However, this time, she could not care less. Although Yinlinger said that she was left behind by the dragon clan, they had already said that they would come again in 10 days. Moreover, if the Ice Herons did not hand over 30 illusion stones when they came again, they would have to hand over 10 pairs of virgin boys and girls as blood food. Although Jiang Fei did not really want to eat the Ice Herons, he was trying to scare them so that they would take him seriously. However, that was Jiang Fei's goal. Otherwise, the Ice Herons would not have risked their lives to help him collect the illusion stones. Of course, even if the Ice Herons did not manage to collect so many illusion stones, Jiang Fei would not really eat the Ice Heron's boy and girl. He would still do the same thing as this time. Accidentally, drop them along with Yinling Er. Chapter 23:19, Chapter 23:10 Elopement. After leaving the Ice Heron's territory, Jiang Fei went straight to his next target. Due to the competition in resources, the big clans were all very far apart. Even the relatively closer ones, the Water Ape clan. However, even though it was relatively close, the Water Ape clan's territory was still 3 days away from the Ice Heron's territory. For Jiang Fei, who was alone, it was still quite a long journey. Jiang Fei sped through the air and looked at the mountains and rivers beneath his feet. He could not help but feel a myriad of emotions.
Hundreds of thousands of years have passed. The vast sea has changed into mulberry fields. I wonder if the rise of mankind is right or wrong.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. At this time, in the deep mountains beneath his feet, he could see those precious herbs everywhere. All kinds of rare beasts could be seen everywhere. However, after hundreds of thousands of years, with the rise of human alchemy and refining technology, these herbs, rare beasts, and minerals were all mined out. Many spiritual mountains and rivers that were rich in spiritual energy had also become miasma.
Perhaps it is because humans are born with poor conditions. That is why they pay special attention to external forces. Once they find something that can help them, they will risk their lives to mine it. In the end, it will cause irreparable damage.
Jiang Fei thought a lot. In fact, it was not just the 5 directions of heaven and earth. It was the same even in the outer universe. Whether it was the humans who were crazily exploiting the Earth's resources, or the other intelligent races who had colonized and plundered resources in the Great Space Era, their damage to the natural environment was far greater than that of the beasts.
Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore.
Jiang Fei shook his head forcefully. Every race had their own way of life. Perhaps, the higher intelligent humans relied on this method of plundering to survive. Jiang Fei was very fast. Even if someone had discovered his tracks, Jiang Fei had already flown far away before anyone could find out his whereabouts. Therefore, he did not encounter any trouble. However, on the 3rd day, Jiang Fei was already very close to the Ginseng Water Ape's territory. However, he was attracted by a group of people in the distance. Not too far away from Jiang Fei, there was a large group of people. It looked like a wedding party. The surroundings were very lively. However, these people stopped at this moment. A young man in black blocked the path of these people.
Shimon, come with me,
a young man in black said to the bride.
Xie Shimon, if you dare to go with him, think about your family and your race.
An old man in red said coldly.
5th brother.
The bride looked at the groom with a troubled expression.
Shimon, if you had said in advance that you don't like me,
I wouldn't have married you. But now, our wedding has already been announced to all the clans. If you go with him now, I will lose face, but my parents will be greatly humiliated. The Ginseng Water Ape clan will definitely not tolerate this humiliation.
Although the groom's face was ashen, It could be seen that he still had feelings for the bride.
Brother Jie? I.
The bride looked at the young man in black awkwardly. She really liked the young man in black and wanted to elope with him. However, just like what the elder of the ginseng water ape said, if she left, then the Snow Rabbit clan would be doomed.
Shimon, I will not let you marry him today. I will definitely take you away.
The young man in black said.
Yo! What a drama. How dare you steal my wife?
Jiang Fei stood in midair and watched the scene with interest. He did not intend to interfere in this matter.
What do you think? Isn't it fun?
At that moment, a woman behind Jiang Fei said,
F***CK?
Jiang Fei was so scared that his hair stood on end. He did not even notice when this woman had appeared behind him.
This is the Five Directions world that has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. There are so many strong people here.
Jiang Fei was speechless. With his strength, although he was not invincible in the Five Directions world in the future, he had rarely met anyone who was a match for him. Almost no one could hide from his senses. However, in this era, there were people suddenly appearing behind him everywhere. This kind of shock was really deadly. Following the voice, Jiang Fei turned around and saw a young lady in a palace dress standing behind him. She looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. Of course, her actual age did not matter much. After all, there were ferocious beasts that had lived for thousands of years. There were even old dragons that had lived for tens of thousands of years.
You are?
Jiang Fei asked carefully. Facing such a powerful person, even he did not dare to be rash.
Hee. Little guy. Are you from the dragon race?
Although the young lady looked no older than Jiang Fei by 5 or 6 years, she still called him little guy the moment she opened her mouth. Clearly, this great ant was also an old monster who had lived for thousands of years.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
But why haven't I seen you before?
The young lady asked curiously. From her words, Jiang Fei could almost tell that she was also from the dragon race.
My name is Jiang Fei. If you are familiar with Senior Gun, you should have heard of me.
Jiang Fei said carefully.
Oh, you are the sage from the future?
The young lady looked at Jiang Fei curiously.
That's true.
Jiang Fei nodded. With Gun's guarantee, he should not be in danger in front of the top experts of the dragon race. Most of the people who disliked him were the young and strong dragons.
Sigh. I never thought that our dragon race would fall to such a state.
The young woman sighed. At the same time, it confirmed Jiang Fei's guess. She was indeed a superior dragon race.
I don't know if I can make you feel relieved by saying this. Even if our dragon race has fallen to such a state, we are still the rulers of the Five Directions, because the decline of the other races is even more serious.
Jiang Fei said.
Sigh.
The young woman sighed. Clearly, Jiang Fei's words did not have any effect on her.
Can you tell me why?
The young woman said after a moment of silence.
It's because the spiritual energy in the Five Directions is becoming thinner and thinner.
Jiang Fei said.
I see. It seems that we were too eager for instant success, and did not leave any blessings for future generations.
The young woman shook her head. Although she understood what was going on, she could not change the situation. She could not ask everyone to stop cultivating and stop consuming resources. Right.
Oh right. Senior. What did you say just now for fun?
Jiang Fei changed the topic. He could see that the topic just now had made the young woman somewhat disappointed. Hee. I was talking about the people below,
the young woman said.
What happened to them?
Jiang Fei asked.
None of them are good. Especially that kid in black,
the young woman said in an extremely disgusted tone.
What's wrong with him?
In Jiang Fei's opinion, although the kid in black was a little stunned, he was still a person who dared to love and hate. However, from the young woman's tone, this kid seemed to be extremely evil. Chapter 23:20, Chapter 23:11. The Dragon Queen of Gossip.
Just a bunch of guys with their own agendas,
the young lady said disdainfully.
Can you tell me about it?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Since I have nothing to do anyway, I'll tell you about it.
The young lady nodded and began to tell Jiang Fei about the relationship between these people. It turned out that the bride and groom were not childhood sweethearts. They had not known each other for long. More accurately, Xie had seduced the fifth young master of the Water Ape clan. The purpose was naturally very simple. That was to find a backer for the Snow Rabbit clan. Jiang Fei had already seen this many times. Initially, there was nothing much to it. One needed protection while the other coveted beauty. Both sides were just taking what they wanted. However, the Ginseng Water Ape clan did not have good intentions either. They knew that the Snow Rabbit clan had a hidden treasure, the Dark Ice Bed. This item was one of the 10 directional artifacts. Even the Dragon clan wanted it. Not to mention the Ginseng Water Ape clan. They wanted to use the opportunity of the marriage to find out the location of the Dark Ice Bed, and then snatch it away. This matter naturally fell on the 5th young master's shoulders in the end. Siegimon seduced the 5th young master. Other than finding a backer for her clan, she also had her own selfish motives. She wanted to steal the Ginseng Water Ape clan's secret technique, the Heavy Water Mantra, for her childhood sweetheart. Therefore, the newly married couple actually had their own ulterior motives. The two races also had their own motives. However, the appearance of the young man in black had disrupted Simon's plans. She did not know why her childhood sweetheart would change her mind and stop her from marrying into the Ginseng Water Ape clan. This was a plan that she had discussed with the young man in black. If that was all, Jiang Fei could still understand that the young man in black had a conscience, and was unwilling to let his beloved make such a sacrifice. However, what the young dragon lady said had overturned his worldview. It turned out that although the young man in black was Simon's childhood friend, he was not a member of the Snow Rabbit clan. Although his original form was very similar to the Snow Rabbit, he was a member of the Snowfield Guinea Pig clan. That was because in the previous battle, the Snowfield Guinea Pig clan had been exterminated by the Snow Rabbit clan. That was why he had wandered outside. Although he had been adopted by the Snow Rabbit clan as a member of the same clan, he had always remembered this hatred. The purpose of the young man in black coming to snatch the bride was very simple. It was to let the Ginseng Water Ape clan vent their anger on the Snow Rabbit clan. Then, he would use the hands of the Ginseng Water Ape to exterminate the Snow Rabbit clan to take revenge.
What a good fellow! Why is it so chaotic?
Jiang Fei felt a headache after listening to it. This complicated relationship made him roll his eyes.
Hee hee. I told you there wasn't a single good person.
Right. The young woman laughed.
Yes. Everyone has their own ulterior motives.
Jiang Fei nodded. At that moment, the situation had already changed. Although Siegimon wanted to leave with the black-shirt young man, she was also concerned about the safety of her clan. Therefore, she did not take action.
Jimon! Come with me. Let's go to a place where no one knows us.
The black-shirt young man tried his best to persuade her.
Brother Jie. I can't.
Siegimon was really at a loss at this moment. She did not know why her sweetheart would go back on her words midway. However, things had already come to this point. She had no other choice.
Humph.
The 5th young master of the Ginseng Water Ape snorted coldly in his heart. At the same time, he had also made a decision in his heart. When he returned, he would torture her to find out the whereabouts of the Dark Ice Bed, and then kill this woman. Although he had indeed coveted Simon's beauty in the beginning, he was no longer interested in her, because she was already dirty. Looking at the 5th young master's ashen face, Siegimon also knew that even if she married him, she would not have a good ending. However, even if she wanted to leave with the young man in black, would the two of them be able to leave? There were many experts from the Ginseng Water Ape in the wedding procession. She and the young man in black would not be able to last more than a round in front of these people. It was impossible for them to escape.
Senior, may I know your name?
Above the clouds, Jiang Fei asked the young lady. After learning about the complicated interpersonal relationship, he had lost interest in this stupid thing.
You're asking me? Brother Gun did not mention me.
The young lady asked. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed because Gun did not mention her.
I am Wei Hao's wife. My name is Yin Xia.
The young lady saw that Jiang Fei was embarrassed and did not make things difficult for him.
You are the Dragon Queen?
Jiang Fei asked in surprise. In this era, the Dragon Emperor and the Sage were both the same person. However, no one inherited the inheritance space later on. Therefore, the position of Sage Lord was created. The leader of the dragon race became the Dragon Emperor.
Yes.
Yin Xia nodded and said to Jiang Fei.
What do you think about the things below?
Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect the Dragon Queen to be so interested in the things below. Actually, Jiang Fei did not understand. In this era, all races lacked entertainment. The dragon race was no exception. Women were born to gossip. In this era where there was no drama between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law at 8 o'clock in the evening, to be able to encounter such a lively scene, Silver Cloud naturally had to catch up with the drama.
Tell me your opinion.
Yin Xia asked again.
I don't have any opinion. Anyway, there's nothing good.
Jiang Fei naturally went along with Yin Xia's words. If he offended the current Dragon Queen because of this, he would be wronged to death.
Humph. You guys are really boring.
Yin Xia pursed her lips. Sage Lord Wei Hao's attitude was similar to this. So she felt very bored.
Oh right. How about you help me?
Silver Cloud said when she saw that Jiang Fei was really not interested in what was going on.
Dragon Queen, please feel free to tell me.
Jiang Fei said as he bowed. It would definitely be beneficial for him to have a relationship with the Dragon Queen.
Go to the Snow Mountain 3,000 miles north and find Gan Ming for me. Tell her that I have a good show to watch.
Silver Cloud said. Since Jiang Fei was not interested, she naturally had to find someone who shared the same interests as her to watch the show. Otherwise, she would not be able to discuss the plot with anyone.
All right. However, Your Highness, if I go there without any evidence, will people believe me?
Jiang Fei said awkwardly.
That's easy. Take it and go there.
Yin Xia took out a reverse scale and handed it to Jiang Fei.
All right. I'll leave now.
Jiang Fei took the reverse scale and turned to leave. This was a good deal for him. He only needed to show the reverse scale to Gan Ming. When he returned, he would not take it back with his identity as the Dragon Queen. When that time came, the reverse scale would become his protective talisman. If he encountered any difficulties, he would take out the reverse scale directly. Who would dare not give face to the Dragon Queen? Even if it was a powerhouse of the dragon race. Would they still dare to ask the Dragon Queen to see if she was really protecting Jiang Fei? The distance of 3,000 miles was only a matter of tens of minutes for Jiang Fei. In order to make the best use of the time to travel, Jiang Fei even took out his Chungying sword and used the sword control method to speed up his journey. Soon, he arrived at the Snow Peak Mountain. Chapter 23:21, Chapter 23:12 Sweet Dreams with a Unique Hobby. Jiang Fei had just arrived at the snowy peak. Before he could land, Jiang Fei felt a terrifying force suddenly wrap around him and pull him down.
Oh no!
Jiang Fei cried out in his heart. He wanted to break free, but was unable to resist at all. The other party was simply too powerful.
Come in, handsome boy. Don't struggle anymore.
With a loud cry, Jiang Fei was dragged into the cave on the top of the snow peak. After being dragged into the cave, Jiang Fei's body still did not stop. He was pulled forward by the distance. And soon, he reached the depths of the cave. When he first entered the cave, both sides were monotonous and hard ice. However, further in, there were a large number of ice sculptures on both sides of the cave. These ice sculptures had humans and beasts. Their shapes were colorful, but they all had one characteristic. They were lifelike.
Bang!
Jiang Fei's vision blurred. Then, he bumped into a soft object.
Hiss!
Jiang Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, he used his arms to support his body and looked forward.
F***CK!
At that moment, a delicate face was in front of Jiang Fei. The tip of the other party's nose was almost touching his nose. Moreover, Jiang Fei looked down along with the soft touch of his hands. He was already lying on the other party's body, and his hands were placed in places that he should not have. Although he did not dare to say that he was a gentleman, Jiang Fei still did not want to take advantage of him. However, when he wanted to retreat, his body did not listen to him at all.
How is it, little handsome boy? Are you comfortable?
The beauty in front of him asked sweetly. At the same time, she licked her lips. However, as Jiang Fei was too close to her, the fragrance from the beautiful lattice mouth went straight into Jiang Fei's nose.
D***M. What's going on? Am I going to let someone pluck flowers from the ground today?
Jiang Fei felt extremely awkward. However, he could not move at all. He could not fight back at all. Although Jiang Fei still had a trump card in his hand, which was his spiritual power. Once he used his spiritual power, it would be equivalent to having a falling out with the beautiful lady. Although Jiang Fei did not have any fantasies about her, the problem was that if his spiritual power did not work, he would definitely die against such a powerful dragon.
I was wondering why I was so happy when I woke up today. It turns out that a handsome young man has delivered himself to my doorstep.
The beautiful lady laughed to herself. She immediately hugged Jiang Fei in her arms and began to move her hands up and down without saying a word.
Excuse me, Senior, are you Lord Gan Ming?
Jiang Fei hurriedly shouted. If he did not speak, he would probably be eaten alive by this witch.
Oh, you know me?
The beauty frowned slightly. She seemed to have a bad premonition.
Yes. The Dragon Queen asked me to deliver a letter to you. I have the Dragon Queen's keepsake on me.
Jiang Fei quickly said.
How disappointing.
Gan Ming pushed Jiang Fei away. At the same time, she removed the restriction on him.
Where's the keepsake? Show it to me.
Gan Ming suddenly changed into a cold expression. Jiang Fei was not used to it at all. The change from a lustful woman to a beautiful woman was too fast.
Here!
Jiang Fei quickly took out the silver cloud's reverse scale.
Okay.
Gan Ming nodded. After confirming that Jiang Fei was the silver cloud's messenger, he said to Jiang Fei,
Why did my sister ask you to come?
Oh,
Her Highness the Dragon Queen has found something interesting 3,000 miles south. She wants you to see it together.
Jiang Fei said honestly.
TSK! What's so interesting about it? If you're really nice to me, you should send a handsome young man like you over every day.
Gan Ming rolled her eyes. But she also stood up.
Master Gan Ming, I don't know how long the show that the Dragon Queen said will last. So, you'd better hurry over as soon as possible.
Jiang Fei said. He did not want to face this beauty alone. Not only was this woman powerful, her style was a little too strong.
Alright. Lead the way.
Gan Ming nodded.
Yes.
Jiang Fei did not dare to delay. He flew out of the cave.
What a pity. What a good collection.
Gan Ming looked at Jiang Fei's back and smacked her lips. Then, she flew out as well. Gan Ming was indeed a superior dragon. Moreover, she was Yin Xia's biological sister. However, she had been different since she was young. It was common knowledge that the males of the dragon race were lustful. However, the females of the dragon race were usually just jealous. They were still very loyal to love. However, there were always some exceptions, such as Gan Ming. She did not know which gene had mutated, but her temperament was actually the same as the males of the dragon race. She especially liked to make friends with handsome guys. Basically, she had harvested all the handsome guys of the dragon race that were her age. If that was all, then the dragon race actually did not care. After all, the males of the dragon race also went out all day long. So no one should laugh at each other. But the problem was that as Gan Ming's strength increased, she became one of the top experts in the dragon race. In this way, not only was she a playboy, but she was also very possessive. In order to prevent those dragons who were having fun with her from going out, she directly froze them into ice sculptures and hid them in her cave abode. Because of her powerful strength, none of the male dragons escaped. They all became ghosts under the flowers. In the end, there was no way to cover up the truth. The young male dragons went missing one after another. And in the end, the investigation was still carried out on Gan Ming's head. In the end, everyone found 12 male dragons who had been frozen into ice sculptures in her cave abode. This matter was going to blow up. One had to know that the population of the dragon race had always been on the low side. This Gan Ming had killed 12 male dragons in one go. This could be considered a heinous crime. According to the Elder Council, they wished they could execute Gan Ming. However, she was after all Yin Xia's sister, with the Dragon Queen as her biological sister. The treatment was naturally different. In the end, Gan Ming was only exiled. After arriving at the Time Star, Gan Ming's little hobby had not changed. Hence, there were the ice sculptures that Jiang Fei saw when he came. Fortunately, Jiang Fei did not have any lewd thoughts. If he had planned to be happy first and then bring up the matter of delivering the letter, he probably would not have had the chance to speak. Once he was done, he would become Gan Ming's collection. As he sped along, Jiang Fei did not even dare to look back and make eye contact with Gan Ming. He tried his best to speed up, wanting to return to the Dragon Queen's side. In fact, after the Dragon Queen sent Jiang Fei away, she also regretted it. She was very clear about her sister's character. If Jiang Fei was also a lustful person, then he would not have the chance to deliver the letter. It was secondary that there was no one to share the good show with her. However, if she played the future Dragon Sage to death, she would be in big trouble. Therefore, when the Dragon Queen sensed Jiang Fei's aura from afar, she was slightly relieved. Chapter 23:22, Chapter 23:13 was shattered into pieces.
Dragon Queen, we're back.
Jiang Fei also heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yin Xia.
Thank you for your hard work.
At the same time that Yin Xia was relieved, she could not help but look up to Jiang Fei. After all, she was very clear about her sister's appearance. However, Jiang Fei was able to return safely. That meant that he was really a gentleman. This was extremely rare among the dragon race.
It's my honor to be able to serve the Dragon Queen,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Sister, why are you looking for me?
Gan Ming greeted her casually.
You can't change your character.
Yin Xia sighed. It was not that she had never thought of bringing her sister back to the dragon race. However, Gan Ming still acted as if she was her own person. If she were to make another big mistake after returning to the dragon race, then she wouldn't be helping her. but harming her instead.
Alright. I know you want me to return to the Dragon Clan. There's really no need. I'm fine in Sui Xing,
Gan Ming said with a smile.
Alright. As long as you're happy.
Yin Xia sighed.
Oh right. Sister, what kind of drama did you ask me to watch?
Gan Ming asked.
Look down there.
Yin Xia pointed down there, and then told Gan Ming about the complicated relationship between the characters.
Is it that fun?
Said Gan Ming excitedly. Then, she held her sister's arm, and the two watched the show together. Jiang Fei stood at the side, not knowing what to do. He had no interest in what would happen to the people down there. However, he did not dare to leave without permission. Therefore, he could only watch from the side. At that moment, the people down there were already at daggers drawn. The young man in black insisted on taking Xie Jim away. The people from the Water Ape clan naturally refused to agree. At that moment, Xie Jimin seemed to have been persuaded. She decided to fight for her own happiness. She wanted to leave together with the black-clothed youth.
Girl, you're courting death.
The elder of the Ginseng Water Ape clan raised his straight brows. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. The Parameter Element was one of the top 2 large clans on the Year Star. He had never been humiliated like this before.
Fifth brother, please, we won't be happy together. Can you let us go?
Xie Jimon knew that it was impossible for her and the black-clothed youth to leave safely under the hands of the Ginseng Water Ape elder alone. Thus, she could only go and beg the 5th young master.
Good. Very good. Since you've made your decision, I'll give you a chance. As long as you're willing to tell me where the mystic ice bed is, I'll let you go.
The 5th young master also tore off his disguise.
So you married me for the mystic ice bed?
Xie Jimon muttered.
That's right. Otherwise, would I have taken a fancy to a dirty person like you?
The 5th young master sneered and said,
How about it? Tell me the location of the mystic ice bed, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, not only will you die, but he will also die. This.
Xie Jimon hesitated for a moment. Then she steeled her heart and said,
5th brother, can you guarantee that if I tell you the location of the mystic ice bed, you'll let us leave? Yes.
5th young master said. He did not care about this woman at all. As long as he could obtain the location of the mystic ice bed, it did not matter whether he killed her or not.
All right. Then I'll tell you,
Xie Jimon said. Previously, when she decided to elope with the black-clothed young man, she had already abandoned her own clan. This was because once they ran away, the Ginseng Water Ape would definitely vent its anger on the Snow Rabbit clan. At that time, it was almost certain that their entire clan would be exterminated, since she had already planned to be exterminated for love. Then why would Xie Jimon care about the mystic ice bed? Thus, after obtaining the 5th young master's approval, Xie Jimon immediately told him the location of the mystic ice bed.
5th brother, I've told you the location of the mystic ice bed now. Can you let us go?
Xie Jimon asked after revealing the secret.
Of course. You guys can go.
5th young master did not say anything else. But at least, he still kept his promise.
Brother Jie, let's go.
Xie Jimon pulled the black-clothed youth and said,
In.
The black-clothed youth nodded, and then flew up with Xie Jimon.
Let's go.
The 5th young master also brought his own people back to the Ginseng Water Ape's territory. They already had an excuse and the position of the mystic ice bed, so there was no need for a marriage alliance at all. They directly attacked. After wiping out the Snow Rabbit clan, the dark ice bed would naturally belong to them.
Let's go. Let's follow them.
After the people below dispersed, Yin Xia and Gan Ming chased after the black-shirted young man and Xie Jimon. Jiang Fei had no choice but to follow them. After flying for about half an hour, the black-shirted young man stopped at the top of a mountain.
Brother Jie, where are we going next?
Xie Jimon asked.
Where are we going? Hee hee. What do you care where I'm going?
The black-clothed young man turned around and said coldly.
Age? Brother Jie, don't joke with me. I'm scared.
Xie Jimon looked at the black-clothed young man's cold face and couldn't help but take half a step back.
Do I look like I'm joking?
The black-clothed young man sneered.
You? We. Why did you suddenly?
Xie Jimon was completely dumbfounded. She did not know why Brother Jie, who loved her deeply, suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person.
We love each other so much. Right.
The black-robed young man raised his head and let out a long howl. He had waited for this day for far too long.
Brother Jie, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me.
Xie Jimon said with a face that was at a loss.
Father! Mother! I finally avenged you.
The black-clothed youth suddenly knelt on the cliff top. He looked northwest and counted a few times before saying to Siege Man,
"I'm not a snow rabbit. I'm a snow domain guinea pig. Back then, you wiped out our entire clan for a single thing. This hatred has always been engraved in my heart."
"What?" Siege-Zimon's face was filled with shock.
"Today, you destroyed the engagement with the Ginseng Water Ape clan. They also found out about the location of the dark ice bed. I reckon that they have already set off to wipe out the snow rabbits."
"Ha ha ha. It's really a tit for tat."
The black-clothed youth laughed loudly. However, his laughter revealed a trace of sadness. Emotions were indeed a very good weapon. Using this weapon, the black-clothed youth had successfully captured Siegimon and led her to lead the Snow Rabbit clan into the abyss of destruction. However, emotions were also a double-edged sword. He himself had also fallen into the emotions towards Siegimon. Previously, with the hatred of his family, the black-clothed youth did not feel the heaviness of these emotions. Now that he had taken revenge, he could only feel a deep sense of guilt towards Siegimon.
This isn't real.
Siegimon clearly could not accept this reality. She retreated helplessly, and did not even notice that there was a bottomless abyss behind her.
Crack.
Siegimon, who had retreated to the edge of the cliff, missed her step and fell down. Although Siegimon was not a top-tier expert, flying was not difficult for her. However, at this moment, Siege-Zimon's heart was like ashes. Her family was destroyed because of her, and she had yet to obtain the love that she yearned for. Therefore, she did not want to live anymore. Hence, she did not even use the spiritual power in her body. She just fell straight down and smashed into pieces on the ice-cold rock. Chapter 23:23, Chapter 23:14.
New collection. G-Man.
The black-robed young man pounced on the cliff and watched the girl fall to the ground. Although the black-robed young man had always told him that he hated the Snow Rabbit clan to the core, people had feelings. Every detail of being together with Siege Man was now lingering in the black-robed young man's heart. It almost broke his heart.
"Interesting. Sister, I want this,"
Gan Ming said to Yin Xia, who was in midair. "You?"
Although Yin Xia sighed, she did not stop her.
"She wants it? What does she want?"
Jiang Fei was confused.
Whoosh.
At that moment, Gan Ming had already landed.
"Handsome, why are you so sad?"
Gan Ming walked to the side of the young man in black.
"Go away. I'm not in the mood to talk to you,"
the black-clothed young man said without turning his head back.
Swoosh.
Gan Ming's expression instantly fell. But in the blink of an eye, she once again adjusted her mood. Then, she said to the black-clothed young man,
"Little handsome, tell me what's troubling you. I might be able to help you." "Help me? Can you bring G-Man back from the dead?"
the black-clothed young man roared.
"That's not possible. But I can make you happy enough to forget her."
Gan Ming laughed.
"I won't forget her. And I won't forget her."
The black-robed young man roared angrily as he turned around. At the same time, he saw Gan Ming's seductive face and near-perfect figure.
"How is it? Am I beautiful?"
Gan Ming laughed. Honestly speaking, Gan Ming was definitely a top-notch beauty. At the very least, she was much more beautiful than Siege Man. However, the black-robed young man was currently in grief. Moreover, he was not the kind of person who would have lustful thoughts at the sight of beauty. The reason why he had schemed against Siegimon previously was because he was blinded by his family's hatred. From the bottom of his heart, he had feelings for Siegimon, so he could only watch Siegimon die. His heart was also filled with despair.
"What? Little handsome, you can't judge me." "Right. That's because you still don't understand me."
Gan Ming smiled. Then, she casually pointed her finger and opened up a cave on the mountain wall. With a wave of her hand, the robe on her body was untied. Then, she wrapped the young man in black, and the two entered the cave. Although Gan Ming and the young man in black entered the cave. For experts like Yin Xia and Jiang Fei, as long as Gan Ming did not go, they could block anything. The cave was as transparent to the two of them. However, as the dragon queen of the dragon race, Yin Xia did not have the interest to peep at her sister. However, Jiang Fei was still quite curious because he did not know Gan Ming as well as Yin Xia did. Therefore, he did not know what would happen next. Therefore, a trace of spiritual power followed him into the cave. Even though Gan Ming and Yin Xia were both stronger than Jiang Fei still had a slight advantage in terms of spiritual power. Therefore, under his deliberate concealment, Yin Xia and Gan Ming really did not notice Jiang Fei's peeping behavior.
"Sigh. This sister of mine has never been very obedient since she was young. Especially when she can't stand this kind of swindler who uses her feelings.
Yin Xiao was embarrassed. Therefore, she deliberately looked for Jiang Fei to chat. Moreover, she even helped her sister to cover up a little.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei naturally did not want to talk about such things. He only perfunctorily dealt with it. However, Yin Xiao also had nothing to say, so she did not care about Jiang Fei's perfunctoriness. At that moment, Gan Ming had already brought the black-shirted young man into the cave. After entering the cave, Gan Ming's clothes were all scattered on the ground. She directly confronted the black-shirted young man.
How is it? Am I beautiful?
Gan Ming asked again.
Beautiful.
For some reason, the black-shirted young man seemed to see Xia Ximon's Ingzi on Gan Ming. Slowly, in the eyes of the black-shirted young man, Gan Ming in front of him had completely transformed into Xia Zimon. Moreover, she was standing naked in front of him.
Zimon, I'm sorry. I love you.
The black-robed young man muttered.
Love me? How do you love me?
Gan Ming teased.
Zimon, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been blinded by hatred. I shouldn't have used you.
Tears fell like rain from the black-robed young man.
Do you love me?
Gan Ming asked again.
I love you. I love you.
The black-shirted young man said loudly.
Then use your actions to prove it.
Gan Ming smiled as she walked in front of the black-shirted young man. She gently stroked his face with her hand. She grabbed his fighter and placed it on her chest.
I love you. I will use my actions to prove it.
The black-shirted young man seemed to have been summoned by something. He pounced forward. 36,000 words deleted here.
TSK. TSK. TSK.
Jiang Fei, who was secretly watching, could not help but be speechless. If he had not brought out the silver glow, he would probably have been forced to do it.
Hee hee. Another collectible.
After an unknown amount of time, Gan Ming came out with an ice sculpture. This ice sculpture looked exactly like the young man in black.
F***ck me.
At this moment, Jiang Fei suddenly remembered the ice sculptures at the entrance of Gan Ming's cave. Now, he finally knew how those ice sculptures came about.
F***ck. Fortunately, I am calm and collected. Otherwise, I would have become this woman's collectible.
At this moment, Jiang Fei could not help but feel a lingering fear.
You should stop fooling around in the future.
Yin Xia sighed. With her sister's behavior, she did not dare to bring her back to the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, if she caused any more trouble, she might not be able to protect her sister's life.
Yes, sister.
Gan Ming laughed and put away the ice sculpture behind her. Then, she began to discuss the plot with her sister. Jiang Fei was not very interested in the gossip between the two. However, he could not afford to offend either of the two women in front of him. Therefore, he could only wait by the side. After an unknown amount of time, the two sisters had finished discussing. Only then did Silver Glow remember Jiang Fei.
Oh right. What were you planning to do before this?
Silver Glow asked.
I was planning to go to the Water Ape Clan.
Jiang Fei said.
What are you going to do there?
Silver Glow asked.
I have been collecting illusion stones recently. I want to ask them for a favor.
Jiang Fei said honestly.
Illusion stones? What do you want them for?
Silver Glow asked in confusion. In the eyes of the dragons, illusion stones were not even considered a treasure. Therefore, they were not interested at all.
I might be able to return to my era through them.
Jiang Fei did not hide anything.
Oh, I see. I know a few of them who seem to have some. I'll ask them to bring it over later. When you come to the dragon race, come and find me.
Silver Cloud said readily, although the dragon race was greedy. However, illusion stone was not considered a treasure to them. Therefore, there was nothing that they could not bear to part with.
I have 2 of them too. Take them.
Gan Ming threw 2 illusion stones at Jiang Fei.
Thank you, seniors.
Jiang Fei immediately thanked them. If he had not met them coincidentally today, Jiang Fei would not have had the chance to obtain these illusion stones. Chapter 23-24, Chapter 23-15 Battle Signal. Although Jiang Fei had only obtained 2 Mirage Stones from Gan Ming, he was very happy. If he had not met Gan Ming by chance today, he would not have had the chance to obtain the 2 Mirage Stones in Gan Ming's hands. Regardless of whether he was through the Dragon Race's relationship, or through some other beast race, Gan Ming might not even buy it.
Alright, you don't have to worry about us anymore. Go back to your work,
said Yin Xia to Jiang Fei.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded and turned around to leave. What the 2 sisters were going to do now had nothing to do with him. They had just met by chance, and were not familiar with each other. Jiang Fei did not want to stay around them for too long, especially when there was a demoness like Gan Ming. After parting ways with Yin Xia and Yin Xia, Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. Initially, he had wanted to go directly to the Water Ape clan. However, the Water Ape clan should have gone to attack the Snow Rabbit clan by now. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to go and watch the show. Actually, the Snow Rabbit clan's territory was not very far from here. Otherwise, the Water Ape clan's wedding party would not have passed by here. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not fly for long and arrived at the Snow Rabbit clan's territory.
Oh! It looks like the Water Apes people have not arrived yet.
Jiang Fei saw from high up in the sky that the Snow Rabbit's territory was still decorated with lanterns and streamers. Many of the guests had not left yet. Many of them were even drunk.
Sigh! Enjoy your last happy hour. The nightmare is about to arrive.
Jiang Fei muttered. He did not have any intention of saving the Snow Rabbit clan. After all, this had nothing to do with him. At that moment, two people flew over from afar. They were very fast. It was estimated that they would reach Jiang Fei in 3 to 5 minutes.
Their combat power is around 40 million. Their strength is not bad.
Jiang Fei could already sense the strength of the two people from afar. After all, not everyone could suddenly appear behind Jiang Fei like the Dragon Queen. Although there were many strong people in this era, Jiang Fei's strength was not weak.
Hey! Are you here to congratulate me too?
The two people were a man and a woman. They came to Jiang Fei and asked with a smile.
Hee hee. I'm just passing by.
Of course, Jiang Fei could not say that he was here to watch the show.
It's my wedding. Since you're here, how could you not go and ask for a glass of wine?
The man who came was very enthusiastic. Moreover, he seemed to be a little friendly. He directly pulled Jiang Fei's sleeve. Then, he brought him down.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He had originally wanted to watch the show from high up in the sky. He did not expect to be brought down by someone.
Brother, may I know your name?
The man asked.
Me? Zhuge Shanjin.
Jiang Fei did not want to reveal his real name. Therefore, he remembered his fake identity back on Earth.
Oh, it's Brother Zhuge. My name is Ding Jia. This is my wife, Hong Yu.
The man introduced himself.
Hello.
Jiang Fei smiled and greeted them.
Hello, Brother Zhuge.
Hong Yu smiled and greeted Jiang Fei. However, it could be seen that she did not like to talk to strangers. While Jiang Fei and the other two were talking, they landed. At this time, the banquet was in full swing. When they saw that they had arrived, someone immediately came over to greet them.
Brother Ding, you've come. What a rare guest. Yes, yes. I didn't expect Brother Ding to be here. This old man Xia really has some face.
Many people surrounded Ding Jia. Of course, they were not doing it for Ding Jia's face. Although they were so polite, the ferocious beasts were very realistic. With Ding Jia's combat strength of just over 40 million, he wasn't worthy of such flattery. It was also related to why these people were so warm to him. Because Ding Jia was a member of the Dustpan Water Leopard clan. The three clans, the Ginseng Water Ape, the Dustpan Water Leopard, and the Ice Heron, were the most powerful fierce beasts in the entire Year Star. The Dustpan Water Leopard clan was generally more withdrawn and didn't like to interact with other clans, except for Ding Jia. Therefore, although his strength was not considered top-notch, if the other races wanted to have a relationship with the Dustpan Water Leopard, they could only rely on him. Therefore, he naturally had friends all over the world.
Young Master Ding, you have stepped on the ground. It really brings light to my humble abode.
At this moment, the clan leader of the Snow Rabbit race, Xiaorenqin, also hurried over to welcome him. Although they had a marriage alliance with the Ginseng Water Ape, they could not neglect the equally powerful Dustpan Water Leopard.
Hee hee. Elder Xia, I came uninvited to invite you to a wedding banquet. Do you mind?
Ding Jia laughed.
Young Master Ding, look at what you're saying. It's my honor to have a good couple here.
Xiaorenqin naturally gave him face.
Elder Xia, you're too kind.
Ding Jia laughed.
Young Master Ding, who is this?
Xiaorenqin knew Hong Yu because Ding Jia always brought his wife with him wherever he went. However, this was the first time he had seen Jiang Fei.
This is my friend, Zhuge Shanjin.
Ding Jia smiled and said,
Oh, so it's Master Zhuge. I've heard so much about you.
Xiaorenqin hurriedly cupped his fists. Actually, he did not know that Zhuge Shanjin was that green onion. However, for the sake of Ding Jia's face, he had to say this.
Hee hee. You're too kind. I came uninvited. Am sorry to have bothered you.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
Not at all. My daughter is getting married today. Everyone who comes is a guest. Please take a seat.
Xiaoranqing smiled as he moved Ding Jia and the others to the main table. Although the table was already full, with the arrival of the water pan leopards. Naturally, there were people who tactfully gave up their seats. Jiang Fei also sat at the main table. After some small talk, Jiang Fei also started drinking. Anyway, he was just here to watch the show. It was even more enjoyable to have food and drink. Although the Snow Rabbit clan was a small clan, that was relatively speaking. Compared to the Ginseng Water Ape, Dustpan Water Leopard, they were of course a small clan. However, within a radius of 1,000 miles, their strength was considered pretty good. Therefore, once the banquet was set up, it was a flowing water banquet. The dishes were eaten, and the wine was also drunk. The people present were all ferocious beast experts. Each of them had a bigger appetite than the other. Therefore, they ate from noon until night. Then, they ate from night until dawn.
It's about time. It's been almost a day and a night. The Ginseng Water Apes should have arrived by now.
Jiang Fei thought to himself as he drank.
Brother Zhuge, is there something on your mind?
Ding Jia suddenly came over and asked. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Just as he was thinking about what to say, the presence of the Ginseng Water Apes suddenly appeared in the distance. Moreover, there were quite a number of them.
Someone is here,
Jiang Fei said calmly.
H? Who is it?
Ding Jia was stunned. Actually, during the day and night that they had been drinking, there were people coming and going. Therefore, he did not pay too much attention to it. In about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the sound of drums could be heard in the distance.
What's the situation?
Hearing the sound of the drums that sounded like thunder, everyone put down their wine glasses. According to the rules of the ferocious beasts, this kind of drumming meant that the race would fight to the death. Chapter 23:25, Chapter 23:16 Slaughter. Along with the loud sound of the golden drum in the air, a large group of experts flew over from the distant horizon. These people were not only powerful, but there were also hundreds of them.
What's the situation?
Ding Jia frowned. These people sounded like they were not here to congratulate. Moreover, the Snow Rabbit clan had just gotten close to the Ginseng Water Ape clan, so ordinary races did not dare to come to their territory to cause trouble. Could it be that an ice heron was attacking them?
Hey! Xiaoranqing, you old man. Hurry up and come out to die.
Unexpectedly, the leader of this group of experts was actually the fifth young master of the Ginseng Water Ape clan.
What's going on? Didn't this fifth young master just take Xiejimon? Why did he come to kill his father-in-law before entering the bridal chamber? Yeah. What's going on? Judging from fifth young master's furious look, it can't be that Xiejimon has cheated on him. Right. It's possible. Look at the Ginseng Water Ape stance. It's really here to exterminate the entire clan.
The guests who were eating wine stood up and retreated to one side. They came to the Snow Rabbit clan to eat wine mostly because they wanted to curry favor with the Ginseng Water Ape. Therefore, in this situation, they naturally had to stay as far away as possible. Who would be so stupid as to offend the Ginseng Water Ape for the sake of a Snow Rabbit clan?
Brother Zhuge, let's also move aside and see what's going on.
Ding Jia pulled Jiang Fei to move aside as well. Although they were not afraid of the Ginseng Water Ape, who would want to cause trouble for nothing.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded and followed Ding Jia to move aside.
Xian Su. What the H are you doing?
At that moment, Xiaoranqing also rushed out. He had no idea what was going on.
Xiaoranqing, who are you? Xian Su? Stop trying to get close to me. How dare you snow rabbits humiliate me like this? Do you think that the Ginseng Water Apes have no one left?
Fifth young master asked loudly.
Xian Su, where did you get that from?
Xiaoranqing was dumbfounded.
Impudent. Old Xia. You still dare to take advantage of me. You're really brave.
Fifth young master scolded angrily.
No fifth young master. What's going on?
Xiaoranqing didn't understand, but he could only change his words at this time.
Humph! Your daughter is fickle. Not only did she hook up with an adulterer, but she also openly eloped with the adulterer in front of me. The humiliation that your Snow Rabbit clan has inflicted on my Ginseng Water Ape clan can only be washed away with blood.
Fifth young master said angrily.
What?
Xiaoranqing felt his vision darken, and he nearly fainted. In the end, he could only ask with trepidation.
Fifth young master, could there be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Look at what this is.
The fifth young master suddenly took out a spirit stone. After the spirit stone was stimulated by spirit energy, a video immediately appeared. Although there was no sound, the scene of the black-clothed youth snatching the marriage and Siegimon eloping with him with tears in her eyes could be seen. Hua! The moment the video was broadcast, the guests below began to discuss it.
Isn't it great to be able to marry the fifth young master of the Ginseng Water Ape clan? This is such a good karma that Siegimon actually doesn't cherish it. TSK. Yeah. This Snow Rabbit clan is really courageous to actually humiliate the Ginseng Water Ape clan like this. It seems that they will definitely die today. However, this Ginseng Water Ape clan is also very strange. As the saying goes, one should not expose one's family dirty laundry. They actually made this video public. Aren't they afraid of becoming the laughingstock of the 10,000 clans? Then who knows? Maybe the Ginseng Water Ape clan has other plans. Or maybe Fifth Young Master is so mad that he can't care about so much anymore.
Those guests discussed animatedly, but no one stood out to say anything good about the Snow Rabbit clan. At this moment, Sia Rangson's heart had already died. Now that the evidence was conclusive, his precious daughter actually eloped with someone on the road of marriage. This was practically forcing the entire Snow Rabbit clan to a dead end.
Shimon! You caused the deaths of the clansmen!
Sia Renshin cursed inwardly. He was really not the kind of person who would sacrifice his daughter's happiness for the sake of the clan's interests. Before he got engaged to the Ginseng Water Ape clan, he had asked Siegimon for her opinion. Back then, Siegimon had agreed very well. Therefore, Sia Renshin had never thought that such a situation would occur.
Alright. Cut the crap. Old Sia, are you ready to die?
Fifth Young Master said coldly. The reason why he did not hesitate to sacrifice his personal honor and disgrace was so that he could have a good reputation and be able to exterminate the Snow Rabbit clan. At that time, all the treasures of the Snow Rabbit clan would rightfully belong to the Ginseng Water Ape clan. Of course, that included the Dark Ice Bed.
Fifth Young Master.
Sia Renshin opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say. Siegimon had gone too far. She did not care about the lives of her clansmen at all. Now, the Ginseng Water Ape clan had suffered a great humiliation. Even if Sia Renshin said the whole world, the other party would never let it go.
Fifth Young Master. This old man knows that my daughter deserves to die 1,000 deaths. I am also responsible for it. Today, I am willing to commit suicide in front of you. I only hope that you can let my clansmen go.
Sia Renshin knelt on the ground and said. He no longer asked for anything else. The best option was not to be exterminated.
Humph. Old Sia. Today, my Ginseng Water Ape clan suffered such a great humiliation. How can I repay your dog life? Today, your Snow Rabbit clan will definitely be exterminated.
Fifth Young Master said coldly. Their goal from the start was the Mystic Ice Bed. So how could they just let Sia Renshin commit suicide and end this matter?
Fifth Young Master. We are willing to give up a precious treasure in exchange for the safety of our clansmen.
Sia Renshin had no choice but to give up the Dark Ice Bed in order for the clan to continue.
Shut up! It's useless to talk. Kill!
Of course, Fifth Young Master could not let Sia Renshin talk about the Dark Ice Bed. This thing was one of the 10 directional artifacts, and even the Dragon Clan was spying on it. If word got out that the Dark Ice Bed was in the hands of the Ginseng Water Ape, when the Dragon Clan came to demand it, would they give it up or not? If they gave it up, they really couldn't bear to give it up. If they didn't, then the dragons would take it for themselves. At that time, the Ginseng Water Ape clan might end up the same as the Snow Rabbit clan. Therefore, although the Ginseng Water Ape clan was spying on the Mystic Ice Bed, this treasure had to be obtained in secret, and no one could know about it. Now that Sia Renshin was about to tell them about the Mystic Ice Bed, how could the Fifth Young Master let him continue? Thus, he immediately waved his hand, and the Ginseng Water Ape experts behind him suddenly charged out, pouncing towards the Snow Rabbit clansmen below.
Kill!
3 experts, whose combat strength was close to that of an immortal lord, surrounded Sia Renshin. They did not give him the chance to speak at all, and began to surround and attack him. Although Sia Rangson's strength was not bad, and he had the strength to squeeze into the immortal lord rank, the problem was that he was completely unable to resist against 3 experts of the same level. He also did not have the chance to reveal the secret of the mysterious ice bed.
Ah! Mom! Don't kill my child!
A massacre began. Although the Snow Rabbit clan had some experts, they did not have the ability to resist against one of the 3 great clans of the Time Star, the Ginseng Water Ape. In just a moment, the Snow Rabbit clan was killed until their blood flowed like a river. Although Sia Renshin had the intention to save the clan, It was a pity that he was powerless to change the situation.